Today is the big day, marking the milestone of the entire class entering the Ghost Tamer selection exam. On the podium, the teacher was trying to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Just keep a cool head. As long as you stick to the knowledge you have learned, those evil ghosts are nothing to worry about. While his classmates around him were pale with anxiety, one young man was still snoring away loudly, as if the world had nothing to do with him. Amidst the quiet room, Lin Mo suddenly sprang up like a spring, shouting out the words pentakill. This bizarre behavior immediately drew dozens of puzzled stares toward him. With the ghost domain assessment just around the corner, was this guy still sleepwalking through a video game? Was there something wrong with his head? He himself was just as bewildered. Clearly, in his memory, Lin Mo had just secured a legendary pentakill, so how did he end up standing in this unfamiliar classroom in the blink of an eye? It turned out this was a completely different world, where reality was constantly threatened by the invasion of the night parade of 100 ghosts. To deal with this disaster, humanity had created a profession called Ghost Tamer. Similar to beast taming, humans would establish contracts to control the power of ghosts. Through this, they borrowed dark powers to fight against mindless evil spirits, demons that treated human life as mere amusement. That's right, Lin Mo had indeed transmigrated to this bizarre world. Despite his chaotic thoughts, he still had to calm himself down to find a way to return to reality. The teacher on the podium was so angry she was stomping her feet. We are about to enter a life-and-death battle in the ghost domain, yet you're just sitting there casually playing games. If you're still clueless about basic theory, what are you going to use to save your life when you face an evil spirit? While he was being showered with the teacher's scolding, a mechanical voice rang in his head. Welcome, transmigrated host, the emotional breakdown system is officially activated. Simply provoke others to collect breakdown points, and the host can upgrade the contract limit. Test successful on the teacher, emotion management function is officially bound. What on earth was going on? According to what Lin Mo remembered, everyone's contract limit awakened at the age of 5 and could never be changed. Those with 1 point were allowed to tame one evil spirit, while ordinary people with a score of 0 were forever barred from the path of ghost taming. On average, a ghost tamer would have a limit of 2, and anyone who reached 3 was already hailed as an outstanding genius. The larger this number, the rarer they became. Yet this system gave Lin Mo the ability to connect to an unlimited number of contracts. This meant that if he wanted to, he could completely form contracts with an army of hundreds of millions of evil spirits. The young man stood up straight and calmly replied to the teacher, "Teacher, if we run into a fire attribute ghost, we obviously roast it. And then we can casually record a video and upload it online." Oh goodness, any outsider hearing this would definitely think this student's brain was waterlogged. With such a dire situation at hand, he was still dreaming of live streaming. His way of thinking really made people laugh and cry. His classmates immediately started whispering, mocking him mercilessly. The teacher suppressed her anger, gritted her teeth, and asked, "Then what do you plan to do if you encounter an electric attribute ghost?" The reply was defiant, without a trace of fear. "An electric attribute ghost is perfect. I'll just catch it to use as a power bank for my phone, teacher." The whole class burst into laughter again. This guy was definitely delusional. A renewable energy source was waiting for him to tap into. The teacher didn't give up and pressed on. "What about the red-clothed female ghost?" Lin Mo still kept a straight face. "That depends on her sincerity, teacher. The key is whether she's good-looking or not. If her looks are to my liking, then heh." At this moment, the young man's mind was painting dozens of romantic scenarios. Not even sparing ghosts, he was truly beyond help. The teacher's patience finally snapped. She pointed her finger and ordered him to take his bag and stand at the back of the class as punishment, his attitude toward studying not serious at all. Lin Mo smiled foolishly and obediently went to serve his punishment. Right at that moment, a notification rang, checking the teacher's breakdown status, emotion management system binding completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the newbie gift pack. Rewards include special skill covenant technique. When you provoke an evil spirit to 99%, the host has the right to force a contract without its consent. Also, 2 additional contract limit points are granted. The young man was so thrilled he almost screamed. Wow, this system really knew how to please. Originally, this body only had 0.5 limit points, barely enough to contract half a ghost. Now he was gifted 2 whole slots, along with such a shameless forced skill. Could this be the legendary protagonist's aura? Right after that, the teacher announced some major news. This assessment will use results as the standard. Passing an A-grade ghost domain secures direct admission to a first-class university, B grade for second class, C grade for third class, and D grade is only enough for a vocational school. However, she also sternly warned, absolutely do not choose beyond your capability. If you stubbornly enter an A-grade domain and fail, you will end up empty-handed, and even your chance at vocational school will vanish into thin air. Seeing Lin Mo standing frozen in the corner looking like an eyesore, the teacher softened and let him return to his seat, but didn't forget to remind him, your talent and theory are very poor, so it is best to just choose grade D. The decisive moment had arrived, and all students opened their devices together to choose the difficulty of their hunt. The classmate sitting next to him excitedly nudged his elbow. Moji, let's choose grade D together, grab some weak ghost, and walk hand in hand into vocational school. But to Lin Mo right now, those D-grade ghosts were too trashy. He didn't care about them at all. The chubby male student curled his lip in disdain. Stop acting. With your terrible talent, getting into a vocational school would already be a blessing from your ancestors. Not bothering to care, Lin Mo decisively clicked on the A-grade trial, and the teleportation system immediately started, leaving his deskmate open-mouthed in shock. Oh my god, this guy is really crazy. Lin Mo's reckless actions sent the entire class and the teacher into a panic. Lin Mo, your ability and theory are so bad, yet you're diving into grade A. How is that any different from digging your own grave? What is done is done. The teleportation process had successfully established, and there was no way to reverse it. Lin Mo's figure vanished from the classroom in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes, he was standing in the most dangerous challenge area, with a few familiar faces from his school scattered around. They looked around and calculated. Including Lin Mo, there were only 5 daring souls who dared to choose this difficulty. Before they could even look around, a figure as pale as a paper doll with an incredibly hideous face suddenly spoke in a high-pitched voice. Welcome to the Terror Hospital. Please don't be too nervous. I will be acting as your guiding examiner for this journey. Let me briefly introduce the background. Where we are standing was once the First People's Hospital of Kanglan City. As soon as those words were spoken, the faces of the students who had chosen the grade, a ghost domain, turned pale instantly. Everyone was jaw-dropped. Hadn't Kanglan been completely flattened by evil ghosts? Rumor had it that every living soul there had perished, and even several elite Ghost Tamer squads that entered never returned. How on earth did the organizers use this place of death as an exam venue? Don't panic just yet. Before turning this place into an exam venue, the Security Bureau set up an isolation array so the ghosts outside cannot flood in. Your task is to survive here for a full day. At the same time, as long as you successfully tame an evil spirit, you will naturally pass the exam. In addition, to ensure your safety, each candidate will be given a teleportation talisman. Whenever you feel death calling, just chant the spell and the talisman will return you to school safely. More importantly, anyone who signs a contract or eliminates an evil ghost will win the title of Best Performer, with a cash bonus of up to 100,000 and a precious ghost bead. If there are no further questions, the life and death exam begins now. As soon as the announcement was made, a whirlwind thick with the suffocating stench of death swept in. While his classmates were shaking like leaves, Lin Mo alone puffed out his chest, his face beaming with confidence. Let's go. I hope there are some cute ghost nurses with charming figures waiting for me inside. The other group of students also whispered among themselves, urging each other to get inside quickly and absolutely not let that useless guy snatch any good ghosts. Lin Mo, of course, was the first to kick the door open and walk in. As the door cracked open, what met his eyes was a terrifying dark red of fresh blood splattered everywhere. With a scene so thick, with the stench of death, anyone lacking courage would definitely pass out right at the entrance. Suddenly, Lin Mo froze in his tracks, making the crowd behind him gasp in shock, anxiously asking what was going on. The youth pretended to panic and shouted, "There are ghosts! A pack of over 50 are gathering here, we're in big trouble. They are rushing over, everyone run and find a hiding place quickly." Hearing the scream, his classmates lost their minds with fear, and everyone scrambled to flee for their lives. The whole group fled outside, not forgetting to offer fake pity for the unlucky Lin Mo who was still trapped inside. Everyone was convinced that the weak young man had been torn into 100 pieces by the ghost pack. The eerie laughter echoing from afar made the crowd's fear peak. At this time, the male student wearing glasses took the opportunity to flatter the purple-haired girl next to him, introducing her as the genius beauty Li, who had awakened her contract limit at the age of 3, with power 6 times greater than Lin Mo's. Seeing Lin Mo casually walk out, they snapped in annoyance. "Hey, you dared to make up stories to scare us. If we missed out on a premium contract, it definitely wouldn't have been your turn anyway." The girl Li lifted her chin arrogantly, declaring that premium resources naturally had to be yielded to someone with strength like hers. But Lin Mo didn't care about those empty words, leaving them to themselves. His urgent task now was to hunt first. Why waste time bickering over such nonsense? It would be better to use these kids to rake in some breakdown points. The system alert rang, detected the presence of a mid-tier vicious ghost in the ophthalmology ward. Lin Mo rubbed his hands and chuckled with delight. The target was a remnant ghost. What a steal. Just as he slowly stepped inside, the nearsighted guy quickly reached out to block him, shouting, "Stop! Is this dangerous place somewhere a useless person like you should enter to throw away your life? If you know what's good for you, step aside and let us do our job." Seeing these people so eager to rush into danger, Lin Mo happily stepped back to give way, even making a polite gesture to invite them in. As soon as they poked their heads in, what met their eyes was something red floating on the ceiling. Indeed, the system's prediction was spot on. Thankfully, these 3 idiots went ahead to clear the mines, otherwise he might have suffered the consequences himself. Wait, are these 3 planning to stand there forever like pillars without moving? Just as his thoughts ended, he saw the girl Li leap out as fast as the wind. She covered her mouth tightly, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and cried out in terror. That ghost's eyes are as red as blood. It can manipulate the viewer's mind. If she hadn't bitten her own tongue just now, she is afraid there would be no escape. So that is how it is. It seems the method to break the illusion is using physical pain to regain consciousness. The horrifying scene scared his classmates out of their wits, crying and turning to blame him. "It is all your fault, you jinx, tricking us into this godforsaken place." "Hey, now you guys sought your own death. How does that have anything to do with me, Lin Mo?" That girl kept badmouthing Lin Mo. "It is a good thing this lady went in first. If we had let a useless guy like you rush in, you would have lost your life long ago." However, Lin Mo was more than capable of staying clear-headed against the illusion, as he wasn't as foolish as those rushing in head first. Charging ahead only to walk straight into the line of fire was truly ridiculous. The system notified successful collection of 30 breakdown points. That group left in a huff to find another area. Lin Mo thought to himself, they are indeed like little puppies. That girl definitely didn't want to stand next to Lin Mo, or in her words, a piece of trash, for another second. Based on the reaction of those 3, Lin Mo quickly deduced, as long as he avoided its gaze, he wouldn't fall into the illusion. This puzzle was as good as solved. Lin Mo pushed the door open directly and walked in, and the evil spirit growled angrily, "You brat. Turn off that ceiling fan right now. Are you deaf? Turn it off for me." The system immediately added 20 breakdown points. Great, this move poked right at the ghost's sore spot. The evil spirit's rage surged. "If you stubbornly refuse to turn it off, I swear I will mince you." The system reported that the breakdown progress had jumped to 88%, just 11% short of the conditions for a forced contract. Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat. Fierce indeed, this ghost was so angry it was about to smoke. "Ghost bro, let's make a deal. I'll help you turn off the fan, and in return, you obediently become my contracted ghost. How about it?" The evil spirit still appeared extremely stubborn. "A wet behind-the-ears brat dares to threaten me? You're overestimating yourself. It really makes one go crazy." Lin Mo clicked his tongue and said, "Suit yourself, I just love to let the fan blow loudly then." But unfortunately, the progress bar remained stuck at 88. It seemed he had to change tactics to get results. In the end, it finally gave in and proposed a deal. "Contract it is, but you must turn off that damn fan right now." This ghost was truly a clown. Lin Mo replied, "It's off, can we sign the contract now? Drag your feet and I'll turn it back to the highest speed." The ghost made an excuse that the strong wind dried out its eyes. It coquettishly asked Lin Mo to fetch a bottle of eye drops, and only after everything was settled would it obediently follow him. The youth pretended to be generous and threw a small bottle to the ghost. It seemed nice, but the contents had been swapped by him with 502 super glue. Lin Mo was truly cunning. The foolish evil spirit happily thanked him upon receiving the item, but cursed in its heart, "Just wait until I recover my strength watch your little life." As soon as it squeezed a few drops into its eyes, a tragic scream rang out, shocking even the underworld. "Oh my God. My eyes are glued shut, I can't open them anymore." Lin Mo pretended to show deep concern, asking gently, "Oh, your eyes won't open. Maybe these eye drops are expired." Notorious as an evil ghost, yet it was painfully tricked by a kid. Truly brainless. At this time, the evil spirit could only swear, "You bastard, shameless jerk, I curse you." The system beeped, notifying that Lin Mo had pocketed 50 breakdown points, meeting the conditions to activate the forced contract. Thus, with barely any effort, he successfully subdued Zhu Tonggui. "Beautiful lady, are you willing to be faithful to Mr. Lin Mo for all eternity?" The evil spirit firmly shook its head. Well, it was a manly male ghost, not a young girl, so why force it to endure such chilling words? But with a forced move, what choice did it have? The system announced, "Miss Zhu Tonggui has accepted the contract." At this moment, the evil spirit could only cover its face and weep in frustration. The signing process was finally completed, light flashed, and the fusion process went smoothly. Lin Mo looked at himself in the mirror and saw his eye transform just like an anime character's ocular technique, looking extremely cool. Wait, does the process of forming a contract with an evil ghost always happen this way? Normally, a complete evil spirit would fight on its own when summoned, but a remnant ghost was suitable for fusing into the master's body, thereby boosting stats instead of fighting solo. After being forced into the body, that ghost still couldn't swallow its anger, only able to scream and curse Lin Mo as a brat in sheer helplessness. Lin Mo grinned smugly. "From this moment on, you belong to me. Let me see what interesting stats you have." Glancing through the info panel displayed, Zhu Tonggui mid-tier vicious ghost. Current ghost energy is 100, which is the power needed to upgrade. Loyalty is at a pathetic 3%. If this stat drops to 0, the contract will go out of control and the master will face a backlash. All skills are currently in an inactive state. Lin Mo grimaced. "Tongji, your loyalty seems a bit low, doesn't it?" The evil spirit replied arrogantly, "Of course I will never be loyal to you. It is because you use dirty tricks to force me. Quickly set me free." The system emotionlessly announced. Zhu Tonggui's loyalty decreased by 2%. "Well, only 1% left. Do you want to spend 200 breakdown points to unlock a ghost skill?" Lin Mo decided to try his luck to see if unlocking a skill could salvage some loyalty. The trade was successful, and he received the ultimate skill, Blood Prison Ocular Illusion. This technique allowed casting illusions through the eyes, trapping the enemy in a bloody space and completely restricting all actions. Not only that, the target's health would be continuously drained. Each cast cost 50 spiritual energy with a 60-second cooldown. Note, the binding effect lasted 30 seconds for targets of the same tier or weaker, and 10 seconds if the enemy was of a higher tier. In the blink of an eye, the hidden ultimate skill of the evil spirit was successfully activated. The ghost showed excitement. "This kid is actually pretty good. It seems I underestimated your ability." This feeling of strength was truly amazing. Zhu Tonggui's loyalty jumped by 9%, reaching 10% in total. Lin Mo excitedly continued his search. So there was this trick too. Thanks to fusing with Zhu Tonggui, his vision was expanded to see through the darkness. This trip's harvest could be considered a jackpot. In some area, that group of students was running for their lives in extreme panic. Only the girl Li dared to turn back and deliver a direct kick to an evil spirit's face. The two male students were typical cowardly followers. Damn it, why are these lingering ghosts as sticky as leeches? There are too many of them, we can't possibly hold them off should we use the teleportation talisman. It's better than being eaten alive by these ghosts. What a bunch of cowardly teenagers lacking resolve. The Four Eyes suddenly came up with a sinister scheme. Let's lure this pack of ghosts to the second floor and let them deal with Lin Mo. Once that is done, we can escape safely. This kid's mind was truly wicked beyond words. The other male student grimaced in protest. Doing that doesn't seem right, it is basically killing with a borrowed knife. But Four Eyes still sneered optimistically. So what? He has an escape talisman, he won't die. Acting as a meat shield for us can be considered his contribution. While Lin Mo was strolling casually, he saw the group running toward him for dear life. He pretended to be surprised and asked, "Oh, are you guys being chased by ghosts?" The Four Eyes laughed despicably. "Lin Mo, prepare to die. Remember to use your teleportation talisman in time." What kind of devilish scheme are these people plotting? Looking at the crowd of evil spirits surging behind them, Lin Mo finally realized, so these thick-skinned bastards want to use me as a shield. Just perfect, he needed a place to test the power of his new skill anyway. The girl Li widened her eyes in surprise. Why isn't he running? Is he planning to be a suicidal hero, or is he just scared out of his wits? The aggressive swarm of ghosts rushed forward like moths to a flame. Lin Mo blinked and immediately unleashed the blood prison ocular illusion. In the blink of an eye, the entire pack of evil spirits was bound tight, collapsing onto the floor. The skill's effect was truly amazing. The ghosts were completely frozen, unable to move a muscle. There were still 25 seconds of control time left, more than enough for Lin Mo to clean up this battlefield. That female student was deeply shocked. One of his eyes turned red. He must have contracted that remnant ghost, and he even got the ultimate skill by luck. How annoying, we clearly found it first. That is a mid-tier vicious ghost, and an extremely formidable one at that. On what basis did that useless guy tame it? After settling things smoothly, the system congratulated the host on receiving 40 more breakdown points. Wait, did points just fall from the sky? It turned out to be thanks to those shameless classmates who accidentally acted as bait and lured the ghosts over. Otherwise, if he had to hunt this pack down himself, it would take forever. Harvested 5 low-grade ghost beads, but if Lin Mo found out those people intentionally tried to kill him, he swore he would never forgive them. Right now, Lin Mo casually juggled several ghost beads in his hand, smiling at their sweet flavor. The remnants of the ghost pack fled in all directions upon seeing Lin Mo's terrifying strength. Now, who knew who the real demon was? Lin Mo puffed his face in self-admiration. Was my pentakill eye technique cool just now? Somehow the vicious ghost inside him had become so approachable. It replied casually, "Cool my foot, it is just because my skill is too powerful. If it were those useless remnant ghosts, you wouldn't have been able to clear them up at all." Lin Mo thought to himself, no matter how powerful a contract is, if it falls into the hands of an incompetent person, it is useless. Who among ordinary people would dare to charge in and fight 5 ghosts at once? By then, no matter how strong this evil spirit's skill was, it would be useless. They might even end up close friends over time, though right now they were still like cats and dogs. Seeing the youth so full of himself, the evil spirit was annoyed, but looking at the battlefield scattered with human bones, its heart felt unusually satisfied. Lin Mo's sharp gaze caught a skeleton wearing gold jewelry. This was a jackpot. Anyway, its owner was already resting in peace, so instead of leaving wealth scattered like this, he might as well keep it safe to spend so it wouldn't go to waste. Looking up, he saw the sign for the finance office. Surely the hospital's safe would not lack money. Living in this world, who isn't passionate about money? Lin Mo scavenged everything clean and excitedly pushed the door open to enter the finance office, where a huge safe met his eyes. Thinking he had hit a life-changing treasure, he pried it open only to find it completely empty. It must have been cleaned out by the security bureau guys. The female teacher watching the monitor could only shake her head. Is this kid here for an exam or a robbery? Having proctored for so many years, this was the first time she had witnessed such a tragicomic scene. The system suddenly announced, detected a high-tier evil spirit in the operating room ahead. Lin Mo was still standing in a daze with the empty gold bag in his hand. Barely cracking open the operating room door, he saw a beautiful figure with a hot body and perfect curves, her long loose hair draped as she sat quietly on the operating table. Thinking of ghosts made people's hair stand on end, but Lin Mo had his eyes glued to that lady's massive chest, estimating it to be at least an F-cup. The vicious ghost inside him also happily agreed, admitting Lin Mo's judgment was spot on. However, this female ghost had an angelic face but the body of a true devil. These two lustful guys suddenly found common ground. Thanks to this, Zhu Tonggui's loyalty jumped by another 5%, reaching 15%. Just a few flattering remarks and the stat rose. This evil spirit was indeed obsessed with beauty. She looked gentle and harmless on the outside, but her power must be terrifying, right? Zhu Tonggui quickly explained, "Of course it is. Don't you see what she is holding in her hands? It is carved with runes. If I am not mistaken, she uses sound waves to take her enemies' lives." Not showing a shred of fear, the youth even coaxed the evil spirit to launch a preemptive strike. You jump in and silence her first, then it is smooth sailing. The catch was that she was blind, so Zhu Tonggui's eye technique was virtually useless. The opponent was a high-tier vicious ghost, so would she easily back down and retreat? The primary goal was to make her mad to accumulate breakdown points, but how? Lin Mo had to rack his brain to find a solution. Fortunately, an old doctor's coat was discarded in the corner of the room. Lin Mo quickly put it on to disguise himself. The evil spirit inside him panicked and warned, "Don't do anything reckless. With your current strength, facing her will only send you to meet the king of hell." But according to Lin Mo's philosophy of life, high risks bring high rewards, while cowardice leads to starvation. Standing in front of a female ghost with such a large chest, how could a real man not be moved? As soon as the door was pushed open, she screamed, "Who dares to break in here?" Her slender fingers began to pluck the strings forcefully, creating a killer sound wave. The eerie sound rang out, making his head feel like it was about to explode. Lin Mo quickly spoke to calm her down. "Wait, I am a specialist who came here to perform surgery on you." Thanks to those words, the music paused. She showed clear surprise. "Did you really come here to treat my illness?" Lin Mo stepped closer, leaning in to let her catch his scent. "I am a real doctor. If you don't believe me, you can verify it with your nose." It seemed that before turning into an evil spirit, this girl was once a patient trapped here, now transformed into a wandering ghost. She brightened up and hurriedly asked, "Where did you go, doctor, leaving me waiting so long? Can we start the surgery now?" Lin Mo remained extremely calm, acting his part without a single slip. "Yes, please lie down properly on the operating table. The first step is anesthesia. Please get ready." The female ghost obediently listened like a child. She lay motionless, incredibly docile, but when standing in front of these two grand peaks of nature, the youth completely forgot what he was doing, all his attention focused on those two plump fruits. It seemed she still didn't realize she was dead. Was this action of his a bit too despicable? But just a second later, Lin Mo threw away his hesitation. "I can't be soft-hearted. If I hesitate, my life will vanish." The young man decisively held the syringe and plunged it straight into her body, kindly asking if it hurt. Since she was dead, where would she get nerves to feel pain? He secretly rejoiced. Pretending to be professional, he remarked, "Oh dear, I missed the vein. Let me inject again." Saying this, he mercilessly poked another needle into her arm. "Where did your vein hide? I can't find it anywhere. With skin so white and smooth, I'll probably have to poke a few more holes." "Well, still missed. Let me start over," stabbing repeatedly, but it had no effect. How on earth could a ghost's body have blood vessels? The female ghost began to suspect she was being led by the nose. Her anger flared up. "You are a fake doctor, aren't you? Why are you so cruel?" The system chimed. Successfully collected 40 breakdown points from the big-breasted female ghost. The breakdown progress jumped to 50%, with only 49% left. Since he had already ridden the tiger, he had to see it through. If his act failed, he would be in deep trouble. Lin Mo scratched his head and gave an embarrassed smile. "Oh, what an oversight. I'm sorry, let me try one more time." The youth again pursed his lips and picked up the syringe, trying to make a skillful poke into her skin. Their hands pretended to touch gently in an extremely delicate manner, his face remaining calm without showing any slip-ups. The students sneaking outside the window caught the entire scene, their mouths gaping in shock. What on earth? Is he performing surgery on an evil spirit? This guy is really bold, does he not know fear? The teacher had taught that the most taboo thing for a ghost tamer was to show fear. Keeping a cool head when facing an evil spirit not only increased the survival rate, but also opened up opportunities to recruit them. Was this guy really a failing student at the bottom of the class? How could such a calm and composed demeanor belong to an incompetent person? The male student quickly nudged with his elbow and urged, "Let's go, let's learn from him and see if we can find some gullible ghost to trick into signing a contract." Every move of Lin Mo was captured by the female examiner through the projection screen. Calmness far exceeding his age, combined with a rare boldness, proved that this student's character was indeed extraordinary. If he showed even a sliver of weakness in this gamble, he would be instantly vaporized. Lin Mo leisurely pulled the needle out of the big-breasted female ghost's hand. She showed impatience, loudly urging the doctor to quickly proceed with the surgery. The youth casually inquired, "So what kind of service do you want? Sex reassignment or breast enhancement? If we enhance these breasts further, they might explode." The female ghost was so angry she saw stars, snapping, "I have no need for breast enhancement. I have a tumor that needs to be removed. If it is not dealt with, my body is always heavy and tired." The young man picked up the drill and sighed with regret. "Such a beautiful figure would be a waste to cut off. What percentage do you want me to remove?" She replied decisively without hesitation, "Cut off half." Lin Mo feigned a frown, pretending to deliberate. "So, should we decide to cut the left or the right side?" With a slick tongue, the young man was clearly trying to provoke her. Reaching her limit of tolerance, the female ghost shrieked like a banshee. "You doctor, are you deaf or mentally challenged? Has anyone ever asked which side to cut only after getting on the operating table? Slice whichever side you like, you can even cut off both sides." The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for collecting 40 more defense break points. Progress has reached the 60% milestone." "This trick really works well," Lin Mo continued to needle her. "Sure, cutting both sides, but do you prefer to cut from top to bottom or bottom to top? Do you want to cut the front or the back? Personally, I think shaving the front would be very unsightly." Each word spoken was like 1,000 needles stabbing at the female ghost's patience. Just then, the system reported another 40 points added, and the progress surged to 70%. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he absolutely must not let her catch her breath. Lin Mo poured out a barrage of ridiculous questions. "So after the surgery, do you want to hide the scar with cosmetic stitches or just leave it as it is? Can you handle the pain or do you want it painless? Oh shoot, I forgot to administer the anesthetic. It is definitely going to hurt a lot." The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining 40 breakthrough points." The young man was determined to push the female ghost to the brink. "If you only cut half, are you keeping the other half just for show? How about I shave off everything for you? Our hospital is having a customer appreciation program. Sign up for a membership card and I will give you a discount." Her remaining patience finally snapped. The female ghost bounced up like a spring, screaming at the fake doctor to shut his mouth. "Are you tired of breathing?" A surging murderous intent enveloped the entire room. Excellent, the busty female ghost's defense break index had hit 99%. The forced contract function officially lit up. This was going to be an easy win. "Sister, calm down, we haven't finished discussing our surgery yet." She was in no mood for surgery anymore, only wanting to unleash a finishing blow to end this chatterbox once and for all. The young man flashed a cunning smile. "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, sister. System, activate the contract with the busty sister. Fair lady, are you willing to devote your heart to Mr. Lin Mo for the rest of your life, swearing to respect and love him, whether in sickness and health or in dirt-poor poverty? Even if mountains move and seas drain, are you willing to stand by his side, never to part?" Hearing those sweet words, the female ghost's rage multiplied 1,000-fold. "You shameless bastard." But the system still mechanically announced, "The busty ghost lady has agreed to establish the contract. Transaction successful." The deal was sealed. Everything happened so fast that she was left utterly bewildered, unable to make heads or tails of it. She clearly hadn't even had time to say yes. Yet how on earth had her spiritual body already obediently slipped into Lin Mo's body? If the remnant ghost fused into the eye, then what was this strange seal? It turned out that contracting a vengeful ghost would form a symbolic tattoo on the owner's flesh. When needing to summon subordinates, a gentle wave of the hand would make them appear. So 2 evil spirits had been successfully subdued, with 1 vacancy still remaining. Having a voluptuous woman sharing the same space made the other vengeful ghost ecstatic. Thus there was no more lonely and weary waiting. Meanwhile, the newly arrived female ghost shrieked in fury, "You swindler, let me out right now. What's done is done, regret is too late. Sister, just obediently rest inside my body. From now on, there's no need to drag your body anywhere, nor do you have to worry about your oversized chest. I will take care of you." She was so aggrieved that she burst out with harsh words. "May heaven strike down and earth destroy this thick-skinned brat." Despite her cursing, the other vengeful ghost appeared extremely excited. Lin Mo opened the control panel, immediately checking the newcomer's details. Rank high-level vengeful ghost, current ghost chi at 200, maximum limit 400, loyalty level at 20%. The skill section was currently locked, but a loyalty rating of 20% was quite high. Perhaps the promise of helping her escape this haunted hospital had added some goodwill toward Lin Mo. Checking his points again, the account had 300 points. Whether a low, mid, or high-level vengeful ghost, it cost 200 points to unlock a skill. The system now displayed a notification stating, both the Blood Eye Ghost and the Busty Ghost were only allowed to awaken a single skill. Since those were the rules, prioritizing investment in the beauty came first. Successfully paying 200 points, he obtained the ultimate skill echo of fate claiming for the high-level vengeful ghost. Female ghost immediately activated level 1 echo of fate claiming, using the sound of her instrument to destroy the enemy's mind. It featured a large area stun capability. If the opponent's health dropped below 5%, this move would turn into an instant finishing blow. Each use consumed 50 spiritual energy, with a cooldown of 180 seconds. Note, stuns opponents of the same rank or weaker for 40 seconds. For stronger opponents, the duration is reduced to 20 seconds. Lin Mo was extremely astonished. Was this skill not too superb? Although the blood prison illusion bound the enemy's body, their minds remained conscious, even leaving them with enough energy to use thoughts to control their contracted ghosts. However, the Busty Ghost skill was on a completely different level, simultaneously sealing movements and shattering the opponent's mind, overbearingly suppressing all actions. Combined with the execution capability, it was truly a once-in-a-millennium ultimate skill. Now that the crowd control aspect had borne fruit, the only thing he still lacked was a fatal finishing blow. The urgent matter at hand was planning the next step. He needed to hunt down an agile assassin or a brawny brawler to secure a contract. Right at this moment, the school's loudspeaker suddenly blared an emergency announcement, reminding all students that there were exactly 60 minutes left before the midnight bell rang. Those who had successfully subdued at least one spirit would be provided with proper lodging, food, and drinks. Qualifying students had the right to enter the school's ICU area. What an oppressive set of rules. Securing one deal only landed a student in the lowest tier room, while those with empty hands were destined to sleep on the streets and out in the rough. The ward area was located on the 5th floor. Nevertheless, everyone should note that residency rights could fluctuate after dark. The specters would begin their nightly stroll, and those with no place to stay would have to face death amidst their bone-chilling shrieks. The countdown had only 30 minutes left before the ward doors swung wide open. Everyone should brace themselves. The deal was sealed, and the contracts were finalized. Despite harboring huge grudges in their hearts, the Busty Ghost and the Vengeful Ghost could only reluctantly trail behind Lin Mo without straying a single step. A group of students on the other side seemed to still have empty hands, only able to stand outside the window drooling with envy at the tidy, neatly furnished ICU room. They whispered about how wretched the regular wards usually were, filled with terrifying, smeared bloodstains inside. That purple-haired girl had just managed to subdue a spirit, so she had to bite the bullet and lodge in a standard room. But having a roof over one's head was still an immense blessing compared to that long-haired youth standing forlornly out there. Empty-handed, he could only shed tears of self-pity now. All things considered, her situation was still quite fortunate. Looking over at that four-eyed guy, it was unclear if he had any talent, but he seemed only good at filthy flattery. Hey Lin Mo, we have also successfully sealed the deal with a spirit now. More importantly, this is a top-tier, completely intact spirit. From now on, don't even think about bullying us. We will settle our old scores sooner or later. Lin Mo showed a disdainful expression, implying that incompetent people had better keep their mouths shut. With legs as short as his, the guy couldn't dream of touching the hem of his pants in 10 lifetimes. The four-eyed guy's blood rushed to his head upon hearing this, furiously shouting at Lin Mo to stop boasting. If he hadn't luckily stumbled upon that disabled ghost last time, he would have ended up losing his life in the hallway tonight. The purple-haired girl chimed in with resentment. What an eyesore. Just imagining sharing the same air with him tonight makes me sick to my stomach. But in reality, Lin Mo had no desire to share a room with them anyway, while the students outside were still wandering without even a single tile over their heads. Hearing those words, someone quickly raised a hand to inquire, "Are you planning to give up this ward? Could I pay money to buy that slot from you?" The young man casually replied, "Are you kidding? My place is that premium ICU room." The purple-haired girl widened her eyes in disbelief. "That is impossible. Your contract limit is so useless that it's only 0.5. At most, you could only bring back a disabled spirit. Meanwhile, the ICU room standard requires more than one. You can't even touch the shadow of the requirement, so at least make your boasting plausible." The young man could not care less about the mocking words of these short-sighted people. Let reality slap them in the face so they would see who was a dragon and who was a worm, by which time losing face and regretting it would be too late. As for now, if you have any sense, step aside and stop blocking this young master's way. The gossiping crowd indeed could not hide their curiosity. Let's see how wide their eyes would pop when witnessing Lin Mo's performance. The moment his hand lightly touched the ICU room door, the system immediately chimed with a confirmation of qualification. As expected, the crowd stood utterly stunned, as if struck by lightning. What on earth is going on? Wasn't that guy's contract limit only 0.5? At the same time, the system sounded congratulations to the host for pocketing 150 defense break points. Refusing to accept this, the crowd shouted in protest. The school's machinery absolutely cannot make a mistake. Contract limits are innate and can never be improved. This guy must have cheated. Everyone get out of my way. I have to go report this to the teacher immediately. The moment he stepped into the room, what met his eyes was a sumptuous feast, complete with a boiling hot pot. The safety department must have gone to great lengths to refurbish this place. The hospitality was truly impeccable. There was thinly sliced meat, sweet duck blood, and crunchy beef tripe. It was truly an earthly delicacy. Is this situation a life-and-death exam or a leisure vacation? Just picking up a piece and putting it in his mouth, the rich flavor spread, satisfying all his senses. This hot pot broth is brewed better than at a 5-star restaurant. Why don't you guys dig in too? Despite his classmates' sour attitudes, Lin Mo ignored them completely, leisurely enjoying his meal. But right after making his casual invitation, he turned around with a fake look of regret. Oh, my bad, I forgot that you guys don't even qualify to enter the ICU area. What a crying shame. So the young man lightheartedly dipped each slice of bright red beef, devouring them greedily before dozens of envious eyes, humming to himself. Oh, only I am drinking and dining alone with this hot pot. How terribly lonely. This provocative attitude successfully infuriated the envious crowd. Their eyes flared with rage, wishing they could tear him to shreds. Immediately, the system chimed to announce that the host had gained another 100 defense break points. Oh, smelling the rising aroma of the hot pot, even onlookers had to swallow their saliva greedily. The table was not only piled with soft drinks and pastries, but inside the cabinet drawers, there were also packages of sausages and fresh beef stocked up for replenishment once he finished. Witnessing that guy feast so delightfully, the purple-haired girl seemed to have run out of patience. She immediately initiated a negotiation. I'll give you 10,000 yuan to swap rooms with each other, but how could there be such an easy deal in this world? Lin Mo nonchalantly replied, I don't feel like it, the food is already swallowed. Do you expect me to stick my fingers down my throat and throw up? Indeed, in the end, unable to take the heat, everyone had to embarrassingly swallow their pride. Face looked as gloomy as a discarded sack, yet her mouth still stubbornly offered a deal. Since you already ate the hot pot, hand the room over to me, use your head and think, my dad is a big boss at the safety department. If you anger me, you won't have a good ending either. Seeing this, the bespectacled male student jumped on the bandwagon, straining his neck to bark. Lin Mo, stop your habit of relying on power to bully others. Offending Sun Zio Jai only leads to death. Lin Mo's playful, devil-may-care attitude once again made the crowd spit blood in anger. How about this? You slap yourselves hard across the mouth, and maybe I will reconsider. The four-eyed guy immediately flinched in confusion. What the hell did you just bark? Seizing the opportunity, the purple-haired girl turned to coax the bespectacled guy. Just endure it a little. Once we escape from here, I will definitely compensate you handsomely. He muttered to himself that although he had to endure a little humiliation, in exchange for Sun Zio Jai's favor, it was a bargain. Having thought it through, he obediently lowered his head, waiting to be slapped. She didn't hold back at all, swinging her arm to slap his face with a thunderous, stinging blow. The crisp sound echoed, making anyone who heard it feel the pain. The system immediately announced congratulations to the host for gathering 20 more defense break points. To put these troublesome brats in their place, Lin Mo pretended to be hard of hearing, claiming that the sound just now wasn't satisfying enough, forcing her to deliver another slap. Yearning for the warm bed and soft mattress, she didn't hesitate for a moment and executed it on the spot. The one suffering the bitter fruit was the four-eyed guy, who could only offer his face to take a jaw-shifting blow. Lin Mo effortlessly pocketed another 30 defense break points. Having just slapped the unlucky guy's cheek swollen, the purple-haired girl snapped in confirmation. Is that to your liking now? Now get the hell out of the room. Hurry up. Lin Mo was truly the master of teasing. He nonchalantly replied, Oh, how awkward, I don't want to leave anymore. He shamelessly went back on his word on the spot. But after all, he hadn't deceived anyone. Earlier, the young man had clearly only said that if she slapped the four-eyed guy, he would reconsider, but he absolutely never promised to yield the spot. Now, having thought it through, his final decision was to decline. So aggrieved she could spit blood, she could only stand frozen outside the door swallowing a massive lump of anger. Very well, you little brat, just wait and see, I will make your life a living hell. Holding his cheek, the four-eyed guy turned back to bark a few more lines. Go ahead and act cocky. Daring to mess with the Sun family means you are digging your own grave. Whether he was tired of living would be determined later, but for now, the system just chimed to add another 100 defense break points to his account. Now, he could leisurely shake his leg while sipping the hot pot soup. Watching the crowd outside jump up in anger only made his meal taste even better. After successfully playing Sun Li, Lin Mo rubbed his hands and chuckled, feeling as though he had just hit the jackpot. The wall clock struck exactly 11:15 at night. The candle in hand had burned down to its very base, flickering so dimly that it could barely illuminate anything. Just outside the hallway, two student figures were trembling in extreme panic. The girl sobbed and clung to him. "How can, boo-hoo, don't leave me behind. How can you bear to discard a weak girl all alone out here? In the dead of night, crawling with fierce spirits, how do you expect me to survive? Give up your safe spot for me. Let me go sleep inside that room, okay?" The young man tried to stroke and comfort her. "Sweetheart, rest assured. I have already subdued a vengeful ghost warrior. If anything happens, just call my name. I swear I will risk my life to protect you." She still threw a tantrum and cried loudly. "Do you actually love me or not? Your mouth swore mountains and seas to shelter me for life, and now you plan to break your promise." So the tearful lovebirds embraced each other in the middle of this graveyard. "Oh my, turning a survival setting into a romance movie theater, are we?" The girl choked out each word. "You have a spirit protecting you, and your combat ability is tougher, so if you tolerate sleeping in the hallway, your survival rate will be much higher than mine. If by any chance you get eaten by a ghost, I promise to kneel down and beg Sun Li's group to intervene, and I definitely won't let you lose a single piece of flesh." Lin Mo had been sitting and watching the show all this time, with only one thought flashing through his mind. That kid is definitely an absolute fool. The lovesick kid gladly gave up his survival right, not forgetting to swear and promise that they would reunite at tomorrow's dawn. After a series of exhausting events, it was finally time for a warm blanket and soft pillows. Lin Mo buried his head and fell into a deep sleep, drool running down and wetting his pillow, sleeping soundly regardless of where the world was drifting. The 5 student figures frozen outside the door remained resentful. This guy Lin Mo must have used tricks 100% to sneak into the ICU room. The main issue is his stubbornness, absolutely refusing to yield the room to the young mistress. From what I see, he deliberately wanted to trample your dignity to the point where you couldn't raise your head. Provoked by the four-eyed guy, the purple-haired girl's anger flared up furiously. "Just wait until I get out of here, I will mince you to pieces." The floor is covered in dried bloodstains. How on earth can anyone lie down in such filth? This ward is truly disgusting and nauseating. I would bow in respect to anyone who can close their eyes and sleep here. The four-eyed male student quickly seized the opportunity to show off his chivalry to the beauty. He swiftly took off his outer coat, spreading it flat on the floor to make a resting spot for her. Placing it like this makes it much cleaner. Despite having just received a face-turning slap, he still followed her around like a puppy. His level of lovesickness was truly beyond cure. The purple-haired girl was extremely pleased, even praising him for being quite sensible. It was pity for the lovesick male student. For the sake of a beautiful woman's smile, he willingly slept on the dusty floor of the lobby, telling himself to grit his teeth and endure, as tomorrow's dawn would bring freedom. Right at that moment, a hair-raising sound echoed from the end of the hallway. Stepping out was a ravenous demon with a towering, muscular frame. Having just caught the scent of the student, the monster instantly became extremely excited. Its true form was none other than the Electrode Ghost, possessing the dangerous rank of Fierce Spirit. A powerful Fierce Spirit rank actually showed up here. This situation was truly being backed into a corner. To preserve his life now, the only way out was to blindly rush into a deathmatch with it. The male student squeezed out his last ounce of strength, urgently summoning the Remnant Talisman Ghost to battle. The Remnant Talisman Ghost grumbled as soon as it materialized. "What the hell are you calling me out for in the middle of the night? Are you planning to rob me of my eternal sleep?" Did that brat actually delude himself into thinking his strength was on par with a Fierce Spirit rank monster? Fighting back was an impossible task, but in this hair-hanging-by-a-thread situation, if he didn't struggle, he would only end up waiting for death. The group of students barricaded inside the clinic witnessed the bloody scene through the glass window, scared out of their wits. Despite her eyes being wide open, watching her boyfriend struggle single-handedly against death, she shamelessly curled up in the warm blankets to shirk responsibility. Indeed, dying for a girl brings eternal darkness. At this moment, overwhelmed by terror, she seemed ready to strike his name off her list of friends, let alone the title of boyfriend. Right on cue, Lin Mo also sleepily woke up. In stark contrast to his friends' bloodless faces, he appeared extremely thrilled and eager to test his strength. He only wanted to quickly check whether that coarse electrode ghost was worthy of becoming a spirit under Lin Mo's command. Each of its heavy footsteps slammed onto the floor, feeling as though they could crush everything around into dust. The male student's fragile spirit was crushed under its heel in less than half an instant's time. This fierce spirit-rank beast smacked its lips, complaining that its kin's flesh was not to its taste at all. Not having stuffed its belly, while constantly being obstructed, made the flames of rage within it erupt violently. With sharp slashes unleashed in quick succession, in the blink of an eye, the remnant talisman ghost's head flew off and vanished. The monster's frenzy piqued Lin Mo's intense interest. It seemed this guy's strength was indeed formidable. Not to mention his copper-like body and iron-like skin, if brought back as a minion, it would truly be like adding wings to a tiger. The gears in his head began to turn. Currently possessing the Blood-Eye Ghost and the Busty Ghost, he had more than enough capability to create illusions or lay traps to lure the prey. If he could force this monster to sign a contract of indenture, the outcome would be absolutely perfect. Unfortunately, in the deep darkness, there was still another spirit hiding. Charging in now was not the best strategy. There was still plenty of time, the opportunity would surely come by itself. The beast turned back in disappointment, continuing its journey to hunt for the taste of fresh, raw meat. Through sheer bad luck, it strolled right back to the male student's position. Its nostrils flared, sniffing the thick scent of human flesh and blood in the air. By this point, he could only scream at the top of his lungs, calling his girlfriend's name. "Zyro Kyan, come out and save my life. Quickly humble yourself to beg them to save me." The classmates around were even more restless than she was. Yet a cowardly woman who only cared about herself like her was truly an unsalvageable waste. Today Lin Mo truly had his eyes opened, witnessing firsthand how troublesome this messy thing called romantic love was. He still shrieked miserably into the void, "Is there anyone who would have mercy and save my life?" The monster ruthlessly slashed down at the weak prey. Instantly he took the blow, coughing up fresh blood that splattered all over the floor. The lovesick boy had exhausted his very last drop of stamina, only able to sit powerlessly on the ground, waiting for death to call his name. The ghost strolled over casually, using its weapon to coldly crush and tear off one of his arms. The demon devoured its trophy with satisfaction, chewing from the fingers up to the elbow. If no one stepped up to stop it immediately, it would probably pick every single bone clean. In just a moment, that handsome but lovesick youth would end up entirely inside the beast's stomach. The arm severed from his body caused physical pain that exceeded his limit of endurance. He would rather discard this damn certificate than leave his corpse rotting here. Yet he still struggled tenaciously, pulling out his amulet to find a way out. Unfortunately, his arm had been bitten off, leaving him in despair as he couldn't rip the talisman open. Just then, the ghost also finished its appetizer, growling as it raised its iron saw, intending to deliver a finishing blow to send him to the afterlife. Blessed by his ancestors, thanks to a miraculous roll, he narrowly evaded the fatal saw strike from death. Lin Mo stood in the room watching this comedy and was speechless, judging that this guy was not only blind in love, but also mentally crippled. "You idiot, are your teeth just for decoration? Why don't you use your mouth to tear the talisman open?" As if enlightened, he immediately bit and tore the talisman with his mouth, quickly thanking Lin Mo before vaporizing. And so, Hao Kun was officially kicked out of the competition. The beast froze in confusion. Where did this seat's delicious prey vanish to? "Spit that meat back out for me." Just at this moment, the system happily announced another 40 defense break points harvested. Lin Mo stood smugly behind the door, making teasing faces and mocking gestures, driving the monster mad with frustration. It thrashed and slammed into it in vain. The power of an ordinary ghost couldn't even scratch a layer of paint off this barrier. Inside Lin Mo's scheming head, a brilliant idea suddenly sparked. The young man wiped some hot pot broth onto his wrist and yelled outside, "Hey there, electrode ghost kid, want a taste of this to warm your belly?" The ghost sniffed the scent, and its drool ran down instantly, frantically slamming its entire body against the glass. The mischievous youth continued his antics, testing the patience of the poor creature. Frowning is useless, Even if you lick the door till it breaks, you won't get a single bite, darling. Tease me, will you? The demon was so resentful that its brain felt like exploding, repeatedly sawing at the door in vain. And of course, the young man effortlessly swept up a combo of 60 defense break points. The crazier the monster became, the more refreshed Lin Mo felt. Bring it on, is that all the stamina you have? After swinging the saw frantically for a while, it was exhausted, panting heavily like a blacksmith's bellows without getting a single piece of meat. Seeing that the prey was too tough, it turned away in disappointment to leave. Lin Mo was taken aback and quickly called out, "Hey, where are you going? If you run away, how am I supposed to grind defense break points?" Out of options, he had no choice but to unlock the door himself. "You fool, your lord has stepped out. If you have the guts, come over and tear me apart." Catching the sound waves from behind, the monster braked hard and spun around. The students hiding in their rooms watching the drama broke into a cold sweat. Has this Lin Mo guy lost his fear receptors? This time, he is definitely not surviving in one piece. A bloodthirsty roar echoed through the hallway. As soon as it spotted the fresh, juicy slab of meat, it flashed a savage, foolish grin and dashed forward like an arrow from a bow. The fish took the bait. This was exactly what Lin Mo had been looking forward to. Pretending to be scared, he timidly took steps backward. Retreating all the way back inside the safety door, he left the monster stomping its feet in frustration once again, spitting blood with rage as it watched helplessly. Just like a joke, the clever youth smoothly pocketed another 50 defense break points. His ultimate goal was to exploit its anger, because the madder it got, the more points he could milk. Thus, this king of trolls trotted outside the boundary again to yell abuses at the ghost. Truly a creature that would die for food, it kept blindly falling into the trap like a moth to a flame. As it rushed forward, the youth retreated. This in-and-out game repeated a dozen times, and it still fell for it. This beast's level of stupidity must be of cosmic proportions. After playing around like that for hundreds of rounds, he grinned in satisfaction, ignoring the speechless stares of his classmates. They muttered, "Has this brat come from an alien species, not knowing how to write the word fear? Or are his nerves fried? Keeping on provoking that beast, once dawn breaks and the ward's barrier loses effect, he will have to vanish into the earth just to stay alive." But the moment they closed their mouths, an earth-shattering scene unfolded. Not only was he not afraid, but that madman was actually chasing the electrode ghost down the hall. What kind of nonsense is this? A monster running away from a human? Is it sick of fresh meat? Lin Mo chased hot on its heels, his mouth wide open as he roared. Stop right there. Where do you think you're escaping to? Heaven has eyes, today I will sacrifice you alive." What kind of bizarre script is this? A horror movie or a variety show? Words truly fail to describe it, having lived for so many years only to witness a scene that goes against the laws of nature. The electrode ghost's defense break progress bar had climbed to 80%. Lin Mo was determined not to let this juicy prey slip away. Furthermore, he had the audacity to block its path, offering his fair arm for it to bite. The youth used the most provocative words to mock. "Come on and eat, fresh, premium human meat. Go ahead and open your mouth to take a bite." The ghost was like a cornered beast. Pushed too far, it decided to risk its cheap life to fight to the bitter end with him. Right at this golden moment, Lin Mo seized the opportunity to instantly unleash his ultimate skill, blood prison illusion. In the blink of an eye, its massive body froze, as if every movement was manipulated by an invisible force. He continued his coaxing song, "Take a bite, such a rare delicacy. My arm is mostly lean with little fat, perfect for a low cholesterol diet, why hesitate to take a bite?" The young man even spared the time to slap his bicep to send the smell of raw meat directly into its nostrils. The mental collapse index of the electrode ghost had reached 90%, only a tiny bit away. The duration of the blood prison illusion on a high-tier beast only lasted a 10-second countdown. Now the life and death clock had only a split second of 3 seconds left. The moment the control dissolved was also when the bomb of rage in its heart exploded. It roared and crashed forward like a runaway tank. "Seems you don't find the food to your liking, so let's call it a day." Now its mind only burned with the desire to tear Lin Mo into 100 pieces. His teasing had truly poked a hornet's nest, but the important thing was that the defense break milestone had jumped to 99%, completing the condition for a forced contract. To put it mildly, whoever was unfortunate enough to run into Lin Mo would find their ancestors unable to carry them. Big or small, any ghost in this youth's hands would turn into a mere mosquito. With surging confidence, he leisurely activated the contract bond with the third spirit. The familiar process repeated as the system's mechanical voice inquired, "Mr. Electrode Ghost, are you willing to humble yourself to become the third spirit servant under Mr. Lin Mo?" Mr. Electrode Ghost reluctantly consented, and the contract ritual officially commenced. A massive question mark of bewilderment crossed its face. Before its brain could process it, the deed of self-sale was already stamped and finalized. Shocked yet little ghosts, this is the terrifying power of the forced signing mode. Before its mouth could even close, all the paperwork was finished in a snap. The youth smoothly added the third monster's name to his collection. The invigilators sitting in the monitoring room witnessing this footage were also left slack-jawed in shock. It was clear as day that the electrocution ghost was in a frenzied, murderous state. In the blink of an eye, it had willingly surrendered itself. This forced contracting ability was something that even the top figures at the Security Bureau would probably find impossible to handle. What kind of unorthodox sorcery did this unknown kid actually use? This boy is indeed a mysterious gem full of surprises. The loudspeaker blared once again. The electrocution ghost has been purged. Only one Wraith-class spirit remains in the infirmary area. Candidates are advised to remain highly vigilant. Classmates hiding in the bushes were the most shell-shocked of all. Taking down the electrocution ghost in just a few blinks of an eye was that Lin Mo even biologically human. The four-eyed student's face was completely drained of color, stammering incoherently, "Impossible. Lin Mo only managed to contract a weak mid-grade specter. How could he possibly stand against a monster of that caliber?" His strength had truly reached a monstrous level. With a casual, dashing stride, Lin Mo leisurely walked into the room, while the system prompt chimed in to congratulate the host on earning another 40 breakdown points. The more those people glared in sheer disbelief, the fatter his reward point wallet grew. These two jealous poster children were truly exemplary teammates. Before he had even lifted a finger, they were already willingly delivering a constant stream of breakdown points. Call them fools and they would get offended, yet the system clearly displayed that the newly subdued ghost sat proudly at the low-grade Wraith tier. Its ghostly aura sat at 560, requiring another 440 points to trigger an upgrade. However, its loyalty was hovering at a measly 5%. The beast did not seem genuinely tamed yet. The electrocution ghost possessed a wild, untamable nature, making its loyalty bar notoriously difficult to grind. On second thought, its core instinct was a craving for raw meat. Lin Mo quickly had a sudden idea. What if he treated it to a massive feast of pan-seared fresh meat? Maybe that would make its loyalty skyrocket. According to system rules, the Spectre class was restricted to unlocking just a single skill, whereas premium entities like Wraiths were privileged with activating 2 skills at once. The young man's stash of breakdown points was currently quite abundant. Spending them in the system to purchase skills right now was the perfect move. After successfully purchasing the first skill for the electrocution ghost, he secured the passive skill, Blood Siphon. According to the description of level 1 Blood Siphon, every point of damage taken would convert into 2 points of attack power. The lower its health dropped, the harder its strikes would hit. Its spiritual energy consumption was 0, and its cooldown was a flat 0 as well. Lin Mo did not hesitate to unlock the second skill right away. The system reported a successful exchange, securing the ultimate skill, Electrocution Frenzy. At level 1, Electrocution Frenzy allowed the ghost to swing its chainsaw wildly, creating an area of effect zone of damage. The spiritual energy cost was 100, and the cooldown took about 200 seconds. It was an incredible bargain. A passive stat buffing skill paired with an AI damage sweeping skill was truly a top-tier combination. With a solid crowd control lineup already in hand, and now a high-burst damage dealer added to the ranks, he could easily place himself among the top 1% of elite peers. In terms of ranks, a Tier 1 Ghost Tamer tamed standard ghosts, a Tier 2 Ghost Tamer manipulated wraiths, and a Tier 3 Ghost Tamer controlled evil spirits. The only critical catch was that the master and his ghost servant were at the exact same level. Currently, Lin Mo was only at the threshold of controlling standard ghosts. Keeping a Wraith-class electrocution ghost by his side was like holding a ticking time bomb. If he made a single slip-up and it rebelled, he would certainly be the first one sent to meet the King of Hell. For that reason, every move from now on had to be calculated with extreme caution. Of course, if he could boost the loyalty bar a bit more, the electrocution ghost would become more obedient. It seemed the most urgent task now was to grind and upgrade his ghost registry. Regardless, sleepiness had weighed heavily on his eyelids, and the young man began to yawn repeatedly. At this moment, no delicacy in the world could compare to a deep sleep. Taking a leap onto the soft bed, he felt a wave of comfort as if ascending to immortality, even though the surrounding environment reeked of blood and was anything but romantic. As the dawn gradually broke, the morning scenery looked quite picturesque. It was just a pity that the viewing spot was so gloomy and cold. Lin Mo maintained his nonchalant demeanor as if nothing had happened. Stretching after a sound sleep, he leisurely opened a bag of pastries for breakfast. His relaxed chewing and general enjoyment drove his classmates crazy. While his belly was full, they had been starving since last night. Not stopping there, he deliberately teased them. "Oh, doesn't anyone have breakfast? I have some leftover hot pot broth in there. Would you like some to tide you over?" One had to admit his knack for provoking people was unmatched. A single casual remark effortlessly netted him another 60 breakdown points. The group of students could only grit their teeth in silence, but surprisingly, only that selfish female student was thick-skinned enough to slide over and greedily slurp up the food. Seeing this, everyone cast glances of utter contempt and disdain at her. Naturally cowardly and incompetent, she still put on an act of pure innocence, blankly asking her classmates why they were glaring at her with daggers in their eyes. She was truly an eyesore. She was inherently a parasite who drained others, with the word sacrifice completely missing from her vocabulary. "Hey, classmate, didn't you see the pool of blood covering the floor over there? Does your conscience not feel a shred of guilt?" Not only was she too thick-skinned to admit her fault, but she also argued back stubbornly, "I don't have a life-saving guardian spirit. Even if I rushed out, I would have just thrown my life away. Who could I have saved? True love is about sacrificing for each other." She continued to make excuses. "Besides, the right to use the Aiku room was something he willingly gave to me. Mind your own business." This kind of wolf-hearted woman was fundamentally not worth worrying about. Lin Mo ruthlessly splashed cold water on her face. "But yesterday, you were the one crying that you would kneel down to beg others to save him. So why did you keep quiet and pretend to be deaf and dumb when it actually happened? If Hao Kun hadn't blindly given up his safety spot, the one whose arm was sawed off by the electrocution ghost, and disqualified from the exam yesterday would have been you, not that fool." Exposed to the point of having no defense left, the female student writhed in humiliation, and the young man easily pocketed another 50 breakdown points. Lin Mo delivered another critical blow to provoke her further. "If you still have the nerve to utter such shameless words, your venom is more disgusting than vipers. In the next stage of the exam, you'd better look after your own worthless life." The examiner's clear voice rang out, demanding all candidates to gather. The Grade A survival round had officially begun, kicking off a major battle. Currently hiding in this area are 1 wraith and 3 low-grade specters. They will unleash a massive slaughter. Any candidate who preserves their life until exactly 12 noon will successfully pass. The purple-haired girl trembled like a leaf. The beast from last night was only classified as a mid-grade wraith. How on earth did another one appear? Our group is only holding on to cheap low-grade specters. We're just offering ourselves up as prey. How can we possibly fight it? The blonde male student's face was as pale as a drowned corpse. What's the point of playing hero in this situation? The absolute priority is to save our own skin. Everyone, pack up quickly and get ready to run. The trouble was that they were surrounded by walls on all sides. Which way was safe? The wraith's whereabouts were completely unknown. If they were unlucky enough to charge straight into the tiger's den, they would certainly kick the bucket. The cold-blooded female student, who was willing to trample on love to survive, shrieked, "Then tell me, how are we supposed to manage?" But who had the energy to waste caring about someone like her? With a nature that stepped on others to survive, she should have been ghost bait a long time ago. Even the purple-haired girl found her unbearable. "Who is we with you? Look after your own life. We have no desire to be in the same boat as a traitor." Glancing at her twisted, pale face, it was highly likely she was catching the scent of a spirit nearby. Instantly, Lin Mo locked onto the target. What on earth was that lingering thing? It turned out to be an invisible ghost of the wraith tier. Every student in the room seemed clinically blind to this entity. The only person who could penetrate its camouflage was Lin Mo. Could this privilege be thanks to the power of the blood eye? The demon was clinging tightly to the ceiling in a state of absolute invisibility. So its ability was to blend into the air. One had to admit the eyesight of elder brother Blood Eye was truly unmatched. Witnessing this, its heart leaped with joy. Who would have thought this kid had also copied its tailing trick? In this critical moment, he couldn't just leave these fools to wait for death, so Lin Mo called out to remind them, "Hey, do you guys want to know where that ghost is hiding? It's breathing cold air right down the back of your necks." The group didn't seem to believe him at all, curling their lips and mocking Lin Mo's lame joke. "Are you delusional? Do you think saying a few scary words will make us wet our pants?" Everyone was convinced he was just bored and talking nonsense, until a cold hand suddenly emerged out of thin air. That eerie hand ruthlessly pierced straight through the chest of the cowardly, selfish female student. She thrashed in a pool of blood, screaming for help in vain. Had she been a decent person who knew how to sacrifice a little for others, perhaps a helping hand would have reached out. Unfortunately, with her rotten character and ungrateful way of life, this bloody end was simply instant karma. In this situation, there was absolutely no classmate willing to throw themselves into danger to save her. The invisible evil spirit extended tentacles to grip her body tightly, greedily draining every drop of fresh blood and completely stripping her of vitality in the blink of an eye. The destructive power of this beast was indeed formidable. Oh my God, was there really a ghost behind her? Why was she sucked dry into such a hideous corpse? How can the ordinary crowd see through that invisible shroud? The only thing that made them realize the presence of the evil spirit was the female student's corpse writhing and shrinking abnormally. Even if they strained their eyes to search every corner, they couldn't spot any ghostly shadow. Yet in an instant, the female student's head was twisted right off. The corpse was torn into 3 pieces, meaning she was officially disqualified from the exam in the bloodiest way possible. Lin Mo clicked his tongue and thought to himself, if it weren't for her toxic mouth and her indirectly causing her boyfriend to lose an arm, perhaps her end wouldn't have been this tragic. Even watching it, he felt this death was well-deserved. The youth then mocked his stubborn classmates. "I warned you there was a ghost behind you, but nobody believed me. Are your eyes wide open now, kids?" Thanks to the power of the blood eye, every movement of the invisible ghost fell into Lin Mo's sight. His ultimate goal was to hold out until 12 o'clock. There was no point in throwing his life away, so he might as well let those students act as meat shields. In chaotic times, keeping oneself alive was the wisest path. The purple-haired girl suddenly noticed something unusual about Mo Xing's every move, but even straining her eyes, she couldn't detect anything wrong around him. It was definitely a spirit with stealth abilities, which explained why their ordinary eyes were completely blinded. Realizing this, the 4-eyed male student frowned and questioned, how on earth did that guy Lin Mo sniff out its position? Currently, the only way to save their lives was to follow close behind Lin Mo, forget about glory. In the end, they were just a bunch of parasites chasing after him. Convinced that his right eye hid the blood eye, which allowed him to see through invisible entities, staying right behind him was absolutely the right move. The 4-eyed guy was still brooding with resentment. That lucrative blood eye ghost was clearly targeted by us first. Damn it, it was snatched away by that nobody Lin Mo. Anger burned within him, ready to consume everything. Thanks to the guy's rage, Lin Mo sweet-talked his way into another 40 breakdown points. The young man was slightly taken aback. He was clearly just running for his life without saying a word, yet the reward points kept racking up. Glancing back, he realized those cowardly students had already shamelessly followed right at his heels for a while. The invisible ghost was tailing them, and they were tailing him. What difference did this vicious cycle make from having that ghost target him directly? Even fleeing was not peaceful. These tagalongs were truly a super annoying burden. He had to use his brain to shake off this troublesome crowd. Right at this moment, the 2 fierce ghost servants Lin Mo had just contracted began sending thoughts, yearning to rush out and tear that damn invisible ghost to pieces. Lin Mo scratched his head in confusion. Why were they so eager to join the battle? Did they have some deep-seated grudge from a past life? Tracing the origin, it turned out that the invisible monster had secretly stolen a lot of the electrocution ghost's fresh meat, making the latter boil with rage this whole time. In that case, he might as well seize this golden opportunity to unleash them and let them settle their own score. Because if he didn't take this chance to buff the electrocution ghost's loyalty bar to a safe threshold, the day he got devoured by his own minion would probably not be far off. It seemed he had to seize the advantage. Helping it destroy the invisible ghost would make it willingly bow its head in absolute submission to him for the long term. After all, it was a personal grudge that needed settling, and it was all over a few stolen slabs of fresh meat. Lin Mo suddenly stopped in his tracks, causing the students behind him to freeze in bewilderment. The boy wearing glasses quickly asked, "Why did you suddenly stop? Did we shake off the evil spirit?" Human stamina had its limits. If they kept blindly running with this group until midnight, their legs would fall off. How could they endure it? The blonde youth also chimed in anxiously. So what do we do now? Fleeing is our only path to survival. Big brother Lin Mo, I'm already incredibly grateful that you're willing to use your yin-yang vision to guide us in our escape. The young man turned his head back and delivered a cold but highly resolute remark. I'm too lazy to run. In short, let's just destroy that ghost and get it over with. Hearing this, the entire group felt a chill down their spines, thinking this guy must have a death wish. That invisible monster was at the mid-grade wraith level, which even supervising teachers without yin-yang vision would struggle to handle, let alone a student. The boy with glasses whispered to the others, advising them to keep fleeing, because if he died, no one would be left to block them from competing with the purple-haired girl. They had indeed vastly underestimated Lin Mo's true strength. The youth calmly strode toward the invisible wraith, his demeanor exceptionally composed, showing not a trace of fear as he faced it head-on. Every single move of the students upon entering the exam area was captured in detail by the panel of invigilators. Through a large monitor system, the school's teachers were closely supervising the progress of each candidate. Each teacher was in charge of an area, but as death notifications constantly flashed on the screen, they began to break out in a cold sweat. Some were strangled to suffocation, some coughed up blood, while others broke down crying for help. The group lucky enough to survive couldn't even cling to a thin shred of hope. One invigilator sighed in despair. This is a complete disaster. The group of 7 taking the exam at the Living Dead Tomb Ghost domain all failed, in addition to 4 severely injured students who had to withdraw and 3 who have died. In the area managed by another teacher, the situation was equally disastrous. 8 students in the Soul Train Ghost domain were practically frightened out of their wits, scattering in all directions, and 1 student even had to be sent straight to a psychiatric hospital. At this rate, our province won't be able to cultivate a single decent Ghost Tamer. While the other teachers were in a state of utter confusion, only teacher Duan calmly sipped her tea, casually asking, Min, is everything fine on your side? To tell the truth, this female teacher was the school's beauty, possessing a gorgeous yet slightly cold appearance that was exactly everyone's type. Her response alone was enough to show her incredible grace. I currently still have 4 students remaining on my side. Her colleagues stared in amazement, praising her for still having 4 people left, an impressive feat indeed. However, the female teacher sighed softly. They originally had the potential to pass the test smoothly, but that kid decided to play big, directly confronting the Wraith's grand massacre. In reality, this exam was only meant to test escape skills, because how could normal high school students match a Wraith? The figure causing such a buzz among the teachers was none other than Lin Mo. Every single one of his movements was closely scrutinized by the invigilators. Although he had formed a contract with a ghost, the duration was too short, so his mastery was bound to be immature. The teachers all thought this was the classic show-off phase of youngsters who had just subdued a few specters. Nonetheless, a high school student possessing such immense courage was indeed rare to find. The teacher recognized that among those who registered for the Greater Ghost domain, hardly anyone had the guts to face a Wraith. Understanding the disparity in strength, she sighed in regret for a young talent. Returning to the exam progress, Lin Mo was still single-handedly locked in a stalemate with the invisible monster. He thought he had it trapped in the palm of his hand. Unexpectedly, this ghost was extremely slippery and slipped away in a flash. It was truly impossible to tail. Its agility was absolutely extraordinary. The watching students were so terrified that they covered their eyes, not daring to look. They secretly thought Lin Mo was a goner this time. No one asked him to be so arrogant as to underestimate this vicious ghost. Lin Mo immediately summoned his entire army of contracted ghosts, determined to go all out to battle the invisible ghost. A jarring shock to the spectators, he had actually summoned yet another contracted monster. Wasn't his mental limit only at 0.5? It turned out his contract limit had been upgraded, and he was even able to summon a fully formed ghost. This proved his mental capacity had reached the 1.5 mark. But even at 1.5, it's still far behind me, the boy with glasses smugly thought. If anyone was delusional about their own power, it was definitely him. The 4-eyed student sneered. His own limit was a solid 2 points. But even with 2 points in the end, they were still useless people who achieved nothing other than catching a mid-grade ghost for show. So what was there to show off? This brutal moment was the real time to unleash ultimate power. Lin Mo ordered the electrocution ghost to charge forward for a life-or-death showdown with the enemy. Upon seeing the roaring chainsaw, the invisible wraith seemed to hesitate. Lin Mo directed the electrocution ghost to hack the invisible ghost to pieces to settle their old score. Having had too much of its food stolen, the chainsaw-wielding wraith did not hesitate to charge straight forward with its weapon. With a massive body resembling a giant, it seemed just a single slash would be enough to send the enemy to the afterlife. Miserable screams echoed throughout the space. Merely hearing the sound was enough to imagine how brutal and bloody this deathmatch was. With a wraith-powered demon on one side and an equally formidable entity on the other, it was hard to tell who would emerge victorious. Carrying a heart full of hatred, the electrocution ghost seemed to gain a surge of power, its aura growing hundreds of thousands of times more formidable. The cold chainsaw sliced through the air and struck the invisible body, instantly hacking the enemy's body into hundreds of fragments. It roared, "That'll teach you to steal my stuff." The system immediately chimed with a warning. "Host, note that the invisible ghost's health bar is at exactly 5%. The time is ripe. Immediately use Slayer Sound of Destiny to finish it off." Lin Mo was extremely pleased, as the female pipa-playing ghost continuously plucked sharp notes to take the enemy's life. Her efficiency was indeed impressive, sending the invisible ghost to the afterlife in a heartbeat. Thanks to this exploit, the electrocution ghost's loyalty instantly shot up by 25%. Affinity level increased at a breakneck speed. Simply helping it release its bottled-up anger was enough to secure its loyalty. The electrocution ghost was surprisingly simple-minded and easy to coax, having clear likes and dislikes, all determined by food. Having grasped this weakness, Lin Mo concluded a truth about winning hearts: negotiate with meat. As long as he bought it plenty of food in the future to keep its stomach full, its loyalty would naturally rise. With the battle concluded, Lin Mo won a glorious victory and harvested a mid-grade wraith orb, which could easily fetch a few tens of thousands even if sold cheaply on the black market. Truly a massive haul. After tidying up the battlefield, the young man recalled his entire ghost army back into his body. The watching students went from one shock to another, still unable to recover their composure. This guy had not only defeated the invisible wraith, but had also successfully contracted the electrocution ghost. Possessing two fully formed ghosts and a remnant ghost, his talent had truly crushed every student present. How could there be such an absurd reality? Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the truth. Matter didn't stop there. In such a brief span, he had already unlocked a ghost's innate skill. Lin Mo's comprehension far exceeded everyone's imagination. At this rate of progress, the purple-haired girl's top position would be hard to maintain. The past and present had now reversed. However much Lin Mo had been put down and mocked in the past, he now stood there radiantly, laughing proudly, leaving his classmates fuming with anger but unable to counter. To protect her unique crown, the purple-haired girl gritted her teeth and told herself that she absolutely could not let this guy continue to grow stronger. Otherwise, he would become a massive threat in the future. The teachers observing the students' calm demeanor were also incredibly excited. Subduing 3 ghosts in less than a day, at this rate of advancement, he might even surpass the military district's grandmasters. Moreover, he was already flexibly activating skills, with extremely smooth execution when casting. Male student once regarded as the class's black hole was now shining so brightly that everyone had to admire him. He was truly exceptionally mature. Initially, they thought Lin Mo was a fool jumping straight into a wraith's trap, but who knew he had a systematic strategy. As it turned out, every move was calculated, with no foolish or impulsive actions. Summarizing this year's generation of students, in addition to the precious daughter of Gao Ju Zhang's family, who was capable of slaying 2 wraiths single-handedly, there was now also this kid Lin Mo. This was bound to be a pair of formidable rivals, giving the board of teachers a headache to consider. At that exact moment, the minister suddenly arrived. He showed immense interest in this mysterious factor. Would have thought their school would produce such an outstanding young talent. Although this official was advanced in years, his demeanor still exuded a truly dapper air. Just looking at his delighted face was enough to tell how pleased he was. Both handsome and charismatic, he truly lived up to being the leader. He grandly and resolutely declared, "Once the exam concludes, please arrange for me to contact that kid named Lin Mo directly. We must dedicate the highest quality cultivation resources to help him unlock his full potential." Naturally, the teacher immediately nodded in obedience. Even though the exam was not yet over, the boy was incredibly at ease. After dealing with the invisible wraith, there were virtually no formidable obstacles left in this place. Now was a moment to rest and freely gaze at the sky. In this world, Every demon carried its own unique story, a hidden ability waiting to be discovered. If he could form contracts with all of these ghosts, wouldn't Lin Mo hold a powerful army of darkness in his hands? Just visualizing it made the young man's blood boil. Imagining himself standing at the peak of the world, waving his hand as millions of demons bowed in submission, was indeed a beautiful dream. But that dream was now about to become reality. Taking over the world was not a bad ambition at all. Just thinking of it made his energy multiply. The invigilators, seeing this vision, were also overjoyed. The school had finally nurtured a talent possessing genuine superpowers. The exam ended, and the scoreboard was updated. Currently, only 4 students had managed to hold out, among whom Lin Mo was the one who performed the task most outstandingly, naturally claiming the winning spot. Among the 6 brave candidates who chose Grade A, Hao Kun and Mo Qing were officially eliminated. Hao Kun was the male student who had to grit his teeth and use a life-saving talisman to escape, while Mo Qing, true to her cold name, met her grim fate when she was sliced into 3 pieces by the invisible ghost. So many illusions shattered into dust. The blonde student breathed a sigh of relief for keeping his life. He also didn't care about competing for rankings. The reported results showed he was lucky enough to subdue 1 ghost, though he had not defeated any enemies. The total score he brought back was 60. As for Liu Si, this spectacled youth was only good at nitpicking and being selfish. In the end, he also only contracted a single ghost with 0 kills, closing his record at 70 points. Sun Li, the arrogant purple-haired girl, contracted 1 ghost and slew 2, bringing back an excellent score of 80 points. The final boss always knew how to deliver a surprise. Lin Mo successfully subdued 2 specters and 1 wraith, while slaying 1 specter and 1 wraith, proudly achieving a score of 90. His classmates looked at the scoreboard with eyes burning with envy. It was truly a case of he who laughs last laughs best. The title of MVP of the exam naturally belonged to Lin Mo, accompanied by the reward of a precious Azure Corpse Ghost Orb. Up to this point, Lin Mo had gathered 5 low-grade Spectre Orbs, 1 mid-grade Wraith Orb, and now pocketed another high-grade one. This quantity was more than enough to nurture the Blood Eye to upgrade to Wraith tier, thereby unlocking its second skill. It was indeed a satisfying achievement. The surrounding students stared in astonishment when they saw Lin Mo casually toss the precious orb into a mundane bag that looked no different from a trash bag. Everyone inwardly cursed him for being unable to recognize value, shoving a treasure into a plastic bag. But how could they know that the shabby pouch contained a massive fortune? The supervising teacher announced loudly, "Congratulations on surviving the exam. You may all head home now." Finally, the arduous challenges had come to an end. Sweat continuously poured from the teacher's forehead, her heart filled with anxiety, folding her hands to pray that her students would return safe and sound. Just as the system announced that the candidates had returned, the sight that met her eyes left the teacher shocked to tears. How did it come to this? The current appearance of the students was too tragic to look at. Some were covered in injuries, some had completely lost an arm, others had lost their eyes. They urgently needed to be rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. One student was bleeding profusely, his exhausted body looking as if he couldn't hold on for even another moment. The teacher panicked completely, rushing out in a flurry to shout for medical help. "Emergency! There's a student with severe blood loss. We need a doctor immediately." The medical team quickly rushed in to assist. Looking at the kids was heartbreaking. It was hard to tell if they had gone to take an exam or to surrender their lives. Their state was wretched beyond words. Swallowing her tears, the teacher checked the head count. Out of the 20 who managed to crawl through the exam, half of them were severely injured. Lin Mo was the only survivor to step out of the Great Ghost domain with a completely unscathed body. This was a miracle beyond everyone's wildest imagination. The teacher rushed over in a panic to check on him, because in her memory, there was no way a student of his academic standing could survive leaving the Great Dead Zone. "Lin Mo, are you all right? Why do you look so dazed? Were you scared out of your wits?" "It's all right, everything is over now, you're safe." The teacher emotionally embraced Lin Mo. Unfortunately, her ample chest pressed tightly against the young man's face, making him feel a bit embarrassed. While Lin Mo was still in an awkward position, the main server announced clearly, "Candidate Lin Mo, total score 90. Congratulations on achieving the MVP title." This was truly a miraculous story in real life. A male student who always hovered at the bottom of the rankings had dominated the entire school in the blink of an eye, even displaying the aura of a genius. This result crushed all doubts, leaving even himself astonished. The homeroom teacher was completely flabbergasted. This child, who possessed the worst talent, had actually conquered the grade A Ghost domain, claiming the top spot in the entire grade, and had done so without a single scratch on his skin. She patted his shoulder proudly. "Well done, you're truly my favorite student. I told you that you could do it." Lin Mo was speechless in his heart. She scolded him terribly every day. Had she completely forgotten now? Seeing the strange bag on the table, the teacher asked curiously, so Lin Mo replied briefly, "It is stuff I picked up in the ghost realm." The teacher was startled. "You took things from the dead." She could not believe that for a student to pass the life and death trial was already a blessing of 3 generations, and now he even had the audacity to scavenge from the deceased. This kid's courage is truly immense. Could this be a rising star in the world of ghost tamers? Suddenly, a strange noise came from nearby. Turning around, he saw Zio Pan snoring loudly. Lin Mo was speechless, hoping this fat guy did not enter the arena just to catch up on sleep. But glancing at the fat guy's scorecard, he nodded in approval. The score is actually quite decent. "Wake up, buddy, school is over. If you keep sleeping, they will be collecting your bones." Hearing about dinner, Zio Pan bounced up like a spring. "Is my stingy friend actually treating me today?" Lin Mo laughed heartily. "You fat head, you are as fast as lightning when it comes to food." While they were wandering the streets looking for a diner, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. The caller was Lin Feng. He told Zio Pan, "You go in first, find a table and order. I will step out to take this call." A loud voice boomed from the other end. "How is my dear son? Did you fail the exam?" Lin Mo proudly reported that he had just claimed the top spot in the Class A Ghost realm. Lin Feng heard this and laughed heartily. "That is my good boy." And Shuang next to him also chimed in. "Wonderful, my son. Let us see who dares look down on my son for being a bad student from now on. If you run out of money, just tell me. The crops have been selling well lately, so I will send you some pocket money." Lin Mo replied warmly, "Yes, I still have plenty. I also made a tidy sum in the arena. You and Dad are getting old. Do not work yourselves too hard." Lin Feng concluded affectionately, "Your mother and I are still very healthy. Anyway, we are going to have dinner now. My Mo-er has really grown up, knowing how to care for his parents." Cutting to another corner, a heavily wounded man threatened loudly. "Fine, the security bureau will never spare your lives." Immediately, Lin Feng coldly swung his scythe, making a decisive slash that took his life. He growled in anger, "That measly security bureau, I will level it sooner or later, killing every single one of them down to the last shrimp." A Yang standing nearby quietly reminded him, "This is our 7th action of the year. Will the security forces sniff out our trail?" Lin Feng asserted confidently, "Absolutely not, they are just widening their search grid. If they push me too far, I will move straight to the city." A Yang pouted, "What are you going to the city for? Planning to bring more trouble to Zio Mo?" Lin Feng laughed darkly, "I will go straight to their headquarters and send them all to their ancestors." Back at the diner, a tray of steaming, fragrant food was served. Lin Mo's eyes widened. This fat guy ordered without any restraint. Zio Pan smiled with squinted eyes. "It is not often that you treat me. Why not eat to our heart's content?" Looking at his visibly thinned wallet, Lin Mo felt the sting as 200 yuan sprouted wings and flew straight into his fat friend's stomach. He asked curiously, "By the way, what trick did you use in there to form the contract?" Zio Pan smacked his lips and recounted his misery. "At first, I found a ghost in a trash can, then hid inside there all day, almost starving to death." Hearing this, Lin Mo quickly nudged his chair away. "No wonder you fainted in a trash can. No wonder your whole body smells so sour." Zio Pan said with teary eyes, "After today, we are going our separate ways. I am going to the vocational college, while Moji is going to university. When you make it big in the future, do not forget this brother." Lin Mo waved his hand outwardly, complaining about his rock-bottom theory scores, but secretly calculated. "Now that I have the system's help, no matter where I study, I will dominate." Suddenly, Zio Pan pointed at the TV, his eyes shining. "Moji, look, there is a beauty on TV." It turned out the news broadcast was reporting on the eldest daughter of the Security Bureau, Gao Shishi, who had just brilliantly slain 2 high-level evil spirits. Her sharp face was displayed clearly on the screen. Lin Mo curled his lip in disdain. Relying on the resources of the Security Bureau, slaying 2 evil spirits is no big deal. Zio Pan immediately shot back, "That is pure jealousy. Look at your own humble status, you are not even worthy to carry her shoes." Lin Mo retorted, "You are no better, you followed a girl for 3 years and she did not even look at you once." Hizio Pan froze for 5 seconds, his face falling, saying that makes me lose my appetite. Immediately, the system notified that Lin Mo was awarded 10 anger points. Hizio Pan praised while chewing loudly, "Someone like Gao Shishi will definitely enter the most prestigious academy. With your score, you might even end up at the same school. Remember to take some sneak shots for me then." Lin Mo smirked confidently. "Do not worry, if I can even hunt down photos of someone like Jun Wangji, let alone her." Hizio Pan asked in confusion, "Who on earth is Jun Wangji?" Lin Mo had to make up an excuse, "Oh, just a celebrity." He patted his chest in relief, almost forgetting that this character does not exist in this world. After eating his fill, Hizio Pan excused himself and left. Lin Mo hailed a taxi and asked to be taken to Bai Lan neighborhood. The car sped through the night, and Lin Mo idly pulled out his phone to browse. Suddenly, the car jolted violently as if hitting a pothole. He poked his head out to look, finding the scenery completely unfamiliar. This was definitely not the way to his house. Looking at the driver's shady face, he was suddenly startled. "Oh great, this is a bad sign of getting into a ride of doom." The driver swung the steering wheel with a loud crash and growled, "We have arrived at the final stop." The car made a sharp turn, its wheels screeching in a drift before coming to a halt. The driver flung the car door open, catching Lin Mo off guard. He shoved Lin Mo outside, shouting, "Boss, the target has been delivered." He looked up and saw the slender back of a girl ahead, the corner of his mouth curving up in evaluation. "Oh, quite a nice figure." And Ran whipped around, wearing a triumphant smile. Lin Mo quickly covered his face with his hand, muttering, "Turns out only her back looks good." She was furious upon hearing this. "What gibberish are you spouting?" The system immediately notified a bonus of 20 defense break points. Lin Mo smiled inwardly. Teasing girls actually gives reward points, but why does this face look so familiar? Without letting him think further, and Ran aggressively stepped forward. She threw a powerful kick at the side of the car, right behind Lin Mo. Then she began to threaten him. "Rumors on the street say you just hoarded quite a few ghost pearls during the exam. Hand them over obediently, and this big sister might be merciful enough to let you keep a kidney." Lin Mo laughed speechlessly. What era is this that people are still playing highwaymen? He teased, "Sister, I have been straight since birth. What use is keeping just one kidney? Why do you not just take them both to save time?" Ran shouted in a rage, "I am telling you to hand over the ghost pearls." Lin Mo kept playing dumb. Is the ghost pearl some newly bred pig species? Is the barbecue tasty? She boiled with anger. "Kids, stop fooling around. Have you not woken up from your dream to realize who you are standing before? Do you not watch the news? Does Hayao Bang sound familiar? I am the boss." Half a month ago, surrounded by the security bureau, I swung my blade to carve out a bloody path, running straight from the East District to the West District, escaping completely unscathed. Lin Mo continued to needle her. "You must have been exhausted from all that running then. It is about time you find a place to rest." And Ran shook with anger, screaming, "What if I do not want to rest? Whether I am tired or not is none of your business." He shrugged nonchalantly. "I was just being kind. Overexerting yourself could lead to a stroke one day." The system pinged again, adding 20 points. And Ran lost her temper completely. "Cut the crap. Cough up the ghost pearls, hurry." The system casually announced another 60 points. A henchman brandishing a knife stepped forward to advise, "Boss, why waste breath on this kid? Just strip him clean." Lin Mo pretended to clutch his waist and flee. "Damn, they are actually planning to steal my kidney." He turned on his heel and fled without a second thought. The two henchmen chanted a spell, instantly summoning 2 evil spirits, a drunkard ghost and a frozen ghost. They commanded the monsters, preparing to attack their prey, and Ran waved her hand to order, "Make your move." The 2 evil spirits howled with eerie sounds and began their pursuit. They charged fiercely toward Lin Mo, but his movements were incredibly agile, performing a perfect flip to dodge before slowly standing back up. Lin Mo warned himself to stay alert. This was his first actual combat against Ghost Tamers, and he absolutely could not afford to be careless. The drunkard ghost and the frozen ghost obeyed the order, pouncing aggressively. Lin Mo suddenly remembered the news mentioning that Hayao Bang was professional robbers, but he had not expected the security bureau to apparently turn a blind eye to their rampage. Analyzing the situation quickly, he smirked provocatively. "Bring it on, let us see how much strength you petty thieves actually have." The muscular man snapped, "Brat, you dare look down on me." He roared, ordering the drunkard ghost to use its ultimate skill, the grand drunken splash. The ghost spat out a mouthful of murky liquor. Lin Mo quickly covered his nose, the stench of alcohol rising up and giving him a headache. This is bad. Can this kind of bizarre skill even be used? He felt an invisible control effect spreading. Seeing Lin Mo starting to stagger, and Ran burst out laughing, wobbling already. Let me give you a taste of true despair. She screamed, summoning both the mummy ghost and the nightmare ghost at once. Lin Mo frowned slightly, not expecting this woman to actually possess two high-level specters. And Ran shouted, "Mummy nightmare, get him!" The mummy ghost immediately swung both arms, slamming them hard onto the ground. Lin Mo felt the ground under his feet shake, and his body involuntarily trembled. He secretly cried out in dismay. He had fallen into a trap. Two paper talismans shot toward Lin Mo like daggers. Caught in an illusion, Lin Mo slapped his own face, muttering, "Damn it, wake up quickly." Before he could recover his senses, he swung his hand and slapped his other cheek. Just like that, he slapped himself a few more times quite loudly. And Rand's group stood watching in surprise at this ruthlessness, while the two paper talismans slowly slithered over, wrapping tightly around his ankles. And Rand gloated, "I am about to catch you, kid." But in some miraculous way, Lin Mo still managed to slip away and dodge. The muscular guy and Rand gasped in astonishment. How did he pinpoint the mummy ghost's location? When he looked up, one of Lin Mo's eyes was already glowing blood red. They cried out in horror in unison, "It is the blood pupil." This battle seems to be getting a bit tricky. And Rand gritted her teeth and ordered, "Everyone charge together." The entire gang frantically commanded the horde of ghosts for an all-out assault. Lin Mo rolled up his sleeves, a haughty smile appearing. Now it is my turn to retaliate. He immediately summoned his high-level female specter, activating the soul-claiming melody skill. The eerie sound of the pipa echoed, tearing at their eardrums, making the ghosts clutch their heads and roll on the ground. And Rand's group suffered no less pain, their heads spinning. Lin Mo calculated coldly. He had to deliver a finishing blow immediately. If the crowd control duration ended before he cleaned up, he would be in a difficult position. He summoned another powerful helper, Electrode Ghost. "Go chop them to pieces for me." Both sides rushed at each other like moths to a flame. The female boss and Rand knit her brows tightly, her eardrums throbbing with pain from the onslaught of chaotic sound. Lin Mo calmly analyzed the situation, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. The age-old philosophy, to capture the rebels, capture their leader first. He lightly raised his hand to instruct, "Take down that wench in the back first." Electrode Ghost let out an obedient roar, stomping over the interfering spirits in its way and rushing with its chainsaw straight toward the female boss of Hai Ao Bang. A powerful and decisive slash came straight down. But her reflexes were also extremely agile, twisting her body to dodge the chainsaw blade. Lin Mo clicked his tongue in surprise. "Oh, missed it." An evil spirit immediately blocked the path to protect and ran. It seemed that the dark light of the nightmare ghost possessed an extremely excellent passive defense mechanism. As long as its owner was restricted, it would automatically break the control. That loyal evil spirit seized the opportunity to carry its mistress out of the center of the impact. And Ran retreated to safety, quickly reforming her defensive stance. Cold sweat dripped from her at Lin Mo's overwhelming strength. She had previously tested a few students who had just finished their exams. Those kids had weak skills and useless control abilities, falling after a light blow. But how could this person in front of her be so strong? Lin Mo also racked his brain. Fighting a Ghost Tamer was indeed not easy. If he could not slash that leader woman, he would have to trim down her wings instead. While the two henchmen were still dazed by the lingering effects of the dark light, Electrode Ghost spun its chainsaw and rushed forward like a whirlwind. And Ran, seeing this, shrieked in panic, "Block it, this is bad." But it was too late. The chainsaw blade sliced down, severing one of the muscular man's legs. Lin Mo cheered excitedly, missed the main target but salvaged a leg. Electrode Ghost, keep dissecting him. Unfortunately, that gluttonous monster was completely captivated by the muscular man's severed leg. Lin Mo scratched his head and swore inwardly, "Damn it, it is acting up and losing control again." Electrode Ghost ignored his command, plonking itself down to chew on its trophy with delight. Lin Feng clenched his fists, trying to suppress his frustration. As expected, a novice Ghost Tamer would find it hard to rein in these gluttonous evil spirits. Right then, the pipa music of the soul-claiming melody faded out, and the skill officially entered cooldown. The enemy's evil spirits broke free from their paralysis and began preparing for a counterattack. Only then did the muscular man realize he had lost his leg, screaming agonizingly as his painful cries tore through the quiet night. His screams drew everyone's eyes to him. Only Electrode Ghost remained completely indifferent, leisurely gnawing on its dinner. From midair, the drunkard ghost took advantage of the momentum to dive down as fast as lightning. It delivered a thunderous punch straight to Electrode Ghost's head. The delicious snack fell out of its mouth, rolling onto the ground. Electrode Ghost's blood boiled, and it whipped around, roaring, "Who dared to knock over my rice bowl?" The chainsaw ghost's eyes turned bright red, its murderous intent exploding to its peak. The battlefield became a complete mess, the screams of humans mingling with the roars of ghosts to create a terrifying chaos. And Ran ordered in a panic, "This battle was our oversight. I did not expect him to have contracts with 3 ghosts. Saving lives is more important, retreat immediately." Without hesitating for another half-second, the Hai Ao Bang henchmen scrambled to retreat. They grabbed the bloody muscular man under his arms, dragging him along. They all ran for their lives toward the waiting car, shouting, "Get in the car, quick." Piling into the car, the battered robbers were still shaking, cold sweat soaking through their clothes. The car revved and sped away like a chased demon, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. Before fleeing, the female boss in Ran turned her head to throw a face-saving line. "I have remembered your face, the real show is yet to come." Lin Mo stood with arms akimbo, laughing mockingly. "Next time you go robbing, remember to dress properly. Your clothes are torn and you are exposing yourself, sister." The system joyfully announced again, "Congratulations to the host on receiving 30 more defense break points." But he was still perplexed. Her face was so familiar, looking exactly like someone. Combing through his memory, he slapped his thigh, "Right, Gao Shishi." He immediately reviewed the information. Gao Shishi is the pampered daughter of the security director. She can have as many ghost pearls as she wants, so why would she form a gang to mug my measly pearls? This was utterly absurd. They clearly looked like 2 drops of water, so what on earth was the catch here? Lin Mo turned to ask his consultant, "Hey Dongji, what do you think, lady?" Blood Pupil Ghost rested her chin on her hand and deduced, "Based on my image analysis, the facial similarity is up to 80%. Lin Mo raised his thumb in appreciation. "Superb, having a female assistant to analyze images really makes life easy." But he still frowned in confusion. Why would the director's beloved daughter target a nobody like me? He rubbed his chin, thinking, "It makes even less sense. The media hyped her up as being incredibly strong, so why did I alone send her running for her life just now?" His head spinning more and more, Lin Mo waved his hand. "Forget it, why should I care?" He bent down to pick up the pearl dropped on the ground. Smiling with satisfaction, turns out getting ambushed is actually quite profitable, picking up a rare item that dropped from their bags. Scanning the wasteland, Lin Mo gasped, "What the hell is this? Where on earth am I?" He screamed in despair, "You bastards, if you kidnap me to the middle of nowhere, you should at least drop me back. How am I supposed to call a cab now?" Shifting to a dark and damp warehouse, a bone-chilling scream of pain echoed. The muscular man's face was completely pale, cold sweat pouring off him like rain, as his companions hastily tried to stop the bleeding. The crude stitches piercing through his flesh made him shudder. Boston Rand stayed by his side, continuously encouraging him, "Hang in there, it is almost done." His pale lips trembled, and he gritted his teeth and replied, "I am sorry, boss, it is because I am useless and hindered your plan." Hearing her loyal follower say this, her eyes softened slightly. "What do you mean by hindering? You guys went through life and death for me. I hold this deep in my heart. How can I blame you? It is just that our equipment is trash, and we were unlucky to run into an expert. That kid's strength is too formidable." Another guy nearby spoke up resentfully. "If it were not for that damn sister stealing your ghost destiny, you would not have had to resort to mugging a brat." And Rand poured cold water to wash her face to stay awake. Her eyes flashed with extreme resentment, gritting her teeth to swear a solemn oath. "I swear, if heaven lets me meet that kid again, I will chop him to pieces to avenge you." Night fell, and a quiet stillness enveloped the surroundings. A cold wind blew gently through every alleyway. The door of the rented room creaked open. Lin Mo dragged his exhausted body inside, his face dark with murderous intent. "So unlucky, making me ride a rickety bike all the way back from the edge of the city." He slumped onto his comfortable bed, his bones aching. His heavy eyelids slowly closed, and his brain prepared to drift into sleep. Suddenly, a harsh, loud noise from upstairs blared down, startling him. Hot blood rushed to his brain, his face turning red with anger. Lin Mo bounced up like a spring, straining his neck to yell, "Who on earth is howling in the middle of the night?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger as he muttered, "This landlord woman's family is completely insane. Her son screams like a pig every midnight. Before, when I got annoyed and went to complain, she actually dared to put her hands on her hips and scold me right to my face." Lin Mo smirked shadily, thinking that this time he had to teach them an unforgettable lesson. He decisively summoned his high-level female specter, leaning in to whisper the upcoming plan carefully in her ear. From the floor directly above, the loud sound of singing was echoing down. A whole crowd had gathered, very lively, with the sound of cheerful chatter echoing continuously. The landlord's beloved son was energetically clutching the microphone, screaming at the top of his lungs for another song. Right then, the mother sitting on the sofa suddenly shivered with a cold chill. She glanced toward the window, secretly wondering why the back of her neck was suddenly so freezing cold. Turning to her husband with a bewildered face, she softly asked if there was some spiritual force around. The husband calmly waved his hand to comfort her, telling her to rest assured because ghosts in the city had long been cleared out by the Safety Bureau, and that cold draft was probably just a sign of an approaching storm. The son pouted, complaining to his parents that they were too busy whispering to pay attention to his performance. The father could only chuckle, quickly coaxing him that they were indeed paying attention, advising the kid to confidently keep singing. Without paying any attention to his mother's pale face, the precious son raised the microphone to his mouth again to drift along with the music. The fluorescent light in the middle of the living room suddenly flickered repeatedly, giving the mother a fright, but the husband remained indifferent, explaining that it was just a fluctuating power supply and nothing to panic about. The mother unconsciously turned her head to look back, her pupils dilating to the limit in terror as she saw the television somehow turn on by itself. In the middle of that flickering TV screen, a bizarre creature with long, disheveled hair suddenly poked its face out. Both mother and son were scared out of their wits, screaming at the top of their lungs to turn off that haunted TV immediately. The father quickly grabbed the remote, flusteredly pressing the power button. Turning back, he frowned in confusion, asking the two why they were acting as if they had met an evil spirit, while his wife and son were gasping in relief at having escaped. The father spoke in a puzzled voice. How could there possibly be an evil spirit inside that broadcasting box? The wife, in a state of panic with her eyes bulging wide, pointed tremblingly at the bizarre dark shadow right behind her husband's back. The father spun around with a start, his chest pounding wildly with fear. A gloomy, high-pitched voice rang out from behind, leaving the whole family frozen, questioning who dared to sing instead of sleeping at midnight, and who was bold enough to call her name. The series of ear-splitting screams echoing down made Lin Mo extremely pleased. Right then, the system congratulated the host for earning 60 defense break points. He curled his lips slightly, letting out a satisfied smile. Immediately after, he commanded the high-level female specter to end the scare and return quickly. From upstairs came the loud scolding of the father, because his son's late-night singing had lured an evil spirit, accompanied by the son's weeping and begging, swearing never to touch a microphone again, which finally allowed Lin Mo to enjoy a peaceful sleep. Walking down the hallway, Lin Mo bumped into the landlord and his son heading his way. He cheerfully waved and greeted them in a very friendly manner, pretending to care about what was so noisy at their place last night. The precious son was holding his swollen cheek with one hand while clutching his father with the other. That appearance could not escape Lin Mo's eyes, so he bluntly teased, asking if the boy had gotten his head cracked open from a beating. The father looked distressed when recalling last night's incident, quickly waving his hand and sighing not to mention it because the house had just invited a ghost in. Lin Mo felt delighted upon hearing this, smirking and adding a sarcastic comment that since his own room did not show any sign of ghosts, it must have been because this family's precious son screamed in the middle of the night, inviting them in. Hearing the spark, the father flew into a rage again, throwing a kick at the kid that made him shriek in pain, while continuously cursing his troublesome child for screaming in the middle of the night. After giving his disobedient son a thorough beating, the father turned to Lin Mo for help, asking if the young man was knowledgeable about spiritual matters to help the family exorcise the evil spirit, Otherwise, the whole house would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. He scratched his head and pretended to put on airs, waving his hand to suggest that this matter was a piece of cake because he was a ghost-taming student. So such trivial things were not worth worrying about, except that he currently owed 5 months of rent. Fully understanding Lin Mo's blackmailing intent, the landlord quickly waved his hand and generously declared to wipe out all the debt. Hearing those words, his eyes lit up as if finding a gold mine, immediately agreeing on the spot and urging the landlord to lead the way to slay the evil spirit. As soon as he stepped into the landlord's home, he quickly sprinkled white salt in every corner of the house. Next, he took a huge gulp of water, puffing up both cheeks. Then he suddenly spat the water directly into the family members' faces, looking exactly as if he was using public duty to settle a personal score. Completing countless ridiculous rituals, the young man happily walked out the door, solemnly declaring that the musical evil spirit had been destroyed and warning them not to scream at dawn anymore. In the back, the whole family beamed except for the beaten kid, endlessly thanking the master for his great skill. As soon as the landlord's door closed, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. He opened it to check, his cheerful expression turning thoughtful as he browsed the screen. It turned out to be a text message from his subordinates looking for him. After responding to the other side, his attention caught a familiar avatar of the fat guy inviting him to rank up in honor of kings. This game was identical to one he had grinded in his past life, back when he was a master who had reached platinum rank. Having just stepped into his room, and before even resting, Lin Mo quickly went online to play a few casual matches. On the touch screen, the list of teammates who would participate in the battle was displayed one by one. When the system notified a successful matchmaking, his lips curled in amusement. Indeed, the mechanics were exactly like the old game, and there was even the appearance of Blood Pupil Ghost, which was a good chance to test her skills. His fingers swiftly slid across the screen, instantly picking a champion with long tentacles like an octopus to battle. He immediately opened the chat channel, arrogantly typing a threat to the enemy that his Blood Pupil Ghost had once wiped out the entire map, so the small fry should just wait to die. Immediately, someone on the other side shot back. The account Steady Golden Spear called him out, saying not to boast since the 12-death streak had already been exposed. He also stubbornly argued back that he was more than capable of such a streak. Steady Golden Spear sarcastically told him to talk less since he had seen it before, and the winner of this match had not yet been decided. Seeing that none of them believed him, he secretly swore to show off his power to make them drop their jaws. Right at the start, he used his teammates' help to clear obstacles, taking advantage of the level 2 power spike to assist his team in carving out a path. The match interface gradually became clearer, with the character designs and the environment richly colored like famous MOBA games. Right at that moment, he grasped the enemy's fatal weakness. The golden opportunity had arrived. He decisively unleashed his damage, throwing the opposing side into a panicked retreat. Seeing the enemy who transformed into a mummy flee as fast as lightning, he secretly praised that this evil spirit's reflexes were not bad to be able to dodge his finishing blow. Without losing a beat, that mummy immediately launched a counterattack, activating an ability to bind the opponent. Witnessing that, Lin Mo grew even more excited and dealt with it swiftly, secretly mocking the opponent's audacity to fight back. Since their movement patterns had already been read by him, the outcome of this match was already decided. Blood Pupil Ghost immediately executed a counter-damage move. The advantage immediately went to the protagonist's side, while the leader of Hai Ao Bang, and Ran, who was swaying on a hammock, was so furious she was practically smoking over the match, screaming to ask what kind of plague that Blood Pupil Ghost was to not even be caught at level 2, swearing to settle this debt. As for Lin Mo, who was immersed in the match, the screen suddenly popped up with a system notification that made him gasp in surprise, wondering where the 10 defense break points just added had come from. Ignoring that strangeness, he glued his eyes back to the match, secretly guessing that this score must have dropped from the person playing the mummy champion on the other side, which was even better. As he controlled his character, he grinned like he had struck gold, picking up a bunch of loot and calling for the mummy babe to come out and die. Inside the arena, his champion frantically swung skills to claim enemy lives, sweeping fiercely from the left flank. Then moving to the right, repeatedly sending the enemy characters to the death screen. Finally, he delivered a head-on blow, causing unstoppable kill streak notifications to pop up rapidly on the system screen. Congratulations to the host for collecting 10 defense break points. Congratulations to the host for collecting 10 defense break points. The overwhelming match ended quickly with mountain-moving power. Congratulations to the host for collecting 10 defense break points. Congratulations to the host for collecting 10 defense break points. While this side was basking in the glory of victory, on the other front, the female leader of Hai Ao Bang and Ran was so enraged her face darkened, too choked with frustration to speak, only able to resentfully curse whether that blood pupil ghost was mentally ill to keep targeting her specifically for slaughter. Clutching her phone with countless tearful faces, she was about to go crazy seeing the enemy close in again, and with no surprise, the final victory belonged to Lin Mo's team. The battle closed, Lin Mo stretched and relaxed, his face showing clear delight since just playing a casual game had scooped up 100 points, wondering how terrible the loser on the other side was feeling right now. Right then, his phone beeped, reporting a friend request from an account named Zio Ziwuqing. Clicking to view the opponent's profile, he recalled the previous match and calculated that this guy must be the one who played the mummy champion. Despite possessing heavenly looks, he was not brainless, knowing full well what the opponent was up to, so he decisively pressed decline, thinking to himself, trying to add me just to spam insults in my face, dream on. Just when he thought everything had stopped, good luck kept coming, as the system rang again to announce the host pocketed 10 more defense break points. Seeing this, Lin Mo smiled broadly, crossing his legs smugly because his teasing tactic had yielded results. But before his smile could fade, he muttered to himself, recalling that mummy champion from earlier, realizing that blood pupil ghost skill set not only dispelled the crowd control, but also reflected the damage back at the enemy. His hand began rummaging inside his coat pocket. If this counterskill could be brought into the real world, it would be an extremely powerful trump card. With that, he pulled out a handful of pure ghost pearls, intending to spend all these resources to upgrade blood pupil ghost. Held the ghostly pearl in front of his eyes, whispering the activation chant. Instantly, his pupils turned blood red and shone brightly, while at the same time the system rang to report that blood pupil ghost's loyalty had ticked up by 5%, continuously breaking through from a high-level specter to reach the threshold of a low-level evil spirit. He used his ability to open a virtual interface floating in the air. As expected, this creature had advanced 2 realms. Without a second thought, he summoned the system to unlock the counterskill, directly spending 500 defense break points to exchange for the second technique of blood pupil ghost. The electronic screen immediately showed data on the level 1 counterattack skill. The user can actively trigger it when under crowd control, returning 50% of the damage to the enemy, with a sole energy cost of 50, and requiring a 180-second cooldown. As soon as the upgrade succeeded, he stared in awe at the sheer dominance of this skill, which even shortened its cooldown. Lin Mo sat up and looked in the mirror to check his appearance after unleashing the power, silently reflecting that since the damage reflection effect was so absurdly overpowered, a long cooldown was only natural. Admiring his own handsome features, he felt overjoyed at achieving such a satisfying result. 1 ring of light represented a malicious ghost, while 2 signified a fierce spirit, proving that the stronger one's power, the more glowing rings appeared in the pupils. He wondered just how legendary his ocular technique would look when it reached its peak. Suddenly, a knock on the door shattered his self-satisfied reverie. He quickly composed himself, wondering who on earth would come knocking at such an ungodly hour. The scene shifted to the apartment complex where Lin Mo resided. Unlocking and opening the door, he frowned and asked directly what they wanted. Su Feng offered a friendly smile and introduced himself, claiming to be the head of Bai Yang Academy who had personally come to recruit the young man. Lin Mo politely reached out to shake hands, a surge of excitement rising within him. For a university principal to personally visit his home for recruitment was certainly prestigious treatment. However, the school's name sounded completely foreign. He wondered if he had simply never heard of it. Stepping aside, he politely invited Su Feng into the house. After taking a few steps inside, the middle-aged guest turned and remarked that his family's financial situation seemed rather modest. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt slightly uneasy and questioned him, but Su Feng quickly drew out a document with a cheerful wave, explaining there was no offense intended. He simply meant that Bai Yang Academy would fully cover his living expenses and tuition, saving him a substantial amount. Lin Mo took the document and scanned it, utterly astonished by the promise of fully sponsored education. Seeing the paperwork that proved this was a highly reputable academy, Lin Mo felt a strong wave of interest spark within him. At that moment, he did some quick math in his head. Tuition at ghost taming training academies cost up to 100,000 yuan a year, so being spared such a massive expense would be an invaluable gift to his family. If the school covered everything, it was an offer too tempting to refuse. Su Feng enthusiastically slapped the registration form onto the table, gauging his reaction. So, what do you think? You are a student I personally scouted. Just say the word and you will be admitted directly into the elite class with your choice of any major you like. Well, is it a deal? Let us sign the papers right now while the offer is hot, shall we? The old man leaned in close, clutching a pen in one hand while gently pulling the young man toward him with the other. Lin Mo's hesitation and reluctance to sign immediately made Su Feng suspicious. He suddenly turned to ask where Bai Yang ranked among other schools. This critical question instantly froze the principal's expression. Su Feng gave a forced laugh, trying his best to salvage the situation by claiming his academy was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, far too busy to care about empty titles. He argued that their ultimate goal was to serve the public, so those superficial rankings were best ignored. These excuses only made Lin Mo more suspicious. Lin Mo delivered a direct hit that stunned the older man once again, asking if they were just trying to scam him into a trap. Su Feng frantically defended himself. What a joke! My Bai Yang University is the largest in the entire province, with more genius graduates than one can count. Lin Mo challenged the old man to name a few, causing Su Feng to break into a cold sweat. He hastily patted the boy's shoulder, making excuses about some Zhang Maomu or Liu Chuang, claiming there were simply too many for his memory to keep track of. An elegant figure stepped forward, the clicking of her high heels echoing on the floor. The woman approached and flatly exposed the truth, stating that he could not produce a single name because his school had absolutely no students to begin with. Min stood opposite him with her arms crossed, laughing coldly as she mocked his claim of having the largest campus in the province when its 14,000 square meters were nothing but hot air. Su Feng, hit right where it hurt, squirmed, let out a cold snort, and turned his head away. The old man shot a sharp glare at the woman, then strained his neck to brag that his entire faculty consisted of ghost masters of the 6th tier or higher. Min gently poured another bucket of cold water over him, exposing the truth that he was the only lecturer in that entire rundown school. Having his secret laid bare, Su Feng completely froze. Lin Mo gasped in shock upon hearing this, wondering how a whole academy could have just one person acting as both the principal and the teacher. The woman removed her glasses, smiled, and politely extended her hand, introducing herself as a Min, a teacher from Zhu Feng Academy. Lin Mo quickly shook her hand in return. Min then produced a document of her own, warmly stating that her purpose was to recruit him to Zhu Feng Academy, the prestigious top school in the province and 10th in the country, sincerely inviting classmate Lin Mo to enroll. Seeing the young man holding 2 admission letters, one from a school high in the clouds, the other from one at the bottom of the abyss, Su Feng knew it was time to back down. He hastily stepped forward, laughing off his embarrassment as he took back his paper, bitterly admitting that any normal person would choose Zhu Feng Academy, which he completely understood. Letting such an outstanding talent slip away was truly a shame, but what could he do other than hope for better luck next time? Su Feng put on a deeply tragic display of sorrow. Suddenly, the cell phone in the woman's pocket began to ring. Min pulled out her phone and saw that a senior official from the Department of Education was calling. As soon as she answered, a voice roared from the other end, demanding the immediate cancellation of Lin Mo's admission to Zhu Feng Academy. Su Feng, hearing this development, halted in his tracks to eavesdrop. Min frowned in confusion and pressed for a reason, prompting Zhang Shan to deliver a sharp explanation. Gaoju Zhang, along with Deputy Director Sun of the Security Bureau, had issued a province-wide ban on Lin Mo, forbidding any institution from primary education to universities from admitting him. Upon hearing those titles, a certain image immediately flashed in his mind. Deputy Director Sun of the Security Bureau was that not Sun Mei Li's father, so his blocked academic path was definitely orchestrated by her behind the scenes. Min furrowed her brows and angrily demanded to know what right they had to ban someone. The boss on the other end merely replied indifferently that it was none of her business, concluding that Lin Mo's future was effectively over, and losing one genius mattered little since Zhu Feng Academy was never short of them. A heavy silence filled the room after Zhang Shan hung up. Min was stunned by this shock, turning to ask Lin Mo if he had offended the wrong people. He knit his brows slightly and nodded, admitting that was pretty much the case. She clutched her head in frustration at this mess, sighing that he had been blacklisted by the entire educational system of Jiang Province, meaning even his extraordinary talent would be buried. She promised she would go to the Ministry of Education to find a loophole and try to secure him a scholarship. Yet this path would be incredibly arduous. Min patted Lin Mo's shoulder dejectedly. The young man looked up at her, wondering if it was impossible to train on his own without entering a university. Min shook her head vigorously upon hearing this, explaining that only university students were authorized to enter ghost domains, and without this status, he would be barred from key dungeons. Not to mention, without a proper academic foundation, he would not be able to obtain a Ghost Master certification, meaning no team would ever want to recruit him. How about swallowing your pride and apologizing to your enemies? Perhaps they will show some mercy, and you might still have a shot at university enrollment. Min offered a strained smile, proposing this plan to Lin Mo. However, he immediately dismissed it with resolve, stating that groveling was out of the question since she was clearly the one who started it, so there was no reason for him to bow his head and apologize. Su Feng, who had been eavesdropping, clapped enthusiastically in admiration, finding this straightforward and unyielding personality highly to his liking. Who dares to say no university wants you? Bai Yang's doors are wide open. The old man eagerly pulled back the enrollment sheet. Lin Mo felt a spark of curiosity and asked if Bai Yang Academy had the authority to unlock ghost domains. Su Feng stroked his beard proudly and patted his chest in reassurance, claiming they possessed all the necessary permits and practicing certificates, as his school was fully recognized by the province. He blinked in surprise at those words, hesitantly pointing out that the call just now had ordered a ban on him across the entire university system. Su Feng lifted his chin and snorted in disdain, declaring that Bai Yang had always held its head high with integrity and would never side with the corrupt elements at the Security Bureau, dismissing their worthless notices entirely. Standing beside him, Min felt caught in the crossfire and could only offer a forced smile. Lin Mo burst into a hearty laugh at this towering spirit, giving a thumbs up to praise the pure, unblemished principal truly filled with admiration. The old man swelled with pride at the compliment, quickly pushing the registration form over to urge the youth to finalize it. Lin Mo did not hesitate for a second, decisively putting pen to paper. He carefully asked Su Feng once more about the free boarding and lodging policy, and the old man nodded vigorously, firmly assuring him that everything from tuition to accommodation was absolutely free. The rooms are spacious and clean, and the environment is exceptionally airy, so rest assured. Now sign it quickly. While Su Feng was eagerly urging Lin Mo to complete the paperwork, Min stood in the background, fuming with frustration. He didn't give it another thought. With such excellent benefits and a highly upright principal, sealing the enrollment here left him thoroughly satisfied. Su Feng cherished the newly signed form, beaming as he congratulated the young man on officially joining Bai Yang Academy. Lin Mo smiled at the old man's expression, feeling extremely relieved. After all, in this entire province, only Bai Yang dared to take him in. He had nowhere else to turn anyway. Su Feng patted his shoulder warmly and suggested that if he had any friends who wanted to join, he should bring them along, promising a green corpse ghost bead for every successful referral. Hearing this unexpected windfall, Lin Mo's eyes lit up with joy. He pulled out his phone immediately to dial a number, coaxing his friend Hai Zio Pan to join Bai Yang with him for fun. Su Feng stood beside him, absolutely delighted to have secured a genius like Lin Mo. Meanwhile, Min stared at the young man with pity, mourning for a brilliant gem that had been ruthlessly crushed by the Security Bureau the moment it began to shine. The scene shifted to the ghost black market, where the streets were sparse but the electric lights shone brightly. Seeing him walk past, a merchant loudly called out, coaxing the young man to look at a freshly caught starving ghost, guaranteed to be at a rock-bottom price. Lin Mo stepped up to take a look, casually asking the dealer about the skill set of this ravenous evil spirit. Merchant glibly analyzed each move, explaining that the first skill was high-speed devour, capable of consuming souls 2 ranks below itself. The second was starvation affliction, which placed a mark on the target to cause agonizing hunger pangs, acting as a soft crowd control effect. Meanwhile, the bizarre creature kept staring at Lin Mo while drooling heavily, its mouth muttering complaints about starving to death. He stroked his chin and calculated. This creature's abilities were quite mediocre, and his current pack slots were full. He needed to gather 1,000 points to expand his capacity before he could recruit more, so it was probably best to just move on. Seeing his customer about to leave, the shopkeeper rubbed his hands together and pleaded, warmly promising to let the student have it for a rock-bottom price of 500,000. Hearing that figure, Lin Mo smirked in disdain at the dishonest merchant, knowing full well that the market price for this type of ghost was only around 100,000, meaning the man was clearly treating him like a lamb to be sheared. Putting on an indifferent face, he casually baited the merchant, saying the goods were decent but asking for a discount. The dealer stroked his beard, pretending to gnash his teeth as he claimed that out of fate, he would give a 20% discount, settling at 400,000 as a near giveaway. Lin Mo gave a meaningful smile and tapped the iron cage, questioning if this specimen wasn't fully ripe yet. The shopkeeper was baffled by the query, wondering why anyone would talk about ripeness when dealing with spiritual entities rather than fruit. He suddenly lowered his voice, exuding a chilling, threatening aura, asking how he was supposed to swallow it if it wasn't ripe yet. Both the merchant and the evil spirit froze under Lin Mo's killing intent, so terrified that their hearts felt ready to leap into their throats. At that exact moment, the system chimed to congratulate the host on earning another 20 defense break points. Looked down to inspect it further and continued to grumble, asking how many kilograms this nuisance weighed and if they should weigh it on a precision scale to avoid losing a few ounces. He wondered if consuming this starving ghost would give him stomach aches, which would be a massive loss, and asked if the shop had any ghosts that died of being bloated to trade instead. As he spoke, he pressed his hands against the iron bars. The creature inside watched Lin Mo's figure loom larger, its soul practically leaving its body as it curled up in terror. His face turning red with anger, the merchant yelled at him to leave, swearing that he would close up shop rather than deal with such a lunatic. The moment his curses ended, the system chimed again to announce that the host had successfully acquired another 100 defense break points. Having secured a juicy haul of reward points, Lin Mo chuckled inwardly. He pouted and turned to leave, clicking his tongue as he criticized the merchant for lacking any patience to please customers. Hearing this, the man felt his blood boil with rage, a fire burning in his chest with nowhere to release it. Elsewhere, Sun Mei Li was taking a stroll with Sun Mu. The young man leaned down to comfort her, reminding her that the brat who offended her had already been blacklisted by their father, so there was no need to stay furious. He added that for a penniless nobody to dare provoke them, such an end was far too lenient. A spark of malice was evident on every line of her face. She gritted her teeth in anger, saying she had not yet vented all her fury and only wished she could slap that brat across the face to satisfy her grudge. Suddenly, a noisy commotion reached Sun Mei Li's ears. Glancing toward the crowded area, she spotted Lin Mo, and her rage instantly exploded as she screamed for her brother to deal with this thorn in her side. Sun Mu wore a contemptuous expression, raising his chin and imperiously promising to vent his anger on his sister's behalf. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was still absorbed in bargaining with a merchant. Pointing at a flawed ghost bead, he criticized its mediocre quality and argued that charging 200,000 was far too steep, advising the old man that 20 was a much more reasonable price. The shopkeeper almost coughed up blood hearing the boy's shameless lowball offer, yelling in outrage that 20 yuan was one thing, but where on earth would he get 10,000 from, asking if he was trying to commit highway robbery in broad daylight. Suddenly, Sun Mu strode forward, violently snatching the pearl from Lin Mo's hand, and loudly threw down the money to seal the deal at the original price, leaving Lin Mo stunned. Sun Mu raised his chin and cast a disdainful look at Lin Mo, mocking that if he was broke, he shouldn't show his face at the market and tarnish the reputation of ghost masters. Beside him, Sun Mei Li smiled with satisfaction. Lin Mo frowned in annoyance upon recognizing her, thinking to himself that if they wanted trouble, he would gladly give them a lesson today. Sun Mu smirked and tossed his credit card to the shopkeeper, telling him to swipe it instead of scrimping like a certain peasant who only brought shame to cultivators. The merchant hastily caught it, smiling widely as he announced the total bill for the wealthy gentleman was 600,000. Lin Mo pouted and pointed directly at the cracked stone in the man's hand, mocking who the brainless one really was for dragging the name of Ghost Masters through the mud. Spending a full 600,000 to take home a cracked, defective item with nearly half its spiritual energy evaporated. Even paying 30,000 for such trash would be a ripoff. Sun Mu's face stiffened as he looked down to inspect the item amid Lin Mo's mocking laughter, while Lin Mo silently gloated that his criticism had merely been bait for fools like them to bite. Realizing he had been played, he glared at Lin Mo and argued stubbornly that he had plenty of money to throw around, asking what was wrong with collecting cracked items. He added that it was none of Lin Mo's business, daring him to buy one himself if he was so capable rather than just standing there boasting. Lin Mo laughed in delight and immediately raised his voice, calling out to all the merchants to bring all their defective ghost beads here for a wealthy gentleman to purchase at premium prices. Hearing rumors of a lucrative target, the vendors swarmed over. They eagerly informed the handsome young master that they had gathered 30 flawed beads, originally worth 8.6 million, but discounted to a flat 8 million. The merchants swarmed around Sun Mu to pitch their wares, making him grimace in discomfort. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Sun Mei pulled her brother's arm, urging him to slip away quickly. He watched the retreating backs of the two as they stealthily tried to make a run for it. The system softly chimed once more, congratulating the host on pocketing another 10 defense break points. Lin Mo curled his lips as he looked at them, plotting in his mind how he could never let these easy targets go so lightly. He suddenly pointed at Sun Mu and announced loudly, asking how the son of the deputy director of the security bureau could be so stingy over a bit of pocket change. He added that after boastfully claiming he would buy everything, backing out now would make him a liar, and asked how they could allow the prestigious reputation of the elder son to be tarnished by his own unfilial children. Hearing these provocative words, Sun Mu and Sun Mei's faces darkened, and they turned back in anger, glaring as they spat out Lin Mo's name. The surrounding crowd immediately closed in, whispering that the Sun family had money to burn, so why would they fuss over a few pennies? They speculated that this was likely a noble move to sweep defective goods off the market to protect consumers, hence the generous spending. He stood frozen with a twisted face at the center of the public opinion storm. People whispered that since he was a star second-year student of Zhu Feng Academy and a privileged youth, this massive purchase of defective goods was almost certainly a fact. Having gone too far to back down, the young man furiously pulled out his credit card, gritting his teeth as he ordered the merchants to bring him the 8 million yuan worth of pearls immediately. Vendor, looking overjoyed as if he had struck gold, quickly handed over the goods and repeatedly thanked the generous customer. Sun Mu held the box of cracked stones, his face as pale as a corpse, bitterly mourning the 8 million yuan meant for cultivation resources that was now thrown out the window for a pile of trash. Beside him, Sun Mei fumed with rage, resentfully accusing that country bumpkin of being incredibly insidious. The system chimed again, indicating the host had successfully secured another 200 defense break points. Lin Mo strolled over, offering a slight smile as he clapped to praise the siblings' lavish spending, complimenting their exceptionally generous spirit. The two Sun siblings, faces dark as ink, stepped forward aggressively. The brother gritted his teeth, threateningly asking Lin Mo if he was tired of living, while the sister gestured wildly, screaming for her brother to crush the bones of that vile scoundrel. He merely covered his mouth with a long yawn, shamelessly retorting that they should instead thank him as their benefactor, since it was he who enthusiastically arranged the connection for the cracked goods they desired. Pushed to his absolute limit of rage, the young man pointed straight at Lin Mo's face and roared a challenge. The curious crowd immediately erupted into whispers, noting that a top second-year university student challenging a mere high school kid was an obvious case of the strong bullying the weak to seek revenge. Lin Mo casually crossed his arms and sneered, mockingly asking Sun Mu if a proud university student lowering himself to beat a high schooler meant he had completely discarded his self-respect. The boiling mad youth immediately held out the treasure box as bait, promising that if Lin Mo was lucky enough to defeat him, all these resources would belong to him. Pretending to be bewildered, he stared at the prize on display, listening to Sun Mu's provocation, daring him to see if he had the courage to claim these goods worth 8 million yuan. Lin Mo kept a straight face as he scanned his opponent, his mind calculating quickly that even if the trashy items were cracked, they could be liquidated for at least 2 million yuan, so there was no reason to decline a free meal. Seeing him motionless, Sun Mei arrogantly sneered, asking if the country bumpkin was scared out of his wits. Instantly, Lin Mo relaxed his shoulders and calmly replied that he accepted the challenge. Round the arena, the crowd gathered in a circle to cheer for the youth, enthusiastically urging him to give the Zhu Feng side a thorough beating. However, there were also mocking whispers that Sun Mu was the personal disciple of the notorious Zhang Ming, questioning how a wet behind-the-ears kid stood any chance of winning. In a corner of the stands, Sister and Ran of the Hai Ao gang was stunned the moment her eyes swept over Lin Mo. She quickly analyzed the situation, realizing that if it truly was this freak of a boy, a complete reversal was entirely possible. So she shouted at the top of her lungs to cheer him on to crush the enemy from Zhu Feng Academy. Sun Mu shot him a cold look, raising his chin as he warned that if he ended up with broken limbs, he shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. To him, this was a golden opportunity to wash away the humiliation of his previous defeat. Lin Mo, however, thought to himself that he would be a fool to stand still and take a beating. If things went south, he would simply run, as being overpowered by a university student was nothing to be ashamed of. Lin Mo dismissed the threat, criticizing his opponent for talking too much nonsense, while decisively forming a hand seal to summon the extreme butterfly ghost to battle. The moment the command left his lips, his ghost shot forward like an arrow slicing through the wind. Sun Mu dodged the preemptive strike, but a flicker of astonishment flashed in his eyes at the power of a low-grade fierce spirit. He smirked provocatively, claiming that his own ghost was the one destined to dominate. In the blink of an eye, a formidable lineup of evil spirits grandly materialized, including a drowned ghost and an electrocuted ghost. And a bloated corpse. Lin Mo silently nodded, admitting that this Sun guy was not just empty talk. The surrounding audience also gasped in admiration at the flawless balance of offense and defense, shaking their heads as they deemed the youth hopeless and advising him to raise a white flag to save his life. Ran was perhaps the rare individual swimming against the tide of public opinion. She calculated that although the two ghosts were indeed powerful, the delay between their skill executions was too long. If the student could seize that opening to counterattack, the scales would tip instantly. The young man standing beside her chuckled and teased, asking if she was defending her little boyfriend. She quickly denied it, telling him to stop talking nonsense. She clarified that she simply found it an eyesore and did not want the Zhu Feng faction to take the glory. The drowned ghost moved to the center of the arena, immediately unleashing a suffocating lock that completely froze Lin Mo's body. He struggled to breathe, alarm bells ringing in his mind, as this immobilization effect was incredibly severe. Sun Mu triumphantly admired his work, mocking that the technique lasted for up to 2 full minutes, curious to see if his opponent would survive this ordeal. But for Lin Mo, a deep scheme had already been laid, and these mere 120 seconds were the perfect window to reel in his catch. Receiving the hidden command, the extreme butterfly ghost continued to charge madly toward Sun Mu. However, the bloated corpse stepped forward to block it like a solid wall of flesh. The bizarre creature took a deep breath, swallowing a massive amount of air. Its body instantly expanded like a fully inflated balloon. The extreme butterfly ghost's strike made heavy contact, but failed to leave even a scratch. Sun Mu spat insults, mocking that the opponent was only tickling him, yet Lin Mo remained utterly silent and calm. Sun Mu threw his head back and laughed smugly. "I am not even done with my attacks yet." He then ordered the electrocuted ghost to unleash its deadly current skill, causing Lin Mo to instantly feel the approach of death. Just as the 2-minute crowd control ended, he agilely leapt out of the lightning strike zone. Suddenly, from nearby, the extreme butterfly ghost shrieked as it took a direct hit from the bloated corpse. The extreme butterfly ghost's health bar plummeted. Its bloodthirsty passive immediately awakened, exchanging each lost health point for 2 points of strength. The bloated corpse received a devastating counterattack, roaring in agony. Sun Mu's eyes widened, completely unable to process this turn of events. Determined to end the fight quickly, he shouted for his ghost to finish off that country bumpkin. Lin Mo's eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying coldness. The electrocuted ghost frantically unleashed dense webs of lightning, but he nimbly rolled away to escape the bombardment. Its strikes rained down toward Lin Mo's head at a terrifying speed. The entire audience watched as he took a hit, flying a long distance away. Lin Mo scrambled to his feet, immediately rushing toward the extreme butterfly ghost currently locked in a death match with the bloated corpse. Sun Mu frantically gave orders, forcing the electrocuted ghost to exhaust its energy to blast Lin Mo to pieces. With steady steps, he easily slipped through the lightning bolts, a scheming smile playing on Lin Mo's lips. Not a single spark of electricity managed to graze his clothes. And Ran cheered excitedly, remarking that the Zhu Feng student was only capable of this much, praising his evasion footwork as truly magical. Zheng Shan, standing nearby, broke into a cold sweat, silently noting that this girl was truly too bold. Is that not the banned kid Lin Mo? Facing Sun Mu yet keeping the battle so even. His skill is not bad, but relying on mere positional prediction in front of a genius is somewhat useless. Sun Mu still holds the upper hand after all. He was certain that Sun Mu had mastered the contract ghost fusion technique, meaning Lin Mo would not be able to hold out much longer. She glanced at the old man and sneered in response, asking if he dared to make a bet, as she believed the opposite. She suggested wagering a green corpse ghost bead. When Zhang Shan hesitated to refuse, she taunted him, asking if he was afraid of losing, mocking how someone dressed so elegantly and nobly could have such a tiny liver. The old man's shoulders shook with laughter as he asked if she dared to call him a coward. "Fine, a bet it is. If you win, I will reward you with a green corpse ghost bead, but if you lose, you must bow and apologize." Hearing this, she beamed and agreed instantly, reminding him to keep his word. She reasoned to herself that a few words of apology wouldn't hurt, whereas trading that for a bead worth 100,000 was a great bargain. He glanced at her suspiciously, thinking how much this girl resembled Gao Shishi, the daughter of Gao Zhuzhang. The crowd suddenly erupted in whispers, pointing out that the high school kid was beginning to fight back. Lin Mo assumed an arrogant stance and dashed straight toward his opponent. Without hesitation, his opponent ordered the drowned ghost to unleash its binding seaweed skill. Instantly, countless slimy, green seaweed tentacles emerged writhing from the mud. Those wicked plants grew thick and fast, completely enveloping the drowned ghost. Lin Mo silently calculated that if he allowed that seaweed to trap him, his combat capability would be completely neutralized, leaving no hope for a reversal. He lunged directly toward Sun Mu, causing the latter to curse in frustration. "Damn it, once that seaweed catches you, your life is over, kid." Lin Mo suddenly stared straight at his opponent, one of his pupils abruptly glowing a terrifying red. Immediately after, Sun Mu broke into a cold sweat that drenched his shirt. The binding seaweed had now crept extremely close. In Sun Mu's eyes, the youth was already tightly bound, left with no room to move. He chuckled sinisterly. "No more showing off, is that right? And here I thought you actually had some talent." Lin Mo tilted his chin up and looked at him with a sharp gaze. "Open your eyes wide and see who is actually the one suffering here." Only then did Sun Mu panic in shock, wondering what on earth was happening as his own limbs went completely stiff, his eyes wide in disbelief as his brain failed to comprehend the situation. Sun Mu was utterly horrified, realizing it was the backlash of the blood-eyed ghost and that he had fallen into a trap. "You used the blood-eyed ghost to create an illusion to disorient me, making me bind myself." Lin Mo leisurely squatted down, mockingly remarking that his opponent's mind was surprisingly quick. The spectacular turn of events caused the entire audience to erupt in excitement. Zhang Shan furrowed his brows in deep thought, reflecting that executing the backlash of the blood-eyed ghost was extremely demanding, requiring one to look directly into the target's eyes at the exact split second before being bound. What was most remarkable was that despite having no formal training, the boy had mastered such an ocular technique on his own, proving he was truly a once-in-a-century prodigy. The young girl poked her head out with a wide grin, saying that the elite of Zhu Feng Academy stood no chance against him. Sun Meili grimaced and yelled, demanding to know who allowed her to say her brother had lost when the match was not yet decided. The other girl immediately added fuel to the fire, mocking how she could still talk big after her brother was thoroughly beaten by a high schooler. Sun Meili rushed to the edge of the ring and screamed for her brother to unleash his fusion ultimate move. Sun Mu gritted his teeth in regret, as he had intended to save this move for the tournament of 100 academies, never expecting to be forced to reveal his trump card by a mere brat. The spiritual energy swirling around his body exploded violently. The time for the final curtain had arrived. Sun Mu opened his mouth and drew in his stomach, inhaling all the surrounding oxygen. The bloated corpse instantly swelled like a balloon, towering like a skyscraper. Then with a loud pop, it burst apart, releasing a foul stench that made Lin Mo gag, his face turning pale. "Impressive, is your ultimate move a biological bomb made of rotting flesh?" He frowned in thought, then realized something was amiss, wondering where the drowned ghost had vanished to. Suddenly, a slimy arm shot up from the ground, giving him goosebumps. The drowned ghost used the muddy swamp created by the bloated corpse to spring back and charge straight at Lin Mo. It clung to him tightly, letting out a sinister laugh. "Got you." The more he struggled, the tighter the grip became. The drowned ghost slipped into the mud like a fish back in water, unleashing its tyrannical power. That moment plunged him into a state of absolute terror. It stuck out its disgusting, dangling tongue to mock him. "Kid, there is no escape." In his mind, Lin Mo was politely cursing 18 generations of the demon's ancestors. At that very moment, Sun Mu urged the electrocuting ghost to summon lightning. Lin Mo instantly realized his opponent's underhanded trick. It turned out this lightning strike was the fatal blow of their fusion combo. First, he used the corpse explosion skill to create a puddle of water, while letting the drowned ghost take advantage of the terrain to trap the target. Then he followed up with a current from the electrocuting ghost to conduct electricity through the water, calculating it to fry him to ashes. He could not help but mentally applaud this combo, an outstanding move. Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat. The previous backlash had drained his spiritual energy heavily, leaving him with almost nothing left, barely enough to pull off 2 more moves at best. Even if he summoned the blood hell illusion to scare off the drowned ghost, he would still take the full hit from the lightning overhead, which would ultimately send him to Yan Wang. Wrapping up his thoughts, he gritted his teeth and pushed past his limits. Sun Mu shuddered as he felt the air grow thick with a heavy stench of death. This was it. Lin Mo summoned his premium female Li Ghost. He roared, directing the counterattack to turn the tables. Her slender, delicate fingers began to dance across the piano keys. Sun Mu froze, his brain failing to process the sudden turn of events. In an instant, a gloomy sound wave locked his limbs, freezing him solid like stone. Sun Mu was utterly shocked. Instead of summoning a ghost to save himself, he used it to strike him. Was this lunatic planning to go all out and take them both down? At that very moment, the Daijai ghost rushed forward with a chainsaw, throwing him into a panic. It was over. His limbs were completely paralyzed. Sun Mu screamed at the top of his lungs, "Bloated corpse, block the attack for me." The giant mass of flesh immediately shifted forward to act as a meat shield for its master. However, what happened next slapped him with utter disbelief. The Daijai ghost had now accumulated full rage, unleashing explosive damage. With just a light kick, it sent the massive bloated corpse flying. With the situation hanging by a thread, Sun Mu shrank back in fear, his mind going completely blank with no further tricks up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the Daijai ghost continued its bloodthirsty advance, wearing a grotesque grin as if craving fresh flesh and blood. Sun Mu was in sheer horror. That psychopath dared to play a double destruction game. His future was bright, and it would be tragic to fall at the hands of a high schooler. Gritting his teeth in fury, he roared, "Electrocuting ghost, change targets, kill the Daijai ghost right now." The lightning attribute Evil Spirit immediately delivered a deadly sneak attack to the back of the Daijai ghost's neck. A painful roar echoed through the air. The skin on the Daijai ghost's back was scorched black, billowing thick smoke. The agonizing pain forced it to collapse, driving its chainsaw into the floor. Sun Mu laughed triumphantly. "Lin Mo, you brat, trying to trade lives? Pure delusion. The winner of this match is me." As for Lin Mo, he kept a cool head and analyzed. The Daijai ghost just lost health, and thanks to its bloodlust passive carrying it hard, its strength should be tenfold now. This was the golden window to strike back. Lin Mo barked an order, "Daijai ghost, unleash your second skill, Chainsaw Frenzy." Its eyes filled with glaring veins of blood, letting out an eerie, malevolent shriek. The Daijai ghost immediately executed its deadly move. Sun Mu was scared out of his wits, his mouth hanging open without being able to utter a single word. He scrambled and tumbled to dodge the surging killing intent. Sun Mu's face was completely drained of color as he scrambled away to a distant spot. Turning back pale-faced, he saw the Daijai ghost still brandishing the chainsaw, hot on his heels, prompting him to shriek in despair, calling for the electrocuting ghost to jump in and take the blow. Suddenly, a bright flash of lightning cut across the sky. Its arm reached out in a hurry to block, but the brutal blade of the Daijai ghost severed the electrocuting ghost's arm clean off. The wild spin of the chainsaw grazed Sun Mu, making him shriek in agonizing pain. One of Sun Mu's arms dropped onto the arena floor. Clutching his severed arm, he glared at the Daijai ghost and screamed in madness. The system pinged with good news. "Congratulations, you have gained 50 mental breakdown points." Sun Mu looked around frantically, thinking to himself that now both the electrocuting ghost and the bloated corpse were completely wrecked. If the drowned ghost did not rush back to shield him, he would soon be fed to the Daijai ghost. Suddenly Lin Mo shouted, "Daijai ghost, fall back." The evil spirit instantly turned into a shadow and merged into his body. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief, finally breaking the encirclement. Behind him, numerous voices gasped in admiration. The strategy of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao was truly brilliant. Otherwise, how could he have broken Sun Mu's fusion combo? Another voice praised, "This high-risk, life-trading playstyle is both brutal and highly effective, just my style." Some others added, I bet even the commander of our Xing Hu Ghost Tamer Legion might not have come up with such a dominant tactic. Zheng Shan took in the entire battle, stroking his beard in approval. Such sharp strategy combined with sky-high courage, you would be hard-pressed to find another kid like him in this entire province, a true genius. Sun Mu cannot even hold a candle to him. Below the stage, and Ran cheered loudly, "It is your turn to turn the tables now." Right on the stage, the two opposing evil spirits were completely flattened. Lin Mo stepped forward, brimming with killing intent. "Now it is my turn to shine." Sun Mu trembled and stammered, "What else are you planning to do?" At that moment, Lin Mo roared, calling upon the buxom ghost to unleash soul-snatching resonance. The terrifying power of the female spirit shattered the composure of everyone around. Sun Mu screamed in resentment, "I cannot accept defeat so easily, fight back now." The soul-snatching resonance ultimate triggered an execution effect on targets whose health fell below 5%. The buxom ghost's move was so brutal that it sent Sun Mu's remaining two ghosts to the afterlife in the blink of an eye. Taking in the scene of destruction, Sun Mu acted like a madman, refusing to believe reality. All the effort he had poured into raising his two beloved evil spirits had now completely gone down the drain. Sun Mu coughed up blood in anger, while the system chimed merrily, congratulating Lin Mo on pocketing 200 mental breakdown points. Lin Mo looked at Sun Mu's pathetic state and thought to himself, when a contracted spirit is destroyed, it inflicts a fatal backlash on its master. This guy is just getting what he deserves, nothing to cry about. In the end, Lin Mo was crowned champion, and the entire stands erupted, chanting his name. Lin Mo casually strolled over to Sun Mei Li, holding out his hand to collect his spoils. Sun Mei Li gritted her teeth in frustration. "Lin Mo, you are something else. Let us see how long you can keep up this arrogance." Why should he care? He had originally come here just to buy goods, yet ended up scoring a 2 million worth ghost pearl without spending a single dime. So Lin Mo took off and headed straight home to refine it, leaving Sun Mu lying stiff and lifeless on the ground. Far in the distance, Zheng Shan frowned slightly. The pride that Zufeng Academy had poured money into training had been thoroughly humiliated by a high school student. He did not know if Gao Longchen and Sun De Li had lost their minds, blacklisting such an outstanding young talent of the country. What a bunch of utter fools. And Ran smiled radiantly, reaching out her small hand. "How about it, uncle? Rules are rules. Are you going to honor our bet?" Zheng Shan reluctantly tossed the emerald to Ran. "You won. This green corpse ghost pearl is yours." And Ran played with her newly extorted treasure, her face lighting up with joy. As she skipped past Sun Mei Li's circle of friends with her loot, and Ran suddenly caught a whisper, "Get rid of that brat, and make sure to clean up the crime scene." It turned out Sun Mei Li was planning an ambush for revenge, and Ran assessed the situation. Lin Mo's mana pool was completely drained, and his evil spirits were battered and bruised, meaning he would definitely get beaten to a pulp. Her compassion was stirred, and Ran decided she could not stand by and watch. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was strolling happily, talking to himself. "You all did very well today. I shall reward you handsomely." He generously continued, "Chainsaw Ghost, you get a massive feast of meat today." The wild spirit stared at the fresh slab of meat in the bag, its drool dripping with anticipation. As for the buxom ghost, he offered her a piece of clothing to comfort her. "Wear this, and I guarantee you can walk around without getting tired." The female ghost gave him a disdainful side-eye and flatly told him to get lost. Lady Blood Eye had been waiting all this time and seeing nothing for herself. She immediately glared and voiced her complaint. Lin Mo grinned, pointing directly at the plastic bag. "You have a gift too. I bought you the absolute best eye drops, Truong Sun medicated oil." Lady Blood Eye gritted her teeth in anger. What on earth is medicated oil? The system immediately pinged with a reward of 40 mental breakdown points. Lin Mo quickly covered his awkward grin. "Hey, if medicated oil is not for your eyes, what else is it for?" The anger rushing to her brain caused the ghost's loyalty to plummet by 5%, leaving it at a mere 15. Lin Mo hurriedly corrected himself. "Just joking to lighten the mood, take a look in the bag. There is no medicated oil, it is all high-quality eye drops." Hearing this, Lady Blood Eye calmed down slightly. That is barely acceptable." The system displayed another notification, and her loyalty ticked back up to 20%. Suddenly, Lady Blood Eye caught sight of a few tails stealthily following them from behind. He chuckled and clapped, quite sharp indeed with eyes in front, but noticing even a fly passing behind. Then again, surviving for over 2 centuries would naturally sharpen one's intuition for trouble to the absolute limit. Lady Blood Eye's heart pounded. What now? Your mana is drained and the chainsaw ghost is low on health. How are we supposed to fight? Suddenly, a strange object tore through the air and shot straight at them, prompting her to shriek a warning to him. It turned out to be a green splash of vomit from the corrosive ghost, aiming straight for his head. Dodging that attack was a close call. An unfamiliar, mocking voice spoke up. You dodged that rather quickly. A henchman from Sun Mu's faction revealed himself, nodding in agreement. No wonder our brother Sun ended up defeated by you. From another direction, Lao San cut in, clicking his tongue. Why waste words? Let us just send him to Yan Wang to avenge brother Sun. The situation was highly difficult, as the blood-sucking ghost was also circling in the sky, forcing Lin Mo to grit his teeth and order his ghosts to fall back into a defensive stance. Unfortunately, they were also blocked from behind by Sun Mu's men. Trapped in a pincer movement, he broke into a sweat and whispered, Can you two ladies handle them? Lady Blood Eye sighed and replied, Currently, I am still stuck at the evil spirit rank with only 2 skills. If I could break through to the calamity spirit rank and unlock my ultimate, I might talk big. The female ghost suggested a cowardly strategy, raise hands in surrender. Both she and the buxom ghost shook their heads in dismay, raising white flags to concede. Going against the flow, the chainsaw ghost was still burning with fighting spirit. I still have 10 health points left. Let's fight to the end. Lin Mo glanced at their status. Wolves in front, tigers behind, the blood-sucking ghost lurking in the sky, and his own spiritual energy completely depleted. He swallowed hard, trying to comfort himself. It seemed that aside from throwing away his dignity and kneeling, there was no way out. A lackey of Sun Mu sneered, Are you Lin Mo? Trash like you dares to provoke the Zhu Feng tigers. Surrounded on all sides, he could only adopt a flattering tone. Oh, are you 3 big brothers trying to extort pocket money from me? Lin Mo's brain was working rapidly. They were completely cornered, and his only option was to play along and buy time until they showed a gap, then run for it. The henchman dismissed it. We do not want your spare change. Lin Mo pretended to shyly cover his face. Then, could it be you desire my good looks? But having 3 people serve me might be a bit too much to handle. Witnessing the boy's nauseating performance, the assassins nearly threw up their breakfast. The virtual screen popped up again, commending him for successfully provoking the targets and earning 30 more mental breakdown points. Lao San shuddered with goosebumps while the other roared in fury, Cut the crap, we came for your miserable life. Having provoked a hornet's nest, the lackeys decided to show no mercy, ordering the corrosive ghost to lead the charge. He hurriedly rolled up his sleeves, preparing to press the green button while cursing under his breath. These guys jumped in without even letting a person take a breath. In front of him, the slimy corrosive ghost was lunging forward like a torpedo. Suddenly, a mysterious canister dropped out of nowhere. A thick fog erupted, causing the lackeys to choke and cough violently. Amidst the dense smoke, they completely lost track of their target. By reflex, he covered his nose and mouth to avoid inhaling the toxic gas. From above, a rope slid down. Without thinking twice, Lin Mo grabbed onto it and climbed up, his mind wondering, which expert came to my rescue this time? Oh well, escaping quietly is the priority. Halfway up, his hand slipped and he almost fell, causing his heart to skip a beat. He looked up and a very familiar face came into view. That beauty was none other than Enran. She quickly reached down to pull him up. What are you muttering about? Hurry up and climb. Lin Mo gripped Enran's hand with all his might, using her strength to pull himself up. Sun Mu's faction spotted his figure and shouted for Lao San to pursue and eliminate him. He quickly mounted the blood-sucking ghost, flying off to seize Lin Mo. He smirked, proud of the blood bat's insane speed, assuming his target could never escape. Lin Mo looked back and broke into a sweat. This was bad. They were flying as if they had motors attached. How could he outrun them on foot? Should he risk calling a ghost to go all in? Reading his panic, Enran reached into her pocket. Just hold on tight to me and watch my performance. She pulled out a pepper spray canister, shaped like a bright red chili. Then Enran aimed straight at Lao San and his flying beast, spraying them repeatedly. Inhaling the spicy fumes, both master and servant rolled their eyes, their faces covered in tears and snot as they wailed in agony. After shrieking, the 2 pursuers fell flat to the ground like useless rocks. Thanks to her quick intervention, Lin Mo and Enran successfully shook off the pursuers and escaped safely. Lin Mo awkwardly wrapped his arms around her waist, causing Enran to flinch and giggle hysterically due to being ticklish. Blushing in embarrassment, he asked in confusion, "Why did you suddenly bother to rescue me?" She answered bluntly, "I was just annoyed seeing those Zhu Feng weaklings bullying the few with numbers." Lin Mo scratched his head with an awkward smile. "Oh, I see, I thought." And Ran stuck out her tongue to tease him. "Thought what? Did you think I was interested in you?" Lin Mo frantically beat his chest, clarifying that his brain had simply overthought things. With that, she let out a long sigh. While walking, he asked out of curiosity, "Do you usually stay in this place?" And Ran shrugged. "This is just one of many rabbit holes I use for shelter." And Ran slumped onto the sofa, kicking off her slippers onto the floor. She boasted enthusiastically, "I have plenty of places like this. If I ever get chased by thugs, I can just hide in one of these dens to stay safe." Now, Lin Mo understood why she carried chemical weapons for self-defense. Having been saved by Enran, he owed her a debt of gratitude, yet he was still completely in the dark about her name. She cheerfully introduced herself. "My name is Enran, En as in peace, and Ran as in nature." Lin Mo was startled to hear that Enran shared the same surname as his mother, thinking that the family name in Xia country was rare, and she was only the second person he had met with it besides his mother. And Ran's face suddenly dimmed with sadness. "I took my mother's surname. She's been bedridden for years, making the hospital her home." A wave of sympathy washed over him. Despite her young age, she lacked an innocent smile, forced to shoulder hardships like an adult. He gently patted her slender shoulder. "So you became an outlaw just to afford your mother's treatment. And is that why you hate Zhu Feng and those security bureau lackeys?" Hearing this, and Ran abruptly stood up, annoyed. "That reason is nothing." Her expression turned pitch black. "The real reason is my irreconcilable feud with that dog Gao Longchen." Lin Mo scratched his head, completely clueless about the grudge between this young girl and that powerhouse. And Ran poured her heart out. "Years ago, to dig up classified information, that bastard used a honey trap to get close to my mother. He whispered sweet words and empty promises to blind my mother, only to heartlessly throw us onto the street once he got what he wanted. And that was not the end of his cruelty. He even ordered his thugs to beat my mother brutally, and worse, he stripped away my ghost destiny to fuse it into his beloved daughter." It turned out that the evil doll Gao she frequently used to show off was actually stolen from Enran. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, realizing that no wonder their faces looked like they were cast from the same mold, since they shared the same flesh and blood. Lin Mo boiled with anger on her behalf. That old man Gao was absolute trash for taking away a child's path to survival, while Gao Shishi wore a glamorous shell but possessed a rotten, foul personality inside. She covered her face and wept. "I could endure them trampling on me, but how could he dare to torture my mother?" Lin Mo suddenly spoke with firm resolve. "Thinking about it, that old man dared to issue a blacklist order against me across the board, so we both share a deep grudge. And now, you are my savior." He thumped his chest and made a solemn promise to Enran that he would stand by her side to seek justice and tear down his entire empire. Hearing those heartfelt words, Enran's eyes welled up with emotion. The Hai Sha gang leader Enran suddenly burst out laughing. "Did you take the wrong medicine? Their forces are as numerous as ants. How can the two of us throw eggs against rocks?" Clicking her tongue, she added, "Not to mention you just stepped on Zhu Feng's toes, and they are tearing up the entire map looking for you. If you are smart, do not deliver yourself to them." Lin Mo tilted his head up arrogantly. "I have those minor matters under control, but I am about to enter Bai Yang Academy. Once I return after achieving power, I will definitely shave their heads." Hearing this, Enran punched him. "Bai Yang Academy? I also secured a den smelling of soil right next to it, a massive tomb. When we are free, I will take you on a tour." Having taken a punch that almost broke his ribs, he mumbled, "What tomb?" She nodded with absolute certainty. Upon hearing that shocking news, Lin Mo's brain pictured all sorts of horrifying scenes, while the Hai Sha gang boss stood with hands on her hips, scoffing, "Such a coward, yet you talk about taking revenge." His male ego bruised, he sprang up and snapped. "Who said I am afraid? I just find the bizarre taste of this gang repulsive," she explained loudly. "The Hai Sha gang specializes in welcoming those cast into the mud by the security bureau. We are building a grand enterprise, so our hideouts have to be unique. From tombs, abandoned morgues to rundown warehouses, we can sleep anywhere." Lin Mo stared in shock, swallowing hard. Though he voiced admiration, he grumbled internally, "Grand enterprise my foot. It is just a bunch of fugitives chased by the security bureau with nowhere to run, hiding in rat holes." He glanced at her dusty appearance, feeling a wave of sympathy. This girl's life had been full of tears, not joy. He searched his bag and pulled out the spoils. You saved me from the brink of death, and I must return this favor. Let's split the ghost pearls I got today 50-50. The Hai Sha gang boss waved her hand in instant refusal. No thanks, I do not accept charity. I only care about ghost pearls I win with my own fists. But Lin Mo stubbornly insisted, leading to a back-and-forth struggle. In the midst of their scuffle, his plastic bag slipped and crashed onto the floor, spilling the ghost pearls everywhere along with an eyesore that was suddenly revealed. Both of their heads leaned down, fixing their eyes on the strange object. Sitting amidst the pearls was a woman's bra. The Hai Sha gang leader cast a disdainful look and screamed, "Pervert!" He grimaced and quickly tried to explain. "Listen to my lie. Let me explain. I swear by heaven and earth that I am not that kind of sick person." He gestured wildly, pointing at the floating female ghost. "This thing was bought for her. Hurry up and speak to prove my innocence." Sighing, and Rand shrugged. "Well, I will turn a blind eye and believe you this once." Then Lin Mo pushed a box closer to her face. "To be honest, if you had not thrown me a lifeline today, I would have been prey for those 3 brats. If I did not end up in the underworld, I would at least be crippled, and all my money and pearls would have been stolen. Please take half of these pearls to put my mind at ease." Since he practically forced them into her hands, there was no point in refusing. "Fine, I will take them. But I do not take things for free. If those corrupt security bureau officers or Zhu Feng people ever come knocking, just give me a call, and the Hai Sha gang will back you up to the end." So they fist-bumped to seal their friendship. Cutting to the outside, heavy rain was pouring down, and Lin Mo stared at the gloomy gray sky. Right after, Rand slowly walked out and patted his shoulder. "With such a raging storm outside, how are you going to head back? Why not stay a bit and have some fun?" Lin Mo stared blankly, a million questions popping up in his head. Suddenly, the Hai Sha gang boss showed her phone screen and invited him. "How about a game of Honor of Kings to burn some time, brother?" His face remained completely calm. "You play this game too?" Hitting her soft spot, and Rand whined in frustration. "I grind all night long only to end up on a massive losing streak. It is so depressing." Both quickly logged into the game lobby. Lin Mo asked for her ID to add her and help boost her rank. "Piece of cake, let me carry you. What is your username so I can send a friend request?" Yet less than 5 seconds later, the username looked painfully familiar. He paused. "Wait, where have I seen this ID before? Oh shoot, she is exactly that bandage-wrapped ghost player I beat up mercilessly back then." Before he could withdraw his hand, she turned into a demon, glaring as she interrogated him. "The account Jin Qiangbu Dao is yours, right?" Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat. It was over with the evidence right there. There was no way to deny it. Finally, the day of reckoning had arrived. The culprit who had repeatedly beaten her black and blue was exposed. And Rand grabbed his collar and yelled, "Why on earth did you keep targeting me? Speak up." Knowing his place, he clasped his hands and bowed to apologize. "I was wrong. 1,000 apologies, boss. How about I boost your rank to make up for it?" The Hai Sha gang boss was too furious to listen, throwing a barrage of punches at him. "Take my rapid lightning punches. Heroine, please spare my life." After venting her anger, she flipped her attitude completely, feigning a proud cough but her eyes clearly showing instant agreement. The next morning at the private residence, a middle-aged man slammed the table and roared in anger. "What do you mean 20 elite agents completely vanished without a trace? Search every corner of this land and find out where they disappeared." The pot-bellied man tremblingly adjusted his glasses and stammered that the coordinates where all 20 people vanished were in the Min Shan region. And terrifyingly, they had all vanished on the exact same day. Losing all patience, Gao Longchen threw the ashtray with a loud crash. "Useless trash. The Min Shan area is huge, so where is their exact location? Are you just a puppet deputy director?" It was sheer luck that saved Sun De Li from getting his head cracked open. Terrified, he bowed repeatedly, begging Gao Longchen for mercy. Sun De Li stammered out his report of last night's incident, noting that the enemy's methods were extremely stealthy. All tracking chips implanted in their henchmen had lost power simultaneously, leaving no time to even press the SOS button. Gao Longchen raised an eyebrow and demanded, "Not even a single distress message got out. How do you explain this?" His face darkened and his voice sank. "This proves they were completely overwhelmed without any chance to resist. Despite being rank 6 Ghost Tamers, they were taken out in the blink of an eye." Gritting his teeth, he slammed his hand on the map. "It is definitely the work of those Feng Ma scum, without a doubt." A female secretary timidly poked her head in. "Deputy Director Sun, there is a call for you." Already irritated, Sun De Lee snapped at her. "Get out! Are you blind? Can you not see I am discussing official matters? Do you not know how to prioritize?" The secretary whimpered. "Your wife called to report that the young master was beaten half to death and is on oxygen in the hospital, and both of his contracted spirits were destroyed. The culprit is a high school brat named Lin Mo." Upon hearing the name Lin Mo, the faces of both old men turned completely pale, freezing in shock. Sun De Lee's face was as pale as scrap paper. If a contracted spirit died, it still occupied a control slot. Sun Mu went from being called a three-ghost prodigy to falling to the level of an ordinary, useless ghost tamer. Gao Longchen cleared his throat to regain his composure. "Put that aside, go handle your son's mess," leaving Sun De Lee like a lifeless corpse, collapsing and muttering, "It is all ruined." When silence returned to the room, the old man stroked the framed photo of him and his daughter. He held the photo close, a proud smile spreading across his face. "My beloved daughter is still the best, taking the #1 spot in the entire province." The scene shifted as the boss and Ran mounted her ghost to say goodbye. "I have to go feed porridge to my mother. We will chat more another day." Lin Mo nodded with a smile. "Take care, I won't see you off." She steered and soared into the sky. Lin Mo put his hands in his pockets, watching her figure fade into the distance. A wave of excitement welled up inside him, feeling that today was the most thrilling day since he traveled to this world. After a while, the time arrived for Lin Mo to pack his backpack and enroll at Bai Yang Academy. As soon as Hai Zio Pan saw him, he grinned and waved frantically. "Brother Mo, over here. What a small world, I cannot believe we ended up in the same training ground." The chubby boy turned and rambled on about the grand scale of Bai Yang Academy, praising it endlessly while he could only scratch his head with an awkward smile. Lin Mo averted his gaze, his mind in a mess. If this fat guy found out that this school was actually a graveyard, he would surely wet his pants and cry for his mother. So, he decided to keep it secret for as long as possible. A short while later, the bus carrying the students pulled up in front of them. As the brakes screeched, Hai Zio Pan suddenly trembled, his face turning pale as he pointed toward the school gate. "Brother Mo, what kind of place is this? Why are there no buildings, only graves everywhere?" Lin Mo cleared his throat to diffuse the tension, squeezing out a very artificial smile. "This is probably a simulation set up by Bai Yang Academy to build mental toughness. Let's assume that's the case. Those with weak hearts are filtered out early, and only real players can survive." Hai Zio Pan fell for it completely, giving a big thumbs up. "So that is the hidden theory. Bai Yang truly is a top-tier breeding ground for genius." The bus finally came to a complete halt, and the driver announced their arrival at the final stop, Bai Yang Academy. The moment the duo stepped onto the ground, the bus sped away and vanished, leaving the two of them standing frozen in the middle of nowhere. Standing right behind them was a moss-covered sign clearly reading, "Bai Yang Bus Station, entrance to Bai Yang Academy," causing the two young men's brains to go completely offline. Only when a piece of joss paper flew up and slapped the fat boy in the face did he snap back to reality. Hai Zio Pan peeled the yellow paper off his face, trembling in fear. "Brother Mo, where on earth is the school? Or did we get tricked onto a ghost bus?" The fat boy was so panicked his face was bloodless. He swept his gaze around and muttered with certainty, "Spot on, this graveyard is indeed our Bai Yang Academy." The two of them dragged their luggage along. Zio Pan was still looking around warily, but where is the school gate? Lin Mo patted his shoulder confidently. "Nothing to fear, just follow the phone's GPS and we will eventually make it to the dorms." Hai Zio Pan, with tears streaming down his face, could only grit his teeth and accept the harsh reality. The two of them guided each other through the path surrounded by graves. Suddenly, Zio Pan's suitcase hit an obstacle. Turning around to look, the boy shrieked, "Oh my God, what is this?" Lin Mo glanced over and froze for a few seconds too. It turned out the obstacle blocking the suitcase was the lair of a green corpse ghost that had reached the calamity spirit realm. Lin Mo broke into a silent sweat. The rank of this green corpse ghost alone completely outmatched all the forces he currently possessed. On top of that, dozens of wild grave ghosts were also flocking in due to the gathering of yin energy, forcing Lin Mo to knit his brows and tensely assess the battlefield. Hai Zio Pan hugged his suitcase tightly, whimpering in tears, "Brother Mo, save me, what do we do now?" He smirked smugly, patted his friend's shoulder and advised, "Stop talking nonsense, summon your contracted ghost to fight our way out." big-breasted ghost, chainsaw ghost take the stage. Pan obediently followed orders, immediately waving his hand to summon the trash can ghost. This was originally a low-grade specter with a rather funny appearance. Lin Mo stood in front, clearing his throat to warn, "Everyone, pull yourselves together, the green corpse ghost is rushing us." The ghost glared fiercely, directing the horde behind him to rush forward and tear the prey apart. The fat boy hurriedly popped open the trash can lid and called out, "Brother Mo, hurry up, hide in here for now." But unfortunately, just as Pan swung himself onto the edge of the trash can, a hideous hand reached out from beneath the ground. It coldly grabbed his ankle, making Pan shriek in despair, "I'm doomed, it's biting my leg." "Pull me up quickly," he struggled, reaching out to seek help from the trash can ghost, but unfortunately this ghost's arms were too short to be of any help. Witnessing this tragic parting scene, Lin Mo was speechless, silently noting that this trash can ghost was only good at taking hits, but useless in a fight. With no way back, he had to order the chainsaw ghost to save his teammate. As soon as it pulled him up, the ghost grabbed Pan by the collar and lifted him up to eye level. The chainsaw ghost got close to his face, sniffing his scent with a greedy look that scared Pan out of his wits. Lin Mo hurriedly rushed over to stop it. "Stop that, this lump of fat is not edible." Hearing this, the ghost's face fell in deep disappointment. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Pan startled and screamed, "Oh my God, two more are coming." The chainsaw ghost didn't say much, directly landing a powerful kick on the ghost on the left. The one on the right didn't escape its fate either, each receiving a devastating kick. The green corpse ghost, seeing its underlings being tormented, boiled with anger. With murderous intent bursting forth, it growled threateningly, "How brave of you, daring to destroy my underlings." At this moment, he suddenly realized that this trip was more dangerous than safe. The green corpse ghost lunged forward in a flash, determined to take Lin Mo's life. The moment the sharp claws were about to pierce his flesh, Lin Mo timely unleashed the death-dealing Sanskrit sound technique. The high-level female specter immediately plucked her instrument, playing an incredibly powerful, soul-consuming melody. In the blink of an eye, the green corpse ghost's mind was completely manipulated by the sound. Without hesitation, he shouted orders for the chainsaw ghost to deliver the finishing blow. The chainsaw ghost received the order, raising its sharp chainsaw with soaring momentum. It leaped through the air and delivered a fatal kick to the green corpse ghost. Even though it was kicked down and the chainsaw was pressed against its neck, the ghost remained frozen under the spell of the music. Lin Mo watched from the side, sweating profusely. "We're stuck. The chainsaw ghost is spitting blood, and without support effects, its damage is too weak. Even if it unleashes its full power, it'll be hard to penetrate the green corpse ghost's tough armor." By this time, Pan was safely nestled inside the trash can ghost, waving and calling out, "Brother Mo, get in here quickly." Lin Mo rolled his eyes, then nodded in agreement. The trash can ghost firmly rooted itself in place like an inviolable statue. The two young men huddled inside. Pan hugged his knees, trembling and whispering, "We're dead, that green corpse ghost's skin is so tough, how can my trash can ghost withstand it?" Lin Mo, though holding his breath due to the sour stench, still nodded, "Exactly, we need to use our brains to find a way out." Peering through the crack, he observed the situation and silently calculated, "What a waste of the swap contract. Wanting another one will cost 2,000 points and my pockets are empty. If only I had enough points, I would try to force bond this green corpse ghost right now. Oh my goodness, that ghost is about to break free from the effect." His eyes widened in horror as he witnessed the intense situation outside. The pitch-black hand of the green corpse ghost suddenly grabbed the chainsaw tightly. It gnashed its teeth, holding the chainsaw so tightly that the chainsaw ghost, despite using all its strength, couldn't budge it even half an inch. The 20 seconds of manipulation from the death-dealing Sanskrit sound officially ended. The chainsaw ghost was clearly falling into a disadvantage. Seeing their lord rise, the ghostly soldiers behind took the opportunity to swarm forward like a disturbed beehive. They clung to and scratched at the trash can ghost with drooling, greedy faces. Seeing an ill omen, Lin Mo warned, Pan, your ghost is about to fall apart." The boy held his head as tears streamed down. "I don't care about school anymore, I want to go home to my mom." He racked his brain to devise a strategy. It's already a miracle that the weakest trash can ghost has lasted this long. This time, we probably have to risk our lives and go all out. An evil ghost had managed to poke its face through the crack, glaring and roaring. Suddenly, its head was clean cut off, leaving Lin Mo stunned. Who is being so generous? Are reinforcements here? Immediately after, a majestic ghostly figure descended, terrifying the surrounding minor demons out of their wits. That figure only lightly spread its wings. The heads of the minor ghosts instantly severed from their necks. The green corpse ghost startled, turning around abruptly to examine the newcomer. Driven mad with rage, it immediately charged forward with soaring fury. A cold female voice rang out, "Headless ghost, go!" Instantly, that figure flashed behind, raising its hand to gather a deadly strike. A devastating blow struck directly at the green corpse ghost's back. Taking the full impact of the critical blow without time to dodge, it collapsed to the ground and stopped breathing. In the blink of an eye, this duo swept the entire battlefield clean. On the right was a blood-sucking ghost at the mid-tier evil spirit realm, while on the left was a headless ghost at the high-tier evil spirit level. A graceful figure strolled over, smiling as she said, "Welcome to Beiyang Academy, underclassmen." Yuan Qing let out a bright smile and spoke up. Lin Mo hurriedly crawled out and politely greeted her. "Hello, senior, I am Lin Mo. You appeared just like a god." She smiled faintly and replied, "I am Yuan Qing. Are that chainsaw ghost and big-breasted ghost both your underlings?" The young man grinned and nodded in confirmation. After that, Lin Mo quickly stored the ghosts back into his contract space. Yuan Qing stepped forward, lightly patted his shoulder and praised, "Not bad, to hold out against the green corpse ghost and the wild grave ghost horde for that long. You are definitely the most outstanding recruit I have ever seen." Lin Mo scratched his head and smiled bashfully. From behind, Hai Zio Pan poked his head out and whispered, "Brother Mo, is everything clear?" He waved his hand and called his teammate, "It's all cleaned up, crawl out quickly." As soon as Hai Zio Pan saw Yuan Qing, his eyes lit up. "Oh, there is a beautiful senior here too." He immediately approached to introduce himself. "I am Wang Kai, you can call me Zio Pan for short." Standing nearby, Lin Mo scolded speechlessly, "Move aside, your hands are covered in ghost drool, back off and don't wipe it on her clothes." She covered her mouth with a gentle laugh. "It's fine. Did the scene earlier scare you too out of your wits?" Hai Zio Pan patted his chest and bragged confidently, "It's a small matter, senior. For a real man like me, a few minor ghosts are nothing. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lin Mo." He also cooperated and chimed in, "Yes, yes, absolutely." Then who was the one crying bitterly and begging to go home to his mom just now, yet stopped the moment he saw a beautiful girl? Lin Mo exposed him mercilessly. Hai Zio Pan quickly covered his friend's mouth. "Save some face for your brother, man." Yuan Qing laughed, amused by their comedic banter. "All right, let's head to school. You still have to clean up your dorms. It'll be troublesome if it gets too late. Headless ghost, blood-sucking ghost, retreat." She waved her hand to recall them. The two ghosts immediately turned into beams of light and flew into Yuan Qing's hand. The green corpse ghost suddenly scrambled up, stumbled to balance itself, and then bolted for its life. Lin Mo found it strange and asked, Senior, why did you spare its life?" She winked playfully and explained, "This wild grave site filled with ghosts is the ultimate training ground. If we wipe them all out, where will we get cannon fodder for you to practice on?" Hearing this, the young man finally realized the truth. Other schools use training fields protected by formations with a few chained ghosts for students to practice safely. But Beiyang plays big, throwing students directly into a wild grave site. Lin Mo thought of the future and felt weary in his heart. He looked at his senior with eyes full of respect mixed with helplessness. The mindset of Beiyang Academy indeed was optimistic beyond imagination. Yuan Qing smiled and encouraged, "Don't worry, the ghosts here are the weakest in the region. A few hits and you win." The two young men sweated profusely upon hearing this, thinking to themselves, "We took a casual stroll and ran into a green corpse evil spirit, and you call that weak?" Lin Mo suddenly remembered and asked, So what about the ghost beads dropped by those wild grave ghosts, senior?" She generously gave them the spoils of war, making the two of them happily thank her repeatedly. As Hai Zio Pan busied himself picking them up, he inquired, "Brother Mo, can we sell the ghost beads from these grave ghosts for a good price?" He grinned and calculated, "For low-grade specters, it's very cheap, at most 10,000 apiece." Lin Mo put the ghost beads into his pocket, his brain quickly calculating, "Not much money, but we can make up for it with quantity. We can grab around 160,000 from here." He nodded and praised, "What wild grave? This is definitely a gold mine waiting for people to dig." Yuan Qing waved her hand to urge the two underclassmen to quickly follow her back to the academy. The silent darkness surrounded the pathway. As the three of them walked, Pan began his nagging song. What kind of school is built in the middle of nowhere? Wanting to go to an internet cafe to play games seems hopeless. She pointed to the far distance and laughed to correct him. Who lied to you? Although the school is located on the edge of the Xinhai suburbs, if you cross the wild grave site to the south, wade over the mountain, and turn right, you will reach Lingaling City. Not to mention, right across the river is the bustling Zufeng Academy. But our school is also very romantic. Every night you can watch the will-o'-the-wisps flickering in the grave site, looking just like starry skies. Her enthusiastic introduction made the two young men shrink back in fear. Lin Mo cried inside. My goodness, senior, I'd be crying tears of joy if seeing a will-o'-the-wisp didn't scare me into fainting. Mu Wanqing cheerfully announced, We've arrived. The three of them were now positioned in front of the main gate. The young man's eyes burned with the fire of enthusiasm. Beiyang Academy, here I come. Just after stepping onto the campus, they encountered all kinds of students, some groaning and complaining, others glaring with envy. An annoyed male student yelled, How frustrating, I wish I had a beautiful senior escorting me too. A tour leader stepped forward, knocked him on the head and scolded, Escort my foot, demanding a senior sister to welcome you, are you trying to rob someone? He pointed straight at Lin Mo's face to slap the other's ego. You want to compare yourself with that kid? He is the top scorer, and the school sent an escort to welcome him. As for you, having me lead you is a blessing from 7 generations of ancestors, yet you are still demanding. Hearing the guide's exposure, the crowd of new students simultaneously cast dazzling eyes of admiration toward him. The crowd gradually dispersed to find the dormitory area. Lin Mo received the key to room 433, along with a reminder to apply sunscreen for tomorrow's military training so he wouldn't get sunburned. Lin Mo excitedly took the key and expressed his thanks. Wanqing smiled and replied, It's a small matter, I shall take my leave first. Before disappearing, she didn't forget to turn back and remind, I forgot, remember to lock your door carefully at night. Those night owl ghosts often patrol at night. If you are careless, you will lose sleep. Pan threw the warning right behind him, only staring at the beauty's back. Oh, a fairy descended to earth. If I can get her as a girlfriend, I would have no regrets in this life. He ruthlessly threw a bucket of cold water. Stop daydreaming, you are more suited for those cheeky female ghosts. Pan cursed angrily. Watch your mouth, brother. The system suddenly rang out. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 breakdown points. Lin Mo fumbled through the room numbers along the hallway, while Pan kept shrinking back because the murderous aura in this building was even thicker than in the graveyard. After fumbling around for a while, he finally saw the room sign. His friend tremblingly held Lin Mo's hand. Wait a second, brother Mo, what is that weird sound? Could it be? He sneered sarcastically. Such a coward, do you think this school has ghosts everywhere you look? But as soon as he opened the door, Lin Mo also widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock at the scene inside. A male student with a face full of dark energy was tiredly sharpening a knife. He slowly looked up, casting a sharp gaze toward the two. Pan hid fearfully behind Lin Mo's back. My goodness, this guy's face is even more haunting than a ghost. Lin Mo froze for a few seconds before greeting him. He reached out to flip the light switch, grumbling, sharpening a knife in the dark. Are you trying to scare people to death? He gracefully spun the knife in his hand, his voice cold as ice. Why would sharpening a knife need light? Lin Mo stepped forward, nodding as if he understood. Lin Mo turned his head to urge, Pan, why are you standing there frozen? Get in quickly. Only then did the boy shyly and cautiously take a step. The two young men worked hard to arrange their luggage and clean up the beds. Lin Mo looked down at the lower bunk, gently saying, I am Lin Mo, we are roommates from now on, please take care of me. His hand still constantly rubbing the blade, he bluntly uttered 3 words, I am a Q. Sitting on the bed folding the blanket, he silently evaluated, this guy is really bizarre. If he's not autistic, he's a weirdo. Suddenly, the blood pupil ghost whispered close to Lin Mo's ear, warning, that blade has an evil nature. It emits a terrifying aura. These words made him shiver slightly. Lin Mo immediately swung himself down, smiling as he probed. Q, your weapon looks really special. What is it used for? He remained as silent as a stone for a long time. Only after a while did Q raise the knife, uttering 2 cold words, head shaving. Lin Mo turned to whisper to the ghost, what's so scary about a head-shaving knife? The ghost explained tremblingly, then it's correct. That blade was definitely passed down from the Qing dynasty, the era when men had to shave half their heads and braid their hair into queues. This item rubbed against men's scalps all year round, absorbing full yang energy over many generations, thus transforming into a magic treasure specialized in dealing with yin spirits. Hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes widened. So this guy was hiding his skills. This was indeed a formidable item. He immediately called out to his roommate. Lin Mo unleashed a stream of questions. Which ghost did you contract with? Give me a hint. And why did you end up at this Beiyang school? Let's spar sometime. I think your treasured blade is very powerful. Q smiled slightly, not hesitating to reveal the information. My ghost is a shadow ghost. I came to Beiyang because the principal promised to reduce 50% of my tuition. As for the martial arts exchange, forget it, my blade is only used to slay ghosts. Receiving the answer, Lin Mo's brain worked rapidly. Contracted ghosts have clear rarity levels. Common ones like corpse-eating ghosts or starving ghosts have skills that everyone is familiar with. So countering them is very easy. But with rare S-class ghosts like the blood pupil ghost or shadow ghost, whose skill sets are obscure to everyone, using them to ambush opponents is truly unmatched. Looking at Q's stern face, his character seemed trustworthy. His earlier quietness was probably due to introversion. When asked, he still answered honestly, appearing to be an upfront young man. He eagerly hopped off the bed to probe further. Hey Q, where on earth did you hunt that shadow ghost? He stroked the blade and calmly recounted, my family has been in the barber trade for generations. When descendants reach adulthood, they must go to Shadow Mountain to request a shadow ghost. Whoever tames it is qualified to inherit the ancestral family blade. Hearing this interesting story, he dug deeper. So back to the school topic, why choose Beiyang? Q packed his blade neatly. The principal committed to cutting half of my tuition fee. Speaking of this, the smile on his face vanished. Lin Mo clicked his tongue in empathy. It makes sense. Nowadays people only go for stylish perms and hair gel. Where would a head-shaving trade find a place to survive? He looked up at him and countered, what about you? What reason brought you to this school? Q stared intently at his two roommates with a serious gaze. Lin Mo declared solemnly, because the principal said I got a full tuition waiver, so I packed my suitcase and came right away. Hearing this, his face turned as dark as a soot-stained pot. Then if you need a head shave in the future, just call me. I'll charge you a cheap price of 5 yuan per turn. He happily nodded and finalized the deal with Q. Night gradually fell, with a bright moon and strong wind. Haizio Pan looked at the empty bed and asked curiously, our room is still missing one person. Where did that guy disappear to? Lin Mo yawned and threw a casual remark, heaven knows, maybe he got lost on the way and had his bones chewed by a ghost. The scary remark made the fat boy shiver with goosebumps again. He urged the two to quickly turn off the lights and go to sleep to save their strength for being tormented at the military training field tomorrow. An unusual sound echoed outside the dark hallway. The room door gently opened a crack. A loud noise echoed continuously without stopping. Lin Mo's eyes were still tightly shut, but his mouth complained, Haizio Pan, keep yourself pleasuring to a limit. We have military training tomorrow, don't exhaust your energy. Suddenly Lin Mo felt something was off and woke up, his brain thinking rapidly, this guy usually finishes in less than a minute. How on earth is he lasting 10 minutes today? He quickly poked his head out to see what was actually going on. Lin Mo was shocked and saw stars in his eyes. Haizio Pan was being tightly bound by a series of glowing red threads, looking as if he was about to be strangled. He jumped up in a panic and screamed when he saw Haizio Pan pinned down and rolling on the floor. Suddenly, a sharp, cold beam of light flashed right in front of his face. The blade embedded deeply into the wall, severing the bizarre mess of red threads. Lin Mo reached out to flip the light switch, expressing his deep gratitude to Q for the timely rescue. Haizio Pan, pale as a sheet, complained tremblingly, I was struggling like a stranded fish, yet you didn't even care. A bit more and I would have logged out of Earth. Lin Mo laughed embarrassedly and patted his panicking friend's shoulder. My bad, I thought you were busy masturbating. The fat boy explained, I was sound asleep when suddenly I felt suffocated and couldn't breathe. Haizio Pan pointed at his two arms, recounting the details. I looked down and found both my arms locked tight and unable to move. What on earth was that? Q picked up a thread, examined it closely, and made a judgment. This is definitely the trick of a puppet ghost. He pulled the blade hard out of the wall, analyzing in a deep voice. Do you think so too? Late at night, The hallway should only have wandering ghosts taking walks, so where did a puppet ghost suddenly pop up from? Lin Mo, with a cold face, drew a conclusion that terrified Hai Zio Pan. This smells like a conspiracy. Someone is definitely playing dirty tricks from the shadows to harm us. The fat boy whimpered, "Who would be so free? We just got here and haven't offended anyone." Both young men simultaneously cast their gazes out the door, nodding in agreement. "Let's go out and catch them red-handed, then we will know." The two quickly stepped out, and Hai Zio Pan screamed in panic, "Don't leave me alone behind." The fat boy hugged a pillar, fearfully looking around. "Anyway, I'll take the liberty to hold the fort here and wait for you guys." On the rooftop, loud laughter was echoing from a group of scum who were excitedly chatting away. "Brother Luan Chang, will those rookies be able to handle it, or will they be forced to log out by you? If they don't die, they'll go crazy. Did you forget about that kid last year whom we scared out of his mind?" The leader sat completely silent, leisurely puffing smoke from his pipe. Luan Chang, with a murderous face, looked at the puppet ghost and sneered. "That trash in room 433 had the guts to let my goddess, Mu Wan Qing, escort them. They must be tired of living. Daring to touch my woman, I will show them who the boss of this school is." But before his smile could fade, he frowned in confusion while looking at his ghost. Luan Chang angrily threw his pipe to the ground and roared, "How daring to cut my threads! Those bastards who are tired of living, follow me to deal with them." Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling the whole group. "No need to waste effort looking, we have brought ourselves here." Lin Mo and Akiu, with furious faces, glared at the scum. "Instead of sleeping at night, you came to provoke us. Very well, today we will play to the end." Hearing this, they angrily cursed loudly. "A rookie but so arrogant. When bullied by seniors, you had better shut your mouth and endure it. We beat you up out of respect." Luan Chang's face darkened as he glared at Lin Mo, hissing through his teeth, "Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, boys, beat him to death for me." The minor ghost soldiers eagerly formed a battle array, shouting to call out the one-handed ghost and the corpse-eating ghost. Lin Mo curled his lip in contempt and mocked, "Is this all? What kind of poor, cheap seniors are you?" The underlings almost spat blood in anger, pointing and accusing, "How dare you look down on us? A mere rookie whose skills aren't even fully unlocked, yet acting so big. Today I'll make sure you won't see tomorrow's sun." Lin Mo picked his ear, pretending to be innocent as he retorted, "Oh, not seeing the sun? Does tomorrow's weather forecast say it's going to rain?" The seniors were choked with rage by his mockery, grinding their teeth in speechless fury. The system happily announced again, "Congratulations to the host for gathering 80 breakdown points." Akiu, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. This guy's mouth is truly unique. Luan Chang boiled with anger and roared, "Stop the trash talk, charge and finish him for me." The two fierce-looking underlings aggressively charged straight forward. Akiu calmly laid out a plan, "Split them up, each handles one, and once cleared, we'll finish the boss's puppet." Lin Mo was about to nod when the figure of the knife-sharpening youth vanished, leaving him wide-eyed. The sharp blade sliced a magical curve, tearing through the night. The evil ghost's head fell with a thud. Lin Mo stared in awe, lightning speed. His blade's swing was sharp, but his movement was even crazier. The seniors were frightened out of their wits. What on earth is happening? He wields the blade so fast that we can't even see his shadow. He didn't even bother to use his contracted ghost. The remaining one angrily pointed his weapon at Lin Mo and roared, "Brat, let me teach you a lesson on what a real expert is." The young man was not one to back down. He immediately opened his eyes, activating the blood domain illusion with his glowing red eyes. The charging opponent got stunned and completely froze, then collapsed heavily onto the floor, unconscious. The rest were terrified and fell to the ground. "Oh my God, he collapsed and isn't moving at all." Defeating an opponent with just a glance, what kind of monster is this? We stepped on a landmine this time. But his pride as a boss wouldn't allow him to retreat. Luan Chang tried to swallow hard to hide his trembling, pointing his finger to threaten Lin Mo. "Do you know what you are doing? Provoking me will bring unimaginable consequences." Lin Mo and Akiu put on incredibly innocent faces and shook their heads in unison. "What consequences?" He immediately wore a sinister smile and rubbed his hands together. "All right, no need to explain. Let's just beat each other up first, then talk logic later." The underlings burst into tears of fear, grabbing their leader's coat. "Luan Ji, you have to back us up. Quickly make a move and send those two to meet their ancestors." He put on a gloomy expression, patting his underlings' shoulders to comfort them. "Trust me, with me here, I will definitely protect you too." The puppet ghost behind him moved to spin its threads. In an instant, it shot out red threads to manipulate the two panicking underlings. Luan Chang revealed his scummy nature, directly backstabbing his teammates with the puppet's secret art, control living entities. The two senior sisters who had been with this group suddenly got caught in it, crying out in panic, "Little brothers, please go easy on us." Their bodies involuntarily flew up to attack while they whimpered, "We lost control, we didn't mean to target you cuties." Lin Mo's face darkened as he sneered, using women as shields to buy time to escape, what absolute scum. He glared angrily, locking his target on the ringleader, trying to escape, keep dreaming, on the silent rooftop. The poor female student was pulled by the strings to kick straight at Lin Mo's face, but he easily slipped aside to dodge. In the opposite corner, Aq also leaped high and flipped to dodge the strike from the other female student. The two huddled together, and he complained, "They are too much of a hassle, Aq, let's finish this quickly." The other nodded, catching his drift. Lin Mo did not hesitate to snap his fingers, calling out the double saw ghost to join the fight. The two female students begged in despair, "Please spare our lives." The other also whimpered, "Please don't be so cruel to us." The unfortunate girl closed her eyes and screamed in fear. To their surprise, the ghost only aimed its sharp saw blade at the red threads. The two girls opened their eyes, realizing in shock that they were still alive. The system popped up a notification again. "Congratulations to the host for gathering 500 breakdown points." He glanced at the two seniors and thought happily, "They thought they were dead, but a little scare got me a bunch of points. What a bargain." Lin Mo raised his face like a gentleman. "I am not in the habit of killing innocent people." Then he cast a cold glare toward the other corner, "But that coward is a different story." Luan Chang was now scared out of his wits. "He wants to kill me, which way should I escape?" A ray of hope flashed in his brain. "If I drag myself to the stairs, they will definitely catch me." He hurriedly ordered the puppet ghost to lower him down with spider silk to slip away quickly. With that, Luan Chang closed his eyes and jumped off the rooftop. He laughed smugly and arrogantly. Lin Mo and Aq rushed to the edge of the railing, and he shouted loudly, "Stop him, don't let him escape." Aq swung his blade and sliced off the life-supporting thread from the puppet ghost's hand, causing Luan Chang, who was climbing down safely, to instantly turn into a free-falling meteor, slamming straight onto the ground. The system announced again, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining another 100 breakdown points." Crumpled on the concrete yard, Luan Chang screamed in pain, "Help, someone is trying to murder me." The two young men looked down at the crumpled mess from above, and Aq asked, "He hasn't stopped breathing, are we letting him off that easily?" Lin Mo shrugged and replied, "If we finish him right under the security guard's nose, how can we play the role of victims acting in self-defense?" He turned back to look at the isolated puppet ghost. "Your master got away, but you're stuck here because you were busy lowering him down." Suddenly, the double saw ghost lunged forward and decapitated it with a single saw strike. On the ground below, Luan Chang immediately clutched his head and rolled around, screaming in pain from the backlash. Lin Mo bent down to pick up the two beads. "I'll take the ghost beads of this corpse-eating ghost and the puppet ghost, okay?" Aq nodded immediately without any calculation, even though the ghost horde behind him was still bloodthirstily growling for meat. He led the double saw ghost close to the two senior sisters, putting on a cheerful face. The two female students, still in shock, hugged each other and trembled. The system rang out again, announcing that the double saw ghost's loyalty had just increased by 20%. Lin Mo was thrilled. Not only did this harvest yield a lucrative amount of breakdown points, but the system also brought good news that his points had reached the 2,000 mark. "Do you want to exchange them for a contract limit?" He grinned widely. "Exchange it quickly, I can collect another ghost." The system finalized the transaction successfully. Contract limit +1, current total limit is 3.5. Aq patted his shoulder to signal a quiet retreat. Lin Mo nodded and recalled the double saw ghost into his space, muttering to himself, wondering which ghost he should contract with next. Just after dragging themselves back to the room, Aq opened the door and startled. Lin Mo asked in confusion, "Is there another situation, Aq?" He pointed at the trash can ghost sitting in the middle of the room. "Did you buy this giant-sized trash can?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "It wasn't me." "Hi Zio Pan, crawl out quickly, the boss has cleaned everything up." Peering inside, they saw the fat boy snoring loudly in a deep sleep. Lin Mo clicked his tongue, "Sleeping like a pig, just leave him be. Aq, you should go to bed early too." Aq stared helplessly, Good heavens, even a trash can be used as a contracted ghost. Dawn broke, and the clear morning sunlight poured down upon the world. The alarm clock rang loudly at exactly 7 o'clock. A sluggish hand reached out and slapped it off. Lin Mo yawned and stretched, his half-closed eyes instantly startled awake by the scene before him. What caught his eyes was a Q sitting cross-legged, holding a ghost bead and diligently channeling his power to cultivate. Lin Mo silently shook his head in admiration. The path of cultivation is truly hard work. Gritting one's teeth to absorb ghost energy from ghost beads is the basic method for ghost masters to increase spiritual perception and raise their power. But of course, as a darling of creation, why should he torment himself like that? Just throwing points into the system would get it done instantly. Thinking of this, Lin Mo wore a devious smile. The only thing I need to do is go around provoking people and ghosts to earn breakdown points. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on a Q's shadow cast on the wall. Last night he didn't even unleash his shadow ghost, yet he was already that strong. I wonder how dominant his power would be when he unleashes that trump card. If the shadow ghost is truly strong, I should probably get myself a contract for one to look cool. A while later, Lin Mo crawled over and knocked on the trash can to wake Haizio Pan up. It's time for military training. The fat boy rubbed his sleepy eyes and scrambled to reply. Dragging themselves to the military training field, the sky was clear and cloudless, with only occasional clouds drifting lazily by. The sweating students obediently lined up in vertical columns, waiting for instructions. A classmate puffing and panting with sunken cheeks fanned himself frantically with his cap. Turning around with a tearful grimace, he whined, "Brother Mo, do you have a spare bottle of water on you?" Lin Mo stuffed his hands in his pockets, grunting vaguely as if hesitating. Then out of nowhere, the guy grinned widely like a blooming hibiscus. "Water, of course I do." Hearing the prospect of refreshment, the surrounding crowd immediately went wild. "Give us a sip, brother, my throat is parched. Sell it to me, I'll buy it." Only then did Lin Mo show his true colors. Scratching his head and looking away as if it had nothing to do with him, he said, "Well, I did bring some, but I already drank every last drop." Naturally, sheer frustration was written all over their sun-blackened faces. The whole bunch wished they could just rush forward and throw a few punches at the guy in front of them. "We are about to wither to death on this field, and you're still standing there messing with us." Coinciding with their outrage, the system notification rang out. "Congratulations to the host for harvesting 40 defense break points." Right at that moment, Quan strutted over, smoothing his hair to show off his superiority. "I heard you guys are thirsty," one irritated student snapped back. "And what, do you have water?" Quan lifted his chin high into the air. "Right now, my hands are empty, but my babe is about to bring water right to my mouth." Catching the scent of his boasting, the crowd grumbled and whispered among themselves. "Bai Yang is practically a monk's temple. You can count the girls here on one hand. How on earth did this guy snag a girlfriend right after starting? On what basis?" "Exactly." At this moment, Quan glanced over at Lin Mo, who was leaning lazily against a tree, feeling secretly annoyed. Why wasn't this guy showing any envy? With his troublemaking nature, Quan clicked his tongue and mocked Lin Mo, already in college and still haven't even had a single relationship. What a loser. Lin Mo didn't even bother to argue, only responding with a smirk. That dismissive attitude made Quan even more furious. Pretending to be so aloof, what a joke. You're just a single dog whom no one wants. Right then, Quan's girlfriend came trotting over, holding a bottle of water, and said tenderly, "Brother Quan, your throat must be parched, right? I brought some water for you." Riding on his victory, Quan decided to display some public affection to irritate the crowd behind him. "Babe, feed me a sip." Needless to say, the expressions of the surrounding crowd were filled with murderous intent. Quan even deliberately craned his neck to smirk at Lin Mo. "So refreshing. Too bad some people can only stand and watch without getting a drink." Lin Mo was completely speechless at this cheap clown show. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted in surprise, pointing into the distance, "Look, the #1 beauty of Bai Yang is coming this way." Mu Wanqing strolled over, holding a freezing bottle of Coca-Cola in one hand, and a commotion immediately erupted. "A goddess descending to earth. I've already thought of a name for our future child." "You're too naive. I've already picked out a feng shui graveyard for the two of us to rest in peace." "Wait, word has it she's single. Who is she bringing that cold Coca-Cola to? I'm so jealous." The crowd screamed internally, gnashing their teeth as they wondered which lucky bastard had managed to hook this senior on the very first day of school. As she drew closer, Mu Wanqing smiled, waved her hand, and called out, "Lin Mo." At this point, even Lin Mo was dumbfounded, pointing back at his own face as he stammered, Wait, are you calling me? Wan Qing walked over slowly and offered the ice-cold bottle of Coca-Cola to the freshman. Here, Lin Mo, drink up. Lin Mo scratched his head, asking with a bewildered face, why are you suddenly giving this to me? What's the catch? Wan Qing leaned close to Lin Mo's ear and whispered suggestively, to reward you for cleaning up a major threat for Bai Yang Academy. Only then did the young man let out a loud ah, suddenly realizing, so it's because of the aftermath from last night. The campus belle gently placed her index finger on her lips, gesturing for silence, followed by a playful wink as a warning. It's enough that you know, don't go blabbing about it. At that moment, the brains of all the surrounding boys seemed to short-circuit and explode. A senior campus beauty actually came in person to hand water to a wet behind-the-ears freshman. Systems notifications chimed continuously, congratulating the host on gathering countless defense break points. Yet Lin Mo stood dazed, his face pale as he muttered to himself, "Strange, where is this overwhelming murderous intent coming from?" Only when he took a closer look at the notification panel did he realize the brutal truth. He had worked himself to the bone for half a month just to gather 1,000 points, yet a tiny bit of romantic trouble had easily bagged him 1,000 points on a silver platter. While the male students were gnashing their teeth, screaming in silent outrage because the one blessed by the goddess was not them. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed guy hastily shouted, "Heads up, brothers, another top-tier beauty has appeared at 9 o'clock. Walking over was a beautiful girl with dazzling platinum blonde hair, also clutching a water bottle in her hands. Could she be here to hand out benefits too? It turned out to be Ran, an old acquaintance of Lin Mo. The pack of wolves around them began to whisper again, everyone secretly praying that the lucky bastard would absolutely not be Lin Mo again. That kid had already monopolized the seniors' favor. If he snatched this girl too, how were the rest of them supposed to survive? Reality slapped the crowd right in the face, and Ran walked straight up, slapped Lin Mo on the shoulder and grinned, "Thirsty? I made some lemonade for you." Seeing the familiar figure, Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, and Ran, what wind blew you all the way here?" And naturally, along with the system's defense break point notifications came the painful groans of the heartbroken boys. Even a guy walking with his girlfriend felt annoyed. He had planned to show off his girl in front of the singles, but who would have thought they'd run into this popular playboy? What a buzzkill. Wan Qing, witnessing this, asked curiously, "Hey Junior, who is this cute little girl?" In response to the question, and Ran's razor-sharp gaze locked onto the water bottle Lin Mo was holding. Lin Mo was still grinning, planning to introduce them, but was immediately cut off coldly by Ran. No need. With that, she turned on her heel and stomped away, not forgetting to grumble petulantly. "This lady was nice enough to bring you water, but since you've already had your fill, whatever, there's no need to force it." Lin Mo stood frozen, 3 massive black lines appearing on his forehead as he wondered. Strange, why didn't Ran suddenly fly into a rage? I haven't even said anything to offend her yet. Wan Qing, witnessing this hilarious scene, could only sigh, patting the boy's shoulder helplessly. "Your girl is sulking now. Why aren't you running after her to coax her?" Realizing the truth, Lin Mo quickly grabbed the bottle of lemonade and sprinted after her as fast as his legs could carry him, crying out pitifully. And Ran, wait for me." As soon as he caught up, he pulled out the lemonade and chugged it down, wiped his mouth with his sleeve and praised, "Wow, it's so sour my teeth are aching." And Ran kept her pouting face and snapped, "If they ache, they might as well fall out." That idiot Lin Mo still hadn't figured out the root of her anger, only staring blankly as he asked, "Hey, what on earth did I do?" In desperation, Lin Mo turned his head to send a plea for help to Wan Qing. "Sister, how do I handle this situation?" His senior was also speechless at his negative EQ, waving her hand to urge him. "Then chase after her, what are you standing there for?" Having said that, Wan Qing massaged her temples, looking thoroughly exhausted. He looked so smart, so why was his EQ so hopelessly low? As for Ran, she quickened her pace while grumbling in her head. Another girl was already catering to Lin Mo indeed. Mother's advice was never wrong. All men in this world are liars, and yet she was foolish enough to believe he was a decent person. After struggling for a bit, Lin Mo finally caught up and quickly grabbed Ran's wrist. Pulling her back, his smile faded, and he looked deep into her eyes with an extremely serious expression. "And Ran, I really have something important to clear up with you." And Ran puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "What does someone like you have left to explain to me?" Facing her wrath, Lin Mo panicked, his brain working fast to buy time. He grinned and changed the subject. "Well, I just wanted to ask, did you make this bottle of lemonade yourself?" And Ran glared at him, her words dripping with jealousy. You already had a beautiful sister serving water right to your mouth, so why bother drinking this cheap stuff? Just throw it away. Lin Mo quickly hugged the bottle to his chest and hastily replied, such premium water would be a waste to pour away. With that, he threw his head back and gulped down every last drop, not leaving even a single speck behind. His surprise, the water was incredibly refreshing as it went down. Lin Mo licked his lips and asked greedily, "Hey, is there any left? This feels even colder than ice straight from the freezer." At this, Ran was boiling with rage and scolded him, "You glutton, do you think this is easy to get? I had to laboriously collect every single drop from the bottom of an ancient tomb. Where would I get more to treat you?" Hearing the origin of the drink, Lin Mo was slightly taken aback, but his eyes shone with appreciation. So it came from a tomb. No wonder it's brain-freezingly cold with all that yin energy. Thank you so much. Waiting to collect it drop by drop like that must have been really hard. Hearing those sweet words, a wave of warmth surged through Ran's heart, but she kept up her sharp tongue on the outside. "Don't flatter yourself. I poisoned it. In a moment, you'll be foaming at the mouth and drop dead." Lin Mo playfully went along with her joke. "Even if it's highly toxic, I'm willing. But do you have any spare stock? Pass me another bottle." And Ran looked at him disdainfully and tilted her chin, questioning, "Then where is that bottle of soda the sister gave you?" Lin Mo immediately shrank back, putting on a cute, pleasing face. "What an injustice. Since early morning, my stomach has only held your lemonade." Seeing this, Ran sighed with fake regret. "Actually, I plan to take you to open your eyes at my ancient tomb base today, but since you seem so busy with your love life, let's forget it." Hearing the phrase, ancient tomb, Lin Mo's eyes lit up like a dog seeing a bone, and he wagged his tail eagerly. "How could I miss such an interesting place? Just you wait, I'll definitely go visit no matter what." His eyes sparkled like 1,000 stars, and he celebrated internally. The resentment points he had just gathered were more than enough to exchange for another contract slot, meaning he had 2 spare slots. In his current state of having no good hunting grounds, heading down into that ancient tomb might just yield a plump, delicious ghost to sign a contract with. Ran's mood had brightened up. She snatched back the empty bottle and raised her voice. "If you're so sincere about going, meet me at the eastern side of the graveyard tonight at 10. Leaving behind the appointment, she quickly turned and vanished. Lin Mo didn't forget to shout after her, "It's a deal. Be there or be square tonight." The two of them waved goodbye, securing their midnight rendezvous. As soon as Ran's figure disappeared, the young man let out a sigh of relief, wiping cold sweat as he muttered, "Phew," finally calmed her down. But his joy was short-lived. The next second, a barrage of mocking voices from all directions rubbed salt into his wounds. "I thought my EQ was at the bottom of the abyss, but this guy literally drilled through the Earth's core." Another voice chimed in sarcastically, "Exactly, this isn't just low EQ, this guy has terminal straight man cancer with no cure." Some bizarre voice even cut in, "How bland, the meat of this guy must taste terrible." Lin Mo's face flushed with anger, grumbling testily, "You bunch of petty gossips have nothing better to do than gather and mock my EQ. I just made her happy again, which proves my EQ is top tier." Coincidentally, the system notification chimed crisply, congratulating the host on harvesting more defense break points, which made Lin Mo highly suspicious. "I haven't even raised a finger, so why are the irritation points skyrocketing like this?" He patted his forehead in confusion, completely unaware that behind him, thousands of glare-filled eyes from jealous men were throwing daggers of rage. Realizing the truth, he laughed with delight, telling himself that he should entice Ran to hang around campus more often. In the blink of an eye, the clock struck 10 in the evening. At the deserted, yin-energy-filled graveyard, Lin Mo and Ran were both ready. The two of them were moving along on the hand of a ghost. Seeing Lin Mo's face pale as a banana leaf, his eyes locked forward in panic, she couldn't help but tease. "Scared out of your wits already? This lady here walked through a ghost tide all by myself when I was only 10 years old." Lin Mo rolled his eyes, asking in disbelief. A 10-year-old kid slipped through a ghost tide and still kept her life to stand here. And Ran tilted her chin, puffing her chest proudly. "Back then, I still possessed the ghost fate destiny. Those low-level ghosts retreated as fast as they could when they saw me. How would they have the courage to touch me?" Soon as she finished boasting, she cheered in excitement, signaling they had arrived. On the contrary, Lin Mo's heart sank with bitterness, secretly feeling sorry. The doll ghost that originally belonged to her had been ruthlessly snatched away by old Gao Longchen as a gift for Gao Shishi. What kind of extreme humiliation had this young girl's childhood suffered? As the ghost's hand set them both on the ground, and Ran quickly led the way. Appearing before them were thorny bushes tangled together, covering the cave entrance. The old, gnarled branches twisted like snakes stretching out their coils. As the two parted the branches to approach the entrance, the slight noise disturbed a dense swarm of black bats, causing them to scatter in panic. And Ran, with an excited face, slipped inside, urging, "Just crawl through this hole dug by tomb raiders and we'll be right there." Contrary to her impulsiveness, Lin Mo cautiously scanned his surroundings, assessing every dangerous corner. Following each other, Lin Mo and Ran slowly slid down the deep cavern, groping step by step through the pitch-black darkness. After overcoming the slippery slope, they both jumped down into a spacious chamber. What met their eyes was a basement dimly lit by a flickering yellow light. As soon as he found his footing, Lin Mo looked around, secretly praising. Choosing this middle-of-nowhere place as a hideout was indeed a smart move, especially for someone who was heavily wanted like Ran. Surprisingly, two familiar figures from the Haya gang appeared in this lair. The burly man limped forward, greeting them with a smile. "Boss, you've brought someone back." Only now did Lin Mo startle as he recognized him, recalling the past awkwardly. Wasn't this the big guy whose leg he had broken last time? His ghost had also been crushed into oblivion by Lin Mo, so now he was just a disabled person, forever losing the ability to contract with ghosts. As if reading his awkwardness, the burly man waved his hand and laughed, breaking the silence. "My skills were lacking, so giving up a leg to you was only natural. There's nothing to be bitter about." Seeing this magnanimous attitude, Lin Mo patted his shoulder in praise. A true man takes responsibility for his actions. A real man indeed. Suddenly, a warm male voice drifted out from the torn tent. "Hey Lin Mo, do you still recognize me?" The person stepping out of the shadows was none other than Hao Kun. This appearance made Lin Mo's eyes widen as he exclaimed in shock, "Hao Kun, you joined this group too." Hao Kun smiled bitterly, recalling his hopeless days as he explained in a low voice. "The boss not only saved my worthless life, but also enlightened me. A useless person like me has nowhere else to go in this vast world, so I swore my loyalty to them." Those words lifted a heavy weight from Lin Mo's heart. He glanced subtly at Ran, secretly evaluating. Being willing to take in someone like Hao Kun proved that this girl was extremely kind-hearted. Despite growing up in suffocating darkness, she still kept her pure heart intact. How many in this world could do that? Catching his admiring gaze, Ran raised her chin proudly, boasting of her achievements. "So, what do you think? My base is quite something, right? Even if those people from the Safety Bureau grew wings, they wouldn't be able to sniff out this place." Riding on her excitement, she naturally grabbed his hand to pull him along for a tour. "Look over at that corner. The mouth of that stone dragon discharges water straight from an underground spring, so we never have to worry about a shortage of running water." Ran eagerly pulled Lin Mo close to the water's edge to see for himself, her lips moving rapidly. "The excellent bottle of lemonade I gave you this morning was also made from this spring, which is why it was bone-chillingly cold." Standing beside her, Lin Mo nodded repeatedly, constantly uttering words of admiration. Looking around, a question crossed his mind, and he quickly asked, "This outer area is indeed quite convenient, but why don't you guys break the chains on that main gate to expand your living space?" The smile on Ran's face vanished, and she sighed helplessly. "Do you think I haven't thought of that? The thing is, we've tried every trick in the book, but that cursed gate remains as solid as rock." Lin Mo frowned in confusion. "So is there really not even a side path to slip inside?" As soon as he spoke, he secretly activated his probing vision but froze instantly, his heart pounding. A bizarre but real thing, his ever-victorious blood pupil eye was completely blinded by this stone wall. Hao Kun standing nearby chimed in to explain. "Actually, there are a few unfinished tunnels further away, but every time they were dug halfway they had to be abandoned." The burly man added, "So many diggers lost their lives in there, their dry skeletons are still scattered in the basement. Overall, only the path leading to this main hall is complete." Those spine-chilling warnings didn't scare Lin Mo. On the contrary, they stoked the fire of his curiosity. This time, there must be something absolutely terrifying hidden behind that stone slab. "Chainsaw Ghost, come out and cut this stone wall for me." With that, he waved his hand to summon the ghost, acting decisively without hesitation. The menacing figure of the Chainsaw Ghost rushed out, revving its engine with a growl, before aggressively pressing the sharp saw blade directly against the stone face. After a moment of sparks flying from the friction without leaving even a single scratch, the ghost scratched its head in bewilderment, looking helplessly at its master. Lin Mo also stared wide-eyed at the intact dragon head carving, unable to help but exclaim, "Such an insane defense!" Suspicion began to rise in his heart. The Chainsaw Ghost's damage was no joke. It could slice through rock like fruit, yet it was completely useless against this gate. Seeing this, a lackey from the Haya gang curled his lip and mocked bitterly. "Kid, do you think we're fools? My brothers and I have tried all those tricks already. In short, don't even talk about prying the door open. This thing is definitely sealed by some sinister array or barrier. Such a blockhead, yet you want to play hero." Lin Mo turned a deaf ear to the mockery, recalling the chainsaw ghost and sinking into deep thought. So it's a barrier. Just as he realized this, a greenish-blue light suddenly flashed from his wrist, tearing through the darkness of the tomb. He stepped forward close to the stone, his eyes scrutinizing every intricate line. In his heart, a chilling illusion arose. It seemed that behind the cold stone, an invisible magic was calling his name. Lin Mo instinctively reached out to caress the dragon's eyes, a silent command repeating in his trance-like mind, "Touch it." In the blink of an eye, as if responding to that destined touch, some massive hidden machinery was activated. The stone slab, weighing tons, suddenly cracked and slowly parted right before everyone's eyes. The ground beneath their feet shook violently, and the crowd stumbled and screamed in panic. "Oh my God, is it an earthquake or is the tomb collapsing?" And Rand tried to hold her ground, shouting to correct them. "It's not collapsing. Everyone look at Lin Mo." The giant gate slowly revealed a mysterious path. The group huddled together, groping their way across the dark threshold. Hao Kun stared wide-eyed at the surroundings, murmuring, "Wow, is this a tomb or a palace? It's so magnificent." And Rand scratched her head, full of questions. But the thing is, how did that brat Lin Mo break the seal as easily as taking candy from a baby? A lackey clicked his tongue in agreement. Heaven only knows, maybe this ancient grave is somehow related to his bloodline. Lin Mo frowned in thought, feeling as if his soul was beating in unison with these ruins. Every brick, every corner was shockingly familiar, as if in a past life he had been confined here for centuries. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's go deeper and find out what's really going on. Suddenly, the pupils of an ancient stone statue came to life, locking directly onto him. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine, freezing solid in place. And Rand noticed the danger, screaming out, "Lin Mo, watch your back." The massive stone statue trembled and took a step, making deafening thuds. But instead of attacking, dozens of statues along both sides of the corridor fell to their knees in unison, parting to form a wide, respectful path before Lin Mo. The young man stood there blank-faced, his brain completely shutting down at this absurd sight. His chest throbbed with uneasy beats. This was clearly the tomb's guard force. Normally, seeing an intruder, they should have rushed to attack. Why on earth were they kneeling so respectfully in front of him? What connection did the origin of this damn tomb have with him anyway? A mysterious voice echoed in the air, examining Lin Mo intently. This brat, the blood boiling in his body, is definitely not that of an ordinary mortal. The burly man's faction slapped their thighs in delight. To be able to make the entire stone guard bow down, this kid's background must be insane. Brothers, let's follow closely behind him. However, the moment they stepped forward, a stone guard rushed out in fury to block them. The big guy broke into a cold sweat and backed away with a gulp, realizing the deadly rule. These stone statues only rolled out the red carpet for Lin Mo alone. And Ran anxiously wanted to rush in to protect him, but was immediately blocked at the edge. She could only bite her lip and warn him, "Lin Mo, keep your life safe." The young man nodded slightly, stepping cautiously into the sacred sanctuary. Walking past the first stone statue, it depicted a majestic figure swinging a sword, slaughtering on a bloody battlefield. Behind him, ranks of soldiers marched forward, their war cries seemingly echoing from the past. A fragment of memory surfaced. He was a great general commanding thousands of troops, swinging his blade to slaughter enemies, creating mountains of corpses. His figure was like a devil descended to earth, decapitating countless foes, making the world tremble in fear as they bowed and revered him as the sword ghost. On another mural, the warrior's head had turned completely white. He leaned against a dying ancient tree, using his sword as a staff, his cloudy eyes staring longingly toward the imperial palace, the magnificent place he had spent his youth defending. Lin Mo slowly stopped before the ice-gold coffin. The being lying silently inside was none other than the legendary sword ghost. Suddenly, from inside the coffin, a deep, raspy, threatening voice echoed, "Who is the bold one that dares disturb my slumber?" Lin Mo jumped in fright, screaming, "Oh my God, this ancient tomb has been buried for at least 3 or 4 centuries. How can the dead person inside still speak?" The blood-pupil ghost young mistress, floating beside him, hastily reassured, "Put away your cowardice. That is merely a weak remnant soul left behind by the tomb owner." Swallowing hard, he timidly introduced himself. "Junior, Junior's name is Lin Mo, the remnant soul of the sword ghost roared like thunder, shaking the entire space. Brat, are you the king of the Feng Ma nation? Lin Mo was slightly startled and stammered in a low voice, that Feng Ma kingdom has long faded into the past, senior. The remnant soul seemed to reject the truth, growling, destroyed. Lin Mo's lips felt bitter as he nodded slightly. Yes, it was flattened under the iron heel of the Zhou nation several decades ago. Feng Ma was once a remote small nation situated in the southwest under an absolute monarchy, with a land area of only tens of thousands of square meters and a population of barely 20,000. 50 years ago, the Zhou nation raised an army to strike straight into the imperial palace, marking the complete erasure of the Feng Ma dynasty. Hearing the terrible news, the sword ghost's sky-high rage immediately exploded. The country that I drained my very life to protect, yet it was trampled into ashes by those Zhou scoundrels. The rising resentment transformed into a dark storm of ghostly energy, swirling with destructive power. The Zhou vermin deserve to die. Return my territory to me. Return my people to me. The razor-sharp resentment swept frantically. Those who were slow to dodge could easily face deadly danger. The dark column of energy spiraled straight into the sky, looking from afar like a giant tornado, surrounded by roaring lightning and howling wind, tearing the dark night apart in a terrifying display. Cut to the headquarters of the Safety Bureau of Jiang Province. Gao Longchen stood by the glass window, his eyes catching the swirling ghost energy on the horizon, shouting in panic. The remnants of Feng Ma must have broken the seal and opened the tomb of the sword ghost. To think I searched the entire world for it, yet it was right under my nose all along. Immediately issued a death order. Mobilize all forces to trace the coordinates of that tomb immediately. If you encounter any remnants of Feng Ma, kill them on the spot without mercy. Meanwhile, in a quiet courtyard, Lin Feng was jumping up and down cheering, excitedly bragging to a Yang. Wife, look, it's definitely our Moor's doing. In this world, who else besides Moor could open the barrier of the sword ghost? Not even you or I could do it. The wife walked over, her eyes filled with worry as she spoke. What are you so excited about? What if our precious son gets into danger? Lin Feng didn't bother to answer, only scanning around excitedly for a weapon. I can't keep staying cooped up in this village. It's time to make a comeback to back up more. With that, the man grabbed the death scythe stuck in the corner of the yard. His fighting spirit burned intensely. Just the thought of dealing with the lackeys of the Safety Bureau made his blood boil. You stay home and watch over our good daughter. I'm heading out. Returning to Lin Mo's side, the unwilling spectators were scared out of their wits by the storm of ghost energy, their souls almost leaving their bodies. What kind of freak is emitting such a terrifying amount of resentment? To be able to witness such a grand sight in this lifetime, even if I die, I'll rest in peace. Yet, and Rand's thoughts only drifted toward the youth at the center of the storm. Lin Mo, you absolutely must not let anything happen to you. The sword ghost's resentment grew more and more frenzied, just like a mad beast. Why did you flatten my dynasty? On what basis do you tiny Zhou vermin act so high and mighty? The blood-pupil ghost young mistress, hiding tightly behind his back, hastily urged, Hey, take this chance to try contracting him, he is really powerful. Lin Mo's face was pale under the immense pressure, cold sweat pouring down. Are you insane? He is a ghost. With such dense resentment, if I blindly try to contract him, my body will break and I'll die a miserable death. The master and servant stared wide-eyed at the massive column of ghost energy. The ghost young mistress quickly reassured the coward. He's just putting on a show. That fog is only the gathered ghost energy from hundreds of years bursting out. His actual entity is just a ragged remnant soul. Do you see the sword stuck in the coffin? Lin Mo argued back testily. I see it, but I don't feel his ghost form at all. The little ghost lost all patience, knocking her master on the head and scolding. I told you it's just a thin remnant soul, meaning only a bit of obsession remains, not even enough to form a remnant ghost. If you want to capture him, drip your blood onto the sword hilt. If he takes a liking to you, he will naturally accept you as master. Otherwise, you'll miss out. Hurry up, the remnant soul is about to evaporate completely. He grunted in response and decisively bit his fingertip. Internally, he calculated, this sword ghost is so majestic, if I can add him to my collection of contracts, my strength will definitely skyrocket like a kite rising with the wind. Lin Mo firmly pressed his bleeding finger onto the surface of the cold sword. A wave of demonic energy surged up, twisting like a flying dragon in the air a few times before suddenly turning around and piercing straight into his chest. Lin Mo only had time to let out a sorrowful cry that tore through the night. Immediately after, his limp body collapsed onto the stone floor. In the main hall, Ran witnessed Lin Mo's danger and screamed in panic. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly channeled her magic, summoning her trump card, the sleep paralysis ghost. A mystical purple light flashed, tearing through the darkness. The sleep paralysis entity leaped out from the void, grabbing and ran and rushing forward like an arrow shot from a bow. This unusual intrusion immediately triggered the senses of the stone guards. They tightened their grip on their weapons in unison. Sharp iron spearheads shot out with precision, aiming straight to block the sleep paralysis ghost to take its life. The entire formation of stone figures surged forward to surround and attack, but they were all smoothly evaded by the cunning ghost as it darted back and forth. Seeing the enemy forces growing larger, the sleep paralysis ghost cleverly used its flight advantage to soar high and escape the encirclement. It made a graceful sweep and landed on the high platform where Lin Mo's motionless body lay, and Ran rushed straight toward him. Approaching the edge of the coffin, she found Lin Mo slumped inside, his face twisted in a bizarre expression. And Ran flustered and panicked, shaking his shoulders with all her might while screaming his name until her throat went hoarse, but the young man did not react at all. At her wit's end, she gritted her teeth and used all her strength to pull him up, intending to carry his battered body on her back to escape this place. Despite her ragged, gasping breath, and Ran stubbornly supported Lin Mo's large frame on her slender shoulders. At the same time in the outside world, though night had fallen, a rather large group of people appeared, and Ran's crew seemed to have anticipated that the commotion here would draw the attention of the security bureau, so they urged each other to leave quickly. Receiving a secret report from his scouts, Dai Zhuang jumped up in panic. "The security bureau people have arrived. Let's get out of here, boss." On the sacrificial altar, the nightmare ghost was struggling to lift Lin Mo standing nearby, and Ran knew they were in a touch-and-go situation. If they were surrounded by the security bureau, they would surely face death, so she nodded in agreement. In less than a breath, the nightmare ghost held Lin Mo with one arm, carried and ran on its back, and flew out along the path they came. Noticing that the stone statues were still obediently bowing along both sides of the passage, and Ran was certain they would not attack Lin Mo thus, relying on his aura, the two of them safely glided through the corridor of death. They landed and reunited with her three battered subordinates. And Ran did not waste a single second to rest, decisively ordering an immediate retreat from this place. Everyone understood that time was precious as gold right now, so without a word, they wasted no time and dashed desperately toward the exit. While Ran's group was struggling to find an escape route inside the ancient tomb, the forces outside had already laid an inescapable dragnet, patrolling heavily on the surface. Ran's group hid in the shadows of some towering stone graves. One of the subordinates shone a light on Lin Mo's pale face, shivering with worry that his life force had been drained by ghosts. Uncertain, and Ran brushed it aside. "I'm not sure, we can only try to bring him to a doctor first." Zhuang Han, who was on lookout duty, suddenly shrank his neck back and spoke in a frantic rush. "This is bad, the security bureau people are heading this way." The accompanying henchman turned pale, stuttering in a low voice to propose a plan to find an escape path. But the underling sitting next to Ran poured cold water on all those thoughts. He believed the security bureau was too powerful to escape from. He then speculated that their target was Lin Mo, proposing to throw the kid out as a decoy so the rest of them could have a chance to survive. And Ran, hearing this, was furious. How could she agree? With a dark expression, she scolded him, determined to head toward Beiyang Academy, claiming that since Lin Mo was an official student there, he would surely receive protection. Seeing his boss's anger, a subordinate who owed and ran his life crawled up and volunteered to go first. He patted his chest confidently, swearing to act as a decoy to distract the enemy, creating a window of opportunity for her to escape with Lin Mo. The other two men refused to be left behind and couldn't bear to stand idly by, clamoring to be shields as well. Witnessing such deep brotherhood, and Ran was so moved that her eyes turned red, choking back her words. The three of them flatly refused any emotional sentimentality, leaving behind wishes for her safety before dashing away at full speed. And Ran firmly supported Lin Mo's body, watching the figures of the three brothers fade away. The tears she had held back finally rolled down her cheeks as she murmured a deep expression of gratitude through her sobs. On the other side, while the security bureau personnel were on high alert, a figure suddenly dashed right past them, leaving behind a sharp provocation. Suspicious figures popped up here and there, successfully baiting more than half of the security bureau's forces into a breathless chase. And Ran's subordinates kept mocking and provoking them, making the security bureau members boil with rage as they called on their comrades to surround and capture these small fries alive. And so the area around the ancient tomb, which was once eerily silent, now echoed with loud shouts of clamoring for blood and death. Seizing the golden opportunity, Ran tapped the nightmare ghost, ordering it to lift both of them up and fly away in a different direction. Looking down from above at the crowds chasing each other, her tears kept falling as she prayed to the gods to spare their lives. Holding its breath, the nightmare ghost silently glided through the air, mistakenly believing that its camouflage was flawless and undetected. Unexpectedly, every single movement was caught by Sun De Li, who was sitting comfortably inside an armored vehicle. Sneering as his eyes locked onto their escape path, he said, "How delusional, do you think relying on that nightmare ghost makes escaping easy? You really underestimate the authority of the security bureau," he muttered, stroking the evil spirit tattoo on his arm. In accordance with the summoning contract, 3 spectral wolves glowing with the radiance of white soul ghosts growled as they rushed out. They turned into 3 beams of light, darting at breakneck speed, hot on Ran's heels. But she was no pushover either. The moment the spectral wolves closed in, she sensed the approaching danger. Unfortunately, the nightmare ghost was strained under the heavy load of carrying both Lin Mo and Ran, leaving it helpless to do anything but passively dodge the attacks. Despite dodging skillfully, there was still a split second of misstep that allowed the Azure Wolf to bite its shoulder. The painful blow caused the arms tightly holding Lin Mo to slip slightly. Quick-witted, Ran knew very well that the wild wolf's target was Lin Mo's life. Panicking, she shrieked, forcing the nightmare ghost to use its body to protect him. Caught in a dilemma, the demon could not prioritize one over the other, so it curled up, pulling both of them tightly into its chest. Unfortunately, an opening was exposed, and a cunning wild dog lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Ran's waist, drawing a sky-shattering scream of pain from her. Sitting comfortably and watching the show, Sun De Li laughed gleefully, his laughter echoing through the vehicle. He clicked his tongue in regret that his hands were tied, preventing him from directly killing Ran, since she was, after all, the illegitimate daughter of the bureau chief. Conceiving a wicked scheme, he grinned slyly. "It seems that Brat is indeed a remnant of the Feng Ma clan. If I can capture him and hand him over to the higher-ups, my path to promotion will surely be paved with gold." In the sky, the nightmare ghost strained to hold the two closely to its chest for protection, but they were surrounded on all sides by the white soul ghosts, leaving no way out. Gritting her teeth against the agonizing pain, Ran hissed an urgent command, "Nightmare ghost, break through the siege and head straight to Beiyang Academy." Upon receiving the order, the demon desperately lunged forward, accelerating to dodge. Dodging spectacularly from the lethal lunges of the white soul ghosts. Sun De Li, watching from below, curled his lip in contempt as he observed the struggling trajectory of his fleeing prey. A smug satisfaction appeared on his cunning face. "These brats are truly too naive. My white souls aren't that easy to shake off." A barrage of consecutive attacks was unleashed mercilessly to completely block the opponent's retreat. The encircling white soul ghosts were accidentally hit by a defensive shockwave rebounding from the nightmare ghost, sending them stumbling back. The familiar school appeared faintly through the frosty night. Clutching Lin Mo's freezing body, Ran trembled slightly. "Thank goodness, we finally made it." As its strength completely gave out, the nightmare ghost's wings went limp, and it fell into a helpless free fall straight to the ground. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, the fierce white soul ghosts bared their sharp fangs and lunged forward to tear the two of them apart. Suddenly, with a deafening boom, another majestic demon descended from the sky like a sledgehammer, sending the wild wolves flying in all directions. The white souls realized they had hit a tough obstacle, tucking their tails in panic and backing away to assume a defensive stance. Yuan Qing stood tall, her frosty expression hardening as she snapped authoritatively, "How audacious! You dare show your faces on school grounds and brazenly unleash vicious beasts to attack students." Seeing a lifeline appear, Ran painfully raised her bruised and battered face, pleading desperately, "Save us, we are being hunted down." Hearing the plea, Yuan Qing froze, looking closely at the two battered bodies. One was that brat Lin Mo, and the other was definitely the girl who had competed to offer water this morning. Why were these two so terribly beaten up? Before she could process her surprise, sirens pierced the night. Dozens of police vehicles slammed on their brakes, tires screeching in front of the school's main gate as they encountered Yuan Qing standing in their way. She shouted, Who do you think you are, bringing weapons onto school grounds? The agents were not to be outdone, cursing and replying without yielding. Open your eyes and look closely. The Security Bureau badge is right here. We are executing an arrest warrant for an important criminal. If you insist on blocking us, I'll handcuff you as an accomplice and drag you back for questioning. Mu Wanqing swept her sharp eyes over the battered pair, straightening her back and arguing defiantly. They are elite students of my school, and absolutely not any sort of wretched criminals. Her senior demeanor emerging, she boldly spread her arms to shield them. Step over my dead body first, and let's see who dares touch a single hair on their heads. The Security Bureau members boiled with rage at the provocation, cursing, "This brat is tired of living." Immediately, crisp summoning commands echoed as a series of demon beasts were unleashed, preparing to charge into battle. Standing alone against the wind, she faced a legion of hundreds of growling, fanged beasts from the Security Bureau. Despite her tough words, she bit her lip, sweating in fear as she calculated. If this entire pack of ghost dogs pounced on her, there might not even be a shred of her body left. In that critical moment, a tall dark figure swept past like a gale, planting itself firmly right in front of her. A rough hand, burning with a bright flame, was stretched out. With just a casual wave of his hand, a shockwave rippled out, knocking the line of demon beasts head over heels. Mu Wanqing recognized the hero as the principal and sighed in relief. The 8 Ghost Kings stood tall guarding the gate, squinting disdainfully at the small fries rolling on the ground and groaning in pain. The old man turned his head, glaring at Mu Wanqing, and spoke authoritatively, "What are you standing there dazed for? Get those 2 to the infirmary quickly. I will handle this circus out here myself." The dormitory students, awakened by the midnight commotion, crowded along the balconies to watch. "What's the big drama, guys? Why did even the vice chief of the Security Bureau personally bring troops to crack down?" The curious onlookers craned their necks, whispering excitedly, "The school beauty is carrying Lin Mo on her back. Don't tell me this pair sneaked out to taste the forbidden fruit and got caught. But our principal is only a 6th realm Ghost Tamer. Does he think he can take on that pack of hounds all by himself?" Q looked down from his perch on the rooftop, his eyes suddenly narrowing in shock and surprise. He stared intently, a chill running down his spine as he detected a terrifyingly sharp sword chi emanating from Lin Mo's body. Below the barrier, the agents scrambled to regain their footing, shouting angrily, "You crazy old man, are you planning a rebellion or what?" Duan Kun's face hardened, and he spoke resolutely, "Any dog wanting to lay its claws on my students won't stand a chance." Sun De climbed out of the vehicle and spat in disdain. "A useless old man guarding this pile of trash thinks he has the right to block the Security Bureau from executing an arrest warrant." The principal stood proudly, arguing back, "What if I do block your way? As long as they cross this iron gate, their lives are under my protection. If outsiders want to take them, they'll have to go through me first." Sun De's face darkened with rage as he sneered, "Stop being so delusional. Rumor has it you're just a measly 6th realm Ghost Tamer. Do you really think you can stand against our firepower?" Shouting this, he spun around toward his squad, barking orders in a fury. "All units listen up, release all your contracted ghosts." The hounds obediently complied, quickly forming a formation to summon their spirits. Duan Kun lowered his stance, preparing for combat, his deep voice carrying killing intent. "Then bring it on." The old man slowly unwrapped the gray bandages tightly wound around his withered arm. Instantly, tiny embers flared up and licked around his shoulders. That bizarre sight made Sun De freeze, his eyes widening in shock and fear. Round the elder, the radiance of 8 entities suddenly burst forth. Contracted ghost entities of immense, terrifying power. The kids upstairs watched with gaping mouths, screaming, "Oh my God, the boss is releasing 7 ghosts at once, and they are all evil spirit level and above. Oh my, is that the judge ghost? That's a limited edition extinct since forever, and there's even a double-faced ghost of cosmic super class." The entire human and ghost army of the Security Bureau was so overwhelmed by the pressure that they stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear, not daring to take a single step. Only now did Sun De's brain realize the truth, and he cried out in horror, "Old man, you're not that brat Zifeng, you are actually the legendary 8 Ghost King, Duan Kun." Duan Kun's face showed his wrath, asserting his identity. "That's right, I am Duan Kun. So do you hounds still intend to barge in and raise this place?" Sun De swallowed hard, and though terrified, he whispered a weak argument. "Duan Tongling, please calm down. This territory is under the jurisdiction of Jiang Province, not your home province of Dayan. You have no right to interfere and block us from arresting criminals. If you insist on being an obstacle, don't blame me for using the law against you." Duan Kyan Kun's face instantly turned cold as ice. He growled, "I don't care who you are trying to arrest. I only know he is my student. If you still stubbornly seek your own doom, do not blame me for being merciless." Shaking off his fear, Sun De shouted loudly, ordering his forces forward. "Charge! Today, at all costs, we must capture the remnants of the Feng Ma." The subordinates complied, swarming toward the gate, where that majestic man stood guarding. Duan Kyan Kun remained completely unbothered, calmly summoning the judge Ghost. Upon being called, the demon obediently raised its brush high. A barrage of glowing red characters flew toward the security bureau's ghosts. Before they could react, the entire ghostly army was sealed solid in place. The principal did not stop, summoning the maid ghost to battle. "Get ready, it's your turn to perform." The sharp scythe of death in the demon's hand swung, delivering lethal blows to the enemy ghost formation, making them scream in agony. Severed demon bodies piled up in a chaotic mess. The security bureau personnel were terrified out of their wits, stammering, "So terrifying, this is no longer the power of a human." Duan Kyan Kun glanced sideways at the remaining forces with contempt, tossing back a cold remark. What a bunch of useless trash. The once imposing army was now pale as ghosts, fleeing in absolute panic. He sneered, "I thought the security bureau was something special, but it turns out they are just a bunch of frauds." The convoy of the defeated forces sped away, vanishing into the night. The students who had been watching in secret cheered, gossiping about how their principal needed only 2 ghosts to sweep away that arrogant crowd. They cheered joyfully, "Our principal is the absolute best. Let's see anyone dare to look down on him from now on." The security bureau vehicle drove silently down the dark and quiet road. Sitting inside, Sun De broke out in a cold sweat, hurriedly dialing to report to the chief. Gao Long Chen's voice came from the other end of the line, filled with anxiety. "How is the situation? Was it resolved smoothly?" Hearing his subordinates report that they had only captured an unrelated person, while their main target connected to the Sword Ghost's tomb was snatched away, he was furious and bellowed. "Who dares to stand in our way?" Sun De replied tremblingly. "It's the commander of the Zhendian army, Duan Kyan Kun." The vice chief carefully added, "That old man is currently serving as the principal of Beiyang Academy." Gao Longchen snorted, sneering. Someone like Duan Kyan Kun would absolutely never shelter the remnants of the Feng Ma. As bloody memories of the past rushed back, he continued. During the campaign against the Feng Ma back then, he slaughtered an entire city with his own hands. As if realizing the truth, Sun De asked in shock, "Chief, do you mean he intentionally abandoned his commander seat to hide in Jiang Province and established this rundown school just to gather students and easily search for the remnants of the Feng Ma, as expected of the Zhendian commander, incredibly cunning?" Gao Longchen leaned back in his chair, calmly analyzing. "He blocked you for only 2 reasons. First, he wants to take the prize for himself. Second, he plans to use that brat as bait for a bigger catch. Don't forget, the state preceptor of the Feng Ma is the core figure, and we haven't found his whereabouts yet." Sun De slapped his thigh. "Then are we just going to stare blankly and let him take the credit, sir?" Gao Longchen sneered. "Of course there's no way. Just squeeze every bit of confession out of the arrested guy. As for Beiyang, I will plant students to infiltrate and gather information." Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Sun De quickly recommended his own offspring to join, paving the way for their future advancement. Gao Longchen agreed, "Approved, but to be safe, I will also send my Shishi to go with them." The subordinate immediately complied. The call ended, leaving Gao Longchen in pensive silence. He swore in his heart, "State preceptor of the Feng Ma, this time I will capture you myself." Meanwhile, in a far-off place, a mysterious man suddenly sneezed repeatedly, muttering in irritation, "Damn it, who is cursing me behind my back?" In another development in the infirmary, 2 figures, a male and a female, lay motionless on hospital beds for treatment. Su Feng stepped in to check Lin Mo's condition. Mu Wanqing pleaded anxiously, "Teacher, it seems he can't hold on much longer, please save him quickly." The principal walked over, carefully observing his face before concluding, "This kid is surrounded by a large accumulation of yin qi, which has severely damaged his heart vessels." With that, he pulled out a set of acupuncture needles. "We just need to clear the blockage to force all the yin qi out. After resting for a few days, he will be as healthy as an ox." As the needle touched Lin Mo's forehead, a stream of eerie black chi billowed up. Mu Wanqing asked anxiously, what on earth did he encounter to end up in this state? Why is the security bureau so desperate to capture him? Su Feng coolly brushed it aside, telling her to stop poking her nose into other people's business. However, just as he was about to leave, a strange premonition made him pause and turn his head. It was unclear what secret Su Feng had discerned from Lin Mo, but his expression changed instantly as he muttered, "Sword Ghost, identical appearance, age matches too. He is definitely a remnant of the Feng Ma." Without hesitation, he reached out and choked the unconscious youth. Mu Wanqing froze for 5 seconds before screaming in panic, "Principal, what on earth are you doing?" Less than 5 seconds later, Su Feng quickly released his grip, his face pale yet showing quick composure. He immediately regained his composure, casually changing the subject to distract her. He glanced sideways at the boy on the bed, let out a heavy sigh of helplessness, and walked away. In his dream, a peaceful countryside scene appeared, where villagers laughed and chatted as they began their farm work. Suddenly, fierce flames erupted, burning down the houses. Screams pierced the sky as some fled for their lives, while others were consumed by the sea of fire. In that hellish scene, a group of strangers strode boldly through the flames. Deep within the grand hall, a mother and her 2 children had been waiting. The woman's gaze was sharp, staring straight ahead. As it turned out, all those terrifying images were merely a dream. Lin Mo woke up with a splitting headache. Holding his forehead, he muttered, "What the hell just happened? I swear I've never set foot there, so why did it feel so disturbingly real?" Haizio Pan waddled through the door, crying tears of joy. "Brother Mo, you're awake. You've been bedridden for 7 days and 7 nights. The chubby boy wailed, "I thought you were never going to wake up in this lifetime." The massive heap of flesh lunged forward, nearly suffocating Lin Mo, who snapped with a grimace. "Get off me! Are you trying to crush my guts and send me to my ancestors?" Before long, he shifted to whining about his own plight. "But you sure are lucky, sleeping through the entire military training period. Look at me, your brother was sent to exile and got battered to this state." Patting his chest, he pointed at his darkened skin. Lin Mo glanced at his friend from head to toe with disdain. "It seems you've gotten a few shades darker. With how you look, if you walk out at night and grin, people will think a pair of possessed dentures is floating in the air, scaring the wits out of pedestrians." Haizio Pan was fuming, yelling, "You jerk, just came back from the dead and already roasting people." Right then, the system pinged. "Congratulations, host, on successfully collecting 10 defense break points." Nevertheless, the chubby boy was equally thick-skinned, patting his chest proudly. "But this young master is generous and won't hold a grudge. Anyway, thanks to the excuse of taking care of a patient, I managed to bend the rules and skip some stressful classes." A mocking voice suddenly echoed from the adjacent hospital bed. "Turns out you have your miserable days too." The speaker was none other than Luan Chang, who was wrapped in white casts from head to toe like a mummy. His urge to bicker rising, Lin Mo fired back. "Still better than an idiot who randomly decided to jump off a building like you." Luan Chang, despite being disabled, gritted his teeth and threatened, "Just you wait. I'll remember this broken leg debt. Sooner or later, I'll settle the score with you." The system chime rang again, gained 50 more defense break points. He didn't stop there, delivering another high-damage curse. "Lie still and heal. Bark any louder, and I'll break your remaining leg too." Haizio Pan scratched his head, innocently chiming in, "Hey brother Mo, aren't both of his legs already shattered? Where is he going to find a third leg to break?" After joking around, Lin Mo turned to his friend with a serious face. "I vaguely remember Ran carrying me back that night, and it seemed she was seriously injured too. Where is she now?" Haizio Pan nodded, confirming his memory was correct. Mu Wanqing suddenly appeared out of nowhere, adding coldly, "More than just a scratch, she almost lost her life trying to shield you." The shocking news panicked him, and he was about to rush out to find her ward. Mu Wanqing quickly stopped him, delivering the grim update. "And Ran is in the intensive care unit, her life is still hanging by a thread." Because his body was still too weak, the moment Lin Mo's feet touched the floor, he lost his balance and collapsed, causing the nurse to panic and rush to catch him. Seeing his rival struggle, Luan Chang laughed gloatingly. "Karma hits back, kid. Are both your legs useless now too?" But Lin Mo's sharp tongue would never back down. He pretended to dust himself off disdainfully. "How embarrassing, buddy. I was just lying down for too long and got a slight cramp. No need to make a big deal out of it." With that, he dragged himself to the opposite bed, casually flicking his finger against the cast on his enemy's leg. "How thoughtful of you. Since you showed such warm concern, I should offer a small gift in return, shouldn't I?" Oh goodness! A flick as light as a feather sent a wave of excruciating pain through Luan Chang, making him weakly sputter a few curses. Meanwhile, the culprit leisurely walked away, not forgetting to raise a friendly middle finger with a challenge. If you don't like it, come chase and bite me. Coming to the bedside, Lin Mo quietly looked at the comatose girl, asking about her condition in a somber voice. Yuan Qing sighed, looking at Anran's pale face, and explained slowly. She was ambushed by a white soul ghost and was infected with its deadly poison. Although I used high-dose antivenom, everything seems hopeless. This sinister poison is very likely a specialized, lethal attack crafted by Ghost Tamers. Hearing this, his face darkened, falling into silence. A fire of rage ignited in his eyes. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. She suffered this for me. Even if I have to go to hell, I will bring back the antidote. Tell me quickly, which bastard from the Security Bureau was so ruthless? Yuan Qing hesitated before replying. It's the vice chief of the Security Bureau, Sun De Li. Upon hearing that name, he was filled with murderous intent, about to rush out to hunt him down and settle the score. Su Feng stood waiting outside the door, frowning to stop him. Kid, are you planning to throw away your life? Lin Mo looked straight into his teacher's eyes with a stubborn determination. I must find Sun De Li to see if there is any chance to steal the antidote to save her. The principal didn't say much, heading upstairs while tossing back a command. Follow me, let's talk for a moment. He showed resistance, his heart in turmoil, fearing that as time passed, Anran's last hope of survival would slip away. Seeing his stubbornness, Yuan Qing gently advised him. Don't you understand the situation yet? If the principal hadn't stood alone against the entire pack of Security Bureau hounds that night, your bones would be rotting in prison by now. This shocking news left Lin Mo frozen on the spot. He stammered in disbelief. The principal actually went all out to protect me. The nurse smiled and advised, I think you should follow him. After all, he only wants what is best for you. That sincerity finally convinced him to nod and follow. Lin Mo quickly followed him to the windy rooftop. Su Feng stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the distant sky, and spoke in a flat tone. The Security Bureau people were intercepted that night before they could get a clear look at your face. But with their intelligence network, your identity will soon be uncovered. You're probably still completely in the dark about why you became such a highly wanted target, right? Su Feng turned around, locking his sharp eyes on him. Lin Mo frowned in thought. Indeed, the Security Bureau wouldn't go out of their way just for a personal vendetta. If it was because of the ancient tomb, he wasn't some tomb raider to be hunted down so relentlessly. Seeing the boy's confusion, he frowned and turned to leave, tossing back a sarcastic question. You don't even know the lethal reason behind this, yet you dare to recklessly charge into the tiger's den. Even if those small fries let you off, what makes a measly Tier 1 Ghost Tamer like you think you can trade blows with a Tier 3 expert like Sun De Li? Splashed with cold water, Lin Mo realized his own weakness and hurriedly asked for help. Then am I out of options? Principal, please tell me what I should do now. Su Feng pointed toward the distant mountain. That place is the lair of the Green Corpse ghosts. No fewer than 70 bloodthirsty demons gather there, including high-level evil spirits. If you're capable of clearing out that dump, only then will you have a bit of leverage to face a Tier 3 expert. Only then can you show your face to Sun De Li and hope to stand a chance. The principal seriously pointed out the only path, yet Lin Mo's mind at this moment was only filled with worry for the safety of the girl hanging onto life. Reading his student's mind, he stroked his beard and assured him, drop that miserable look. With me backing you, I guarantee that girl will hold on for another month. Besides, even if offered gold, those hounds wouldn't dare breach my school gates. Feeling a heavy weight lifted, he bowed gratefully. Su Feng smiled kindly. You are my student. Protecting you is only fitting for our master-disciple bond. His parting words left Lin Mo full of questions. Master and disciple. Could this big boss be planning to take him in as a personal disciple? Su Feng's expression suddenly turned solemn. Teaching class is the school's business, but taking a disciple is a lifelong matter. Well, kid, are you willing to take me as your master? Lin Mo raised his head, his eyes wide, as a billion questions danced in his mind. Why would such a grand figure favor a nobody like him? Daring to openly challenge the Security Bureau, putting his heart into curing Anran, and even actively offering to take him as a disciple, a golden opportunity that countless elites would beg on their knees for. Why did this stroke of fortune fall on him? Seeing him standing dazed, he laughed and teased. What's wrong? Do you think I'm too old and senile to be your master? Lin Mo was startled and immediately fell to his knees on the ground. Your life-saving grace is as vast as Mount Tai. How could I dare to be ungrateful? Master, please accept a kowtow from your disciple." Having said that, he sincerely kowtowed to acknowledge his master. Su Feng smiled warmly, pleased to help his young disciple up, silently noting that this brat knew how to adapt to the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's eyes burned with calculation. By clinging to this lifesaver named Su Feng, he would have a solid umbrella of protection, so those bastards would have to think twice before touching him. And if this old man really had dark designs, he could just play along with the schemes while staying highly alert. After finalizing everything, Su Feng turned around and left, leaving behind a word of advice. As for why you are wanted, go investigate it yourself. Remember, after 11 tonight, drag yourself to my office to meet me. Receiving the signal for a midnight meeting, the young man nodded eagerly, fully convinced that his master was about to teach him a secret martial arts technique or grant him some rare treasure. Su Feng's footsteps suddenly slowed down for a few paces, and he spoke casually. "Oh, by the way, I heard a rumor that you are classified as one of the school's impoverished students. What is your exact family background?" Lin Mo paused slightly at the sudden question, answering honestly. "My family in the countryside consists of my gentle farming parents and a younger sister who is constantly plagued by chronic illness." Upon hearing the answer, Su Feng only stroked his beard with a meaningful smile and quickly walked away, disappearing from view. The next morning, Lin Mo and Hai Ziopan put their arms around each other's shoulders and dragged themselves to the lecture hall. The fat guy gloomily sang his eternal song. "So boring, if I had known, I would have stayed bedridden for another 10 days, then we could have skipped class freely, right?" Lin Mo was highly annoyed and retorted sarcastically. "How about I make a sacrifice and become a vegetable so you can bypass the rules for all 4 years of college?" The shameless fat guy giggled in agreement. "Not a bad idea, big brother. Every day I'd visit the infirmary to see you, and while I'm at it, admire Sister Mew's dazzling beauty." After bantering back and forth for a while, the two of them finally managed to trudge to the classroom door. Inside the lecture hall, it was as noisy as a chaotic market. A crowd of guys swarmed around Ma Zai, competing to present gifts to win the beauty's favor. Witnessing that ridiculous scene, Lin Mo stared in shock. My goodness, with looks like that, she can still attract fans. Hai Ziopan patted his friend's shoulder and analyzed wisely. "Big brother, you're surrounded by top-tier beauties like Sister Mew and Little Kai, so of course Ma Zai looks plain to you. But to these desperate male students, even a sow could turn into Diachin." While he was rambling, his eyes suddenly caught a familiar figure. It was a Q, the young man sitting proudly at the front desk like a god, which made Lin Mo silently disgruntled. Well, the demeanor of an outstanding student is indeed different, quite an eyesore. He strolled over and pulled out a chair. Then he quietly sat down in a hidden corner, keeping a low profile to avoid attracting attention. His mind began to drift back to that fateful night. The undeniable truth was that on that evening, he had successfully signed a contract with the residual thought of the sword ghost. But ironically, even though he had exhausted his spiritual power, there was still no response, and he could not feel or summon it to support him at all. "Once I get the treasure bestowed by that old man Su Feng tonight, all the knots will surely be untied." Thinking this, he caressed the covenant mark on his hand with overflowing hope. The bell rang to signal the start of class. Su Feng entered with a majestic air, shouting loudly, "Class has started, quiet down immediately." The rowdy crowd scrambled to find their seats. The principal cleared his throat a few times, gesturing for the class to remain quiet. Pointing toward the main door, he announced, "Today, our school is honored to welcome 3 exchange students from Zhu Feng Academy. They will be studying here for a period of time." The first beauty to stride into the classroom was none other than Gao Shishi. Her beauty immediately left the male students in the class dazed and utterly infatuated. On the contrary, Lin Mo gave her a razor-sharp look, analyzing in his mind. Is she another henchman planted here by the security bureau? Seeing his students drooling over her looks, Su Feng's face darkened as he cursed silently. What an utter embarrassment! Where did this bunch of hopeless, girl-crazy fools come from? The 3 distinguished guests then took turns introducing themselves. Gao Shishi ignored the noisy satellites, her eyes scanning like a radar and locking right onto Lin Mo. She quickly concluded that this was the target her father had ordered her to dig up information on at all costs. Su Feng waved his hand, telling the new students to freely choose their seats. Wherever Shishi's elegant steps passed, the boys wagged their tails in delight, eagerly inviting her to sit next to them. But by a cruel twist of fate, she headed straight over and took a seat in the empty chair right next to Lin Mo. He turned to look at the uninvited guest, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Gao Shishi still shamelessly flashed a plastic smile, making casual conversation. Seeing the goddess actively approach him, the boys in the class were green with envy, whispering, and gossiping. The system seized the opportunity to chime. Congratulations, host, on successfully pocketing 20 rage points. Lin Mo's burning gaze of resentment locked onto Gao Shishi, a deep sense of extreme contempt rising within him. In the past, you stole Ran's destiny outright, and now your family's faction beat her half to death, yet here you are, bringing your shameless face to sit next to me. Unable to stand the stench of hypocrisy, he stood up abruptly, wanting nothing more than to stay far away from this nauseating creature. Lin Mo grumpily ordered Gao Shishi to get out of the way, while she pretended to be an innocent, clueless girl. Shishi silently wondered in disbelief. Is this guy immune to my looks? Clearly, boys usually love this. Losing his patience, he glared and barked. Are you deaf? Drag your body somewhere else and give me some peace. She swallowed her awkward resentment and stood up to give way. Just as Lin Mo irritatedly squeezed past, Gao Shishi pretended to speak plaintively. Classmate Lin, may I ask the reason why you insisted on changing seats? Gave her a bone-chilling glare, coldly exposing her. Save that cheap act of yours, the stench of your dirty schemes is already overpowering. The sharp final remark left Gao Shishi frozen on the spot, her face turning pale, while Lin Mo had already walked away to find a new spot. The goddess's fanboys, seeing their idol insulted, felt deeply pained, gathering around to point fingers and mock Lin Mo for being a classless coward who didn't know how to treat a lady with respect. One joker guessed, maybe they loved each other deeply in the past and the goddess cheated, so now she's here to repent and make up. The guy next to him refuted, nonsense, maybe Lin Mo grew tired of her and dumped her, and now the lovesick girl came here to rekindle their old romance. Some rowdy youths cheered and teased. So cool, Moji, from now on you are my idol. Despite the loud gossip, he remained immersed in silent tranquility. Su Feng banged on the desk to enforce discipline. That is enough, you rowdy bunch, shut your mouth so I can start the lecture. As soon as the bell rang for the end of class, Lin Mo rushed straight to the library to search for documents like a diligent bee. After digging around exhaustively, he finally found what he needed. He carefully pulled a moss-covered ancient book from the shelf. Turning the pages, he was stunned to see an illustration of a palace that looked exactly like the one in his dreams. Here it is, the clue to the ancient tomb. Lin Mo eagerly flipped through each page to absorb the information. Zhu Tiangui, the 12th state preceptor of the Feng Ma state. Thanks to his supernatural swordsmanship, he single-handedly repelled the expansion of the Chu state army, terrifying his enemies who revered him as the sword ghost. But after he closed his eyes and passed away, the Feng Ma state lost its pillar and was gradually torn apart, inch by the Chu state. By the modern era, the remnants of the country span less than 10,000 square kilometers. The document also exposed a bloody truth. 50 years ago, the Chu army trampled the capital of the Feng Ma state, leveling the imperial city and slaughtering innocent citizens. Amidst the ruin of the nation, the last emperor committed suicide. The successor, known as the Crown Prince, managed to escape, but after nearly 3 decades in hiding, he was personally captured by Gao Longchen, the director of the Security Bureau, and taken to the execution ground to be beheaded. Reading up to this point, Lin Mo's brows furrowed deeply. But the strange thing is, in this world, only my blood has the power to awaken the tomb's door. Even the residual soul of the sword ghost mistook me for his wise ruler. So what on earth is my true origin? He stared at the worn map, racking his brain to connect the dots. His hometown was located right at the border junction of Jiang Province and Dian Province, coinciding perfectly with the geographical location of the ancient Feng Ma state. Good heavens, could I really carry the blood of the descendants of the Feng Ma royal family? But that is not right. The Crown Prince's grave is already covered in green grass. There is a high probability that I am from some side branch of the royal lineage. No wonder those hounds from the Security Bureau have been frantically digging into my family tree. Damn it, if so, my parents at home are in danger. Panic surged, and he slammed the book shut, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Lin Mo tremblingly pulled his phone out of his pants pocket. Dialing his home number, he muttered in a trembling voice, "If I am a seed of the Feng Ma royalty, then my dad is in the same boat. Those bastards from the Security Bureau must have caught the scent and are heading to my hometown." The ringing tone sounded dull and dry, the call drifting into the void for a long time without anyone picking up. Extreme fear gripped his heart, and he could only silently pray that disaster would not strike his family. At his most desperate moment, the familiar voice of Lin Feng sounded from the other end of the line. He hurriedly shouted, "Dad, good heavens, why did you only answer the phone just now?" His father laughed heartily and replied, "I am sitting on a train, so the signal is very spotty, my son. By the way, I am bringing you a bunch of walnuts to nourish your health." Hearing this shocking news, Lin Mo frantically yelled, "What? Dad, turn back quickly. You are strictly forbidden from setting foot in Jiang province. They are intensively investigating me. I'm afraid you might get locked up." Lin Feng was bewildered on the other end. "Investigate what exactly? From our great-great-grandfather's generation until now, our family has been nothing but dirt-poor peasants. What is there to investigate?" He bit his lip and pressed, "Really just poor peasants." "Dad, do you swear our ancestors have never been wealthy, not some fallen aristocrats or something?" His father's voice dropped slightly in suspicion. "What on earth did you find out now, brat? Aristocrats my foot. Our Lin family strained for generations just to produce one college student like you. Whether we fulfill the dream of becoming aristocrats or not depends entirely on you, son." After saying that, Lin Feng laughed heartily again, teasing his son. Before he could react, his father quickly concluded, "That is it, son. When I reach the station, I will call you." Then he hung up with a click, leaving Lin Mo utterly bewildered. He stared blankly at his phone screen, scratching his head. My dad is an honest man. He would never deceive his own son. So could everything just be a stupid coincidence on the security bureau's part? While he was rack-braining, that thorn in his side, Gao Shishi, appeared again. She strolled over, offering a friendly smile to break the ice. "Are you also interested in history?" He raised his chin, tossing out a freezing remark filled with disgust. "And what the hell does that have to do with you?" Gao Shishi gracefully tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, asking innocently, "May I ask what your sarcastic remark in class earlier was about? We've never had any grudges before, have we?" The anger in Lin Mo boiled as if he wanted to swallow her alive. He cursed inwardly. A piece of trash who ruthlessly stole her own younger sister's natal ghost is no better than a beast. Yet, after committing such a heinous act, she still acts all pure and innocent. She really is a piece of garbage worse than a wild animal. Disgusted beyond the point of wanting to say more, he turned around and walked away, tossing back a razor-sharp sarcastic remark. "Heaven is watching what humans do. Don't you feel disgusted with yourself after doing such a terrible thing?" Hearing those fierce words, Gao Shishi stood there dumbfounded. She called out in panic, "Just what terrible thing did I do?" Lin Mo didn't even turn his head, snapping back, "Your dirty little tricks, you know them best." Provoked, Gao Shishi strode forward to block his path urgently. "Stop right there. If you don't make it clear today, don't even think about leaving." He roughly brushed her hand aside and sneered, "A good dog doesn't block the master's path." The venomous insult felt like a slap in the face to Gao Shishi, leaving her frozen on the spot. Behind the bookshelf corner, a group of fanboys was secretly peeping. Seeing their goddess humiliated mercilessly, the infatuated crowd was furious, wishing they could tear Lin Mo into 100 pieces out of protective pity. Ignoring the drama, he leisurely searched for books, while the distant murmurs of the gossiping crowd criticizing him harshly drifted into his ears. Along with that came the continuous notification sounds of points from the system. Lin Mo frowned in amusement. "Strange, I've walked a mile away and only now has her defense started to break. Is her brain running at a snail's pace?" Night gradually fell, the bright moonlight silvering the entire campus of Bai Yang Academy. Carrying heavy thoughts, Lin Mo dragged his feet along the dark, quiet corridor. Just as he reached Su Feng's door, a voice from inside called out, inviting him in. He cautiously opened the door and entered, squinting around the pitch-black room, silently curious. Strange, why is it so dark and he hasn't even turned on the lights? Before he could react, a sharp object cut through the air and lunged straight at him from the darkness. The attacker possessed extremely profound martial arts, and the fatal move sealed off all escape routes, leaving Lin Mo completely rooted to the spot. His pupils dilated to the limit, and cold sweat broke out as the blade of death was only inches away from his throat. The cold tip of the blade pierced through his skin, blood seeping out, but his body was powerless to resist. "Is this it? Is my little life going to end here so pointlessly?" Resigning himself, he shut his eyes and awaited death. A silence passed, and feeling no further pain, he slowly opened his eyes to look. The majestic figure of the sword ghost had already manifested, standing like a towering shield right in front of him. The ghost roared, swinging his great sword with terrifying power straight at Su Feng. The principal was startled, hastily channeling his inner energy to withstand the 1,000-pound blow. The immensely powerful sword strike forced Su Feng onto the defensive, struggling immensely. A split second later, he was blown backward by the terrifying force. Su Feng's body crashed violently against the wall, the impact so intense that it cracked the brickwork into a spiderweb pattern. As the older man struggled to get up, Lin Mo stood watching the entire scene in utter astonishment. His head spinning, he stammered, "Principal, what kind of game are you playing?" Su Feng clutched his chest, gasping for air as he replied with a bitter smile, "Kid, weren't you complaining about not being able to feel the presence of the sword ghost? I used this desperate measure to force him to show his face and help you." Hearing his teacher's words, he stared down at his empty hands in shock. Where did the sword ghost go? Damn it, why is there no trace of him again? Su Feng slowly reached out to flip the light switch, explaining sluggishly, "You must still be completely in the dark about the origin of that ancient tomb. In truth, that is the sword tomb of the sword ghost, a weapon that slaughtered tens of thousands of living beings. The soaring killing intent accumulated over the years has crystallized into a dark, evil thought, and the residual soul of the sword ghost exists solely to seal away that filthy resentment. Precisely because of this, when you recklessly signed a contract with that residual thought, you accidentally cracked the seal, releasing a massive amount of yin energy. That is why you almost met the King of Hell, because the yin energy invaded your body." As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed violently. Only now did Lin Mo understand the whole situation. He narrowed his eyes tiredly and analyzed further. "The reason you cannot control him right now is that the sword ghost is currently just a fragile sliver of residual thought, his power far inferior to a normal residual soul. History records quite a few ghost tamers who once captured him, but in the end, not a single soul was capable of summoning or commanding him." Lin Mo scratched his head in confusion. "So that deep stab of yours earlier was too?" Before he could finish, the old man cut him off. "Residual thoughts also have different tiers. I drove you to the brink of death solely to see if he would show up. If he is powerful, you should try to tame him, but if he is too useless, just discard him quickly, consider it a minor waste of time." Struggling to utter those few words, Su Feng broke into a cold sweat, coughing heavily like a patient with tuberculosis. Seeing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up with curiosity. "So to sum it up, how powerful is this trump card, master?" He was about to run over to support his teacher, but the old man waved his hand to stop him. Su Feng closed his eyes and said firmly, "Extremely strong, in fact. I might look fine, but I actually have a cracked rib. But who is this old man? A few trivial injuries like this will heal in a few days." Despite his tough words, his hand was secretly clutching the fresh blood he had just coughed up. The truth was that he had suffered severe internal injuries. Ignoring his master's protest, Lin Mo still carefully helped him sit down. "Then, master, please guide me on how to summon this beast." The old man sighed deeply. "It is extremely tough, kid. Wanting to draw your sword and slash ghosts smoothly depends entirely on your level of comprehension. A clever one would take about 7 or 8 years, while a dull one would take several decades. Once you master it, slapping 5 guys like Sun De Li would be child's play." This information was like a sledgehammer hitting his head, and Lin Mo slammed the table, throwing a tantrum. "Are you crazy? Where on earth would I get that many years to wait? And Ran only has a single short month left to live." He grit his teeth in frustration, the image of the frail, thin girl lying bedridden appearing in his mind. Su Feng lowered his head, whispering mysteriously, "Actually, there is still another extreme method." Like a drowning man grabbing a straw, Lin Mo was overjoyed and urged him to reveal it quickly. He frowned and explained slowly, "That is to apply the exact same life-or-death challenge as before. You must constantly put yourself in situations where your life is on the line. During the brief survival moments when he is forced to appear, you must seize the rhythm immediately. By repeatedly testing yourself like this, you will fully comprehend it." Lin Mo's brain clicked instantly, and he slapped his thigh, laughing gleefully. "I get what you mean, master." "Then let me go to the rooftop and jump off to give it a try." Su Feng almost choked on his saliva upon hearing this, hastily leaping forward to grab his student's collar to stop him. He scolded furiously, "Is your brain waterlogged? That jumping trick is extremely risky. If he gets lazy and refuses to show up, you'll log out of this world permanently, son." Lin Mo pouted in disappointment. "Then what on earth do you want me to do, master?" Su Feng struggled to stand straight, outlining a plan. "Go hunt ghosts. The connection between ghosts is always the deepest. Only when you are about to be torn apart by another ghost will your survival instinct trigger the highest chance of forcing the sword ghost to appear." Lin Mo slapped his forehead, his eyes shining like stars. "Ah, no wonder you urged me to sweep the graves the other day, so there was a deeper reason behind it." He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, questioning his teacher with a mischievous expression. "But your stab earlier clearly had nothing to do with any ghost. If by some bad luck he didn't come out, wouldn't you have sent me straight to the king of hell? Su Feng guiltily avoided his gaze, coughing to clear his throat. This old man had his calculations, it was just a graze and wouldn't kill you. Having cleared things up, he bolted to start working, not forgetting to wave and grin widely to thank his master before leaving. As soon as the door closed, the smile on Su Feng's face vanished, his expression instantly turning pale. His legs trembled, unable to support his weight, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. He clutched his painful chest, muttering with a sigh, "This vengeful spirit is truly a monster. I almost kicked the bucket." Saying that, he tiredly took off his coat. Outside, Lin Mo was sprinting toward the desolate mountain. His stealthy movements immediately caught the eye of Sun Mei Li. Sneaking over the wall to leave school late at night, this brat definitely has some shady business. Sun Mu, standing beside her, rubbed his hands with a sinister smile. He's definitely planning to leak information to his Feng Ma accomplices. If we catch him red-handed this time, we'll strike gold and claim a huge credit. Gao Shishi stepped out from the shadows, raising her chin to ask, "Any clues from the school spying?" Sun Mu nodded and reported, "I managed to bribe a petty thug in Bai Yang Academy." He swore he saw Lin Mo being carried back that night with his own eyes, covered in blood, and nearly kicking the bucket. Hearing this, Gao Shishi finalized, "Then there is no mistake. The person who crawled out of the tomb that night was definitely him, and that brat is highly likely the key to opening the Sword Ghost's tomb. Follow him." Receiving the order, the Sun siblings immediately hurried to follow their leader. Under the pitch-black night, a thrilling chase unfolded, one person risking his life to seek a duel with ghosts, while 3 pursuers aimed to send him to the afterlife. The moon hung high overhead, casting a cold light over everything. Lin Mo exhausted his energy to run all the way from the school, traversing the hilly terrain without stopping. Sun Mu panted as he followed, wondering, where on earth is this brat heading? Ahead is the creepiest ruined temple on this hill, crawling with ghosts, yet he still plunges ahead like a moth to a flame. The deeper they went, the more ghost soldiers swarmed to block the path, making it quite a struggle for him. The pursuers hiding in the distance broke into a cold sweat. Why on earth did he enter that hornet's nest? He is truly walking straight to his own funeral. Lin Mo cast aside all hesitation and ran with all his might. Those 3 annoying flies are sticking like leeches, but forget about them. Right now, I must prioritize testing my luck with that ghost. There is the target. Appearing in his line of sight was his objective, the Qingxi ghost. The young man rushed forward arrogantly, shouting loudly to provoke his opponent. Lin Mo leaped to the middle of the road, spreading his arms to block the ghost's path. Locke, the ghost growled irritably. Where did this brat come from? Despite its loud mouth, the Qingxi ghost was secretly cautious. At a glance, he's just a lowly level 1 Ghost Tamer, so why does he dare to challenge a malicious spirit like me single-handedly? There must be a trap. Before it could recover its composure, Lin Mo pointed directly at its face and declared loudly, "I recognize your face. You are that cowardly Qingxi ghost who dared to ambush me when I first enrolled." The ghost immediately recognized its acquaintance and roared in fury. "So it's you, the bastard who slaughtered over a dozen of my underlings." Lin Mo cheerfully drew closer to the Qingxi ghost, grinning provocatively. "What, dying to seek revenge on me, aren't you? Then bring it on, take my life while you're at it." His words started the opponent. The Qingxi ghost retreated a few steps in alarm, waving its hands frantically to stop Lin Mo. "Wait a minute, stay right there, don't walk over here. Or are you hiding your comrades nearby waiting for a chance to gang up on me?" Lin Mo asked, while scanning the surroundings with feigned anxiety. Before the opponent could react, he rushed forward and grabbed the Qingxi ghost's hand tightly. He dragged that freezing hand to his throat, smiling brightly like spring flowers. "I swear there is no ambush. I am sincerely begging you to send me to the afterlife. Come on, channel your power and crush my neck." Such bizarre behavior sent a shiver down the Qingxi ghost's spine, terrifying it. It leaped back to a safe distance from Lin Mo and snapped, "Has your brain short-circuited?" Maintaining his sincere expression, Lin Mo continued to plead. "It's fine, why do you refuse to make a move? You were dying to take my life before, what's wrong with you today?" The Qingxi ghost completely ignored his words, decisively turning to slip away, not forgetting to grumble. "If you're tired of living, go find a tall building to jump off. What the hell are you looking for me for?" Lin Mo pouted and replied in disappointment. "Jumping off a building doesn't work. My fate dictates that I must be finished off by a ghost." "Hey, wait, or is my meat too stale for you to eat?" He kept rambling like that, following closely behind the Qingxi ghost for a long distance. The persistent pleading of Lin Mo made the ghost feel extremely annoyed. Throwing his dignity to the wind, the young man dropped to his knees, showing an incredibly pitiful face as he whimpered. "As long as you make a move, I am willing to offer my entire collection of ghost beads to you right away. Even if that is not enough, I promise to burn a mountain of joss paper for you to spend freely. You can only profit from this deal, not lose." Lin Mo earnestly clung to the Qingxi ghost, begging. The ghost furiously shook off his hand and roared. "It's not that I'm picky, but this northern cemetery is not my territory at all. If you had stepped onto my home turf, you would have met the king of hell ages ago." Lin Mo argued shamelessly. "Territory my foot. Are you seriously hesitant and afraid to finish off a tiny human? Stop making excuses and put me out of my misery already." The Qingxi ghost sighed deeply, tiredly explaining that this vast desolate graveyard was divided among several great ghost factions, which was a real headache. The rules explicitly stated that taking a human life on another's territory was strictly forbidden. "If I anger the boss of this area just for your worthless life, I definitely won't have a place left to hide." Having said that, it turned and walked away in annoyance, leaving him standing there in a daze. Lin Mo slapped his forehead, speechless. Who would have thought the spiritual world had its own laws just like the living world? He cursed inwardly. "No wonder I've met a bunch of ghosts, and none of them spared me a glance. It turns out they're bound by this ridiculous rule." Taking advantage of Lin Mo being lost in thought, the Qingxi ghost smirked smugly. It immediately bolted at full speed, making him shout in a hurry, "Hey, don't run away." Holding tightly onto a human leg, the Qingxi ghost congratulated itself on its quick wit as it ran, glad to have finally shaken off that plague. The joy was short-lived as Lin Mo pursued closely behind with a beaming face. "I have a great idea. How about you drag me to your lair and execute me there? That works perfectly." His leech-like persistence left the Qingxi ghost completely helpless. It ran with all its might, panting and crying out, "I have tons of things to do. I don't have time to play tag with you. I beg of you, let me go." Unfortunately, no matter which corner it hid in, he followed closely, declaring loudly, "No way am I letting go." In utter despair, the Qingxi ghost suddenly fell to its knees, collapsing on the ground. It clasped its hands, bowing repeatedly and begging tearfully, "I have an extremely urgent matter. If I'm even a moment late, my life is ruined. I beg you, can you please leave me alone? Show some mercy and spare a ghost's life." It bowed its head, begging in total helplessness. Sun Mei Li and Sun Mu, hiding in the dark, witnessed this entire comedy with a head full of question marks. None of them could have imagined a scenario where a formidable malicious spirit like the Qingxi ghost was bowing and crying, begging a young kid. The two of them exchanged bewildered glances, speaking in unison, "Just who on earth is that kid?" Gao Shishi, standing beside them, calmly patted their shoulders to reassure them. She kept her eyes glued to the target, convinced that following him would surely unearth more secrets. Seeing the ghost so pitiful, Lin Mo squatted down and whispered, "I told you, only the boss of this territory has the authority to take my life, so why don't you lead me to meet him and let him do it?" The Qingxi ghost scrambled up, let out a long sigh and nodded. "Fine, I'm on my way to his banquet anyway, so you might as well tag along." Hearing this, his face immediately lit up with joy. The group of three continued to follow his figure as it dissolved into the darkness. Along the path, the starving ghosts around stared intently at Lin Mo as if looking at a delicious piece of bait. The number of ghosts gathering grew larger by the minute. Their instinctual hunger for human flesh had peaked, and they were ready to pounce and tear him apart at a single signal. Lin Mo looked at the gathering of ghosts and rejoiced inwardly. If he were ganged up on by this unruly mob, it would surely force the sword ghost to show up. A drooling hungry ghost stepped forward, muttering hungrily, "How many moons has it been since I last smelled a living human?" He immediately offered a bright smile, eagerly advising it to wring his neck right away while it was hot to enjoy the feast. His words left the ghost completely frozen, speechless and unsure of how to respond. The ghost hastily backed far away, pouting in disgust. "Do you take me for a fool? Daring to take a human life on the red dress ghost's territory would mean having one's soul obliterated." The surrounding ghosts also cast hostile glares at him, causing the system's point edition bell to ring continuously. Lin Mo clicked his tongue in disdain. What a bunch of cowards. Crowd drifted slowly in the same direction. Along the way, he curiously chatted, "Hey ghost brother, is the red dress ghost celebrating her 80th birthday today or something?" The other quickly corrected him, "No, tonight she is marrying the butcher ghost of the Western District. Minor figures like us naturally have to bring gifts to join the celebration." Though its mouth offered congratulations, its eyes harbored deep resentment. Lin Mo blinked innocently and asked, So that human leg on your shoulder is a wedding gift. What kind of cheap gift is that? It already stinks. How is anyone supposed to put that in their mouth? Insulted to his face, the Qingxi ghost's expression instantly darkened. Bitter memories rushed back, making him grit his teeth in anger. It is all thanks to your blessing. Originally, I targeted the fat guy with you, but you and that little brat threw a wrench in my plans, leaving me in this miserable state. An idea flashed in his mind, and Lin Mo smiled craftily. How about this? When the gift presentation starts later, you just boldly declare that I am your wedding gift. Hearing this wonderful plan, the ghost's eyes lit up, and he nodded in high praise. The Qingxi ghost happily and repeatedly thanked Lin Mo, and then both of them eagerly entered the main hall. Behind them, the trio of Gao Shishi and the Sun siblings still clung to them closely. Eyes widened in surprise at the bizarre series of events that had just unfolded. What on earth was the background of this kid named Lin Mo that made an evil spirit bow down to serve him? Even the surrounding ghosts did not dare to touch a single hair on his head. His two companions shared the same shock. Sun Miao gritted his teeth in anger and speculated, he must have purposely played weak during our encounter in the ghost market. Someone who commands respect even from ghosts and gods absolutely cannot have ordinary strength, despite his appearance. Gao Shishi suddenly understood and whispered, now I see why father insisted on forcing us to dig into this guy's background. His origins must hold a major secret. No matter what, we must break into that old mansion tonight to find out the truth. Sun Miao immediately waved his hand in refusal. What? The three of us entering that nest is no different from delivering our lives to the king of hell. Sun Mei Li next to him nodded in agreement. I'm not foolish enough to throw my life away, just brushing against an evil spirit would wipe us all out. Seeing her companions lose courage, she brought out her treasure to reassure them. Calm down, my dad has already prepared 3 ghost chi pills for this situation. Just swallow this, and your body will immediately emit a thick layer of yin chi. Because of this, we can easily disguise ourselves as residents of the underworld and walk inside without worrying about being exposed. Right after finishing her explanation, Gao Shishi opened her hand to reveal 3 jade green pills that were continuously releasing a gloomy smoke. The Sun siblings looked at each other hesitantly for a moment, then gritted their teeth and each took one. Although it felt a bit harsh going down their throats, as soon as it was digested, a strange power instantly surged through their entire bodies. Inside the hall, the loud voice of an announcer ghost echoed. The corrosion ghost of the western region offers a pair of fresh human eyes. The blood tiger ghost of the southern region tributes 2 hearts of a loving couple. The swamp ghost of the northern land offers a box of sliced meat. Lin Mo smiled and stepped forward to join the fun. The announcer stared in disbelief, then shouted, the Qingxi ghost of the western region offers a living, breathing human. The guests in the hall immediately gasped in amazement, going so big, offering a whole living human. With such generosity, he will surely be favored by the madame in the future. The announcer waved his hand, urging the Qingxi ghost to quickly take Lin Mo downstairs. The ghost did not hesitate and quickly shoved him into a nearby room. Lin Mo blinked, looking back blankly at the door that had just been slammed shut. A wave of questions flooded his mind. Where did everyone? Wait, where did all the ghosts go? Lin Mo angrily kicked the furniture aside and cursed under his breath. What the hell is going on? Come and tear me apart, why is no ghost looking at me? The blood-eye ghost suddenly appeared beside him and put a finger to his lips. SHH, I smell the killing intent of the female ghost in red. Hearing this, both of them quickly looked up. He frowned, searching for her whereabouts, while the ghost chin gestured toward the ceiling. She's sitting quietly up there in the attic. Eager to face the female ghost in red, Lin Mo stealthily peeked through the window. Outside, the cheers and chatter were boisterous, so he made an effort to move as quietly as possible to avoid drawing attention. Unfortunately, as soon as his heel crossed the threshold, a group of maidservants spotted him. Ignoring them, Lin Mo bolted straight up the stairs. The 2 maidservants looked at each other in confusion. Is that also a guest for the banquet? The other shook her head. Who knows, since the day I was born, I've never seen the mistress associate with humans. By now, Lin Mo had reached the exact room where he was sure the female ghost was staying. He gently pushed open the door slightly to peer inside. Right in the middle of the room, the figure of the female ghost in red, her head covered with a wedding veil, was sitting quietly on the edge of the bed. He knocked loudly on the wooden door. Inside, she slowly inhaled the scent of fresh blood emanating from him. Savoring the sweet scent of life, the female ghost in red spoke flirtatiously. The taste of a living human is so seductive. My husband is so thoughtful to specially present me with such a fresh gift. Tonight, I will surely savor it slowly." He strode straight up to her and smiled brightly. Lin Mo slowly lifted her wedding veil. She blushed shyly and chided him. "The ceremony isn't even finished. Why is husband in such a rush?" The young man patted his chest in delight and laughed heartily, getting straight to the point. "I've been looking for you. Stop wasting time and take my life already." Hearing this, the female ghost in red flared up in rage. "You are a human. Does this bastard know that the veil can only be lifted by the groom? How dare you cause such trouble?" Reaching the peak of her grievance, she screamed and cursed him furiously. Lin Mo maintained his playful attitude. "There, you must be boiling with anger right now, absolutely wanting to tear my heart out, right? Then make your move quickly, why hesitate?" The female ghost in red let out a helpless sigh. "What's done is done. Since you lifted the veil yourself, you must take responsibility and be my husband from now on." Hearing this, he broke into a cold sweat as she began to approach him. The female ghost in red leaned into his chest and whispered coquettishly, "The rule is clear. Whoever lifts the veil is my husband. You did it, so you are the groom." Hearing this, Lin Mo's face turned red as a beet. He startled and quickly backed away, stammering, "Hold on, but I am a human." She stared at Lin Mo passionately as if wanting to devour him, replying sweetly, "A living human is even more valuable. I don't mind." Terrified, Lin Mo turned on his heels and fled, screaming in his mind, "These underworld creeps must have a short circuit in their brains. None of them are normal." The eye sockets of the female ghost in red instantly glowed like hot coals, and her released magic slammed the escape door shut, crushing the young man's hopes. Lin Mo leaned against the door, waving his hands frantically and begging her not to take another step. He gritted his teeth and calculated, "If she wanted to kill me, I would absolutely stand still and take it. But in this case, it seems these ghosts want to steal my virtue. How can I give something so precious to a ghost?" Imagining his virtue being compromised, his face turned pale. He resolved to protect his purity, determined not to let the female ghost in red have her way. She glanced at Lin Mo with eyes full of desire and calculation, calling out to him enchantingly. Lin Mo scrambled around the room in a panic, but the female ghost in red followed closely behind. In desperation, he had to call the blood-eye ghost for help. It reluctantly emerged and shrugged helplessly. "I can't help you with this one. How can a low-level fierce spirit like me fight an evil spirit on the verge of becoming a demon?" he yelled in despair. "You knew you couldn't fight her, so why did you lure me here to die?" The blood-eye ghost sneered. "Who asked you to insist on dying? If you had just let me eat you, it would have been much easier. Who would have thought she wanted your body, not your life?" The female ghost in red tirelessly chased her prey. As Lin Mo ran, he realized in despair that even if he summoned the Dai Jai ghost and the big-chested ghost to help, they would only end up as cannon fodder for this lady. It glanced at her and sneered with bad advice. "Well, what's done is done. Just close your eyes and submit to her. After all, a mortal and a ghost can still do that kind of thing." Hearing these crude words, the female ghost in red flared with rage. The blood-eye ghost continued to mock Lin Mo. "Just go with it. At worst, you'll just be tainted by evil energy. A few days of nourishment and you'll be back to full strength." He snapped furiously. "If you can't offer any useful help, please shut up." Losing her patience, she screamed, "Enough of this." The female ghost in red transformed into a gust of crimson wind and lunged forward. She pounced and caught Lin Mo. His face went pale, thinking that his purity was done for. The female ghost in red forcefully pinned Lin Mo down to the floor. She coaxed him proudly, "After all, I am the ruler of this entire graveyard. Be my obedient husband, and you will enjoy nothing but luxury." The young man's face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to refuse. "Don't do anything rash." Lin Mo gritted his teeth and complained to the heavens. He only wanted a peaceful death, so why was it so difficult? Was he destined to let this female ghost ravage his body in this life? At the critical moment, the maidservant's voice echoed from outside. "Congratulations to the groom. The mistress has been waiting for you. Please step into the bridal chamber." When the wooden door was pushed open, everyone standing outside froze like statues. Before their eyes was the scene of the female ghost in red pinning Lin Mo down on his back with an extremely thirsty look. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo struggled and pushed the female ghost in red off, shouting joyfully, "Heaven saved me." With that, Lin Mo immediately rushed in front of the butcher ghost to provoke him. "Hey, I just snatched your bride away. You must be furious, right? I know you hate me to the bone." Casting aside all caution, he boldly pulled the butcher's cleaver close to his neck, pleading, "What are you waiting for? Stab me to your heart's content."
You're
The
watching
butcher
a
ghost
comic
stood
recap
dazed and
on
asked
Len's
in
Recap.
confusion, "What is this all about?" Lin Mo urged impatiently, "Stop being so slow, slash me quickly." He began to add fuel to the fire. "Just now I sneaked into the bridal chamber, lifted your wife's veil with my own hands, and even—" Lin Mo deliberately exaggerated the story to make him utterly furious. It seemed the bait worked. The butcher ghost's face darkened, growling word by word, "You dared to say that you lifted her veil." Lin Mo was overjoyed, continuing to instigate, "You missed the point. After that, she and I did a whole bunch of other shady things." Contrary to expectations, the very next second, the butcher ghost burst into laughter. "So that's how it is." Then he grabbed the shoulder of Lin Mo, who was now standing there utterly dumbfounded. With a beaming face, the butcher ghost took off the groom's hat and said generously, "Thank you, brother, for taking this disaster off my shoulders. I wish you a passionate wedding night." As he spoke, he placed the hat on Lin Mo's head, laughing joyfully as if winning the lottery. "Haha, I am finally free from being that tigress's husband." Relieved of a heavy burden, he jumped up and cheered, "Everyone, let's go drink," leaving Lin Mo frozen in place, his face pale with despair. Horror welled up. He wondered if the butcher ghost had been forced into the marriage, and by lifting the veil, he had accidentally brought disaster upon himself as a replacement. Utterly depressed, he lamented, "Oh heavens, I only want to die. Why must so many complications arise?" The female ghost in red, silent until now, spoke coquettishly, "Husband, a moment of the wedding night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." Her sweet, soft voice and suggestive posture were enough to blind any man. Lin Mo scratched his head in this dilemma. "Damn it, what should I do now?" He took a risk and bolted straight for the door to escape, but reality was not so kind. The female ghost instantly released a deadly wave of yin qi, growling coldly, "Where do you think you're going?" Countless thick black strands of hair extended like octopus tentacles, tightly binding Lin Mo's limbs and cutting off all his escape routes. The chamber door slowly closed amidst the young man's hoarse screams. He was dragged into the dark darkness, the door shutting tight, locking the human and the ghost together in the quiet space. The scene shifted down to the banquet hall, where the trio of Sun Mei Li, Sun Miao, and Gao Shishi stealthily blended into the crowd. Loud cheers echoed, "Cheers, brothers! Today is a grand day, eat and drink to your heart's content." Sun Miao looked around and whispered, "He's completely vanished. Did those ghosts eat Lin Mo alive?" Gao Shishi gestured with her chin, "The Qingxi ghost who came with him is sitting over there. Let's go spy on him." Her eyes locked on the ghost drinking in the corner of the hall. The three of them quietly made their way to his table, trying their best to blend in and not arouse the suspicion of the surrounding ghosts. As they gathered around the round table, the Qingxi ghost cast a suspicious glance. "Your faces look unfamiliar. We haven't met before, have we?" Sun Miao composed himself and lied smoothly, "Ah, we just arrived here a few days ago." The Qingxi ghost nodded warmly, "No wonder you look like strangers. Forget it, eat and drink up." Sun Miao could only force a stiff smile. He casually picked up a piece of congealed meat and put it in Sun Miao's bowl, boasting warmly, "This blood sausage is a specialty, try it." Looking at the disgusting, slimy thing in his bowl, Sun Miao's stomach churned violently. He quickly covered his mouth to keep from vomiting on the table. Sun Miao's unusual gesture of covering his mouth immediately drew attention. Dozens of bizarre eyes suddenly turned and stared intently at him. Gao Shishi secretly reached under the table and pinched Sun Miao's thigh hard to keep him in line. She cast a sharp look at him as if to say, "Grit your teeth and bear it. If we're exposed, we're all dead." Sun Miao closed his eyes, grabbed the slimy mess and shoved it into his mouth. As he chewed, he hypnotized himself. "I'm a ghost, I'm a ghost. Oh, this is delicious." Thanks to his superb acting, the suspicious stares of the ghost softened. Thus, Sun Miao, Gao Shishi, and Sun Mei Li had to pinch their noses and struggle to force the horrifying food down their throats to save their lives. Sun Mei Li tried to swallow her anger, cursing repeatedly in her mind. "If it weren't for chasing that cursed Lin Mo, I wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state." Suddenly, the gloomy atmosphere was shattered by the loud laughter of the butcher ghost. He rushed downstairs, dancing wildly like a child. "I'm free. I don't have to marry that yaksha anymore." His celebratory clapping stunned all the guests in the hall. A curious ghost interjected, "What's going on? Isn't the groom tonight supposed to be you?" One next to him agreed, "Exactly, in this vast graveyard, only you caught the madame's eye." The butcher ghost explained excitedly, "That living human kid I brought up earlier looked like he was only 17 or 18, but for some reason that rascal went and lifted her veil himself. By the rules, he has to take my place as her husband." He patted his chest and sighed in relief, "See, brothers, I'm saved." The hall erupted again as the ghosts cheered in unison. "Congratulations, big brother, on escaping this disaster. Bottoms up." The giant happily downed his cup. In the corner, the trio heard the shocking news and felt their legs go weak. Gao Shishi was too shocked to speak, thinking, "A human? Could it be Lin Mo?" Beside her, Sun Miao grimaced and gasped, "Has that guy lost his mind?" Sun Mei Li was also completely stunned, imagining the young man traveling all this way in the middle of the night just to marry a female evil spirit. The Qingxi ghost sitting next to them shivered in admiration. That brother really has guts of steel to even dare to take on that fierce tigress. Recovering her composure, Gao Shishi casually struck up a conversation to probe, "Hey brother, could you explain this to me? Why is avoiding the wedding cause for the butcher ghost to celebrate like he won the lottery?" The Qingxi ghost clicked his tongue. "Just looking at how clueless you all are, I can tell you're newcomers." Then he lowered his voice and explained in detail that female ghost in red lived during the Qing dynasty. Ironically, her groom died on their wedding night. Because of that, she was shunned by her husband's family, labeled a jinx who killed her husband, and suffered brutal beatings every day. The ghost clicked his tongue and continued, filled with resentment. She wore her wedding dress and committed suicide, her resentment turning her into the most notorious fierce ghost in this graveyard. Unfortunately, her obsession with getting married while alive was too deep. So whenever she catches a male ghost with some looks, she forces him to marry her. But the terrifying part is, as soon as the dawn of the second day arrives, all those temporary husbands explode into pieces for no clear reason. The ghost's expression suddenly grew serious. That's why the handsome ghosts in this area are almost extinct. With no candidates left, they had to push that coarse old butcher onto the chopping block. Understanding the story, Sun Miao turned pale and stammered, "So that kid trapped in the room is about to kick the bucket." The Qingxi ghost shrugged and said coldly, "Of course, he is definitely a goner." Suddenly he turned to stare at Sun Miao and patted his shoulder playfully. "Hey little brother, your looks are quite decent too. I bet after that kid blows up, the madame's next groom will definitely be you." His terrifying prediction scared him out of his wits, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. The image of Lin Mo being drained of strength and exploding suddenly flashed in his mind. Sun Miao secretly admired him. This Lin Mo really walked straight into the trap to be eaten by ghosts. What a foolish stunt. Sun Mei Li grimaced in disgust, turning to urge her, "Gao Shishi, this place is too suffocating, I can't take it anymore. Since Lin Mo is going to kick the bucket anyway, let's get out of here." Gao Shishi shook her head and ordered firmly, "Absolutely not. Our rule is to see the person if alive and see the corpse if dead." The scene shifted to the dawn of the next day. Lin Mo woke up with hollow eyes, looking as exhausted as a corpse. While his mind was still wandering, a cold hand tapped his shoulder, making him jump in fright and quickly pull the blanket to cover himself. Seeing his weary face, the female ghost in red smiled flirtatiously. "Is husband awake?" Turning to find her lying right next to him, Lin Mo screamed in horror, "What the hell is this?" She leaned closer, gently stroking his chest and soothing him, "SHH, husband shouldn't make such a fuss." Looking at the two of them naked in the same bed, Lin Mo angrily realized that something terrible had happened. He hurriedly grabbed his clothes, threw them on, and questioned her with a glare. "What on earth did you do to me? Can't you just end my life with one blow instead?" The female ghost in red giggled, covering her mouth and teasing, "Or are you also eager to become an undead soul so we can be together day and night?" Hearing this, Lin Mo wanted to cry, looking up at the sky in lamentation. "Does heaven have eyes? What sin did I commit in my past life to suffer this nightmare in this one?" Without another word, he bolted out the door, leaving the female ghost in red sitting contentedly on the bed with a satisfied smile. But after stumbling a few steps, he caught sight of his withered reflection in the mirror. His haggard face and dark circles like a panda startled even himself. He hurried back to interrogate her. "Did you drain all my yang qi?" The female ghost in red leisurely rested her hand on his shoulder, whining, "Who could be so cruel? I know that using it sparingly makes it last longer." Her casual words sent a shiver down his spine. Not letting him go, she leaned in to embrace him, caressing his back and whispering, "Don't worry, I've already told the servants to stew kidney-nourishing soup for you. From now on, you are my property. Absolutely no one in this graveyard dares to touch a hair on your head." Hearing this, his mind raced. "No ghost dares to touch me? Does that mean no one dares to kill me anymore?" After caressing him, she tried to entice him to stay. "Why does husband insist on dying? If you stop breathing and refuse to become a ghost, would you force me to be a widow again?" Lin Mo choked on his anger, pleading helplessly, "I beg you, let me go, I only crave death." Feeling extremely uncomfortable all over, he swung his arm to decisively break free from her tight embrace. Seeing the young man struggling to escape, the female ghost in red didn't bother to hold him back, only smiling and leaving him with a reminder. You can't die. Except for that cursed ghost in the western region, no ghost here dares to touch you. Hearing this, Lin Mo was startled, pausing for a moment before pressing, the cursed ghost in the western region. The female ghost in red wriggled and sat on the edge of the bed, nodding in warning. Yes, he is my sworn enemy. You'd better stay far away from that place. The room fell quiet for a few seconds. Lin Mo stood dazed, calculating for a moment, then made his escape. Before disappearing past the door, he managed to turn back and force a smile. Thank you for the tip, madame. Watching his figure shrink at the end of the hallway, the maidservant asked her mistress curiously, How strange. Just now you held on to him for dear life. Why did you let him go so easily? As if having anticipated every move, the female ghost in red sneered triumphantly. Calm down. Once he's tired of wandering, he will crawl back here to find me on his own. After walking halfway, Lin Mo was as exhausted as a living corpse, his legs heavy as lead from being drained so heavily last night. He lamented under his breath, How tragic, that Yaksha completely drained my energy, I can't even lift my feet. After crawling for a long time, he finally made it back to the dormitory. Lin Mo told himself that first, he should crawl into bed to sleep and recover his strength, and once he was back in shape, he would plan how to find that graveyard ghost. Suddenly, Aq rushed out from a corner carrying a sword, startling him so much that he screamed, Hey Aq, it's me. Seeing his roommate's ruined state, Aq froze for 5 seconds, breaking into a cold sweat because he had almost accidentally slashed one of his own. The sharp blade stopped right at his throat, making Lin Mo break into a cold sweat. Aq squinted at him, asking in confusion, What did you do to have such thick yin qi surging off you? I thought an evil spirit had broken into the room. Haizio Pan poked his head out from a corner and asked in surprise, Where were you wandering last night? Did you pull an all-nighter at an internet cafe? Why do you look as worn out as a tattered blanket? Exhausted, Lin Mo could only cling to the bed frame, waving his hand to dismiss the questions. Just assume that. I have to go meet the Duke of Zhou. With that, he collapsed his worn-out body onto the mattress, not forgetting to mumble, Take attendance for me, I'm skipping class today. Aq sensed something suspicious and warned seriously, I'm warning you, don't be foolish enough to sleep with ghosts. Having your yang qi drained will land you on the altar looking at naked chicken offerings. As the break bell rang, the class buzzed with whispers about Lin Mo's mysterious disappearance. Suddenly, a clear voice called from the window, Excuse me, is Lin Mo here? I have an urgent matter to discuss. Haizio Pan quickly ran over, scratching his head and reporting, He just crawled back at dawn and is currently snoring in bed. Hearing this, the girl politely stepped back and gently requested, Then please pass on a message. Tell him that Anran has passed the critical stage and is now awake. Hiding nearby, Sun Mei Li and Sun Miao kept their ears open and overheard everything. Both were deeply shocked and looked at each other. Unreasonable. Isn't the curse supposed to make anyone who marries that Yaksha blow up? How tough is that brat to still keep his life and return here? They quickly huddled to plan their next step. It seems the assassination mission is a total failure. We have no choice but to follow him again. It was almost noon when Lin Mo sleepily woke up. The first thing he did was run to a pharmacy to buy a box of kidney-nourishing pills. The shop owner looked at him, clicked his tongue, and advised, Young man, you have a strong body, but you must take care of yourself. Try to control your wild lifestyle. Lin Mo opened the medicine and swallowed it on the spot, reassuring himself, pumping some nutrients into my body so I look a bit fresh and bright when I meet Anran later. In the opposite corner, Sun Miao admired him openly, ignoring the looks of utter contempt from Gao Shishi and Sun Mei Li. He whispered, So the secret to surviving after a night with a female ghost lies in that kidney-nourishing medicine. I must buy a few boxes to stock up too. Shortly after, Lin Mo stopped in front of the Aiku room. The trio trailing behind nudged each other and urged, He stopped, keep close. Pushing open the door, he eagerly asked about Anran's health. Suddenly realizing his question was somewhat redundant, he scratched his head with an awkward smile. How thoughtless of me to ask. With all those injuries, how could it not hurt? Anran on the hospital bed only smiled gently, not minding at all. It's fine, I'm already used to these minor injuries. Although her complexion looked rosier and she didn't utter a word of complaint, Lin Mo still bit his lip in guilt. It's all because of me that you ended up like this. Rest well, I swear I will take their lives and bring back the antidote. And Ran waved her hand to clarify. Don't blame yourself. I was the one who led you down to that tomb, which caused all this. Oh, now that I think about it, what kind of magic did you use to break the seal of the ancient tomb? And why are the people from the Safety Bureau hunting you down so aggressively? Lin Mo's face darkened as he said resolutely, I'm also completely in the dark, still digging around for clues but nothing clear yet. Hearing this, she pouted and teased, You're so useless, just wait for me to recover and I'll turn everything upside down to help you. Detective work is my specialty. Lin Mo frowned again and replied seriously, You should worry about your own battered body first. After a brief hesitation, Ran timidly asked him for a favor. Without thinking, Lin Mo patted his chest. Just tell me what to do, not just one thing, even if there are 1,000 difficult tasks, I'll take them all on. Seeing his resolute attitude, she whispered her request, My mother is seriously ill and bedridden at the hospital. Could you spare some time to visit her for me, and also pay the remaining hospital bills I owe? I've hidden the money carefully under the sofa cushion under the stairs. Hearing this, he was overjoyed and waved his hand eagerly. Who would use your money? Let me handle the entire cost. Your mother is just like my own mother. These sweet words reached in Ran's ears, making her cheeks flush as red as a ripe tomato as she muttered, Who asked you to talk nonsense? My mother's name is Yan. She's being treated at Zaihua Hospital in the Western District. Lin Mo reached out to pat her hand, nodding, Rest assured, leave this to me. Out in the hallway, the spying trio still had their eyes glued inside. Gao Shishi blinked, a strange suspicion rising in her heart. Why does the girl lying in that bed look somewhat like me? Before her thoughts could clear, a doll ghost suddenly rushed out like an arrow, scaring Gao Shishi out of her wits, her face turning pale. Noticing someone was following them outside, Ran frowned vigilantly. Why did the doll ghost suddenly go wild? Who are those people lurking outside? The next morning, the hospital atmosphere was as quiet as usual, and Yan was sitting blankly on her bed when she heard a steady knock on the door. Lin Mo, carrying a basket of fresh fruit, pushed the door open and smiled warmly. Hello, Auntie, I am a close friend of Ran. I hope you don't mind me visiting you today. Hearing that name, she suddenly startled, her face turning pale. Her friend, you are. And Yan hurriedly threw off the blanket and jumped down to the floor, leaving Lin Mo stunned and unable to react. His eyes widened in shock at this ironic scene, thinking, How strange, why is my future mother-in-law kneeling and bowing to me? Flustered, Lin Mo quickly ran to help her up, stammering, Oh my, what are you doing? Please stand up, I am just a normal friend of Ran, my name is Lin Mo. Upon hearing the name Lin Mo, Yan burst into tears, her eyes welling up as she sobbed and mumbled, Someone with the surname Lin, it really is you. He pulled up a chair and sat opposite her, frowning as he asked slowly, Do you recognize me? Yan seemed to lose her composure, quickly nodding in admission. But in the blink of an eye, she shook her head vigorously in denial. No, that's not it, we have never met before. This inconsistent reaction made Lin Mo even more suspicious. Just moments ago, she was crying as if reuniting with an old friend, only to deny it immediately after. There was clearly a deep, hidden secret here. She awkwardly made up a clumsy excuse that failed to convince him in the slightest. Well, Ran once told me she knew a friend with the surname Lin, so just now I was certain it was you. Not wanting the conversation to stall, he quickly changed the subject. Let me help you back to bed to rest. It makes me uncomfortable to see you kneeling like this. As soon as Yan sat back down on the bed, she looked around warily and whispered to Lin Mo, On your way here just now, did anyone follow you? After a moment of thought, Lin Mo glanced toward the door and replied, I don't think anyone did. Why do you look so anxious? Did something happen? The elderly woman quickly grasped his hand, her eyes tearing up as she warned him, I have a history of bad blood with the Security Bureau, and I'm afraid they might misunderstand our connection and drag you into trouble. You must be extremely careful. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded obediently and calmly explained the situation. Ran risked her life to save me and was injured, so she probably won't be able to visit you lately. I promise to take good care of her, so please focus on recovering. After he spoke, the woman merely nodded indifferently, and Yan's nonchalant attitude raised a wave of suspicion in his mind. Her own biological daughter was gravely injured, yet as a mother, she seemed completely unconcerned. This was truly bizarre. A short while later, the young man started peeling an apple while attempting to make small talk, and Yan then asked, How are your parents doing at home? Lin Mo smiled warmly and handed her the neatly peeled apple. They are doing great. My parents still have plenty of energy to manage dozens of acres of farmland back in our hometown. Now that I think about it, You and my mother share a special connection, as both of you have the surname N. And Yan was briefly taken aback and quickly inquired, your mother's surname is also N. What is her full name? Without hiding anything, the young man immediately gave his mother's name, and Shuang. Upon hearing that name, her expression instantly changed, and she kept muttering Lin Mo's mother's name to herself in utter shock. Seeing in Yan's dazed expression, he grew even more suspicious. Do you know my mother? However, and Yan tried to cover it up. I just find the surname to be quite rare, so knowing your mother shares it makes me feel an instant connection. With that, she lay down and turned her back to Lin Mo to politely send him away. If there's nothing else, you should head back first. Seeing that the patient wanted him to leave, he obediently said his goodbyes. Before walking out, Lin Mo paused to glance at her back once more. He thought to himself, and Ran's mother must be hiding some monumental secret, but since she was determined to keep her mouth shut, he could not force a sick patient to speak. He decided to drop it for now and wait for another opportunity to ask. Out in the hallway, Gao Shishi had been eavesdropping on Lin Mo. She quickly sent his current location to Gao Longchen. Upon receiving the message, he was so thrilled that he leaped to his feet. Lin Mo, your foxtail has finally shown itself, you brat. I will personally capture the last remaining seed of Feng Mo. As soon as his thoughts cleared, reply messages flew back and forth, with him stating that he would rush over there immediately. The moment she saw Lin Mo casually walking downstairs, her heart skipped a beat, and she wondered, where on earth is this Lin Mo trying to run off to now? On the other side, Lin Mo was so engrossed in his phone call that he paid no attention to the tail following him. Hey, didn't I tell you to stop by Xin Hai? Wandering around here is very dangerous. The young man kept walking while completely absorbed in his call, entirely ignoring the stealthy Gao Shishi behind him. Oh, you've arrived at the train station. Okay, I will come pick you up right now. Eavesdropping on the conversation, she frowned and schemed. I need to report Lin Mo's movements immediately. But since father is also about to arrive, maybe I should patiently wait for him so we can act together. Right then in the ward, the door was suddenly kicked open without mercy. Gao Longchen stood glaring at the threshold, roaring in rage. You just met Lin Mo, that brat is definitely the wicked spawn of Feng Mo, isn't he? Hearing this, and Yan jumped up and shouted back, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? I think you've lost your mind, trying to label absolutely everyone as a member of Feng Mo. But showing no respect, he rushed forward, grabbed the patient's collar and dragged her away. Gao Longchen glared at Yan as if he wanted to devour her alive. If that brat doesn't carry the filthy blood of Feng Mo, why did you shed tears when you met him? Speak up. Have you bastards been secretly passing information to each other all this time? Yan sneered in contempt and spat right in Gao Longchen's face, catching him completely off guard. Then, she flashed a bitter, twisted smile. He brought news that you just beat my daughter half to death. Is a mother forbidden from shedding tears for her child? A scumbag like you would ruthlessly hurt your own flesh and blood. You are so despicable that even beasts would look down on you. Stung by her harsh insults, he flew into a blind rage and violently shoved Yan, sending her tumbling onto the floor. What right does that wretched spawn of yours have to be my daughter? If you know what's good for you, spit out the truth. Is that guy a remnant of Feng Mo? Yan grimaced in pain, her battered body trembling as she tried to prop herself up with her hands. But Gao Longchen quickly delivered a devastating kick to her body, forcing a painful cry from her lips. Bent down, casting a look of utter disdain at Yan, or are you senile enough to protect a remnant of Feng Mo? If you were so compassionate, why did you stab the Feng Mo crown prince in the back in the past? You probably can't even imagine the horrific torture the Feng Mo crown prince endured during his execution. Until his very last breath, he still believed you were innocent and had never betrayed him. And Yan's heart felt as if it were being rubbed with salt, and she screamed in anguish until her voice cracked. You are truly a wretched demon. His face now fully revealed his brutal nature as he grabbed her hair and growled threateningly. Is that kid Lin Mo the crown prince's flesh and blood? Speak the truth, and I promise to favor you once again just like the old days. Gritting her teeth against the pain, the woman yelled back. Years ago, the crown princess herself held the imperial grandson and princess as she threw herself into the blazing fire. Can't your blind eyes see that? What on earth are you questioning me for now? Gao Longchen gritted his teeth, warning her, it seems you prefer the hard way over the easy way. Amidst this tense situation, Gao Shishi suddenly appeared at the doorway. The unannounced arrival of his daughter made him freeze in place for 5 seconds. Gao Shishi, her face filled with agitation, demanded answers. She said you have another daughter out there, and that you even ruthlessly beat her half to death. Is that true? Gao Longchen frantically waved his hands in defense. My good daughter, don't believe the wild ravings of this crazy old woman. She has been losing her mind lately and speaks nothing but nonsense. Despite his desperate attempts to soothe her, her face darkened as she took a few steps back warily. Stop acting to mislead me. I have been standing outside listening to everything since you two started arguing. Now that I think about it, I think I've met her before. A person who looks exactly like me, just a few years younger. Gao Longchen still stubbornly defended himself. My dear Shi, calm down and let me explain. It's common for people to look alike in this world. With tears streaming down her face and an expression of utter panic, Gao Shishi cried, if your conscience were clear, you would have brought out evidence long ago. Why are you so panicked? You always bragged about being faithful only to my mother your entire life. Turned out it was all just a spectacular lie. On the other side, Yan leaned against the headboard, flashing a mocking, provocative smile. Naive little girl, the dirty deeds your father has done don't just stop at this. He immediately whipped around to glare at her. Shut your mouth right now. Having reached her breaking point, the young woman covered her face and ran off, leaving him in a panic. I don't want to see your face for another second. It is truly disgusting. Taking in the entire family drama, Yan clutched her aching stomach and laughed with sheer satisfaction. Gao Longchen, oh Gao Longchen, in the end, karma has slapped you right in the face. Lin Mo grinned widely, waving his hands enthusiastically to call out to Lin Feng. Seeing his beloved son, the old man smiled gently, his eyes squinting with warmth. My good boy has grown even taller now. Lin Mo's gaze landed on the carrying pole weighing down his father's shoulders, and he scratched his head in confusion. What is that bulky stuff you're carrying, father? Lin Feng quickly wiped away his sweat with a bright smile. I brought some walnuts for you. They've been thoroughly dried and are incredibly fragrant. Upon hearing this, the young man could only shake his head with a helpless chuckle, leaving the older man utterly puzzled. But father, you didn't need to go to all this trouble to gather so much. Lin Feng quickly waved his hand in dismissal. This is barely anything. How can you say it's a lot? Father and son walked side by side, carrying the baskets of nuts while joking and laughing together. Your old man even planned to bring 2 whole carrying poles. All right, father, let's go fill our empty stomachs first. The 2 figures blended into the bustling crowd of the busy street. Lin Mo excitedly asked why the old man had made the long journey up here. Lin Feng smiled and explained, farming has been quite relaxed lately, so I decided to drop by and visit you on my way. Old man seemed highly amused, looking up at the passing girls and praising, the bustling city is indeed different. People like to dress much more lightly on the streets here. Speechless, Lin Mo quickly changed the subject. By the way, are mother and little sister doing well at home? The moment his wife and daughter were mentioned, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Your mother is still very energetic, but your sister's health has been declining lately. She is already out of breath after walking just a few steps. Hearing his father's words, the young man frowned with concern and advised gently, then why didn't you bring her along this time so she could be examined by a doctor? After all, the medical facilities in the city are better than in our hometown. Lin Mo and Lin Feng conversed in low voices as they turned into an elegant restaurant. It's a waste of effort, son. We've already knocked on the doors of all kinds of hospitals a long time ago. While the waiter was bowing politely to welcome the guests, a skeletal, trembling figure suddenly appeared at the threshold and staggered in. Wu Kun, in a pitiful and disheveled state, approached cautiously and mumbled a plea. Please show some mercy and spare a bite of food for this humble soul. Seeing this, the waiter was annoyed and waved his hand to shoo him away like a pest. Aren't you tired of begging for food all day? This restaurant has no food for you. Lin Mo widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the skinny man, unable to believe that this was actually Wu Kun. The beggar was equally startled when he unexpectedly ran into him here. As soon as he was allowed to join their table, Wu Kun buried his face in his bowl, eating voraciously without any restraint. Lin Feng sat nearby with a chuckle, glancing at Wu Kun with curiosity. Mo, you even have friends in the beggar clan. Breaking into a cold sweat, Lin Mo quickly corrected him. Please stop talking nonsense, father. That night, it was thanks to him risking his life to lure the security bureau people in another direction that Ran and I were able to escape safely. With that, he immediately turned to Wu Kun and asked with concern, I still owe you a word of thanks, but how did you end up in such a battered state? Where are the other brothers wandering now? As soon as the question was asked, Wu Kun withdrew his gaze, casting a wary look at Lin Feng as if hesitating to speak. Noticing this, Lin Mo quickly reassured him, This is my father, he's family. You don't need to be on guard. Wukung's face fell as he slowly recalled that horrific night. The driver and I managed to escape successfully, but for fear of raising suspicion, we didn't dare go to the school to find you, so we had to go into hiding. It was only when things calmed down a bit that I showed my face to beg for food to survive. Memories of the chaotic mess from that night rushed back vividly in his mind. After a brief pause, he continued weakly. The unfortunate Zhuang Han has only one leg and ran too slowly, so he was caught and dragged away by the Security Bureau henchmen. Rumor has it that those hounds have been torturing Zhuang Han relentlessly to find out who was bold enough to open the ancient tomb. Fortunately, Zhuang Han is a true man, taking all those beatings without spitting out a single word. As he recounted this, a trace of bitter sorrow remained in the corners of Wukung's eyes. With my meager strength right now, I am completely powerless to rescue Zhuang Han from the Security Bureau's lair. I would bet 80 to 90% that he won't survive this disaster. Lin Feng listened quietly, his face darkening as he analyzed the situation. I get the picture now. You guys went grave robbing together, and now that Zhuang Han is captured, you want to round up people to rescue him, right? That he turned to glare at his son with eyes full of worry, making the young man feel incredibly uneasy. Mo, if you're short on money, just tell me. This grave robbing business can cost you your life if you make one wrong move. Hearing this, Lin Mo quickly spoke sweet words to reassure Lin Feng. I'm not short on money. In short, don't worry too much about these things. After back and forth discussion, Lin Mo sighed. After we finish eating, please arrange to take a bus back home. Wukung and I have to walk back to school to catch up on our studies. Lin Mo smiled and waved goodbye to Lin Feng, yet he did not forget to remind him carefully, call me as soon as you get home, father. The old man waved back enthusiastically, don't you worry. Watching his son's figure fade into the distance, Lin Feng's face suddenly hardened with calculated determination. Since Zhuang Han saved Mo-er's life, how can I, as a father, turn a blind eye? Acting on his thoughts, the old man reached deep inside his coat, searching for something. A moment later, a bizarrely shaped electronic device rested in his palm. Shortly after, Lin Feng stood imposingly before the gates of a massive building. Security Bureau henchmen guarding the gate immediately rushed out to block his way, forbidding the old man from taking another step. The guard flew into a rage, shouting curses, "Are you deaf? You poor peasant, get lost and stay out of my sight." Standing on the opposing side, Lin Feng did not tremble in the slightest. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into an enigmatic smile. The old man casually pulled out the electronic device and flipped the switch. Instantly, the souls of the Security Bureau henchmen were violently pulled toward that sinister machine, causing the bastards to scream in agonized torment. Like an expert in control of the situation, Lin Feng swiftly turned off the device. The old man held his head high, walking proudly over the soulless bodies of the two gatekeepers who lay collapsed at his feet with eyes rolled back. Their limp bodies slumped onto the cold ground, while Lin Feng steadily and resolutely made his way deeper inside. In the blink of an eye, the old man stood before a massive door. He slowly approached and calmly pushed the door open. The moment Lin Feng's heels stepped onto the threshold, the noisy chatter inside was still going strong. But that lively atmosphere instantly vanished as all eyes turned to stare at Lin Feng. An unapproachable girl snapped, "How did the useless guards let a peasant sneak in here?" She glared at Lin Feng, scrutinizing his slow steps. "What do you want?" Lin Feng remained silent without uttering a word, his veiny hand merely tightening around the electronic device. Sensing the imminent danger, the unapproachable girl shrieked in panic to sound the alarm for the group. The group quickly took their positions, preparing to summon their forces to counter the overwhelming murderous intent heading their way. Unfortunately, Lin Feng merely muttered 3 cold words, "It's too late." The old man calmly activated the device in his hand. Instantly, the unapproachable girl's soul was ripped from her body, forcing her to scream out in agony. The others in the room met the same tragic fate. Every single one of their souls was devoured by the strange machine. In less than a heartbeat, all of them lost consciousness at once, collapsing one after another. The entire floor was piled with scattered bodies, yet Lin Feng walked leisurely through them as if nothing had happened. Back inside the interrogation room, a Security Bureau officer shouted at Zhuang Han, the bold thief who opened the ancient tomb. "It was definitely Lin Mo, wasn't it?" Zhuang Han glared, stubbornly denying it. "I've repeated it countless times. I broke open the tomb door myself. Why won't you believe me?" The Security Bureau officer had run out of patience, Gritting his teeth, he cursed, still stubborn. With that, he swiftly pulled a remote control from his pocket and pressed the bright red button on the device. In an instant, a high-voltage current surged through Zhuang Han's body, causing the muscular man to howl in excruciating pain. Right then, the sturdy door outside was shattered by Lin Feng's powerful kick, leaving the two security bureau officers stunned in disbelief. The old man's face was dark with murderous intent, radiating a suffocating fierceness. One security bureau officer scrambled backward, stammering to ask who this old man was. Lin Feng merely sneered and muttered, "I am a father." As soon as he spoke, his hand swiftly drew a wooden stick tucked at his waist. The security bureau officer was utterly bewildered, turning to question, "Is that old man really your father?" His partner angrily added, "Can't you see this old man is putting on a jailbreak act?" While the two were engrossed in talking, several elegant and decisive strikes suddenly slashed through the air with lightning speed. Deep, clean cuts suddenly opened across the necks of the two security bureau officers, making their eyes widen in horror. In the next second, fresh blood sprayed continuously from their throats. The heavy iron shackles on Zhuang Han's body were also shattered into 100 pieces, clattering to the floor. His eyes widened in bewilderment as he wondered, could this man be Hu Yan Wang in human form? But immediately, Lin Feng glared at him and scolded seriously, "Don't just stand there dazed. I came here to get you out." Zhuang Han quickly clasped his hands and bowed low in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your righteous intervention. May I ask for your honorable name? I will surely repay this debt of gratitude in the future." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "No need, it was a minor matter." After saying this, he handed him a card that could protect his life, and they both fled the dark room together. Zhuang Han's heart swelled with absolute admiration. That senior had single-handedly flattened the entire security bureau just to pull him out of the mire. He would remember this immense favor until his dying breath. Meanwhile, as Lin Mo dragged himself back, he heard the news. Hai Xiao Pan seemed to have stumbled upon a shocking update, unable to hold back a horrified exclamation. His friend frantically waved him over to take a look. The security bureau people have been wiped out, but the whole thing is incredibly bizarre. Whoever happened to see the culprit's face died, yet there isn't a single wound on their bodies. People are whispering that it's some kind of black magic that steals souls. Standing nearby and listening, Lin Mo could not help but be deeply shocked. His eyes glued to the breaking news broadcast, he listened closely as the reporter asserted, "According to security camera footage, the suspect has been identified as a peasant farmer." In an instant, Lin Mo fell into deep thought. Why does this figure look exactly like my old man? But how could a peasant farmer like father have the strength to wipe out the entire security bureau? Pitch black night descended as the trio of Gao Shishi, Sun Mu, and Sun Mei Li clung to Lin Mo's heels like leeches. Amidst the eerie, hair-raising atmosphere, Lin Mo moved like the wind, swiftly weaving through the ancient forests. While running at full speed, his mind raced. When the security bureau was wiped out, the director and deputy director happened to be away. Zun Diyi is still running free. I have to capture him to demand the antidote for Enran. Right now, comprehending the truth of the sword ghost is the most urgent matter. A moment later, Lin Mo landed right in front of the Curse Wraith's lair, known to locals as the He Bai Ghost Tomb. The entrance to the underworld ran deep, and a minor ghost was peeking out from behind the door to watch him. Lin Mo glanced toward the northwest burial area, certain that the Curse Wraith was hiding in there. The peeping minor ghost walked out and raised its chin, asking what business he had with its boss. Lin Mo grabbed the Curse Wraith's underling by the collar, aggressively forcing it to spit out its boss's hiding place. The brat struggled helplessly before obediently confessing that the boss was in the He Bai tomb right ahead. Lin Mo immediately let go, freeing the minor ghost. Showing no mercy, he swung his arm and threw the little creature hard against the tomb wall, shouting loudly, "Crawl inside and tell him to get out here to meet me." The underling was sent flying deep inside, sliding a long, painful distance. Deep within the He Bai ghost tomb, the Curse Wraith sat in the boss's chair. The evil ghost was devouring a severed arm, while its right-hand man, the heart-eating ghost, was busy chewing on a rotting corpse next to it. While the two were eagerly enjoying their feast, the minor ghost crawled in to deliver bad news. "Big trouble, boss. Someone is causing trouble right at our doorstep." The Curse Wraith looked up in bewilderment. "A human is causing trouble, not another ghost." The underling nodded frantically, assuring him it was indeed a flesh-and-blood human. The evil ghost gestured for the heart-eating ghost to go out and dispose of the visitor, and to bring the corpse back to be carved up as a snack. Heart-eating Ghost stood up in delight, licking his lips hungrily. It's been ages since we've had fresh meat delivered to our door. These dry, rotten corpses keep getting stuck in my teeth. However, he already knew Lin Mo's identity as the bridegroom of the red-clothed female ghost of the ancient mansion, whom he had just married yesterday. Upon hearing the report, the curse wraith sneered. No wonder a mortal dared to arrogantly barge into my domain. Turned out he is backing. Feeling that the female ghost dared to challenge him, he angrily ordered the heart-eating ghost to slice Lin Mo to pieces. Since he had the guts to come looking for trouble, I must teach her a lesson on who the real master of this burial ground is. Receiving the order, the heart-eating ghost flew outward as fast as a whirlwind. He charged aggressively toward the tomb entrance, only to see Lin Mo already standing there with his hands behind his back, ready to fight. The young man rested his hands on his hips, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Why is there only a small fry? The heart-eating ghost glared with bloodshot eyes full of murderous intent, growling, "Kid, I commend your arrogance." With that, the evil ghost whipped its long tail, creating a violent gust of wind with terrifying force. The sharp weapon tore through the wind and lunged forward. It unexpectedly struck Lin Mo straight in the abdomen, the immense power throwing him dozens of meters away. However, even though the blow made him spit out fresh blood, it was still not a fatal wound that would force the sword ghost to show its face. Lin Mo scrambled to his feet and extended a friendly middle finger, continuing to mock the heart-eating ghost. "Is this weak level all you've got?" With Lin Mo striking a nerve, the heart-eating ghost's eyes turned blood-red. He roared in fury, raining down continuous blows. "You brat who wants to die, give me your heart." The evil ghost shot forward like an arrow, attacking him with lightning speed while the young man was still busy gesturing provocatively, unable to react in time. Taking the full weight of the heart-eating ghost's massive blow, Lin Mo's body flew through the air and slammed hard into an ancient tree. The horrific damage made Lin Mo cough up blood repeatedly, and the sharp arm of the evil ghost even pierced straight through his body. At that same moment, in a far corner, the trio of Gao Shishi, Sun Mu, and Sun Mei Li watched silently with bated breath. All three were pale with fear, completely baffled as to why Lin Mo would foolishly stir up the hornet's nest of the heart-eating ghost. He clearly possessed two ghost generals, but stubbornly refused to summon them. Gao Shishi's face went white as she thought to herself, "This guy must be severely mental. I can't believe father sent me to stalk a madman." The bone-shattering pain of the fatal blow successfully forced Lin Mo's heart to beat frantically. From deep within his body, a massive surge of energy suddenly emerged. It was indeed the comprehension of the sword ghost that he had been longing for. Instantly, Lin Mo seemed to transform into a different person. He firmly grasped the heart-eating ghost's arm that was pierced through his chest, startling the ghost who had not expected his prey to still have the strength to resist. Lin Mo's usual annoying demeanor vanished, replaced by the remnant soul of the great general of the Feng Mo state. The sword ghost radiated an overwhelming murderous aura, loudly shouting out a command to kill. His flesh and blood hands instantly transformed into dry, skeletal claws. Though battered and ghostly, when the sword ghost's hand gripped the hilt of the treasured sword, it still exuded a mountain-moving, sea-filling power. With a few dazzling, yet extremely decisive sword strikes, he shredded the heart-eating ghost into pieces in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the terrifying scene, the two Sun siblings were scared out of their wits. No one expected Lin Mo to slay the evil spirit so smoothly with just a single strike. They also vaguely guessed that he had been hiding his true skills all along, just like what had happened at the Ghost Market and during the Ghost Realm exam. Sun Mei Li suddenly felt extremely anxious, recalling the past grievances between her brother and Lin Mo, and feared that he would hold a grudge and seek revenge. Standing next to her, Sun Mu was also breaking into a cold sweat, swallowing his pride as he tried to comfort his sister. Only after some time did Gao Shishi speak up, suspecting that Lin Mo was the one behind the massacre at the security bureau. He possesses such terrifying power. With this level of destruction, wiping out the entire headquarters single-handedly wouldn't even be a difficult feat. Gao Shishi was indeed sharp. Shortly after, she noticed that Lin Mo's strength was plummeting rapidly. His skeletal hands gradually returned to their normal form. He himself also realized that the ghost body of the sword ghost was vanishing at an incredible speed. Having exhausted his physical strength for the burst of power, Lin Mo's face turned pale and weak. But he understood the harsh truth. If he missed this precious opportunity of comprehension, he would have to wait forever for another chance. Lin Mo clenched his fists, gritting his teeth with absolute determination. Even if it kills me, I must hold onto the sword ghost this time. He closed his eyes, racking his brain to absorb the remaining power. Then, without wasting half a second, his right hand tightly squeezed his left arm, successfully igniting a violent surge of energy that ran throughout his entire body. Suddenly, Lin Mo snapped his eyes open. He had finally fully achieved the complete comprehension of the sword ghost. A moment later, the legendary sword of the sword ghost rested securely in his hand through the summoning technique. Lin Mo was absolutely thrilled, as after so many painful struggles, he had successfully mastered the comprehension of the sword ghost. His hand tightly gripped the hilt, cradling it as if holding a priceless treasure. Lin Mo swung the sword to test a strike against the ground, measuring its power. And he felt a silent sense of satisfaction. Though it would not last long, now that he had achieved comprehension, he could gradually level up in the future just like his other contracted ghosts, and perhaps even reach the rank of Ghost King. Right then, the system updated, reporting the status of the sword ghost. Current grade was mid-grade fierce spirit, ghost chi points reached the 1,000 mark, and loyalty was at a maximum of 100%. The catch was that 2 skills were currently sealed, and unlocking them would require spending 200 points. Lin Mo acted as if he had seen right through the sword ghost for lifetimes, analyzing it in his mind. A remnant soul was, after all, just a massive obsession without its own independent consciousness, so its loyalty level naturally topped out at 100%. Seeing that the points in his wallet were just enough, he went straight ahead and unlocked the remaining 2 hidden skills. His fingers quickly tapped the confirmation button on the screen without a single moment of hesitation. System chime rang out, congratulating Lin Mo on obtaining the level 1 skill, Soul-Chasing Sword. Once the sword ghost was swung, its sharp blade would deal fatal physical damage to the enemy, regardless of whether the opponent had magic resistance. Although this skill could be used for free without consuming souls, the skill cooldown took a full 120 seconds. The second skill was named Evil Banishment Sword, also at level 1. When wielding the sword ghost, a surge of furious sword chi would deal magic damage to enemies, ignoring all types of protective armor. Its usage requirements were exactly the same as the first skill. Lin Mo stared closely at the descriptions, overjoyed that he had acquired both a physical and a magic skill without spending a single drop of mana. Suddenly, Miss Blood Pupil Ghost manifested, looking at him with a smug, proud expression. "See, I told you signing a remnant soul contract with the sword ghost was the absolute right move." The extreme butterfly ghost popped out of nowhere to join the action. "How can that old sword ghost match my tankiness? I want to duel him for 300 rounds to settle this." Seeing his servants in an uproar, Lin Mo had to step in as a peacemaker to extinguish the sparks of war. Suddenly, shivers went down his spine as he sensed a thick, surging wave of dark yin energy crashing toward them. A hunched old ghost, leaning on a walking stick, slowly shuffled into view. It turned out to be the boss of the Hebimu ghost, the resentment curse ghost making his grand entrance. Clearly, he already knew that Lin Mo had sent the heart-eating ghost to his grave, so he roared with bitter hatred, "Blood debts must be paid in blood." Elsewhere, the stunningly beautiful red-dressed female ghost was leisurely applying powder and lipstick in front of her vanity mirror. Suddenly, a maid rushed in frantically and bowed low to report, "Madam, our young master went to cause trouble for the resentment curse ghost again." The red-dressed female ghost slammed her hand on the table, yelling furiously, "What on earth is he doing over in the northwest region? Didn't I warn him that the resentment curse ghost has a personal grudge against me?" The maid hastily tried to soothe her mistress's anger. "I think it's because the young master knows about the grudge that he went to take revenge on your behalf, madam. He even slew the heart-eating ghost with a single strike." Pleased by the words, the red-dressed female ghost's expression instantly softened into a satisfied smile. "Did he really charge into the tiger's den alone just for me? My husband truly loves me to the absolute fullest." Swept up in her excitement, she immediately issued an order to summon all ghost soldiers, directing them to flatten the Hebimu ghost. "We must bring my husband back right away." The maidservants of the red-dressed female ghost rushed outside and blew an ear-splitting whistle. The summoning whistle echoed, calling forth thousands of evil spirits from every nook and cranny to line up neatly, waiting for orders. Standing high above, the red-dressed female ghost made a solemn declaration, "Today is the perfect day for me to fight the resentment curse ghost to the end." Upon hearing this, the entire ghost army cheered wildly, their roars shaking the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was being surrounded by the resentment curse ghost and his hordes of minions. Gao Shi was still crouching in the bushes, racking her brain to analyze the situation. With a ghost horde as numerous as ants, backed by the resentment curse ghost, unless a whole company is brought in to sweep the area, a single person wouldn't stand a chance even with 3 heads and 6 arms. Sun Mu and Sun Mei Li were also certain that Lin Mo was facing a life-and-death ordeal with very slim chances of survival. The siblings suddenly let out a sigh of relief, because if he died, they wouldn't have to go through the trouble of tailing him anymore. The resentment curse ghost was seething with rage, his distorted face bearing cruel, bloodthirsty lines. Lin Mo swallowed hard, his stomach turning. Having gone through so much trouble to form a pact with the sword ghost, if he died here, he would log out of this world forever. He absolutely could not take foolish risks. Thinking this over, Lin Mo took a few steps back, waving his hands in a frantic, dismissive gesture. "Boss, this is all just an accidental misunderstanding." Hearing this, the resentment curse ghost grew even more furious. "An accident? You carved up my subordinate. Do you take me for a fool?" Immediately, he and his followers rushed forward, sealing him in tightly, determined to slice him to pieces, leaving him no way out. A group of ghosts with incredibly long tongues lunged forward, making him break into a cold sweat. Oh God, could his fate really end in this wretched corner today? Just as a small ghost opened its maw to bite him, a dark shadow flashed past, ending its life in the blink of an eye. It turned out to be the butcher ghost, arriving just in time with his blade. Seeing this, Lin Mo felt a heavy weight lifted from his chest and sighed in relief. The butcher ghost turned around to strike a cool pose, smirking, "Just call me your wife's ex-husband." Lin Mo was left utterly confused. "What wind blew you all the way here?" The butcher gestured with his chin toward the majestically approaching red-dressed female ghost. "Your lady ordered me to clean up this mess." She smoothed her dress as she walked forward, her voice sharp but full of authority. "Whoever dares to touch a single hair of my husband, chop them all to pieces for me." The resentment curse ghost was no pushover, roaring back, "You crazy woman, you're the one who should go to hell." As soon as the signal gong went off, the army of the red-dressed female ghost and the forces of the resentment curse ghost clashed, tearing into each other like bloodthirsty beasts. In one corner, someone kicked an enemy into the clouds. In another, a foul-smelling stream of digestive acid was sprayed right into an opponent's face. Lin Mo stood on the sidelines watching the battle, clicking his tongue in amazement. "My God, lived all this time, and this is the first time I've seen ghosts beating each other up in the flesh." In the heat of the battle, the red-dressed female ghost gracefully leaned into his chest, her tone switching to a sweet, distressed whisper, "Husband, are you hurt anywhere?" Lin Mo got goosebumps, only able to force a stiff laugh. She completely ignored Lin Mo's awkwardness, continuing to drown in her delusions. "Did you secretly intend to take down that resentment curse ghost just to surprise me? You must report these life-threatening stunts to me first in the future." The female ghost even pouted and acted cute, making vows that she never wanted anything to happen to Lin Mo, completely ignoring his desperate attempts to explain himself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the resentment curse ghost was dripping with sweat, struggling against the massive wave of her ghost soldiers. The flames of hatred burning within him, he swore to make this adulterous couple pay with their lives for the death of the heart-eating ghost. The red-dressed female ghost shielded Lin Mo, petting him gently. "Hubby, just stand back and rest, let me handle him." With that, she immediately channeled her power, summoning a vibrant yet ominous path of red spider lilies. The seemingly delicate flower petals turned into tens of thousands of darts, tearing through the air at high speed. Even though the resentment curse ghost used his nimble footwork to dodge the storm of projectiles, his subordinates standing behind him as human shields bore the brunt of the attack. The unlucky minor ghosts struck by the spider lilies instantly melted into puddles of sticky mud. Lin Mo stared in awe at the destructive power of the red-dressed female ghost. An area of effect attack with bursting damage was indeed a top-tier battlefield-clearing ultimate skill. But the resentment curse ghost still looked down on the red-dressed female ghost, treating her like an inexperienced brat. He reached into his waistband and pulled out a grotesque straw doll. Pointing the straw doll directly at her, he muttered an incantation under his breath. "Spirits of the 5 directions, let the curse take effect immediately." As soon as the spell was cast, the resentment curse ghost pulled out a silver needle and pierced a hole right through the chest of the doll. At that exact moment, the red-dressed female ghost took a fatal stab in the exact same spot, causing her to grimace and groan in immense pain. Her face turning pale and bloodless, she collapsed weakly into Lin Mo's arms. He instantly realized this was a dirty curse technique of the resentment curse ghost, using a straw puppet to synchronize pain onto the victim's body. Any damage inflicted on the doll was perfectly mirrored on the opponent's body. Panicking, Lin Mo frantically asked about the red-dressed female ghost's injury. She still forced a smile, pushing herself up to comfort him. "These cheap tricks are nothing to me." In a flash, she soared into the air, channeling all her magic until she burned intensely like a phoenix torch. Her hands danced as she formed hand seals to unleash her power. Below, even if the resentment curse ghost strained with all his might, he could not deflect her devastating force. Nevertheless, like a cornered dog, he desperately chose to bite back, risking everything to clash with her. The red-dressed female ghost and the resentment curse ghost fought fiercely in midair. Both sides traded blow for blow, evenly matched. Meanwhile, Lin Mo could only stand on the ground, relegated to a spectator. His hands itching to join the fiery combat, his young blood boiled. With these two powerhouses trading such intense blows, how can a talent like me just stand by with folded arms? Acting immediately, he summoned his high-level female specter and the ferocious extreme butterfly ghost into battle, along with his trump card, the sword ghost, who had just acquired new skills. Then he pointed aggressively toward the front line, shouting, "Beat them to pulp for me." To initiate the fight, he immediately used the soul-chasing sword skill and instantly claimed the life of an unnamed ghost. Just as he pulled his sword back, he caught sight of an evil spirit opening its mouth, preparing to spit fire to burn him to ashes. A massive fireball hurtled toward him, making Lin Mo almost curse out loud in his mind. Thank goodness he was fast enough to grab the green corpse ghost by the neck to use as a shield. "Good brother, tank this one for me." Thus, the entire blazing fireball slammed right into the green corpse ghost's face. The unwilling teammate caught fire, cursing him furiously, "My skin is thick against physical attacks, but I'm not immune to magic damage, you brat." At that exact moment, the system pinged to report he had earned 40 shield break points. Lin Mo could only scratch his head and laugh sheepishly to cover his embarrassment. Glancing down and seeing how tense the situation was, the red-dressed female ghost grew even more anxious. Capitalizing on her critical weakness, the resentment curse ghost brandished his silver needle provocatively. "If I aim directly at that brat down there now, how do you plan to save him?" Midst her heartbreaking scream warning Lin Mo to watch out, the resentment curse ghost launched a flurry of deadly metal darts down toward the ground. Lin Mo was caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush, almost giving him a heart attack. The aggressive stream of dark energy whistled through the wind, hurtling straight toward his flank. But fortunately, a flower harboring the supreme power of the red-dressed female ghost bloomed just in time, successfully blocking the fatal blow for Lin Mo. At that moment, both he and the red-dressed female ghost let out a sigh of relief. That had been a heart-stopping moment, and only by sheer luck did the shield activate right on time. The resentment curse ghost laughed smugly, mockingly boasting, "Trying to use a feint on me. You fell right into my trap, sweethearts." With that, he immediately delivered a vicious strike straight to her abdomen. Watching from below, Lin Mo could only grit his teeth, roaring in frustration, "You cunning old bastard." Pushed to extreme rage, the high-level female specter immediately unleashed her ultimate skill, the soul-claiming torrent. Struck by the attack, the resentment curse ghost felt his vision blur as the world spun around him. Even so, the red-dressed female ghost took a serious wound to her belly. Without hesitation, Lin Mo leaped high into the air. Brandishing his sword, he yelled toward the sky, "Old hag, hand over your life." He lowered his stance, preparing to unleash the soul-chasing sword. Yet the resentment curse ghost remained arrogant and unfazed. "You wet behind the ears brat, you probably never expected my armor to be this thick, did you?" Lin Mo clicked his tongue and ignored him, quickly switching his attack style. "What the hell does your armor have to do with me anyway?" The resentment curse ghost kept his arrogant smirk. "It's useless, kid, these tickling attacks won't do a thing to me." To his shock, the cold blade smoothly pierced through his body, making his eyes widen in terror. The system chimed, generously awarding him 200 points. With just one basic strike, Lin Mo sent him to his grave without mercy. He looked coldly at the lifeless corpse. "Sorry, but my strike just now dealt magic damage. It has absolutely nothing to do with how thick your armor is." Floating in midair, the red-dressed female ghost majestically declared, "Your ghost master is dead. Those who wish to live must submit to me." As for anyone hoping to be buried with their master, I'll gladly grant you a martyr's death." Hearing this, the resentment curse Ghost's henchmen obediently raised their hands in surrender. They prostrated themselves on the ground, calling out respectfully, "Greetings, red-dressed female ghost. From this moment on, you are our lord." She was overjoyed, snapping her fingers in delight. After competing with the resentment curse ghost for nearly a century, she had finally seized the throne thanks to her husband's timely intervention. Wait, where did my sweet husband run off to? It turned out Lin Mo was beaming with joy, crouching on the ground. After living for so long, this was his first time seeing a ghost core of an evil spirit level. Selling it on the black market would easily fetch around 2 million, making him rich. The red-dressed female ghost swept down and clung to his neck. "Hubby, there's a victory banquet tonight, let's celebrate together." Lin Mo pulled her hands off with a grimace. "Forget it, I have school tomorrow." But she wouldn't give up easily, clinging to him and whining, "You did such a great deed helping me clear the rebels, how can you not attend the banquet?" Lin Mo remained firm. "I only cleared them for my own benefit, don't flatter yourself." Hearing this, she blushed shyly, thinking, "It's clearly for me, yet he keeps stubbornly denying it." With no other choice and unwilling to waste his breath, Lin Mo turned on his heel to slip away. "I'm heading back to school. If fate permits, we shall meet again." She waved goodbye reluctantly. "Then you must visit me another day, I'll be waiting for you." My husband is indeed a man of extraordinary ambition. The atmosphere in the forest suddenly became eerily quiet. Even now, Sun Mu could not digest the earth-shattering scene he had just witnessed. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Did Lin Mo really just rip apart an evil spirit-level resentment curse ghost? Gao Shishi beside him was also highly shaken. The power radiating from that demonic sword could probably match her doll, and even more terrifyingly, Lin Mo had joined forces with the red-dressed female ghost to take over this entire ruined graveyard. If he maintained the pure heart of a Ghost Tamer, everything would be fine. But if he strayed into the path of evil, it would undoubtedly be a horrific catastrophe for all of humanity. Suddenly, a phone call from Gao Shishi's father rang, causing her to hesitate for a long time. She struggled to decide whether to report everything honestly to him, as the secrets surrounding Lin Mo were far too monumental. Only when Sun Mei Li spoke up to ask, did she snap out of her daydream. Elsewhere, Gao Longchen was slamming tables and shouting, "According to confidential reports, Lin Mo has successfully gathered the ghosts of the abandoned graveyard and formed a notorious ghost army. We also found out that the number of his contracted ghosts has now reached 4. His red alert rating has just jumped up another notch." Sun De Li scratched his head in frustration. "Why don't we just drag Lin Mo in and torture him for answers? Why overcomplicate things and exhaust ourselves like this?" Hearing this, Gao Longchen gave him a thorough lecture. "The one backing that brat is clearly an influential power. Without solid evidence proving he is a seed of the sealed demons, the military will never send troops to assist us." Sun De Li was dumbfounded. "Then what do we do now? Just sit around and wait for a miracle?" Gao Longchen immediately plotted. "I want to force the remnants of the sealed demons hiding behind Lin Mo to show themselves. The annual rule is to throw the freshmen into low-risk ghost domains. But this year, we will crank the difficulty to the maximum to push him to death's door. The mastermind behind him will surely step in to save him." Sun De Li slapped his thigh in high praise. "What a brilliant scheme to kill with a borrowed knife. But where should we set up the trial grounds?" Gao Longchen's eyes suddenly darkened with calculation. Then he gestured, pointing directly at the map of Kanglan City. Elsewhere, Ba Gui Wang was puffing his chest with pride. "Everyone praises our 8 ghosts as exceptionally outstanding, but compared to that kid, they're still just small fry." In his excitement, the old man almost put the lit end of his cigarette into his mouth. Startled, he quickly threw the half-burned cigarette away. In the dead of the silent night, Lin Mo was still diligently cultivating, absorbing the spiritual power of the ghost core. After a while, the object finally reacted, condensing into a mysterious purple glow of ghost energy. Lin Mo opened his eyes, his body feeling light as he successfully broke through to the second-tier Ghost Tamer stage. He stroked the ghost core, overjoyed. "Thank heavens for this little darling, allowing me to smoothly rank up to a second-tier Ghost Tamer. My control over my contracted ghosts will be much smoother from now on, more than enough to restrain the chainsaw ghost and keep it from going wild. My accuracy in every strike will also be sharper, saying goodbye to the days of missing skills, and the best part is unlocking the upgrade feature for my contracted ghosts." Soon, sleepiness washed over him, pulling him into a dream. The last thought lingering in Lin Mo's mind was the prospect of the chainsaw ghost and the blood pupil ghost jumping from fierce spirits to evil spirits, awakening 3 new ultimate skills. He only felt sorry for that big-breasted ghost, who at best could only remain stuck as a specter. After pondering for a few more minutes, the young man snored loudly, falling into a deep sleep. Next morning in the lecture hall, the students gasped in shock at the terrible news. This year's provincial freshman survival arena was moved directly to the ghost city of Kanglan. A frustrated guy cursed, "Did the security bureau take the wrong medicine? The ghosts there are all above the evil spirit level. Even an elite ghost taming team going in might end up in a grave, let alone us." Seeing the uproar, Ba Guiwang hastily tapped the desk to calm them down. "Come on, young people, calm down, be quiet, and listen to me first. This mission is voluntary. You have the right to pack your bags and go or just stay at home and sleep. Moreover, our Bai Yang Academy has been allotted exactly 5 slots for ghost taming teams, with each team consisting of 1 to 5 people. Anyone tired of living who wants to test their mettle can come and sign up with me." Lin Mo shook his leg, casting a sideways glance at Hai Zio Pan, thinking to himself, "Both a Q and I are full-on offensive fighters with no shields. If that fat guy's trashcan ghost activates its defense buff, it'll be quite reliable, and in a pinch, we can use it as a sandbag to block attacks." Settling on the idea, he smiled and tried to rope him in. "Big brother Zio Pan, what do you say? Want to go through life and death with us?" Hai Zio Pan, his eyes still glued to his game screen, waved his hand dismissively. "Pass. I'd rather stay in an air-conditioned room ranking up. Why go torture myself?" Lin Mo wasn't about to let this good catch slip away, so he leaned in to persuade him. "Come on, why play hard to get? Didn't you just unlock a new ultimate skill a few days ago? The armor of your trashcan ghost is way tankier now. What is there to be scared of?" Hai Zio Pan only grinned, shaking his head vigorously in refusal. The young man covered his mouth with a wicked grin. Looks like he had to use a secret weapon to lure the prey into the trap. Suddenly, Lin Mo slowly pulled out his beloved phone and tempted Hai Zio Pan with a final offer. "As long as you follow me into the ghost domain, this entire library of confidential material will be yours." Catching a glimpse, the fat boy rolled up his sleeves, drooling. "Wow, the secret history of 7 big black guys and a delicate girl. Let me broaden my horizons." Lin Mo immediately pulled his hand back, giving him a capitalistic glare. "Get your butt into the ghost domain and I'll send you the link." Hai Zio Pan was like a cat seeing grease. How could he resist? "All right, I'm in, but you must swear that as soon as we cross into the ghost domain, you'll send it to me." Lin Mo chuckled and nodded, sealing the deal. A moment later, the fat boy turned around and nudged Lin Mo. "Brother Mo, how about we find a female friend to join our team for some yin-yang balance?" Lin Mo got goosebumps hearing this. "Girls from our school, is your taste that extreme?" Hai Zio Pan rubbed his chin, thought for a moment and clicked his tongue. "Well, thinking about it, the looks of the girls at our school are indeed offensive to the eyes." Seeing this, Lin Mo put his arm around his shoulder. "Forget that idea, our trio of superheroes is enough to carry the whole map." Ba Guiwang tapped his ruler on the podium again. "Ah, I forgot to announce one rumor. Any youngster participating in this trial, the school will generously provide a full life insurance policy with death benefits." Hai Zio Pan's face went completely pale upon hearing that, crying out, "Death benefits? Teacher, couldn't you choose some more auspicious words to kick things off?" Lin Mo sat leisurely, peeling an apple. Once peeled, he handed it to Enran and confided, "I probably won't show my face here for the next few days. The time is coming, and I have to go eat dust in the ghost domain." Offered the treat, she eagerly took a large bite. Chewing with her mouth full, Enran asked curiously, "What kind of middle-of-nowhere place is this ghost domain? Is it easy to end up dead in there?" Lin Mo lied calmly, "It's just like a tiny haunted house, perfectly safe, basically like taking a stroll in an amusement park." Hearing this, she widened her eyes in disappointment. "Not dangerous at all. Then where are we going to find rare treasures to strike it rich?" He laughed it off on the outside, but secretly sneered. All my efforts to soothe her were in vain. Turned out this girl Enran only has money on her mind. Lin Mo snatched the half-eaten apple from her and took a bite, adding, "Oh right, while in the ghost domain, I'll take the opportunity to ambush old Sun De Li and force him to spit out the antidote." After taking a huge bite, he slowly lowered his hand. Then he offered the remaining part to Enran to share. She glared at the messy apple and snapped, "It's covered in spit, so dirty, I don't want it." Ignored, Lin Mo casually continued chewing. Seeing this, Enran stared at him, interrogating, "I just chewed on that, my saliva is still all over it. How can you swallow that?" The young man happily munched the apple clean and grinned. What's there to worry about? How could I refuse something you offered directly? And Ran gave him a speechless look and said coldly, but my saliva was mixed with poison. As soon as she said that, Lin Mo's vigorously chewing jaw instantly froze. His face turning pale, the guy rushed over to spit out everything he had just chewed. Oh my God, why didn't you say that sooner? Witnessing the hilarious scene, and Ran burst into laughter, holding her stomach. Who told you to let your mouth run faster than your brain? Being made a laughingstock, Lin Mo was so annoyed that steam practically came out of his head. Just then, Gao Shishi happened to pass by, taking in the entire comedy show. She glanced at and Ran, thinking to herself, is this really my half-sister? Cutting to a while later, after Lin Mo returned to his dorm, Zio Pan poked his head in curiously. Brother Mo, we're entering the Ghost Domain arena in 2 days. What on earth are you buried in reading right now? Is it another Victoria's Secret catalog or some spicy magazine? Lin Mo quickly shut the document and smacked the fat boy's head. Your brain is full of mush. Whenever you're free, you only think about dirty things. Open your eyes and look. This is the comprehensive map of the Kanglan Ghost Domain that I've been sweating blood to dig up over the past few days. It shows every single piece of trash in the alleys. Zio Pan whimpered while holding his head, asking in confusion, what's the point of memorizing this? Won't the security bureau give us a guide map before we enter anyway? Hearing this, Lin Mo scolded him. Pig brain, the security bureau's scrap papers at best only mark the coordinates of ghost nests, while my masterpiece reveals the entire treasury network. Hearing the word bank, Zio Pan's eyes lit up like car headlights. A Q, who was sitting nearby listening in, nodded in admiration. He smirked mischievously, adding, ghosts don't know how to spend human money, so there's a high chance the treasure is still sitting untouched in the safes. Catching the vibe, Zio Pan got incredibly excited, turning around to run off. Brother, wait a second, let me run to the supermarket to buy 3 pairs of black stockings. Lin Mo called out in confusion, what the hell do you need black stockings for? The fat boy grinned, replying naturally, we're going to rob a bank. Are we supposed to show our bare faces? Hearing this, Aq and Lin Mo could only facepalm, completely defeated by the idiot's logic. And so, the chosen day to enter the arena arrived, with hundreds of students gathered in crowds at the magic array. Huddling in a corner, Zio Pan nudged him and whispered, unbelievable, our Bai Yang managed to field 3 teams, including that 3-person team from the Snow Phoenix faction. Lin Mo frowned and brushed it off. Just ignore them, let's just stick to our script. Sundali puffed his chest, standing on the podium and waving his hand. Listen up, tough kids, the Ghost Domain survival exam has officially started. You have exactly 5 days to survive. The Security Bureau will score you based on the number of ghost heads and the strength of the ghosts you eliminate. The top 30 on the leaderboard will take home huge rewards. The higher the score, the bigger the prize. But let me make one thing crystal clear. This Ghost Domain arena is not a joke like your high school test. Once inside, forget about using teleportation talismans to escape. 2 cowardly students whispered to each other about the extreme difficulty of this exam. Standing nearby, Lin Mo listened to their complaints and thought, it's probably not because the Security Bureau is stingy. Basically, teleportation talismans only work well in areas with specialized magic arrays. But Kanglan City is massive. Setting up an all-inclusive array is like finding a needle in a haystack. In the end, we can only rely on ourselves to survive. Sun De cleared his throat warningly. The timer hasn't started yet. Anyone who wants to back out, go home now while you still can. As soon as he spoke, a male student in the crowd raised his hand trembling to forfeit, causing the crowd to gasp and turn to look. His teammate next to him grabbed his collar in a rage, yelling, "You coward! We haven't even started and you're already running. Do you understand that if you withdraw, the whole team has to leave too?" He frantically broke free and argued back, "Without teleportation talismans, do you plan to feed yourself to the ghosts? My life is more important than these shallow things." A domino effect occurred as dozens of anxious students, unable to handle the immense pressure of this death trial, stepped forward to wave the white flag. Group after group left despondently, holding hands. Watching the weak get weeded out, Sun De smirked in satisfaction. "Excellent. Those of you who remain are true talents. Go grab your supply kits, then line up neatly before the gates of hell." He cast his eyes toward Lin Mo, gloating internally, "Splendid. The seeds of the sealed demons are walking right into the trap we set." The massive gates leading to the Ghost Domain were slowly opening. The pitch-black crack gradually widened. Those brave enough to stay held their breath, waiting for the moment to step in. Next, the teams poured inside in a line. As soon as they crossed the threshold, they stepped onto scattered human bones. From their very first step, Lin Mo's group was highly alert, on guard from all directions. This ghost domain was desolate and eerily silent, with everything around submerged in a thick, eerie atmosphere. The students scattered in all directions to find their way. Haizio Pan scratched his head, asking, "Should we charge straight into the bank to loot?" Lin Mo stared at the map, stopping him. "Don't get ahead of yourself. The density of ghosts in the streets is surely 10 times higher than in this outskirts region. Charging into the center early will only get us killed quickly." He raised his eyebrows and pointed his finger at a spot on the paper. "Our current coordinates are in the eastern suburbs. Just ahead is an abandoned village. Let's head there first to take shelter." Q finally spoke up. "Anywhere is fine with me. Zio Pan, what about you?" He yawned. "Why ask me? I only wish to crawl into a sheltered spot to get some sleep." As Haizio Pan muttered, he lazily pointed up at the sky, causing his two teammates to look up as well. Suddenly, the sky darkened, gathering thick clouds as if about to pour down rain, forcing them to run as fast as they could. The trio ran at breakneck speed, searching for a roof to escape the impending storm. Just as they reached a dilapidated building, Haizio Pan blurted out in a hurry, "Move faster, someone else has already beaten us to it." Looking ahead, there were indeed several other unlucky teams sheltering there in the exact same way. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and watched them, a sly glint flashing in his gaze. "It is fine, let them dance around and act as decoys to clear the path for us. It is actually more convenient that way." The group aggressively slipped into the house, their figures gradually fading into the deep darkness. Lin Mo perked up his ears and listened closely, but there was dead silence with no sound at all. "It seems this village is a safe zone with no ghosts. We can drop our backpacks and camp here. Let us pick this room. We will settle down here tonight," he said as he strolled inside, with a Q and Haizio Pan trailing closely behind. Haizio Pan pointed at the walls, trembling. "But this place is in ruins. What if there is a storm in the middle of the night and the ceiling collapses on our heads? We are more than strong enough to grab a nicer place like those guys did, so why are we squeezing into this pigsty?" Q silently stepped forward and patted the fat guy's shoulder to calm him down. "This spot is actually prime real estate." As the group filed inside, Lin Mo grinned broadly. "Q really knows exactly what is on my mind." Haizio Pan was still completely clueless. "So where exactly is the prime spot in this rundown place?" Q pulled out a rag, briefly wiped down a filthy chair, and explained. "This place is right at the edge of the village entrance. If a horde of ghosts rushes in tonight, we can make a run for it first and won't have to worry about getting trapped in the village." Only then did he slap his thigh as the realization hit him. Seeing Haizio Pan's dramatic reaction, Q could only sigh helplessly. Lin Mo chewed on a ration bar and tossed some to his teammates. "Eat some to recharge your energy, guys. I will scout around the village in a bit to see if there are any threats lingering nearby." Two of them caught their rations and began to chew. Haizio Pan grumbled again. "The Safety Bureau is really stingy. This handful of snacks can barely last 4 days if we stretch it, but for my huge stomach, I will be starving in 3. Lin Mo nodded in agreement that it was indeed small, but with some self-restraint they could still get by. Suddenly, a figure rushed in warmly. "Hello, I am a student from the Langfeng Academy. Just call me Huo-kun." He offered a friendly grin and said, "Our group managed to bypass the rules and smuggle in some fresh meat. We wanted to share some with you guys to fill your stomachs." Sensing something fake, Q and Lin Mo shot sharp, razor-like glares at Huo-kun, instantly raising their guard. Nothing good ever fell from the sky for free, so this was definitely a trap. However, Haizio Pan excitedly stepped forward to shake hands warmly. "Oh, hello, we are from Baiyang." Huo-kun eagerly held out the skewers of meat to entice them. "Here is some food to go with drinks. From now on, we are good friends." But just as the fat guy was about to grab the tempting skewers, Lin Mo immediately stepped in and slapped his hand away to stop him. He pulled Haizio Pan behind his back, gave Huo-kun a half-smile and questioned him. "Pardon my ignorance, but what kind of magic did you use to bypass customs and smuggle meat in here?" Q also frowned and walked over to pressure him. "If my memory serves me right, before we entered the Ghost Realm Pass, the guards stripped us of everything from smartphones to canned food, didn't they?" Huo-kun proudly slapped his chest and boasted, "I made a special pouch hidden deep within my inner coat, which let me pass the checkpoint fair and square." Lin Mo's eyes remained full of suspicion. He tilted his chin and interrupted Huo-kun, "But why on earth would you share such a secret with us, and even generously share such premium meat?" explained calmly, I am offering you delicious food because I naturally have a favor to ask. If ghosts gather tonight, your village gate post will be the first to face them. So I hope you will give us a shout so we can prepare our weapons. Since our two teams are partnering for survival, consider this a small token to oil our friendship. Hearing this convincing argument, Lin Mo smiled broadly and accepted the meat. All right, deal. If ghosts attack, I promise to shout and call you guys. Hyo-kun happily turned around to leave, not forgetting to give a warm wave. That is a deal then. Squeezing in this place means we must look out for each other to get through the day. I am heading back. As soon as Lin Mo tossed the skewers of meat onto the table, Pan eagerly gathered around. Brother Mo, let us slice the meat and eat it now. My stomach is growling and I am drooling. Lin Mo ignored his gluttonous teammate and turned to Q. Can you check if this meat is poisoned or cursed? Q decisively plunged a blade through the slab of meat. Pan stared in curiosity. What are you two doing? Do not tell me this meat is laced with rat poison. Lin Mo gently placed his index finger on his lips to signal silence. When someone suddenly offers food out of nowhere, there is almost certainly a catch. Q pulled out the blade, examined it closely, and concluded that the meat was not poisoned. But I still feel uneasy about this mushy pile. It smells abnormally strong. The blood-eyed ghost suddenly emerged near Lin Mo's ear and whispered, Master, this is clearly the flesh of a mind-controlling ghost. Hearing this, he was stunned and stammered, What on earth? The flesh forest ghost. In the midst of this critical moment, Pan remained clueless and completely unafraid, drooling as he stared hungrily at the pile of meat. What kind of snack is the flesh forest ghost? Q quickly explained, the flesh forest ghost is a wretched entity that specializes in brainwashing and seizing control of consciousness. Anyone who foolishly eats its meat will automatically turn into a puppet for it to control. Glanced slightly at Lin Mo and added, I was too careless just now. Thank goodness Lin Mo's blood-eyed ghost caught it in time, otherwise we would all be dead meat. Only now did Pan break into a cold sweat. He threw the slab of meat far away, trembling. But we did not do anything to offend them, so why would they set a trap to ruin us? Witnessing this malice, Lin Mo felt his blood boil, clenching his fists until his knuckles cracked. Seeing the tense situation, Q added his deduction. It is just a dirty trick. By brainwashing us to act as meat shields and clear the mines ahead, they can stay safely behind and gather experience without any risk. At this moment, Lin Mo's murderous intent surged, his voice as sharp as a razor. It seems that if I do not chop you guys into pieces tonight, I do not deserve the surname Lin. Turned to wink at his two comrades and urged them, that guy is definitely lingering nearby to see what happens. Quickly start acting, pretend to devour the delicious food, and make a noisy scene for me. The three young men immediately put on a performance, shouting and screaming dramatically. The loud, ear-piercing noise echoed through every corner to bait the fish outside. Hyo-kun, hiding outside, caught the sound and wore a snide grin. Those Bai Yang guys are just a bunch of brainless fools. Throw them some bait and they swallow it whole. With this deal finalized, we have acquired 3 premium sandbags. Past midnight, an earth-shattering chorus of loud snoring echoed continuously. The trio of Lin Mo's group was still seemingly fast asleep. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes wide open, as if his internal antenna had picked up a signal of demonic energy. Simultaneously, both Lin Mo and Q sprang up into defensive stances. Lin Mo strained his ears to listen and asked, which opera troupe is singing this awful melody? Looking up at the ceiling, they were shocked to see 2 floating ghost figures swaying and singing opera in shrill, goosebump-inducing voices. The Hua Dan ghost gracefully began her song, The King of Hell decrees death at the 3rd watch, followed by the powerful, roaring voice of the Wu Sheng ghost, then who dares to hold their breath until the 5th watch. Q turned pale, immediately identifying it. That is the notorious ghost opera of the soul-reaping officer during the Ghost Festival of July. It is a wicked curse designed to drain souls and lifespan. Meanwhile outside, Hyo-kun was eagerly pitching a plan to his commander. Boss, in my opinion, we should just send those 3 foolish scapegoats first to act as human shields for our team. His team leader nodded in agreement. Good plan. For now, let those brainless idiots clash with the ghost opera duo. Having said that, she quickly formed hand seals to summon the flesh forest ghost into battle. The grotesque flesh forest ghost immediately emerged from the shadows. She coldly commanded, activate your ultimate technique for me. Inside the secret room, Lin Mo had already kicked Pan awake. He grinned with amusement and delivered the news. The lab rats have taken the bait. Get ready, brothers. Let us pretend to be dazed as if we were brainwashed, then go out and teach them a lesson they will never forget. Q turned around and instructed Haizio Pan carefully. The demonic opera melody of that female ghost is surely a mind-controlling sound. Remember to cover your ears tightly. Haizio Pan complained. Easy for you to say. If the sound keeps creeping into my brain, how am I supposed to stop it? Before he could finish grumbling, Lin Mo confidently turned around and snapped his fingers. Leave this matter to me. Thus, the trio filed out in a line onto the stage area. Lin Mo went fully into character, clapping his hands excitedly. Oh my, what a captivating voice. That opera actress looks absolutely stunning. Hiding behind a cracked wall, Huo Kun's gang was stealthily watching. One lackey sneered in disdain. What a bunch of idiots. Their heads are about to roll off their shoulders, yet they are casually watching a show. He quickly added to the mockery. After all, they are just the leftovers of Bai Yang. What more can we expect from their pathetic intellect? The female team leader finally concluded with deep malice. The plan succeeded perfectly. Whether they are humans or ghosts, they will ultimately end up as playthings in the hands of my flesh forest ghost. However, Huo Kun's pupils suddenly contracted. He noticed a blind spot in terror. How strange! Why do those ghost performers seem weaker than rumored? Those three fools are still perfectly fine and cheerful, showing no signs of having their souls drained at all. The female team leader raised her nose and agreed. I also find it strange. If those ghosts are that weak, we should seize this opportunity to turn the tables, destroy them, and seize all their ghost cores to boost our rank points. Without a second thought, she rushed to the front line, aggressively leading her entire gang straight into the battle. Huo Kun's entire group surged forward, pressing closely against the ghost opera duo. The Huadan ghost proudly puffed out her chest and sang her opera, Surrender your souls to me. She sang with operatic trills while continuously pouring evil power into every haunting note. Instantly, Huo Kun's faction felt their bodies grow heavy, as if a 1,000-pound boulder were crushing their bones. The female team leader broke into a cold sweat and shrieked in panic. We are doomed. We have been caught in a control spell. The entire group collapsed to the ground, sprawling like frogs. Seeing this, the Huadan ghost giggled in satisfaction. One of Huo Kun's lackeys weakly raised his head, his pupils dilating in the face of death. The Wusheng ghost stood tall like a bronze statue, swinging a cold giant blade down toward his head. His reflexes were unable to match the blinding speed, and he took the full force of the slash, having one of his arms completely severed. Mingled with the agonizing shriek was Lin Mo's cheering. Incredible, brother, tear them apart for me. The team leader, Ruan Jiang, gritted her teeth in fury and roared, What on earth is this? Why weren't those three idiots dragged onto the stage? The veil of mystery was finally torn away. It turned out that Lin Mo's gang had stuffed cotton into their ears long ago, so the demonic sound was nothing more than an itch. The female commander of Huo Kun's faction cursed in rage, Those bastards are completely immune to the flesh forest ghost. We have been played. Along with her curses, a cheerful system notification rang in Lin Mo's ears. Congratulations, host. You have just earned 40 break defense points easily. Sensing the smell of death near her neck, she threw away all pride and shouted at her lackeys, Are you blind? Summon your contracted ghosts to cover our retreat and let us get out of this theater quickly. In the blink of an eye, a chaotic horde of ghost soldiers materialized, forming a tight circle around the Wu Sheng ghost. They bared their fangs and claws, charging forward to overwhelm him. Lin Mo, playing the role of an unsatisfied spectator, provoked them further. Using numbers to overwhelm him is so cowardly. If you have the guts, fight him one-on-one and see who falls first. Huo Kun's entire group was extremely frustrated, and they roared in unison, Shut your mouth, you dog. Exactly as Lin Mo had planned, he received another system notification, earning 80 more break defense points. But Lin Mo's teasing nature was not easily satisfied. He mocked them even more fiercely. Oh, has that female ghost actress been cursed into stone? Get moving and help your partner out. The Huadan ghost seemed to snap awake from her daze, as if splashed with cold water. A split second later, she opened her mouth and unleashed a shrill sound wave at maximum volume. On the other side of the battlefield, the Wu Sheng ghost was losing ground, being pinned down and torn at by the chaotic crowd of ghosts. Having just received the soundwave buff from his partner, the Wu Sheng ghost immediately underwent a transformation and unleashed his inner power. Summoning all his strength, he swung his blade in a tempestuous sweep, blowing away all the small ghosts clinging to him. Lin Mo was thrilled to watch this and cheered loudly, Wow, this ghost duo can use control and heal at the same time. What an excellent support team. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he muttered, I still have 2 free slots in my contract quota. Why not just capture this duo? My arsenal is currently missing a tanky healing support. On the stage, the Wu Sheng ghost went wild, swinging his blade with relentless accuracy. The cunning Flesh Forest ghost tried to execute a sneak attack from behind. But the Wu Sheng ghost had eyes on the back of his head. He gracefully rolled away to dodge the attack, causing the two ghosts to crash into each other in a critical blunder. Seizing the opening, the Wu Sheng ghost swung his blade horizontally to cleave the ghosts standing nearby. As their contracted ghosts were shredded to pieces, Huo-kun's group also suffered severe internal backlash and coughed up blood. The entire group clutched their chests, rolling around and wailing in agony. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, standing by the barrier, jumped with joy and cheered, "Excellent / Wu Sheng hero! Your kung fu is absolutely top tier." With the battle fully collapsing, a man in camouflage gritted his teeth and hissed, "We cannot penetrate that poker-faced guy's armor. Turn the tables. Concentrate all fire on the woman in red. If we put her in her place, we can break this control spell." The lackey next to him nodded without thinking. "Understood, boss." He quickly pointed directly at the Hua Dan ghost. "Hungry ghost, tear that female ghost to pieces for me." The flank on this side was also in shambles, as a mummy wrapped in white bandages frantically battered the Wu Sheng ghost. He quickly spun his spear, executing a sharp slash that cleaved the ghost's body in two, causing dark blood to spray everywhere. Without even drawing back his blade, the Wu Sheng ghost immediately dashed like the wind toward the hungry ghost. His blood-red eyes flashed with a deadly light as he growled, "There is nowhere for you to run." Under the bone-chillingly sharp blade, the ghost's head was pierced, leaving a gaping hole. He froze, his long tongue lolling out, eyes rolled back. He proudly retracted his blood-stained blade and strolled amidst the pile of corpses drenched in a foul pool of blood, resembling an Usra battlefield. Shifting his focus, the Wu Sheng ghost glared directly at the female leader of Huo-kun's group. She was now reduced to crawling miserably on the floor, waving her arms in utter panic as death knocked at her door. Her body convulsed, and she stammered in tears, "Spare me, Flesh Forest ghost, headless ghost, save me." The useless ghosts shakily pushed themselves up to crawl, despite their severed limbs, only able to let out a few desperate whimpers. Overwhelmed by the Wu Sheng ghost's deadly aura, she could only kneel down, banging her head on the floor to beg Lin Mo for her life. "Lin Mo, I was blind. I have learned my lesson. Please spare my life. I will serve you like a beast of burden." Lin Mo stood there cleaning his ear with a sly expression, smirking as he pretended to be hard of hearing. "Oh, what are you whining about? The sound is too quiet, I cannot hear you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a clean, deadly slash from the Wu Sheng ghost severed her head, sending her on a one-way trip to the afterlife. Her head rolled messily across the tiled floor, leaving a thick trail of blood, her pale eyes still wide with lingering horror. Lin Mo closed his eyes in satisfaction, clapping enthusiastically at the neat massacre executed by the Wu Sheng ghost and Hua Dan ghost. "Splendid performance, you two." Now that the golden hour had arrived, he leisurely chanted an incantation. With a sly smile, he formed a hand seal. "So, how about leaving the stage to me to join the fun?" The Hua Dan ghost frowned as she felt the incoming murderous aura, her instincts telling her that things were looking bad. On the other side, the Wu Sheng ghost strained every muscle to block a devastating strike from a savage chainsaw. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted, and his entire body trembled violently. Seeing the collapsing situation, the Hua Dan ghost quickly retreated to the back line, dancing to channel a surge of energy to the Wu Sheng ghost while singing a mournful melody, "Wandering a long path, my stomach twists with hunger." She sang in a shrill voice while swaying to a haunting dance that illustrated the lyrics, like drunken soldiers resembling bull-headed and horse-faced demons. A chilling sound echoed from the throat of the Hua Dan ghost. Waves of spiritual energy surged toward the Wu Sheng ghost like a torrent, and he absorbed every single drop. He let out a savage roar to shake off his fatigue and rekindle his killing intent. Seeing this, the old ghost gasped in shock at the incredible vitality and stubborn resilience of the Wu Sheng ghost. Suppressing his pain, the Wu Sheng ghost unleashed a burst of power to push him back. He screamed at the top of his lungs, trying to shake off the exhaustion taking over his body. Fueled by an iron will, the Wu Sheng ghost's relentless efforts forced the old ghost to slide back a significant distance. Gritting his teeth, he gathered the last bits of his inner energy to clear the obstacles in his way. To defeat an enemy, one must capture their leader first. Suddenly at that moment, the old ghost swung his mace with mad force, throwing the Wu Sheng ghost off balance and exposing a gap in his defense. Thank goodness he managed to kick out to steady himself, lowering his center of gravity to regain balance in the blink of an eye. Without slowing down, the Wu Sheng ghost charged back into the life-and-death struggle with terrifying speed. Take this. Standing back and observing the whole scene, Lin Mo secretly nodded in approval, admitting that this strength was indeed quite impressive. Immediately after, he unsheathed his treasured sword, eagerly joined the deadly fray, and shouted, "First sword." With a decisive move, Lin Mo struck his sword tip directly against the Wu Sheng ghost's iron staff, roaring with intense aura, "Soul Banisher." With just a single strike, Lin Mo completely overwhelmed the Wu Sheng ghost, forcing his opponent to fall flat on the ground, struggling in vain to get back up. The raging anger forced the Wu Sheng ghost to grit his teeth, his bloodshot eyes staring at Lin Mo as if wishing to devour him alive. Of course, Lin Mo was not kind enough to show mercy. He delivered another surprise attack and sneered, "Here is an extra gift for you." Having said that, he swung his sword straight down toward the Wu Sheng ghost's face, shouting aloud, "First sword of exorcism." The descending sword energy immediately forced the Wu Sheng ghost to cough up fresh blood. The sheer power of Lin Mo's attack was so terrifying that it tore up the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust around him. The Wu Sheng ghost's face was now stained bright red, mouthfuls of blood pouring from the corners of his mouth with no sign of stopping. Witnessing this tragic scene, the Hua Dan ghost was so terrified that she broke into a cold sweat. She shrieked in panic, "Senior brother." She rushed desperately toward the Wu Sheng ghost, while Lin Mo's trio just crossed their arms, watching the show with indifference. Just as she was a few steps away from him, the high-level female specter suddenly plucked a string on her instrument. Melodic, haunting notes rang out to form an invisible thread, pinning the Hua Dan ghost on the spot so that she could not budge even half a step. To make matters worse, that force pulled the Hua Dan ghost backward, causing her to fall directly into Lin Mo's firm chest. He naturally grabbed her hand, wearing a sly smile as he teased her, "My, you are quite stunning, little sister." At the same time, the system sounded, "Congratulations to the host for successfully gathering 40 break defense points." Seeing Lin Mo shamelessly hugging his beloved, the Wu Sheng ghost roared in fury, "Let go of my junior sister." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he was pressed tightly against the cold ground by an invisible force. And he still had to grit his teeth to endure a barrage of brutal, bruising attacks from the old ghost. Lin Mo had already formulated a scheme in his mind, and his lips curved into a smug grin. "It is time to crush their spirits so I can force them into a contract." With the stage set, Lin Mo smugly teased the Hua Dan ghost, "Hey, little sister, is that guy lying flat over there your beloved senior brother? The two of you seem deeply in love." Faced with his classic shamelessness, her face flushed red as she stammered, "What? What does that have to do with you?" Seeing this, Lin Mo did not hesitate to reach out and gently pinch the Hua Dan ghost's chin, forcing her to look directly into his eyes. His hand slipped down to her slender waist, pulling her close to him, and he whispered into her ear, "How is it not related? It is such a waste for a breathtaking beauty like you to follow that drunkard. Why don't you obediently follow me? I promise to cherish you like a delicate treasure every single day." Teased to the point of exploding with rage, the Hua Dan ghost hissed, I will drag a bastard like you to the grave with me." Ignoring the Hua Dan ghost's sharp claws aimed at his face, Lin Mo calmly threatened her, "Just try to touch me, and your senior brother will be dead meat instantly." To prove it, he positioned a chainsaw right next to the Wu Sheng ghost's cheek, forcing him to grit his teeth in humiliation. Hearing the roaring motor next to her senior brother, the Hua Dan ghost froze, her eyes filled with distress as she looked back. Even so, the Hua Dan ghost's trembling hands slowly reached toward Lin Mo's throat. Helpless and unable to save her beloved, she wept in bitter resentment, "You despicable bastard." Despite being cursed at, Lin Mo's skin remained thick. He grinned like a rogue. "Oh, come on, I am clearly just showing pity for such a beautiful flower." While acting playful, he was busy assessing the progress in his mind. "The break defense level has only moved up by 10%. It seems I need to act even more shamelessly to get results." Thus, he sighed and lamented, "With such delicate hands, why do you have to endure hardships just to sing opera with him?" Watching the beauty weeping in frustration, Lin Mo clicked his tongue in fake sympathy. "Oh my, seeing this breaks my heart into pieces." Making himself right at home, he reached out to wipe away the tears from the Hua Dan ghost's cheek. The system immediately updated, "Warning, the Wu Sheng ghost's mental collapse level has reached 30%. An additional 69% is needed to trigger the forced contract." Witnessing this touch, The Wu Sheng ghost was so furious that veins bulged on his forehead as he roared madly, "You bastard, stay away from my junior sister." Thanks to those curses, Lin Mo hit another jackpot with reward points. Congratulations, host, for earning 400 break defense points. The notifications flashed continuously, measuring that the Hua Dan ghost's mental collapse had reached 69%, with only 30% more needed to finalize the contract. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. How interesting. I teased this little sister, yet that Wu Sheng ghost's jealousy flares up even faster. If that is the case, I will focus on crushing the senior brother's mind first. With the plan formed, he acted immediately. Lin Mo pressed close to the Hua Dan ghost's slender figure, tightening his grip around her small waist and whispering in her ear, "Oh dear, don't tell me you still haven't given away your first kiss yet." Without waiting for her reaction, Lin Mo slowly brought his face close to the Hua Dan ghost's blushing face, smiling slyly. "In that case, do you mind if I take it?" Witnessing this offensive scene right before his eyes, the Wu Sheng ghost went absolutely mad. He shrieked in desperation, trying to salvage the situation, "No, don't." That cry served as the perfect catalyst to accelerate Lin Mo's progress. The system instantly announced, "The Wu Sheng ghost's mental collapse has reached 99%. The conditions for a forced contract are ready." Just as his lips were about to touch the Hua Dan ghost's rosy lips, Lin Mo suddenly stopped. He wore the smug grin of a victor. "Let us finalize the contract." Receiving the command, the system promptly displayed a notification before the Wu Sheng ghost. "Wu Sheng ghost, do you accept to serve under Master Lin Mo? Are you willing to be his servant and work like a beast of burden for the rest of your life?" The Wu Sheng ghost roared in fury, "In your dreams, I would rather die than submit." However, his refusal was completely meaningless because it was merely a routine question for amusement, as the power of choice was never in his hands. Regardless of his willingness or disapproval, the forced contracting process was initiated. 10%, 20%, the contracting process was completed. In the blink of an eye, the Wu Sheng ghost was fully subdued, his figure drawn into a private space, officially becoming Lin Mo's subordinate. Having acquired such a valuable asset, Lin Mo was visibly delighted, throwing his head back in laughter. "This is absolutely wonderful." With her senior brother suddenly vanishing without a trace, the Hua Dan ghost flared with rage and glared at Lin Mo. "Where is my senior brother? Where did a villain like you hide him?" Lin Mo immediately assumed a playful demeanor, casually pulling down the collar of her robe slightly. "That guy has abandoned you, so I cleared him away. Why don't you join my team instead? I am very caring and—" Before he could finish his sentence, the Hua Dan ghost hissed in anger, "Despicable trash." Ironically, that intense rage served as an excellent catalyst to help him collect contract points. The system analyzed that the Hua Dan ghost's level of despair had reached 80%, with only 19% more needed to force close the contract. Seeing the progress bar so close to the goal, Lin Mo went even deeper into character, ignoring the Hua Dan ghost's tears of humiliation. "Do you know what my favorite sweet flavor is? It is calling you my sweetheart." He then brought his nose close to her face and offered some cheesy lines, "But I still prefer your scent, especially the fragrance on your cheek." Those sweet words made the Hua Dan ghost cover her ears and shriek, "Shut up, do not say another word." She held her head and trembled, begging him to spare her ears. As the final defensive wall in the Hua Dan ghost's heart shattered, the forced contracting rite was unlocked. The system announced that her mental collapse had reached 90%, ready for forced execution. Receiving the good news in succession, Lin Mo did not hesitate to whisper, "Contract." Immediately, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in the Hua Dan ghost's ears, "Hua Dan ghost, put that senior brother out of your mind. Serving Master Lin Mo is a blessing for 3 lifetimes. He will grant you endless joy and cherish you like no other. Are you willing?" The Hua Dan ghost cried out, "I will absolutely never submit." Despite her firm refusal, the system shamelessly continued the forced process. "Incorrect. Clearly you want to, your lips say no, but deep down you are lying to yourself. Initiating contract." The Hua Dan ghost wept in despair. "What on earth are you trying to do? Stop, please." The only response she received was a cold countdown, 10%, 20%, submission complete. Instantly, the Hua Dan ghost's figure vanished into thin air as she was drawn straight into Lin Mo's contract space, reuniting with her senior brother. Caressing the brand new ghost tattoos that had just appeared on his arm, Lin Mo was secretly thrilled. His dream of collecting hundreds of millions of souls had taken another step forward. Composing himself, He waved his hand to summon the Hua Dan ghost and Wu Sheng ghost out, while recalling the chainsaw ghost and the busty ghost. As soon as the command was issued, the Wu Sheng ghost appeared aggressively, roaring, "Let me go! Return my junior sister to me!" At this moment, the system coldly announced, "The Wu Sheng ghost's loyalty points have dropped by 5%, plummeting to only 2%. Sensing the tense situation, Lin Mo quickly tried to soothe his anger. "Calm down, take it easy. To be frank, I have no interest in your junior sister. Besides, now that she is also under my command, the two of you can be together day and night, with no fear of anyone taking her away. Isn't that wonderful?" This psychological manipulation seemed quite effective, and the Wu Sheng ghost and Hua Dan ghost soon reunited. The Hua Dan ghost looked up at him affectionately with tearful eyes. "Senior brother." The Wu Sheng ghost also gently comforted her, "Good junior sister." Immediately after, the system displayed good news. The Wu Sheng ghost's loyalty level has recovered by 5%, rising to 7%. While the lovers were clinging to each other and making vows of eternal love, "Junior sister, from now on, we shall never part," the system mindlessly interrupted. The Hua Dan ghost's devotion has increased sharply by 10%, reaching 12%. Suddenly remembering something, the Wu Sheng ghost glared and accused Lin Mo, "But you clearly tried to steal a kiss from my junior sister." The young man denied it flatly. "That is an injustice. When did I ever do that? If you do not believe me, just ask her." The Hua Dan ghost, snuggling into the Wu Sheng ghost's chest, quickly nodded to testify. "It is true, he did not do anything. Looking back, those absurd actions earlier were just tactics to force us into signing the contract, brother." That sweet explanation instantly cleared the haze in his heart. Wu Sheng's face lit up with joy. "Oh, is that how it is? Tusk, why didn't you just say so from the start to make things easier?" Thanks to that sudden sharp turn, the Wu Sheng ghost's loyalty score jumped by 20%, stopping at 27%. Lin Mo watched and silently clicked his tongue, amazed by the massive increase. As it turned out, this guy's fatal weakness was his junior sister. The solution was simple. As long as he kept the Hua Dan ghost tightly bound, he could easily lead the Wu Sheng ghost by the nose. Having finalized the strategy, he whistled to call the two lovebirds who were clinging to each other. "There isn't a single audience member in this godforsaken place. Are you two planning to sing your golden songs for the crickets? What a waste of talent. Follow me to the streets. I'll find a top-notch stage so that this Hua Dan lady's beautiful voice can truly shine." The tempting bait was too sweet to resist, making the Hua Dan ghost nod in immediate agreement. "You are absolutely right." Wu Sheng, standing nearby, also quickly chimed in with flattery. "If junior sister points east, I will never go west. Everything is up to you." Instantly, the system announcement sounded again. The Hua Dan ghost's devotion increased by another 18%, reaching the 30% mark. The Wu Sheng ghost's loyalty also ticked up by 3%, reaching the 30% mark as well. Lin Mo clapped his hands with a bright laugh. There, all settled. Night fell over a dilapidated, abandoned house. Xiao Pan joyfully hugged his bundle of loot, having scraped together rations for 4 people. "This is more than enough to get us through the hard times." Aq, while wiping his weapon, chimed in, "Those few scrawny evil spirits lingering in the village have also been cleared out completely." Listening to the conversation, Lin Mo let out a wide, lazy yawn. "Even regular troops or elite soldiers are helpless against this mess, so how are students like us, who just sit around in classrooms, supposed to fight? In short, once we enter the inner city, we'll follow the hit-and-run strategy, grab whatever kills we can and get some early rest." Having said that, he slung his backpack over his shoulder, preparing to head out. Seeing Lin Mo preparing to leave, Aq asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to get some rest?" Only to receive the reply, "Just in case we hit some life-or-death battle tomorrow, I'm going to grind some experience points to upgrade my contracted ghosts." That highly justifiable reason filled Aq with unspeakable admiration. The guy was already stronger than him, yet he worked even harder. Q's expression hardened as a bright flame of determination ignited within him. "I must also work hard on my own cultivation." In the dead of night among the ruins, only the steady rustling of the wind against dry leaves could be heard. In the quiet courtyard, Lin Mo leaned back in a wooden chair, intently studying something with great dedication. In a flash, he summoned the high-level female Li ghost to perform an important task. "Take the stage, big-breasted ghost." Next, he laid 3 glittering jade stones on a sheet of pure white paper, then carefully picked up one of them. Lin Mo used his mind to float all 3 stones in the air, then commanded sternly, "Devour them." As soon as the command was given, the high-level female Lee ghost opened her mouth and completely sucked in the essence of the three jades. Once the process was complete, the electronic panel flashed the words, "Big-breasted ghost has successfully broken through. Current realm, novice fierce spirit." After absorbing the spiritual energy, the female ghost's breasts became even more voluptuous and plump. Lin Mo fixed his eyes on them and swallowed. Whoa, they got bigger. Don't tell me that every time she levels up, her chest grows larger too. Catching his prying gaze, the female ghost shyly wrapped her arms around her chest. Lin Mo cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Enough joking around, let's get down to business. He quickly tapped on the flashing second skill slot on the interface. System window popped up with a stream of data. The exchange operation for big-breasted ghost's second skill is complete. Acquired ultimate skill, Echoing Resonance. Echoing Resonance Level 1. Once the death-inducing zither sound plays, all Ghost Tamer masters within the coverage radius will have their spiritual power drained. For wild ghosts that haven't been subdued, this skill will wear down their ghost energy bar. Energy cost, 20 points. Cooldown time, approximately 120 seconds. Studying these impressive stats, Lin Mo happily stroked his chin and looked at the female ghost. Draining spiritual power, what a perfect support skill. Once both spiritual power and ghost energy are choked off, the opponent's skill casting is basically crippled. Thoroughly pleased with the gain, he quickly recalled the female ghost to the storage space. Big-breasted ghost, return. Lin Mo continued his upgrade routine for his crew. Let's see who's next. He picked up the cloth pouch and emptied all the remaining precious green jadites onto the table. The corners of Lin Mo's lips curled into a wicked smile. He gently tapped his chest to alert the parasite. Blood-Eye Ghost, Big Brother is treating you to a feast. Right on cue, the blood-eye, soaking in his veins, surged out and swallowed the jadites without leaving a single speck. The moment the fusion finished, Lin Mo's eyes widened as he felt a strange surge of power awaken in his body. His right pupil now emitted a strange glow, easily peeling back all obstacles in front of him, allowing him to see straight through to a Q, who was sitting with closed eyes meditating inside the house. The amazing thing was that he could not only observe the actions, but also clearly see every intricate vein and muscle within his teammates' internal organs. This mind-blowing discovery made Lin Mo tremble with excitement. He slapped his thigh and gasped, peering through the meridians and vital points of enemies. What an absolute, unparalleled ocular technique. Blood-Eye hovered out of his chest, grinning with satisfaction. Oh, my inner strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. The abundant power is absolutely fantastic. I'll give you a 5-star rating without a second thought. Lin Mo tapped his fingers on the table and smiled mysteriously. The best part of the show is still to come, little brother. Moving as fast as lightning, he tapped on the third skill slot on the control panel. The system speaker immediately announced, "Congratulations on successful activation. Deducting 1,000 accumulated points, learned blood curse level 1. Allows placing a blood mark on any target within a 50-meter line of sight. The target's health will be constantly drained for 10 seconds before exploding. The shockwave from the explosion deals true damage, easily piercing all physical shields and magic barriers. Costs 5 soul points. This skill has no cooldown. Warning, casting this skill multiple times on the same victim is strictly prohibited." After digesting the description, Lin Mo's eyes shone like torches. With this blood curse card in hand, even if he ran into a dense horde of ghosts, he could easily turn them into minced meat. Suddenly, a new notification popped up. The Blood-Eye Ghost's loyalty has increased by 15%. The ghost itself spoke solemnly. "Kid, I rarely say words of gratitude to anyone, but today I will make an exception for you." Instantly, the system dispatched a message confirming that the Blood-Eye Ghost's devotion had reached 99%, officially locking its loyalty bar and upgrading it into a lifelong contracted spirit beast. Lin Mo rubbed his chin in thought. Lifelong devotion without any risk of rebellion. Either way, the rest of the crew will sooner or later sign this lifetime contract too. Early the next morning, before the fog could even disperse, the 3-man squad of Lin Mo, Zio Pan, and a Q packed their gear and got ready to set out. As they were marching along, a group of people suddenly appeared running for their lives toward them, panting and screaming, "Run quickly, guys! An entire legion of corpse-eating ghosts is sweeping in behind us. Damn that security bureau throwing us into a monster field full of fierce spirit-level creatures for a drill." Smelling both danger and opportunity, Lin Mo grabbed the arm of a guy with a bandaged head and asked, "How many are in that corpse-eating ghost horde?" The guy replied shakily, "Around 100. The coffin lid is already open ahead of us, brother. You'd better find a corner to hide in until this trial is over." Completely unlike the panic of those defeated stragglers, Akio and Lin Mo's eyes lit up as if they had struck gold. Oh, a mine of 100 ghost beads. Without pausing for half a second, both of them accelerated and dashed straight toward the combat zone. Hurry up! If we're slow, someone else will snatch them away. Leaving Xiao Pan waddling behind, screaming, "Wait for me." The bandaged guy stared at the fleeing shadows of the two young men, completely dumbfounded. My God, what kind of drugs are these crazies on to be this hyped up? Are they in a rush to get reincarnated or something? With wind-splitting speed, Lin Mo's squad successfully landed right in the hot zone of the corpse-eating ghost army. Lin Mo skidded to a halt and warmed up his joints, his battle lust boiling. It's go time. The Q beside him was also in high spirits, his hands quickly forming hand seals to summon the shadow ghost. Instantly, a pitch-black mist rose from Q's heels, slowly creeping toward the gathering place of the evil ghosts. Aiming for the golden opportunity, the shadow ghost leapt forward, slashing relentlessly with its spine-chilling scythe. With that razor-sharp weapon, it swept in a smooth, deadly arc, sending a group of corpse-eating ghosts straight to the afterlife. Continuing at that pace, the monsters collapsed one after another, their heads flying off their necks under the ruthless scythe of the shadow ghost. Even some did not have time to cry out before being split vertically from the crown of their heads down to their chests, brutally halved. Akio and his summon were like bloodthirsty machines, slaughtering madly without a single second of rest or loss of breath. Standing with folded arms watching from the outer ring, Lin Mo nodded in appreciation. The strength of this shadow ghost is indeed no joke. After watching enough, he rolled up his sleeves and plunged into the fray. Lin Mo threw out cards to summon Wu Sheng and the old ghost to battle. This big brother won't be outdone either. Let's go. Seeing their prey actively deliver itself, the hungry ghost horde grew excited, screaming as they charged straight at him. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, a thunderous punch and kick from Lin Mo sent them flying, coughing up fresh blood. Wu Sheng and the old ghost also fought fiercely in the midst of the wolf pack. Squeezed into a tight encirclement, they had to exert their strength to blast the monsters away one by one to find a way out. Even though the trio unleashed their moves until their hands were sore, the number of corpse-eating ghosts did not decrease at all. On the contrary, the more they killed, the more poured out. Facing this deadlock, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and calculated, Tusk, my monster-clearing pace is too slow compared to Q's. This is so embarrassing. While he was busy scheming, the legion of evil ghosts lunged forward again, eager to tear Lin Mo's trio into 100 pieces. Seizing the moment, he immediately borrowed the power from the blood-eye ghost's right eye to sweep them away. In an instant, a series of ancient, bizarre rune patterns imprinted themselves on the ghost's flesh, causing the entire horde to freeze in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Contrary to the monster's cluelessness, he only curled his lips into a confident smile, calmly counting the rhythm of death, 1, 2, 3. Hitting the mark at the 10th second, Lin Mo raised his hand and snapped his fingers loudly. With a loud boom, the bodies of all the targeted corpse-eating ghosts were torn to shreds. Thousands of chunks of rotting flesh splattered into the air, dyeing the entire area red. After the shocking explosion subsided, the battlefield was left with only scattered ghost tamers lying around. Lin Mo's team quickly swept up the remaining scrawny stragglers to wrap up their bloody debut. As Lin Mo's group was cleaning up the aftermath, students from other squads peeked out from the shadows, staring at the terrifying scene with wide-open mouths. They were all stunned, turning to whisper among themselves, "Good heavens, which side is actually the real monster? Which school are those two freaks from, and what on earth did they eat to be so monstrously strong?" Catching sight of the eerie smiles and the glowing deep-red eyes of Lin Mo's side shining in the night, the hiding group felt a chill run down their spines. Why do these guys look even more excited when they smell evil ghosts than when they see humans? A young man in the crowd turned his eyes to Xiao Pan, furrowing his brow in confusion. "Aren't you guys in the same squad? Why didn't you make a move?" Xiao Pan raised his chin, giving them a cold, slightly contemptuous look. "These low-level ghosts are more than easy enough for my two sidekicks to clean up. I, Wang Kai, only take the field when it's time to destroy the final boss." Hearing that boss-like tone, the students looked thoroughly impressed. Some even bowed with cupped hands. "So it turns out you are the strongest boss of the team. My apologies, please excuse our rudeness." Right at that moment, Lin Mo, who was busy buckling his backpack strap, suddenly turned around and snapped at Xiao Pan. "Pan Zai, are you standing there frozen like a statue? Get over here and pick up the ghost beads quickly." In less than a second, Xiao Pan's superior act completely deflated. He meekly shrank his neck and said, "Yes, yes, I'm coming right now." Xiao Pan's incredible about-face left the other squad completely speechless and awkward, with huge question marks virtually popping up over their heads. The night fog hung heavy, wrapping the already silent space in a suffocating, eerie atmosphere. At the center, the Zijin Tower pierced straight into the sky in a proud stance. Deep inside a room, a man sat cross-legged, shaking his leg as he sipped tea. On his left and right, two beautiful women were attentively serving wine, while right below the stone steps, a skeleton crouched, murmuring a report on the situation. This man was none other than the Xiukai Ghost, the leader ruling over the evil spirits of the Kanglin realm. "Did you interrogate them thoroughly? Are those who sneaked into our territory from the army or the Zhou Kingdom Security Bureau? Are there any 7th-rank Ghost Tamers who slipped in?" Shigu replied tremblingly, "I have caught 2 of them for interrogation. They confessed that they are just first-year students sent here to take an exam. Not even a 5th-rank Ghost Tamer could be found. They are all just wet behind the ears kids, King." The Xiukai Ghost let out a surprised soft gasp. Well, I thought that lot had finally gathered enough remnants to purge us. In that case, send a few guys to herd all those piglets back here for our brothers to feast on." A frozen ghost frowned in worry and cautiously asked, "Capture them all? If we do that, what if we anger the Zhou Kingdom and they send troops down to punish us, big brother?" The red and black ghost bared his gold-capped teeth in an excited smile. "If those Zhou Kingdom people had that kind of ability, they would have purged us long ago. The best they can do is just trap us brothers in this formation." Hidden among the followers, a muscular smoke ghost with a cigarette in his mouth spoke up slowly in agreement. "The red and black ghost is absolutely right." The smoke ghost lazily exhaled a hazy ring of smoke, his hoarse voice echoing again. "Big brother, just leave those 1st-rank and 2nd-rank Ghost Tamers to me." The Xiukai Ghost curled his lips in a wicked smile, his face displaying deep malice. "Good, act swiftly, and do not let a single soul escape." The smoke ghost quickly assured him, "Don't worry, big brother, absolutely no one will slip through my hands." Turning back to Lin Mo's group, they were groping their way through alleys overflowing with corpses in the heart of the city. Leading the way, Lin Mo lowered his voice to warn his companions. "It seems the level of the beasts in this central district has been raised completely." Q raised his nose and took a deep breath, nodding seriously. "Agreed, I smell the murderous aura radiating from 2 extremely powerful ghosts." Xiao Pan turned his head to look at Q. "Hey bosses, I was thinking, our pockets are already packed with 100 corpse-eating ghost beads, so maybe we should go back." Lin Mo also nodded in agreement. "You're right, ghost beads are tempting, but I didn't expect this place to be this dangerous." But he suddenly raised his hand, pointing straight ahead to cover up. "But the problem is, that bank is sitting right before our eyes. If we don't loot it, I'll feel terribly guilty. How about we rob this place and then slip away?" Before his words could finish, a massive explosion shook the ground. Thick dust and smoke billowed up, startling Lin Mo's group, who quickly regrouped in high alert. Out of the dangerous, glowing red light, 3 ghostly figures with sharp, pointed horns slowly emerged. As the dust settled, 3 towering fierce spirits revealed their true forms, their eyes glaring locked onto Lin Mo's group. Confronting the danger, Q quickly asked for a battle plan. "We've run into 3 high-level fierce spirits. Do we fight?" With lightning-fast reflexes, the exact moment the evil ghost swung its 1,000-pound axe down, Lin Mo grabbed Xiao Pan by the collar and took off running. "Fight my foot. Run into the bank quickly." Q clicked his tongue in regret. "They're just fierce spirits. If the 2 of us team up, we can definitely send them packing." Lin Mo nodded in agreement as he ran. "Yeah, we could take them, but fighting will only draw other ghosts here. By then, even if we grew wings, we wouldn't escape." With his massive frame, Xiao Pan lagged far behind. He hugged his bag tightly and screamed, his legs churning at full speed, "Brother Mo, save me, they're catching up." Seeing the critical situation behind him, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and skidded to a halt, spinning around. His eye sockets instantly flared with a brilliant crimson light, as he unleashed the blood domain illusion skill to buy more time for Xiao Pan. Caught off guard, the 3 high-level fierce spirits were unable to react in time. They stumbled in dizziness, muttering senseless noises. Seizing the golden opportunity, Lin Mo yelled, "Run, fast, lose them while we can." Unfortunately, Xiao Pan's voice suddenly rang out, his face so pale that not a single drop of blood seemed left, causing Lin Mo's heart to skip a beat too. "Brother Mo, look." A horde of ghosts had silently encircled and blocked Lin Mo's group, their numbers so massive that he was astonished. What on earth? Where are all these ghosts coming from? No wonder even elite Ghost Tamer squads or the military end up as their breakfast when they come in here. Aq furrowed his brows as he surveyed the battlefield, whispering a cold battle plan to Lin Mo. I'll try to distract them. Acting immediately, he dropped to one knee, pressing his palm flat against the ground and roaring. Instantly, a massive wave of black shadow surged from his hand. Shadow Ghost, Dark Abyss Shadow. That eerie black hole expanded gradually, taking Lin Mo's group as the center and spreading in all directions, forming a dark, murky oval. Not stopping there, the power of the shadow continued to spread and cover every nook and cranny. Its terrifying force pressured the advancing ghosts to halt, not daring to take another step closer. Using that protective layer, Aq took the lead, guiding the group right through the horde of ghosts at a dead run. Lin Mo stared in awe as he accelerated. What kind of crazy move is this? Aq explained. Creatures outside the shadow's range cannot see us, and anyone who falls inside will have their movement speed reduced by 70%. But this trick only lasts 60 seconds. We have to run like crazy. Lin Mo dodged through the boundary of life and death, not forgetting to praise his teammate. Slowing down speed on such a massive scale, you are amazing. Xiao Pan struggled to keep up with them, complaining painfully, "Save your breath, my legs are about to fall off. Are we not there yet?" While running along the road, Lin Mo's sharp eyes caught sight of a massive building standing silently by the roadside. He shouted joyfully, "That's our destination." The trio quickly slipped through the large glass doors of the building, the dark shadow clinging and moving along with every step they took. Until their figures were completely hidden in the night, the shadow on the tiled floor also gradually rolled back into the void and vanished completely. Xiao Pan collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily, while Aq, rubbing his chest to steady his breathing, said, "We've temporarily shaken them off, but as Ghost Tamers, you two really need to build up your stamina." Waiting to catch his breath, Lin Mo's pupils suddenly flashed with a golden light, his face filled with unhidden excitement. "The vault, the money is right here." As fate would have it, from the blind spot behind a large wall, Liu Si slowly emerged, making everyone stare at each other in surprise and alarm. Liu Si pointed his finger straight at Lin Mo's face, his expression hardening in annoyance as he barked, "Lin Mo, why is it you?" Lin Mo suddenly felt a headache coming. Liu Si. He scrutinized and sized them up. With the area outside packed with a ghost storm, how on earth did the school's two bottom rankers manage to crawl in here? Don't tell me you guys also own flying-type contracted ghosts? Lin Mo placed his hands on his hips and cursed inwardly. Talk about enemies bound to meet. Please don't tell me my cash got swiped by this brat. Xiao Pan was quick to speak up honestly, "We don't have any flying ghosts." But Lin Mo reached out and covered his mouth to stop him, ignoring the nonsense. "I only care about one thing, you haven't snatched the cash here yet, right?" Right then, a group of second-rank Ghost Tamers stepped forward, haughtily chiming in, "Whether we took it or not is none of your business." Lin Mo clicked his tongue sarcastically. Well, so a first-rank Ghost Tamer like you managed to tag along with these three second-rankers. Don't tell me you had to wear down your shameless thick face to flatter the Sun family." Having his nerve touched, Liu Si rolled up his sleeves. "Who are you calling a parasite? I am someone with real strength and proper talent, not like trash like you." Instantly, the system chime rang out. "Congratulations to the host for successfully harvesting 40 defense-breaking points." Lin Mo was too lazy to argue. He calmly rolled up his sleeves, displaying his arms covered in multicolored marks, forcing Liu Si's jaw to drop and his eyes to pop. 6 of them. Liu Si stared in shock and quickly shouted, "No way, those must be tattoos or stickers, right? Where would you get the ability to contract with 6 ghosts?" Lin Mo replied calmly, "How many ghosts I have is none of your business. Anyway, today all the cash in this bank belongs to us, and no god descending from heaven can stop us." A second-rank Ghost Tamer stepped forward, blocking his line of sight, his brow furrowed in a threatening manner. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, don't meddle in other people's business." His face darkened, his eyes locked onto him. "Even if you have 6 ghosts, the 3 of us have 3 each. Teaming up to beat you to pulp would be as easy as turning a palm." Lin Mo rolled his eyes and laughed. "Oh, why did you 3 leave out Liu Si? Or do you not even consider him a human being?" The system immediately chimed. "Congratulations to the host for gathering 40 defense-breaking points." Liu Si yelled in a rage, "Stop acting tough. Either way, you guys stand no chance of beating us." Lin Mo leisurely rolled his sleeves higher, his lips curling into a confident smile. He waved to his two teammates. "Oh, is that so? Then let's have a clash to see who's superior." "Aq, hi Zio Pan, get ready to fight." Suddenly, a ghost in the shape of a giant eye with sharp teeth emerged, warning him in a low voice absolutely not to make a move. It swept its pupil toward the bank's massive glass doors, apparently having detected a great danger rushing from afar. I saw it. Deep in its retina, it reflected the images of countless ferocious ghosts. The leader was the smoke ghost, followed by over a dozen high-level evil spirits and a high-level malevolent spirit flying toward the bank. "Let's get out of here." The creature showed utter terror. A high-level malevolent spirit is already terrifying enough, but now it's bringing a whole pack of high-level evil spirits. There's absolutely no chance of winning. Retreat quickly. Lin Mo changed his tune in a split second, laughing as he put his arms around Aq and Zio Pan. "Oh, I was just joking to liven things up. All the money in here is yours. Remember to stay and collect it, don't go anywhere." Liu Si seized the opportunity and, thinking he had won, smiled triumphantly. "Brat, have you finally opened your eyes to see that the people of Zufeng University are not to be trifled with?" Dragging his two close friends back toward the main entrance, he squeezed out a fake smile. "Yes, absolutely. You guys just stay rooted here and definitely do not step foot out of the bank." Zio Pan looked at Lin Mo blankly. "Brother Mo, why are we suddenly retreating?" But Lin Mo only replied with a highly urgent expression, "Time is tight, no time to explain. Hi Zio Pan, summon the trash can ghost right now." The young boy was extremely obedient, immediately waving his hand to cast the spell. In the blink of an eye, he summoned the trash can ghost just as Lin Mo wanted. "Come forth, trash can ghost." He hastily squeezed inside the trash can ghost while turning back to urge Zio Pan and Aq with a rushed look, "Move those legs quickly." The legion of malevolent spirits was slowly entering the bank, while the three of them were safely nestled inside the trash can ghost, disguised as a discarded item on the roadside. The moment Zio Pan spotted the ghosts, he trembled so hard he began to stammer, "A high-level malevolent spirit." Cold sweat also broke out on Lin Mo's forehead, but he exhaled a sigh of relief. "It's a blessing we managed to hide in here before they arrived." Only then did Liu Si inside start cursing in panic. "That bastard Lin Mo, he saw the ghosts coming and kept it to himself without warning me." The second-rank Ghost Tamer quickly barked at him to shut up. "Stop screaming, fight with everything you've got. Now we just survive however we can." The smoke ghost leisurely lit the cigarette on his lips, exhaling a hazy cloud of smoke as his hoarse, bloodthirsty voice rang out, "You scrawny little pests dare to talk back. If you can hold out for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, I will spare your lives." One of the second-rank Ghost Tamers turned pale with fear, frantically placing his hand on his arm to summon his ghosts, screaming, "Summon all contracted ghosts, fight them to the death." From inside the bank, deafening sounds of slaughter echoed out, mixed with rumbling explosions and cracking, shattering noises that resounded in all directions. Zio Pan asked Lin Mo anxiously, "Brother Mo, can you see what's happening clearly? Which side has the upper hand?" Lin Mo frowned in evaluation. "Thought those three from Zufeng University actually fight quite systematically. Though they definitely won't beat the ghosts, they will surely drain a lot of their vitality." The young boy frowned and looked at Lin Mo, remembering their original purpose, and couldn't help but ask, "So are we just giving up on that money, brother?" Q and Lin Mo replied in unison, "Only an idiot wouldn't take it." Lin Mo analyzed, "If those ghosts are heavily injured, we'll jump out to loot and backstab them. That way we get both the cash and the ghost beads." A Q added, "And if they're still in perfect shape, we'll just quietly hide and wait for them to retreat before we sweep up the money. We can attack when advancing and defend when retreating. It's truly the best of both worlds." Lin Mo and Aq looked at each other and high-fived in celebration. "Spot on." Seeing this, Zio Pan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Oh my God, are your brains filled with nothing but schemes? Standing next to you guys, I feel as dumb as a potato." Lin Mo glanced at Zio Pan, his voice mixed with playful mockery, adding a teasing remark that choked the boy with anger. "Hey, drop the feel-like part. You really are dumb, not just pretending." Lin Mo peeked his head out of the trash can opening to watch the show, his lips curling slightly in admiration. Those guys from Zufeng actually have some talent. Their offense and defense are quite well coordinated. After a fierce battle, the Zufeng University students and Liu Si were all gasping for breath, looking at the surrounding horde of ghosts with deep despair rising in their hearts. One of them clutched his blood-covered arm, struggling to inhale as much air as possible, then looked up at the smoke ghost and shouted, You must keep your word. It has been more than the time for an incense stick to burn. Let us go immediately." The smoke ghost bared his sharp teeth, the dense smoke drifting to cover half his face, making his smile even more sinister. "Believing a ghost's words? Are your brains completely filled with water?" He waved his hand, summoning a series of giant crosses to bind the group tightly. "Today, not a single one of you is allowed to walk out of here alive. Forcing me to use my ultimate skill, you should go to your graves with your eyes closed in pride. That's more than enough." The students screamed in terror, "No." Each person in the group was beaten black and blue from head to toe, their faces swollen and purple, as agonizing whimpers begging for their lives rang out. Lin Mo witnessed the cruel scene outside, his goosebumps rising and a chill running down his spine, his pupils contracting in shock. To wipe out 4 human lives in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo's eyes were wide open, his brow deeply furrowed, his voice carrying unspeakable shock. "They're all dead, and in less than 30 seconds. Q, hiding next to him, whispered an explanation. "That's the smoke ghost's ultimate skill, the incense lighting judgment. That thick smoke will break down the will of both humans and ghosts, forcing the victims to witness the sins they have committed. Each revealed sin is a round of torture, repeating over and over until they die." He paused for a few seconds before continuing. "Look at Liu Si. His body is the most battered of all, proving that he caused the most bad karma in life." Lin Mo nodded in admiration. "Formidable. You really are a walking encyclopedia." But Akiu's face suddenly turned grim. Even though the Zufeng students drained quite a lot of the smoke ghost's energy and dragged 5 or 6 blood-sucking ghosts to King Yama with them, the smoke ghost's ultimate move is too overwhelming, and we have no way to counter it. Let's call it off. Risking our lives for a few measly coins is just too foolish. Akiu tightened the weapon strapped to his back, his voice firm and his face radiating absolute confidence. "I actually think we can win this fight." He drew his sword from its scabbard, the fiery spirit of battle reflecting on the polished surface of the blade. The smoke ghost's ultimate skill was powerful enough, but it had a fatal weakness, a 60-minute cooldown. Lin Mo heard this and slapped his thigh, his face lighting up. If he can't use his ultimate, then he's easy prey. Let's seize the opportunity while he's exhausted and send him straight to the underworld. Lin Mo leaped out of the trash can, remembering to instruct, "We must strike fast and end it quickly. If we delay and other ghosts catch our scent, we'll be in big trouble." Akiu slipped out behind him, nodding in agreement. "Got it." Zio Pan poked his round head up from the bottom of the trash can, pointed a finger at his own face, stared blankly at their retreating backs and muttered, "Wait, what about me, bosses?" Lin Mo glanced sideways at the kid, a smirk crossing his face. "Just stay hidden right there. Later I'll borrow your trash can to rake in some cash." The smoke ghost inside the hall suddenly heard a faint sound behind him. He slowly turned his head to see which foolish upstart dared to trespass on his territory. From the main entrance, Lin Mo and Akiu, weapons ready in hand, casually walked toward the crowd of ghosts under the contemptuous gaze of the smoke ghost. He smirked, his face filled with sheer delight at the sight of prey walking straight into his trap. The smoke ghost clicked his tongue mockingly. Well, look at this roast pig delivering itself right to my mouth." He glared at Lin Mo and Akiu, then immediately roared to command his minions, "Go turn these 2 brats into mincemeat." A blinding flash of light swept across, and in an instant, the low-level ghosts were completely cleared out. Lin Mo waved his hand and shouted, immediately summoning his array of tamed ghosts, who lined up side by side ready to fight. "Where are my ghosts? Attack!" The opera warrior ghost charged straight ahead, swinging his broadsword to slice the blood-sucking ghosts in half. "Taste this." Lin Mo also charged directly into the siege of blood-sucking ghosts, unleashing his ultimate skill, soul-chasing strike, to blow them all away. Unfortunately, the attack failed to leave even a single scratch. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Are they really that tough? The blood-sucking ghosts lunged at him in a frenzy, scratching and clawing like a pack of rabid stray dogs that had never been vaccinated. Akiu saw the tense situation and shouted, "Lin Mo, watch out. The blood-sucking ghost's passive ability is smelling blood. If you get scratched and bleed, their strength and durability will multiply. If that happens, we're done for." The high-level specter immediately rushed forward using a soul-snatching sound wave. Lin Mo roared back in response, "Since we're going all out, I have no reason to hold back my spiritual energy anymore." The chainsaws suddenly roared to life at wind-splitting speed. The chainsaw ghost, holding a buzzing electric saw, swung it wildly in circles, wiping out the surrounding blood-sucking ghosts in the blink of an eye. The smoke ghost froze as he witnessed the scene. These two brats are way tougher than those four unfortunate souls earlier. Lin Mo and AQ kept their backs pressed together to defend themselves, surrounded on all sides by the blood-sucking ghosts hovering in midair. The smoke ghost suddenly barked orders to his minions. All blood-sucking ghosts, use your tearing tornado ultimate. Understood. The mid-level blood-sucking evil spirits spun themselves rapidly, creating violent whirlpools of wind. The furious gusts of wind spiraled straight up to the ceiling. In an instant, multiple other tornadoes began to form one after another. All of those violent storms set their sights directly on Lin Mo and AQ. The two guys broke into a cold sweat, sharing the same thought: we're doomed. There's no escaping this. Suddenly, they spotted Hai Zio Pan carrying the entire trash can, charging headlong toward them. The kid built up momentum and hurled the trash can ghost toward his two teammates, while shouting, "Trash can ghost, activate hard armor." The trash can ghost flew rapidly toward the two young men. It stood upright, forming a protective shield right in front of Lin Mo and AQ to block the furious tornadoes. Hai Zio Pan, along with the other two, quickly rushed toward where the trash can ghost had just landed. Just as the can slammed onto the floor, the three of them squeezed inside. The blood-sucking ghosts frantically controlled the tornadoes to slam violently into the trash can ghost, but they couldn't even scratch a single corner of it. Inside the safe armor, Lin Mo happily patted his shoulder and praised him. "Great job, Zio Pan." The kid raised a proud thumb. "Of course. Let's see if anyone dares call Hai Zio Pan a useless freeloader ever again." Lin Mo asked curiously, "But can this Spectre-class trash can ghost of yours withstand damage from Devil-class blood-sucking ghosts?" Zio Pan grinned and assured him, "Trust me, boss. For the first 5 seconds of activating hardening mode, it is immune to all attacks." "Ah, so that's how it is." However, AQ frowned and exposed the truth. "So what happens after those 5 seconds?" Right at that moment, a blood-sucking ghost's hand pierced through the wall of the trash can, clawing directly at them and startling everyone. Hai Zio Pan screamed in agony. "Then it's going to fall apart like this." AQ delivered a swift sword strike to finish off that ghost's arm, then quickly urged Zio Pan, "Then recall it quickly, or else your trash can ghost is going to kick the bucket." Zio Pan flusteredly chanted a spell to recall the trash can ghost back to his contract space. With the shield gone, the scene before them revealed the three guys once again left completely exposed in the dense encirclement of blood-sucking ghosts. The ghosts were also gasping for breath, completely exhausted after putting everything into that final attack. Lin Mo turned to Zio Pan and said, "It's fine, saving our lives just now was already a huge win. Now, go find a blind spot to hide. Leave this battlefield to AQ and me to handle." Hai Zio Pan scrambled away to find a hiding spot, leaving his two close friends to charge back into the ghost nest. "Let's clear them out as fast as possible." Lin Mo's wind-splitting sword strikes flashed continuously. He and AQ paired up seamlessly, slashing down wave after wave of minions. In no time, the massive swarm of blood-sucking ghosts was wiped clean. The scene now left only the smoke ghost facing off against the two college students. He glared at the two of them with deep resentment. "Why are these two brats so ridiculously tough? I underestimated them." An entire army of blood-sucking ghosts was chopped to pieces. Rage boiled over to his head, causing him to emit dense smoke. "It seems that in the end, I'll have to take care of this myself." His pupils became bloodshot, and thick smoke puffed out of his nostrils. In an instant, a thick fog sealed off the area around Lin Mo and AQ. Lin Mo and AQ hurriedly covered their noses to avoid choking, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings on high alert. In the hazy fog, the smoke ghost's figure faded in and out mysteriously. "I have to applaud your talent, but unfortunately for you, you crossed me. Once you're in this smoke, even gods would go blind. I am the ruler here." Suddenly, he rose directly behind Lin Mo, raising his tobacco pipe to strike him right on the head. "Go to hell, kid." Lin Mo suddenly whipped his head around. The ghost froze in shock upon realizing that his position had been pinpointed. Without a split second of hesitation, Lin Mo drew his sword and slashed. A flashing sword strike ripped through the air, piercing through the smoke straight toward the target. He smirked, "Who was just boasting that I'd go blind?" The smoke ghost roared in pain and resentment. "Impossible! How could you see through my movements?" The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to the host for gathering another 80 defense breaking points." Lin Mo's eyes glowed a vibrant red. I can see you clearly down to your very pores." He grinned in utter satisfaction. The smoke ghost was terrified when he caught sight of his eyes. He shrieked, "Ghost blood pupil, just how many ghosts does this kid have inside him? The ghost blood pupil is my natural enemy. My smoke screen trick is completely useless against it." Just as Lin Mo brought his sword down, the ghost turned into smoke and escaped. The smoke ghost retreated deep into the fog to hide. "If I can't take this guy down." On the other side, Lin Mo and Aq stood back to back to protect their blind spots. The smoke ghost emerged from the mist, aiming a sneak attack straight at Aq's back. Then I'll switch targets to his sidekick. He brandished his tobacco pipe, preparing to slam it down on the back of Aq's head. Surprisingly, Aq tilted his body and dodged it smoothly. The evil spirit froze from the unbelievable miss. A sharp, cold blade gleamed as it cut through the air. Aq delivered a fatal slash straight across the ghost's neck. The smoke ghost let out a tragic shriek as dark blood sprayed like a geyser from his throat. He writhed as he clutched his wound, glaring with deep hatred. The ghost turned back, eyes wide, and questioned Aq, "How can even you see through my stealth technique?" Aq smirked and replied calmly, "Even if you hide in the mist, you still cast a shadow on the ground, and as long as there's a shadow, I can easily track your coordinates." Hearing this, the ghost roared in anger, "Damn it, are you guys really freshmen? Why on earth is everyone born to counter me? This life is completely ruined." The smoke ghost's hand trembled violently as he pointed at the two boys. "But no matter what, I am still a high-level evil spirit, while you are just minor second-tier ghost tamers." He condensed the fog into a platform beneath his feet. "With such a gap in our strength, how do you expect to turn the tables?" The cloud of smoke beneath his boots instantly rose. He hovered in the air, looking down with a sneer. "It's true that your abilities counter me, but once my ultimate's cooldown is over, your lives are forfeit." Lin Mo curled his lip in disdain. "So you're planning to hover up there like an acrobat until your cooldown is finished before you dare to come down?" The smoke ghost puffed on his pipe, blowing out smoke. "Exactly, you guys don't have any long-range attacks. As long as I hide up here, even if you grow wings, you won't touch a single hair on me." He boasted arrogantly, "I'll stalk you like a leech. Once my skill is ready, I'll send you to meet your ancestors. By my calculation, your lifespans have less than 50 minutes left." Lin Mo sneered, covering his ghost blood pupil with one hand. "Oh, is that so? Let's see if you can dodge this." Lin Mo's eyes widened to their limits. The smoke ghost above flinched, as a bizarre mark suddenly appeared on his hand. "What on earth is this? You unlocked the third skill of the ghost blood pupil. Even the top geniuses have to grind to 5th-tier ghost tamer status to achieve that." Before he could finish his sentence, his arm exploded violently, causing him to scream in agony. With one arm completely obliterated, the system chimed again. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining another 150 defense breaking points." The evil spirit scrambled and fled for his life. Aq watched him go, then nudged Lin Mo. "Should we give chase and finish him?" Lin Mo casually waved his hand. "Forget it. He's still a high-level evil spirit. Even if he's heavily wounded, we won't be able to catch him easily." Lin Mo concluded, "Our priority is to go empty the bank vault first, then we'll figure things out." At the bank lobby, the chainsaw ghost was straining to cut open the vault door. The thick steel plate was sliced through and fell to the floor with a loud crash. Revealed inside were stacks of cash piled high like mountains. The three guys' eyes lit up. Zio Pan and Aq gasped in awe. "Oh my god, I've never seen such a massive fortune in my life. This is enough to live lavishly for 8 lifetimes." Lin Mo and Aq grabbed the money until their hands were sore. "Quick, summon the trash can ghost to pack it up. We must sweep it clean, not leaving a single cent." Zio Pan chanted his spell, right away. The trash can ghost popped out with a bewildered expression, only to have stacks of money stuffed into its mouth. Lin Mo smiled gleefully. Going rogue on this trip was truly the best decision ever. At the Zijin Tower, a spine-chilling, gloomy, and sinister atmosphere shrouded the surroundings. The smoke ghost, pale as a sheet, clutched his wound and stumbled clumsily before his big boss. He rolled on the ground, stammering out his complaint, "Boss, I got ganged up on by some humans." The red-black ghost smirked mockingly. "Hey, brother smoke ghost, don't tell me a high-level spirit like you let some wet-behind-the-ears brats beat you half to death." The smoke ghost argued angrily. "It's because those two punks had items that specifically counter me." Hearing the whole story, the scholar ghost boss, who was leisurely sipping his wine, frowned in contempt. So you actually got beaten black and blue by a couple of kids? How annoying. And it was just 2 of them. If you hadn't specified, I would have thought an army of 2,000 attacked you. What an absolute embarrassment. Seeing his colleague's utter uselessness, the red-black ghost tossed a die in his hand, stepped forward confidently, and raised his chin. Boss, let me go clean up this mess. The scholar ghost sat cross-legged on his throne, his arms wrapped around 2 long-legged beauties, nodding in approval. Approved, but make sure to keep those brats who dared to touch the smoke ghost alive. They must have eaten a tiger's heart to dare pluck my whiskers. Let's see what kind of playthings I can turn them into. The red-black ghost bowed and cupped his hands. As you command, boss. The scene transitioned. Camera returned to the trio of Lin Mo, Aq, and Xiao Pan. So what's the plan, guys? There's still another vault in the basement of this Zijin building. Lin Mo quickly waved his hand in refusal. Forget it. Didn't you notice how suspicious that smoke ghost was behaving earlier? It feels like they belong to an organized syndicate. It's best if we retreat from the city to the suburbs to stay safe. But luck was not on the side of the 3 musketeers. Xiao Pan pointed a trembling finger through the tinted glass. We're dead. It looks like we can't escape even if we wanted to. The view outside the glass of the Zijin building. A dense army of ghosts swarmed in like a festival crowd. 100 Ghosts' Night Parade was taking place, leaving the 3 guys frozen in shock. Aq scowled at the situation. How frustrating. My Dark Abyss ultimate is limited to only 60 seconds. If only it could last for 2 minutes, we would easily break through this siege and escape. Lin Mo turned sharply to Xiao Pan and asked, Hey Xiao Pan, can your trash can ghost grow legs to move? The boy eagerly explained, Actually, when I use the hard armor mode, it also has the ability to crawl around. But a second later, he scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. It's just that its speed is a bit like a turtle. It crawls about half a meter in a minute, boss. Lin Mo's face darkened. Crawling half a meter in 60 seconds? Are you pulling my leg? Meanwhile, Xiao Pan still maintained his goofy, silly grin. Yet in this desperate situation, they had to cling to any shred of hope. Lin Mo let out a sigh and patted Xiao Pan's shoulder. But since we're cornered, we have no choice but to squeeze into the trash can ghost and crawl out of here. I have a gut feeling that the smoke ghost is bringing his entire gang for revenge. Finding the logic sound, the kid nodded immediately. Then I'll summon it right away. With a loud bang, a massive trash can the size of a small shack appeared. Lin Mo jumped in first. The absolute priority is to hide from this horde of demons first. Once we drift to a quieter area, we'll open the lid and run for our lives. A moment later, the trash can began to crawl slowly along the street. Just as Xiao Pan had advertised, its sluggishness was practically infinite. Unfortunately, on the way they crossed paths with 2 ghosts having a meal. One was gnawing on a human leg while grumbling, Oh my, this human is nothing but fat, it's making me sick. The other glared and chided him, Stop complaining. We eat to survive, we're not competing in MasterChef. Look at this skull of mine, I've been licking it forever and there's not a shred of meat left. And so, the vehicle carrying the 3 troublesome students accidentally bumped into these 2 picky-eating ghosts. The skull-gnawing ghost gleefully kicked the side of the trash can. Huh, where did this ghost trash can come from? He frowned in confusion. Which region did you migrate from? How come I've never seen you before? Xiao Pan, acting as the trash can, felt his heart skip a beat and stammered, oh. Lin Mo, sensing trouble, leaned in and whispered to Xiao Pan, Tell him you're a country ghost who just came to the city to visit relatives. The boy obediently mimicked the line, Yes, I'm a ghost from a poor countryside, just arrived in the city to find my maternal uncle. Hearing this, the ghost burst into laughter. Ah, so you're just a country bumpkin who moved to the city, huh, little brother. Right then the ghost gnawing on the leg threw a tantrum, tossing the bone to the ground. How frustrating, it's all fat. I'm not eating this anymore. The skull-holding ghost tried to act civilized and quickly lectured him. Hey brother, you should have some environmental awareness. Look at me, I know to throw trash in the proper place. He casually flipped open the trash can lid. But as the lid opened halfway, a sweet aroma wafted straight into his nostrils. The ghost startled, sniffing the air. Wait, there's the scent of fresh meat. His eyes turned blood-red as he lunged with sharp claws. There's definitely the breath of living humans. The trash can ghost acted panicked. Oh boss, please spare my worthless life. The ghost pinned it down and interrogated. Spit it out. Why is there a faint scent of fresh human meat in your stomach? The trash can pretended to stammer sheepishly. Well, I just devoured 2 humans, so the scent is still lingering a little. But the clever ghost saw right through it. Do you think I'm an idiot? Just as he opened his mouth to scream, A hand lunged out of the darkness at lightning speed. It clamped tightly onto his throat. The ghost was absolutely terrified, breaking into a cold sweat. He was dragged straight into the belly of the trash can before he could even scream for help. A quick and clean strike. Inside the cramped space, Lin Mo used all his strength to muzzle the ghost. Q wasted no words and delivered a decisive sword slash. The muffled thuds coming from the can finally reached the ears of the lustful ghost, who turned around in confusion. At the bottom of the trash can, the skull-holding ghost completely dissolved after the fatal slash. Lin Mo clicked his tongue and commented, "This guy was really unlucky. He tried to set a good example for waste disposal, but ended up throwing away his own life." Outside, the lustful ghost wandered closer, muttering, "Strange, I thought I just heard that wandering soul call my name. Hey, country boy, where did my friend wander off to?" Zio Pan broke into a cold sweat and quickly made up a story. He had some urgent business and went in that direction, sir." The lustful ghost grumbled and turned on his heel to leave. "That guy has restless feet. He can never stay in one place." The frame shifted as the dice cup was lifted, revealing the red and black dots inside. The red-black ghost laughed gleefully. "Unlucky for you, sweetie. Your score is lower than mine." The mortals trembled in terror with some screaming in madness. "No way, I'll fight you to the death." The red-black ghost waved his hand and a deadly light shot forward. "The rules are fair. Gambling settles at dawn. Since you lost, leave your life here to pay." With a clean slash, the man's head was severed from his neck, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground, causing the girl beside him to shriek in horror. The gambling devil directed his sinister gaze toward the young man wearing a baseball cap. "It's your turn." Having witnessed that gruesome death, who would dare to play? The young man waved his hands frantically in refusal. "I'm not playing. I'm not foolish enough to bet with you." "But once you step into the death casino, there is no way out." The red-black ghost laughed savagely. "Refusing to play is equivalent to conceding defeat. Let's finish this quickly." Another headless corpse slumped into a pool of blood. Now only the young girl remained. She knelt with tears streaming down her face, begging, "Please spare me, give me a way to live." The red-black ghost grinned and enticed her. "Just play one round with me. Who knows, you might get lucky. If you beat me just once, I'll let you leave safely." A few short minutes passed. "Lift the cup." As the dice cup opened, all three faces showed sixes. Well, looks like you couldn't beat me, sweetie." The girl jumped up to celebrate, but her joy was short-lived. "I'm alive, I escaped." In truth, this devil was cheating. There was no fairness in a devil's casino. He laughed creepily. "Who said I lost, sweetie? I also rolled an 18. But since I'm the dealer, the rule I made is that in a tie, the dealer wins it all." With three corpses piled on top of each other, the gambling ghost stretched and turned to leave. "That was a fun way to decompress, but now it's time to attend to my main business." The red-black ghost strolled and looked around. "Where are those brats who dared to torment my little smoke subordinate hiding?" The trash can remained silent as several pairs of eyes inside nervously peeked out. "We're doomed, guys. That evil spirit is searching for us." Q's face turned completely pale. The red-black gambling ghost is a devil class. In this match, we have a 90% chance of dying and only 10% chance of surviving. With such a gap in power, if it strikes first, we'll meet Yan Wang before we can even blink, let alone counterattack. Lin Mo stared at Q. "Does this guy have any blind spots?" His friend analyzed. "If he insists on betting with you, that's our only ray of hope. The red-black ghost's ability is the death dice, rolling to determine who's higher. If he wins, his damage is multiplied tenfold, but if he loses, his offensive skills are sealed." Lin Mo's face lit up. "Oh, so all I have to do is go big and beat him, right?" Q immediately threw cold water on his idea. Just then, the thumping of boots from outside grew closer. "Life isn't a dream, buddy. His second skill is rolling dice at will. He can manipulate almost any score on the betting table. Simply put, his win rate is defaulted to 90%. With a whoosh, the trash can lid was flipped open. The red-black ghost poked his head in, laughing. "Found you. Even after hiding so well, I still caught you, little mice." Knowing they couldn't hide anymore, the three of them dragged themselves out. Lin Mo kept a bright, friendly smile. "Boss red-black ghost, what instructions do you have for us after going through all the trouble to find us?" The red-black ghost froze for a second. Normally, any ordinary mortal would be scared out of their wits upon facing a devil. Yet, this brat was smiling casually as if meeting an old friend. Brushing aside that oddity, the evil spirit reached behind his back. He showily pulled out a few bright red dice. I'm in the mood to test your luck in a round. The rules are very simple. Each of us holds 3 dice. Whoever rolls the higher total wins the table. Lin Mo stepped forward calmly with his hands in his pockets. And what's the wager? The red-black ghost was happy to enlighten him. Easy. If you win, I'll release you. If you fail, you leave your life here as payment. Lin Mo squinted in disdain. Then this deal is awful. It's not fair at all. If I take the win, you must forfeit your life to me. That's what civilized gambling is. Rage rushed to his brain, and the ghost barked. You don't have the status to stand here and bargain with me. Stop talking nonsense before I send you on your way right now. Lin Mo smirked provocatively. Then may I raise the stakes? Will that be approved? He smiled slyly and nodded toward his back. I'll bet the lives of my 2 sidekicks behind me as well. If I get lucky, you must let all 3 of us go. If I'm unlucky, you take all 3 of our lives. At least we'll have each other's company on our way to the underworld. The red-black ghost clapped his hands excitedly. You've got guts, kid, just my style deal. The call to start sounded, and the 2 gamblers officially entered the betting arena. Both of them shook their cups vigorously, the dice clattering noisily inside. The red-black ghost slammed his cup onto the table first. I'll take the liberty of going first. Repeating his old trick, he lifted the cup and sneered. 18 points, the absolute maximum. I'll gladly accept your 3 lives. Aq and Xiao Pan felt their limbs go weak, their faces completely drained of blood. Lin Mo grimaced and cut him off. Hey, don't rush the gamble. I haven't even finished shaking yet. On what basis do you claim that I won't be the one taking the pot? The evil spirit burst into wild laughter. Stop struggling, kid. Even if you luckily roll an 18, I'm the dealer running this game. The rule is that in a tie, the dealer wins everything. Hearing his verdict, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and looked him dead in the eye, still casually shaking the cup. You gamble but don't understand the rules of the table. Until this hand lifts the cup and counts the points, the game is not over. The system popped up another notification of obtaining 80 defense-breaking points. The red-black ghost lost his temper. Fine, shake it until morning if you want. Your end will be death anyway. 10 full minutes passed, and Lin Mo still refused to open the dice cup, his hand shaking while he whistled loudly. His patience snapped, and the red-black ghost pointed at his face, roaring, Are you going to open it or not, you little brat? If you make me wait another second, I'll slit your throat. The system chimed again. Congratulations to the host for earning another 100 defense-breaking points. Lin Mo remained unfazed. Oh, if you're in such a rush, I'll open it. The results were slowly revealed. Xiao Pan bent over to count. 1 6, 2 6s, wow, 3 6s. Wait, there's also an extra face with 1 point. That adds up to 19 points. The red-black ghost blew a fuse, grabbing Lin Mo's collar. My God, where did an extra die come from, you slippery bastard? He replied casually. Well, I shook it so enthusiastically that one of the dice split in half, so do you admit defeat now? The system repeatedly announced, Congratulations to the host for securing 500 defense-breaking points. The red-black ghost clutched his head, sat on the ground, and screamed, Cheating! I don't accept this. Lin Mo smiled slyly. The cards are on the table, I take it all. Taking advantage of the red-black ghost's mental breakdown, Lin Mo nudged his friends. Let's get out of here, guys. As they ran for their lives, Aq asked curiously, How did you perform that amazing trick earlier? Lin Mo laughed it off and explained, I just used the ghost blood pupil to peek inside and kept shaking until 3 6s came up. As for splitting the die, I just borrowed the ghost's sword to give it a light slice, and it cut right in half. Xiao Pan looked at him with starstruck eyes. Brother Mo is the best, Aq chimed in, raising a thumb in admiration. The god of gamblers reincarnated. Lin Mo could only smile sheepishly. After running for their lives quite a distance away, Xiao Pan finally asked, Brother Mo, where is our next stop? The trash can ghost was brought out again to shield them. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Hold on, let me check the map first. Right at that moment, flirtatious calls echoed, Hey handsome, come chase me, if you catch me I'll reward you. Lin Mo frowned in confusion, what on earth is that? Just as they poked their heads out to look, they froze. 2 enormous ox ghosts were charging forward aggressively. Come play with us, handsome. With a loud crash, the ox head rammed directly into them with a thunderous blow. The massive impact generated a terrifying force, sending the trash can rolling over and over. The wall of the can scraped against the road, bouncing violently. Spinning like a top, Lin Mo screamed, Oh my God, what is happening? Xiao Pan replied weakly, I think we got rammed off the cliff, boss. Inside the cramped space, the three troublemakers were squashed on top of each other, so motion-sick they wanted to throw up their guts. Lin Mo roared, "Open the lid and let me out, quick!" Zio Pan was seeing stars. "It's jammed, boss." It seems the trash can ghost was scared out of its wits, so it locked the lid on top tight, and a queue next to us is already unconscious. Watching the tumbling trash can disappear, the ox ghost rubbed its face sheepishly. It's just that I slipped a bit. The scene shifted to the underground parking lot. The ghost doll grabbed its own neck and cackled. The two evil ghosts opposite were scared half to death, begging, "Please spare us, lady, spare our lives." But those pleas were completely useless. Their necks suddenly twisted, suffocating them, their eyes rolling back as they foamed at the mouth. Then they collapsed limply onto the concrete floor. The ghost doll raised its tiny hand to readjust its joints. Then it twisted its head back to its original position. Gao Shishi withdrew her hand, calling the ghost doll back to her side. Her classmates rushed forward to congratulate her. "Your ghost doll is incredible, Gao Shishi." With just a light move, it wiped out two Spectre-class curse ghosts. As expected of Gao Ju Zhang's daughter, your strength is unmatched. Gao Shishi frowned and interrupted, "Stop the flattery. The ghosts right at this epicenter are far too powerful. Our urgent task is to band together with other students to break through the siege and escape. Any delay will make us ghost food." The black-haired boy clenched his fist, full of spirit. "Right, let's charge straight out, guys," they all shouted in unison. "We will obey your command, Gao Shishi." Suddenly, loud noises echoed. Gao Shishi became highly alert. There are still remnants of the evil ghosts here. She immediately signaled the group to enter battle stance. The trash can ghost rolled wildly down the ramp and crashed heavily into a concrete pillar. Lin Mo, a Q, and Zio Pan luckily survived the crash. Zio Pan asked in shock, "Brother Mo, we haven't gone to see Yan Wang yet, right?" Gao Shishi was stunned, and the two people next to her also whispered, "Is this guy really free enough to go raid a bank? Truly formidable, sneaking right into the central core without even getting his clothes torn." Lao San frowned. "Wait, isn't that the guy who fought Sun Mu in the market?" The black-haired guy agreed, "It's that bastard. Last time he even used pepper spray to play dirty with me." Annoyed by the whispering, Lin Mo raised his head to look. Lin Mo pointed directly at them. "Oh, turns out it's the bird's nest heads from last time." Their faces turned red as they snapped back, "You are the bird's nest head." Lao San rolled up his sleeves, preparing to rush forward. "What arrogant words, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents," but Gao Shishi stopped him. "Stop it, now is not the time to fight among ourselves." Lin Mo sneered, "Being obedient is good." While busy bickering, Lin Mo glanced sideways and noticed a pile of ghost pearls from the remnants of the ghosts that Gao Shishi's group had just defeated. He hurriedly urged his teammates, "Oh my god, so many ghost pearls, guys, gather them quickly, this is a huge harvest." Lao San's group was furious. "How unfair, this was clearly our hard work, why are they picking them up so easily? They are so thick-skinned." The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 break defense points times 10. Gao Shishi was also annoyed, so she warned Lin Mo, "Now is not the time to gather ghost pearls, our lives are hanging by a thread." Lin Mo casually replied, "Gathering ghost pearls. Then which ghost is the gatherer, and where did its ghost pearls drop?" Gao Shishi was choked up. She said in embarrassment, "Look, we plan to cooperate with other students to escape Kanglan City. I sincerely hope you will join us." Lin Mo casually replied while playing with a ghost pearl, "Go with you? I'm afraid before we even escape, you'll stab me in the back." Gao Shishi's face darkened. "You don't trust me. Do you really think I'm a dirty player? What on earth did I do wrong for you to speak so harshly?" Lin Mo looked straight at Gao Shishi with a sharp gaze. "You don't know how to play dirty. Those shady tricks you used were even worse than stabbing in the back." The brutal reply left her speechless. Sun Mei Li and another female student rushed over to comfort Gao Shishi. "Shishi, he is just arrogant, why do you care about him? Even if we rescue those useless fools from Bai Yang, they won't be of any use, just let them fend for themselves. Our goal is to survive, we don't have time to do charity for those incompetent people." Lin Mo laughed and replied, "Oh yes, that's right, I am indeed a useless and incompetent person." He casually picked his ear, half closing one eye with a bored look, "So please stay away from this useless guy, otherwise I might bring trouble to you later." Gao Shishi turned around resolutely, "Let's go, but her eyes were still fixed on Lin Mo. "You useless thing, find your own way to survive." Lin Mo immediately flipped his middle finger and stuck out his tongue in an extremely arrogant, mocking way. Just after stepping out of the underground parking lot, Gao Shishi's group was blocked by a strange mist. She covered her nose tightly, and Sun Mu's group behind her also froze in shock. Thousands of souls poured down from the sky, and their leader was the painted skin ghost, which had reached the evil ghost realm. Gao Shishi cried out in panic, "Everyone, run away quickly." She dashed away, and Lao Sen also frantically followed close behind, but did you think escaping would be that easy? This direction is also completely blocked. Brat, you killed our kind and now you expect to just walk away. The evil ghost-level frozen ghost spoke. Lao San was paralyzed with fear, an evil ghost leading a whole horde of fierce spirits. We are truly doomed this time. Sun Mei Li asked trembling, Gao Shishi, what should we do? Gao Shishi racked her brain. We are cornered. Now our only choice is to concentrate all firepower, cover each other, and charge straight ahead. She immediately summoned her ghost doll. Our numbers are not small. If we work together, we might be able to carve out a bloody path. Lao San's group also obeyed, summoning their ghosts to prepare for a death match. Charge, guys. The arrogant evil spirit threw landmines straight down. Die, you insignificant pests. The explosion was so powerful that it blasted the group of people into the air. Another demon also fiercely rushed in. Let me join the fun too. The thick fog caused Gao Shishi's group to lose their bearings, as dark shadows hovered around them. The blonde guy said warily, trying to play tricks behind my back, corroding ghost battle. But as the corroding ghost rushed in, Lao San waved his hands frantically and screamed, don't attack, it's me. The blonde guy sighed in relief, so it's you scared the life out of me. However, right next to Lao San, an identical figure had also just collapsed. The blonde guy backed away in panic. Wait a minute, what the hell is this? Why are there two identical guys wearing black glasses? If only he had realized it sooner, the painted skin ghost had already torn off its horrifying disguise. It swung its hand and pierced through his chest to take his life. Kid, you fell into my trap. As his heart left his body, his life faded away. Right as he collapsed, Lin Mo's group appeared. All three of them were pale with fear. Lin Mo whispered, if Gao Shishi's group gets wiped out, we are the next stop. The black-haired guy shouted a warning, watch out. The painted skin ghost can transform into our own people. The crowd began to warily inspect each other. Are you even human? I should be asking you that instead. The panic accidentally gave a huge advantage to the fierce soldiers. They immediately aimed at the two bickering guys. You've shown your tail. They frantically opened fire. Blow yourselves to pieces. Q observed the situation and spoke up. Looks like Gao Shishi's group is about to go down. Xiao Pan quickly turned and asked, Brother Mo, which way do we escape? He cast his eyes in the opposite direction. No doubt about it, definitely this way. There is only a frozen ghost guarding that side. The escape rate will be higher. The frozen ghost was lazily yawning. The sound made immediately caught her ears. She showed her delight. How rare for some fools to walk straight into death's door. Lin Mo's group dashed forward, and a Q immediately unleashed a move to support. A Q leaped high into the air, summoning the abyssal black shadow. The frozen ghost took a breath of freezing air. Since you served yourselves to my mouth, I will send you all away together. The freezing ice burst out, and Lin Mo reflexively leaped into the air with divine speed. The giant ice sheet rushed forward, locking down a Q and Xiao Pan's legs instantly. Xiao Pan strained to pull his legs out, but in vain. A Q turned pale and cried out, we're really finished. Lin Mo landed successfully, cold, sweat dripping. That was terrifying. Just a little more and I would have turned into an ice cream. He immediately used his ultimate move, the red-eyed ghost blood eye. Its backlash mechanism would turn the opponent's weapon against them, reflecting all crowd control back at the enemy. The freezing energy that had just spread out turned back to bite the ghost. She hissed in frustration, damn it. Taking advantage of her temporary freezing, Lin Mo gripped his sword tight and rushed forward to strike. One slash to destroy the soul, one slash to exorcise evil. Unfortunately, the moment the sword tip touched the super-hard ice armor, it shattered into pieces. Lin Mo clicked his tongue in surprise. An evil ghost level is indeed different. This magic-resistant armor is way too tanky. The ghost smirked mockingly, not bad for the backlash of the ghost blood eye. You're strong, kid, but keep dreaming if you think you can pierce my ice shield. Once the seal is lifted, I'll slice you to pieces. If you want to play dirty, I'll play along. Lin Mo immediately unleashed a blood curse. How about you taste this? As the seal flashed, the ghost gasped, what kind of trick is this? The layer of ice and snow instantly broke into large pieces. She was blasted far away by a powerful force, her back crashing straight into the wall with a loud thud. Clutching her chest, she grimaced, "What terrifying power!" Lin Mo kept a cool head, using this golden opportunity to summon his ghost soldiers to rescue Xiao Pan and AQ. The opera ghost and the chainsaw ghost appeared immediately. One thrust fiercely with a spear, while the other used a chainsaw to shred the towering block of ice. The two friends were finally freed. AQ clicked his tongue. "We underestimated her. Who would have thought this woman's attacks were fast as lightning?" Xiao Pan shivered. "It's too cold, I'm completely frozen." Lin Mo urged, "Now that you're fine, run for your lives." The situation was urgent, and both shouted in unison, "Let's go, brother Mo." Just as he was about to take a step, his hand was suddenly grabbed tightly. It turned out to be the female classmate from before, her legs being dragged along the ground by two fierce soldiers. Her face showed absolute terror as she sobbed and begged, "Please save me." Lin Mo gave her a sarcastic look. "Excuse me, how could a useless, incompetent person like me be worthy of saving you?" She shrieked in despair and pain, "Please don't abandon me." And then she was dragged down into the tragic darkness by the swarm of ghosts. The system chimed, "Hooray, the host has pocketed another 200 break defense points." Gao Shishi sharply noticed the opportunity. Lin Mo's direction has broken through the encirclement. Chase after that way. Unfortunately, not everyone could keep up. She yanked Sun Mei Li's hand. "Ignore him, let's escape." The other girl nodded repeatedly, "Got it." Lin Mo's group of 3 was sprinting frantically along the road. Suddenly, Lin Mo smelled something fishy, a fat guy like Hai Xiao Pan running even faster than him and AQ. This was totally wrong. He frowned and analyzed. Clearly there was an unusual dark energy emanating around Xiao Pan, but even the blood eye couldn't see through it clearly. "We have to test him." To find the truth, Lin Mo slammed on the brakes and shouted, "Hey Hai Xiao Pan, I just remembered that before entering the ghost realm, I accidentally did a full factory reset on my phone. Those clips I promised to send you are completely gone." But the kid still kept running frantically. "Clips or files, we barely have our lives." In a blink, a sharp green sword light tore through the air. The fake Xiao Pan was forced to screech to a halt to dodge AQ's intercepting strike. The painted skin ghost was extremely frustrated. "How did you guys expose me so quickly? Even with the power of the evil spirit ghost blood eye, it shouldn't be able to see through my perfect disguise." Lin Mo smirked. "Your analysis is spot on. The blood eye indeed couldn't see the full truth. However, that fat guy values those clips more than his own life. Hearing they were all gone would definitely make him jump up and curse me to death, instead of being as indifferent as you." The painted skin ghost roared in anger. "This is driving me crazy. What on earth is that damn clip that is more precious than human life?" The system rang. "Congratulations to the host for gathering another 50 break defense points." Lin Mo demanded coldly, "Where did you hide Hai Xiao Pan?" AQ from behind also pointed his sword threateningly. "Speak up, or I will send you to meet the King of Hell." The painted skin ghost laughed wildly, putting its hands together in disdain. "Relying only on you two little brats, and you think you can take my life." The dark magic suddenly activated, leaving Lin Mo stunned as he saw his opponent cast a space teleportation skill. The ghost's figure materialized right behind AQ. "Let's send this brat away first." Lin Mo panicked and shouted, "AQ, watch your back." AQ remained calm, immediately deploying Shadow Shift. The demon was stunned, as its arm was suddenly locked tight by AQ's shadow. "What on earth is this?" AQ's face darkened. "Take this soul-reaping scythe." The black shadow slowly raised the weapon of death. The painted skin ghost frantically twisted its body to dodge, but still took a solid hit. Clutching its bleeding wound, it felt full of panic. "Damn it, this kid is a tough nut to crack. If I keep lingering, I might be the one to die." It resorted to dark magic to slip away. So infuriating, running away is the best option. Q frowned from the heavy scent of death. "Where did Hai Xiao Pan go?" Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat. "How annoying, let's head back and search. The rule is if he's alive we see him, if he's dead we see his corpse." They both hurried back to search for their friend's trace, but as luck would have it, they bumped into the remnants of Gao Shishi's group on the way. She grabbed his hand to stop him. "Lin Mo, you absolutely must not go in there. There are no less than 3 evil ghosts and a horde of fierce spirits waiting in that lair. Hai Xiao Pan is probably already." Lin Mo was extremely anxious. He brushed her hand away forcefully. "Let go of me." Then he bolted forward like the wind. The burly guy expressed his admiration. What a man of loyalty and righteousness. I truly admire him. If he returns safe and sound, I will definitely ask to become sworn brothers, I mean. Gao Shishi looked serious. The urgent matter now is to escape first. Then we must quickly call the safety bureau for help. Maybe we can still save his life. Only a ruined wasteland remained around. Aq and Lin Mo flipped over every ghost and human corpse to search. Fat boy, if you're still breathing, make some noise to let us know. Xiao Pan was poking his head out from under a ghost's corpse, whispering, I'm hiding here, Brother Mo. They found him, but still had to stay highly alert in case it was another trick of the painted skin ghost. Xiao Pan whimpered, why are you two just standing there? Pull me out quickly. To be absolutely sure, Lin Mo used his old trick again. I just remembered that my phone fell into the water before entering this area, so I had to wipe all the data. Those movies I promised to let you watch are now gone like smoke. Sure enough, the real one cried out in grief upon hearing the clips were gone. Xiao Pan slammed his hands on the ground. What did you say? All the movies are gone. Lin Mo, you destroyer, my entire teacher collection. The system reported good news, excellent. The host has pocketed another 300 break defense points. Xiao Pan groaned as if taking his last breath. My beloved teacher collection, my teacher treasure trove. Lin Mo hurriedly urged, definitely the real one, dig him out quickly. A chilling killing intent swept in from behind. The monsters and fear soldiers had cast a tight net. Brats, do you have a death wish, daring to show your faces here again? How bold, to look down on us evil ghosts of Kanglan City. The frozen ghost grimaced and growled, this time we swear we will chop you to pieces. Don't think you can step foot out of this land. The red and black ghost clenched its fist and hissed in anger. I am a dignified gambling master, yet I suffered a humiliating loss to a green boy. If word gets out, where can I hide my face? We must take his life this time. The smoke ghost nodded in agreement. Exactly, this ghost blood-eye kid counters me too hard, we must destroy him. Lin Mo refused to back down, proudly raising his middle finger to mock each of them. Salty, you can't win so you resort to gang attacks to silence me, what a bunch of losers. And you, getting out of breath in a 1v1 so you bring a crowd, I despise cowards like you the most. The red and black ghost barked furiously, who did you say can't win? If you have the guts, let's rematch. The system happily declared, congratulations to the host for successfully collecting 40 break defense points. The smoke ghost's face also twisted in anger. My ultimate skill is cooled down now. I will crush you in a one-on-one. The system chimed again. The host gathered another 40 break defense points. Knock, knock, the red and black ghost and the smoke ghost were suddenly struck hard on their heads. The scholar ghost appeared, leisurely waving his fan. What a bunch of trash. The two ghost soldiers jumped in fright. Greetings, big brother. The scholar ghost glared sideways at them. Look at yourselves, letting a brat lead you by the nose and beat you up. Even a gang attack yielded nothing, forcing me to show up in person. The reputation of Kanglan City's demons has been completely dragged through the mud by you guys. Lin Mo's vision blurred this aura. He is almost at the Ghost King threshold. He scanned the enemy's dense formation, sweat soaking his back. Beating the smoke ghost and the red and black ghost earlier was pure luck. Is there any way out this time? Against the likes of the frozen ghost and the painted skin ghost, we might barely escape by running with all our might. Lin Mo's gaze locked on the scholar ghost. But facing this elegant fellow in front of us, I'm afraid we don't even stand a chance of scratching his skin. A suffocating pressure enveloped them. Just looking at him was enough to see how massive the gap in power was. The scholar ghost laughed coldly. Today this seat will open you little brats' eyes to what absolute power is. Lin Mo's mind was in turmoil. Could my fate end so anticlimactically in this corner? The scholar ghost challenged him. Hey brat holding that toy sword, show me whatever ultimate moves you have and let me enjoy them. He laughed arrogantly. I allow you to slash straight at my face. Lin Mo was speechless. He dared to call his high-quality gear a toy sword. After carefully analyzing the situation, Lin Mo's anger soared. A half-step ghost king ruling over the evil ghosts, charging in would mean certain death. But a man's pride would not allow these demons to look down on him. He placed 2 fingers over his eyes, releasing the power of the blood curse. Open your eyes wide and watch. A strange, ancient symbol clearly manifested right in front of the scholar ghost. He lazily flicked his fan, and the killing mark shattered into 100 pieces. Child's play. The scholar ghost casually waved his fan once more. The remnants of the mark were swept into the air by a whirlwind, and exploded with a deafening blast. Lin Mo's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Aq explained in a deep voice, "That is the innate talent of the scholar ghost, purifying all types of curses and debuffs targeting him." The subordinates standing by cheered and clapped enthusiastically. "Big Brother is incredibly cool, the absolute best." A suffocating, resentful energy enveloped the high-rise buildings, while Gao Shishi's remnants were still running for their lives. Gao Shishi could naturally feel this terrifying pressure clearly. Lin Mo must have clashed with the half-step Ghost King, this time that trio's chances of survival are slim, death is almost guaranteed. Sun Mei Li smiled smugly. Finally, that arrogant guy has to pay with his life. The burly guy panted and chimed in, "We are extremely lucky to have escaped early. Staying behind to face a Ghost King would have gotten us killed." Back at Lin Mo's side, the Ghost Army was still cheering their leader endlessly. Big Brother is mighty and invincible under heaven. Lin Mo calculated in his mind, this scholar guy seems to love sweet talk. If I flatter him skillfully, we might be able to beg for a way out. To survive, one must take risks. Lin Mo immediately clapped loudly. How divine! That fan strike earlier was no different from the banana leaf fan of Princess Iron Fan descending to Earth. One wave shakes ghosts and gods, two waves turn heaven and earth upside down. As expected, the scholar ghost smiled with satisfaction. "You brat have an eye for greatness." Lin Mo nudged Xiao Pan's side with his elbow that hit the sweet spot. "Follow my lead quickly." Though Xiao Pan was still dazed, he immediately played along. The two played off each other. Yes, the power of this fan is uniquely mystical. I thought a Category 8 hurricane was hitting us." Lin Mo smiled and flattered him, "So could your lordship please show mercy and spare us poor peasants?" The scholar ghost burst into a hearty laugh. But then his face turned freezing cold as he spat out one word, "Dream on." He frowned and waved his fan hard, as countless sharp saw blades sliced through the wind. "Do you think I'm stupid? Expecting me to let you go after a few flattering words? Sweet talk can't taste as good as your flesh." Lin Mo gritted his teeth and strained to block the attack with his arms. The overwhelming force forced both his knees to slam onto the ground. Lin Mo grimaced and groaned, "Brother Scholar, wait, Scholar Lord, please show mercy and spare us this time." Lin Mo gritted his teeth, clutching his bleeding wound, as Xiao Pan cried out in panic, "Brother Mo." The fat boy also had tears streaming down as he bowed his hands and begged, "Please grant us a path of survival to live with dignity." Then Xiao Pan yanked Aq's shirt. "Aq, bow with us." But Aq's face was hard as stone, absolutely refusing to yield. "I'd rather bleed and die than lower myself before an evil ghost." The scholar ghost laughed deviously. "Don't worry, once I consume your flesh, I will arrange your bones together so you can stay as brothers." He repeatedly waved his fan without stopping. A barrage of fiery saw blades poured down like a heavy rain. This time it was Aq's turn to bear the brunt. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold on. The situation was hanging by a thread. How could the remaining strength of 3 match this crowd of minions? The scholar ghost slowly walked over to Aq. "Don't worry. I promise you will have a joyful reunion in the afterlife." He spread his fan wide, as rows of sharp saw teeth shot out. The demon laughed maniacally. "Hand over your lives, you brats." Lin Mo roared in despair, "Aq." Suddenly a black crow flew over, cawing loudly, "Stop, wait." In its claws it held a letter, "Urgent news, stop." The scholar ghost stopped mid-action. Cold sweat broke out on him. "It's the messenger of Hu Yan Wang." He carefully received the letter with both hands. Then he gently opened the seal to read. His hands trembled, and his whole body shivered. What orders does his lordship have for this humble servant? After reading, he stood dazed. "You are the one named Lin Mo." Lin Mo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and nodded. "Yes, did something happen?" The scholar ghost raised the letter to question. "What connection do you have with Hu Yan Wang that he would issue an amnesty order forbidding me from touching a single hair on your head?" Lin Mo looked blank. "I have no idea who Hu Yan Wang is. I only know that in another moment I would have met the King of Hell." The scholar ghost frowned. "You must have met him before without knowing his title." He waved his fan, sketching out a sharp image. "Open your eyes and see if this figure looks familiar." Lin Mo stared blankly. "Not familiar at all. Since birth I have never seen anyone with this appearance." The scholar ghost muttered and scratched his head. "Truly bizarre. Since the beginning of time he has never shown mercy to a mortal." Lin Mo widened his eyes in surprise. While Xiao Pan quickly helped him stand straight, He cleared his throat, familiar or not, let's skip it. What matters is Hu Yanwang has pardoned us, so we can leave now, right? The scholar ghost waved his hand in annoyance. Beat it, get out of my sight. Lin Mo replied with a grin, yes, yes, I hope we never meet again. The evil spirits automatically parted, clearing a way for Lin Mo's group of 3 to pass. The scholar ghost ordered his subordinates, this person is protected by Hu Yanwang. Send an urgent message to all ghosts in the central area that they are strictly forbidden from harming them. The red and black ghost respectfully obeyed. The red and black ghost clutched its chest and wiped its sweat. We are incredibly lucky we didn't strike earlier, otherwise I can't imagine how Hu Yanwang would have skinned us all. Lin Mo walked side by side with his brothers Haizio Pan and Aq, passing through the dense circle of ghost soldiers. The evil spirits only dared to stand frozen and watch, absolutely not moving. Lin Mo looked around in surprise. They really don't dare to make a move. His mind was filled with thoughts. Earlier it was hanging by a thread. Who knew a thin letter could turn the tide completely? Lin Mo suddenly stopped smiling, turning to ask Aq in a serious voice. Hey Aq, what kind of powerful figure is that Hu Yanwang after all? His friend explained in a stern tone that Hu Yanwang is a top figure among the top 10 evil ghosts hunted down by humanity. Recalling the bloody battles that Hu Yanwang had waged, Aq added, this guy once led an army of ghosts to flatten 11 bustling cities in the North Nation. Suddenly realizing a loophole in the story, Aq turned to ask Lin Mo, how did you get close to such a notorious figure? Seeing his brother's suspicion, Lin Mo scratched his head and explained, I swear to heaven and earth I have absolutely no clue about him. My head is hurting too from trying to understand why he showed mercy to save us. Lin Mo fell into a loop of thoughts. The ghost sword tomb seal breaking from the other day is still full of mystery, and now this Hu Yanwang is involved. What on earth do these powerful figures have to do with my background? Haizio Pan, who had been quiet, suddenly jumped over, putting his arms around his 2 comrades' shoulders with a chuckle. Who cares who Hu Yanwang is? Bottom line is that the demons don't dare to touch a hair of ours right now. Let's head straight to the next vault to gather buckets of money, guys. The scene suddenly shifted to the small house of Lin Mo's parents, his mother and Shuang washing clothes and speaking to Lin Feng. Why didn't you write a letter to the scholar ghost yourself to get it over with? I bet they wouldn't dare touch a single hair of our little Mo. Why did you have to ask little Yama to step in? He gave a simple smile and replied, how could I show myself? If little Mo suspects and questions me, won't my tail be completely exposed? Suddenly Lin Feng's face darkened, taking a long drag from his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Keeping that pensive expression, he slowly explained to his wife, we absolutely cannot let the boy know the truth this early. If the fate of restoring the nation for hundreds of thousands of compatriots lands on him now, it will crush his young shoulders. From afar, the figure of a young girl was carrying a heavy bucket of water, a loud call coming from outside the fence. Yes. It turned out to be Lin Qing Luo, Lin Mo's sickly younger sister. She cheerfully asked from outside, Dad, did you just get back from Tanhai? Feeling pain to see his precious daughter carrying such a heavy load despite her weak condition, he shouted in shock, my darling daughter, your body is so frail, why are you carrying such a huge bucket of water? Lin Feng hurriedly ran out to take the water bucket from his daughter and carried it into the yard. The girl gently reassured her father, don't worry, Dad, since I'm weak I also need some physical activity to get stronger. Lin Feng, still worrying, scolded her, carrying a whole bucket of water from all the way behind the mountain, and you call that some physical activity? Your health is depleted, just rest, Mom and Dad can handle it. Being scolded loudly by her father made Qing Luo feel hurt and tear up. She sobbed, I understand, from now on I won't touch anything, is that fine? Seeing his little treasure crying, he immediately comforted her. Stop crying, Dad loves you, physical activity is a good thing. And Shuang, standing nearby, also joined in to comfort her. That's right, stretching and moving around is excellent. Qing Luo blinked innocently, is what you and Mom said true? And Shuang smiled gently, of course it's true, sweetie. Hearing this, she wiped her tears and smiled brightly, asking her parents, how is big brother doing at university? Can I call him now Dad? Lin Feng looked affectionately at his daughter and replied, it's not convenient right now, your brother is stuck in the ghost realm, we have to wait for him to complete his mission to contact him. Hearing a terrifying name, she worried deeply for her brother and pressed, is entering the ghost realm life-threatening, Dad? He skillfully avoided her pure gaze and replied, I guarantee your brother has tough skin and a resilient life. He won't die." Looking at his daughter's bright, innocent smile, his heart filled with a wave of aching sorrow. Could her fragile constitution hold out past the age of 16? The field command post set up in the Kanglan Ghost Realm in the quiet of the night, a duty officer reported tensely, "Deputy Director, the evil spirits in here have overwhelming strength. I'm afraid even mobilizing the military might not pacify them." Sun De Li roared, "The risk to the new students is beyond imagination. I demand to suspend the exam immediately and rescue all students." He stood with his hands behind his back in a commanding manner, while Gao Shishi stood timidly right behind him. Sun De Li coldly declared to all duty staff, "Since it's called a life-and-death exam, losing a few lives is only natural. Those fallen students can be considered as having sacrificed themselves for the nation's peace." Gao Shishi indignantly questioned De Li, "If all the students die here, it will cause a shocking educational disaster. Are you not worried at all about being reprimanded by your superiors?" He glared at her with eyes as sharp as a cleaver and hissed, "Reprimanded. The core purpose of this exam is to lure out the demon-sealing remnants backing Lin Mo. Such a glorious achievement is more than enough to cover up this tiny educational risk. Those who dream of hegemony must avoid being overly sentimental over trivial matters." Hearing those cold words, she shivered in horror at his cold-blooded nature. She angrily fired back, "I can't believe your circle treats human lives like trash." Sun De Li curled his lips in a sinister smile, glancing at her as he spoke. "Shishi, this was also proposed by your own father." She couldn't help but scream at De Li, "But Lin Mo is about to die. He's being driven to his death by a half-step ghost king. What is the point of your schemes and calculations anymore?" As soon as she finished, he roared in panic, "What did you say?" Then Sun De Li grabbed her shoulders and snapped, "Why didn't you reveal such shocking news earlier? The forces backing Lin Mo will definitely jump in to intervene and rescue him from the half-step ghost king." She coldly asked back, "Then what about the other innocent students? Do you plan to ignore them all?" Before she could even finish, he hurriedly gave the order, "Assemble the entire army. The demon-sealing remnants are about to bite the bait." Receiving the secret order, the soldiers quickly formed up and shouted in unison, "Director, we are ready." Scanning to see that the troops were fully assembled, Sun De Li waved his hand and shouted, "Advance." The entire squad behind him strictly obeying with a roaring response. The whole crowd surged forward, leaving Shishi standing there in a daze, stunned by his lightning-fast face-turning. She secretly calculated that they were clearly using the intrusion as an excuse just to scout the situation, and did not care at all about the survival of the group of young students. Her face suddenly darkened as she recalled Lin Mo's warnings. Could all of his analyses be correct, and the Safety Bureau was indeed such a bunch of corrupt, miserable bastards? The scene shifted toward Fujibank. The trio of Lin Mo, Haizio Pan, and Akiu were staring at the pried-open safes riddled with holes. Akiu grumbled, saying it was highly likely that a group of looters had raided this place during the Ghost Tide disaster 2 years ago. Lin Mo cursed in frustration, "What a bunch of bastards." Haizio Pan, however, calmly comforted them, "At least we already cleared out one bank. This trip wasn't a waste of effort after all." Seeing that there was nothing left to salvage, the trio filed out. Lin Mo suggested, "Let's go, let's head over to other areas and see what we can find." Suddenly, a man was thrown out of nowhere, landing right at the feet of the three of them. The man collapsed on the ground, groaning feebly, "Director, please save my life." Witnessing this scene, he stared in astonishment, wondering how an old uncle had ended up in a challenge round meant for students. Putting the man's cry for help together, Lin Mo became suspicious. "Director, could he be from the Safety Bureau? Let's retreat to a hidden spot first." Haizio Pan bit his nails and wondered, "Strange, how come I don't smell even a hint of demonic aura from this uncle?" The blood-eyed ghost mistapped his shoulder and whispered, "Look up over there." Lin Mo was startled to recognize Sun De Li and the soldiers of the Safety Bureau looming. "It's the power of the invisible ghost. These guys are planning to use invisibility disguise to illegally infiltrate the ghost realm." The soldiers in the squad panicked and turned to ask him, "Boss, what should we do? Our stealth infiltration mission is blown." The blood-eyed ghost miscurled her lips in mockery. "What a bunch of short-sighted fools. Do they honestly think the evil spirits of Kanglan are all useless small fry?" Encountering this group of people here, his blood boiled as he figured, "Sneaking into the ghost realm like this, I bet 10 to 1 they are targeting my head." In another development, Sun De and his two subordinates were being lifted into the air by white souls of the mid-tier fierce spirit class. The lackeys trapped on the ground cried out in despair, "Director, please don't leave your brothers to die here in vain." He turned his head and coldly threw back a sentence, "I'm terribly sorry, comrades. My white soul has reached its limit and can only split into 3 clones. My hands are tied, and I cannot save everyone." The soldiers below, being torn apart by the ghosts, still desperately clung to a shred of hope. "Why are you so heartless as to abandon us?" Ah! A miserable scream rang out, while he had already managed to use a rope to swing away and disappear in another direction. Taking in the entire cold-blooded drama, Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Sun De, the old debt is finally going to be settled today. Meanwhile, his two best friends were still completely dazed, not understanding a thing. Lin Mo shot forward like an arrow, leaving his two friends stunned. Hai Zio Pan hurriedly called after him, "Brother Mo, who are you planning to fight to the death with?" With a face full of killing intent, he strode forward while throwing back a reply. "I'm going to drag Sun De out and get the antidote to save Aran's life." Grasping the situation, Aq also leapt after him. Lin Mo quickly instructed, "In a moment, please summon your shadow ghosts to harass those 2 lackeys of the Safety Bureau." Receiving the urgent request, Aq nodded firmly, "Just trust me, leave the encirclement to me." Due to his oversized body, Hai Zio Pan fell far behind. Waddling to catch up, he gasped for breath, "You too, wait for me." In a hidden corner, Sun De and his 2 luckily escaped subordinates were whispering in discussion. He asserted, "It's definitely this street, though it seems we are a step too late." A soldier asked suspiciously, "Is that kid Lin Mo really dead, boss?" The other interrupted, "If the figure backing Lin Mo clashed with the half-step Ghost King, I bet this whole street would have been flattened." Sun De furrowed his brows and told the 2 soldiers whose lives he had just saved, "Most likely that brat Lin Mo is already dead. This place has more danger than safety. Let's turn back along the old path and escape Kanglin immediately." Far in the distance, the red and black ghost and the smoke ghost were strolling towards Deli's group. The red and black ghost sneered, "Coming when you like and leaving when you are bored, is it that easy?" The smoke ghost also smirked, "They really treat our Kanglin ghost realm as nothing but trash." Seeing the 2 ghosts suddenly appear, Deli's group went weak in the knees, thinking, "We are doomed. They are both genuine evil ghosts and they've paired up. Our 3 measly Tier 3 Ghost Tamer lives would struggle even against minor evil spirits, let alone dealing with these 2 monsters. We'll just be picked clean." Without hesitation, Deli formed a hand seal and chanted a spell to summon the White Soul Ghost. The horde of white souls rushed forward, unleashing a life-draining skill to bite back at the 2 evil ghosts. Anticipating their escape plan, the smoke ghost roared mockingly, "Want to run? Go run in the underworld." Before the demon could finish his sentence, an earth-shattering explosion tore through the air. Even though they were fleeing for their lives, Deli had to screech to a halt and look up. Witnessing the tragedy in the sky with his own eyes, he screamed in agony, "What on earth, my white soul ghost?" His face crumpled in terror as he sensed a surge of dark energy hurtling toward him. A pitch-black shadow from afar was charging with insane speed. It was indeed the ultimate technique, abyssal shadow. It turned out to be Lin Mo charging with a sword to hunt down Deli. He roared, "Sun De, you can't run." Right behind him, Aq immediately unleashed a move to provide full support. The director shrieked in absolute terror, "Lin Mo, how are you still breathing?" Lin Mo exuded an overwhelming killing intent. Channeling all of his power into his blade, he charged forward like a madman. To face the onslaught, Sun De and his soldiers had to grit their teeth and summon the martial student ghost and the saw butterfly ghost into a life-or-death battle. Deli's legs felt rooted to the ground out of pure terror, unable to move at all. He frantically shrieked, "Come out quickly, invisible ghost, drowned ghost." Immediately, the drowned ghost rushed out to parry the attack from the martial student ghost, while the invisible ghost also timely intercepted the skill of the saw butterfly ghost. The subordinates standing behind saw the tense situation and shouted to urge each other, "Quickly summon your ghosts to support the director." But before the words could fully leave their mouths, Aq had already closed in, pressing a freezing blade against one of their necks and whispering creepily, "Stand as still as a statue. Move an inch and you'll go meet your ancestors." Right after that, a band of pitch-black mist wrapped tightly around both henchmen, making them let out a terrified, miserable shriek. Aq had just unleashed the abyssal shadow, wrapping the 2 soldiers as neatly as Egyptian mummies. Despite their crying and begging for mercy, the The red and black ghost and the smoke ghost just stood far away with folded arms, spectating. The smoke ghost scratched his head and muttered in confusion, who am I? Where is this? Why are their own people beating each other up like that?" The red and black ghost beside him agreed, "Exactly, I thought the Safety Bureau was supposed to protect the future generation of the country." Two ghosts just stood there acting as commentators. They clicked their tongues, praising Lin Mo's vicious moves, noting that he seemed intent on sending the deputy director to the afterlife, truly a perfect copy of Hu Yan Wang. Right at that moment, Lin Mo delivered a thunderous kick straight to Dali's abdomen, causing him to cough up blood. The ghost audience nodded in agreement. "Even though we got spun like tops by this brat and it's frustrating, we have to admit he is good. We've seen plenty of ruthless ghosts, but a human this cruel is truly an eye-opener." Dali staggered back a few steps, clutching his churning, painful stomach, coughing violently. He glared at Lin Mo, who was brandishing his sword, stepping closer and closer. His face turned paper-white, and a surge of absolute terror flashed through his mind. "This brat is really planning to end my life." Sun Dali frantically screamed at the top of his lungs to summon his ghosts. "Invisible ghost, drowned ghost, are you guys just standing there enjoying the view? Get over here and save your master immediately." The two ghosts were startled and quickly replied, "Yes, yes, we are coming." But Lin Mo had already leapt high into the air, swinging his razor-sharp sword as he prepared to strike down, a mocking smile on his face. "Your invisible ghost won't make it in time." Dali was in complete despair, only able to freeze in place as he watched the Grim Reaper charge towards him. Lin Mo channeled all his power into his sword, making it glow brilliantly and discharge countless lightning bolts that tore through space. With eyes bloodshot with killing intent and hair standing on end due to energy, he unleashed his ultimate technique, one sword to eradicate evil. Crescent-shaped shockwaves sliced through the air and hurtled straight toward Dali at a terrifying speed. The incoming devastating strike shredded his clothes to tatters, leaving him with no choice but to stand there and take the hit, screaming in helplessness. Lin Mo now stood tall right in front of him, pointing his sword tip straight at the writhing man on the ground, calmly declaring, "I win this round." With that, he raised his left foot and stomped hard on his opponent's stomach, the vicious stomp making Dali vomit fresh blood. With an icy face, Lin Mo growled each threatening word. "Where is the antidote? Spit it out quickly, or else get ready to go into the grave." Hearing this, Dali suddenly let out a smug laugh, his tone extremely condescending. "So you want to save that brat? Then you wouldn't dare touch my life. If you know what's good for you, kneel down, kowtow 3 times and beg, and maybe I'll show some mercy." Annoyed by his arrogant attitude, Lin Mo didn't bother wasting words, directly swinging his sword and severing Dali's left arm. Having lost an arm, Dali collapsed to the ground, in so much pain that he almost fainted. Lin Mo leaned down, smirking mockingly. "Well, who said I wouldn't dare send you on your way?" Despite bleeding profusely and feeling bone-shattering pain, the old man stubbornly maintained his smugness. "Because if I die, you can forget about getting the antidote. That girl will definitely die, so you must serve and protect my life." After saying that, Dali threw his head back and laughed maniacally. That punchable laugh made Lin Mo's blood boil with rage. He gritted his teeth, uttering cruel words. "If you refuse to spit out the antidote, I will chop you to pieces first, and then wipe out your entire sect while I'm at it." Although extreme terror was evident in his eyes, he still forced a defiant smile. "I bet $1 billion that you don't have the guts to kill me, ha ha ha." He sighed, his voice lowering as if in admission. "This old man is truly the most shameless bastard alive. I admit that I cannot use Rand's life as a gambling chip, but—" Before Lin Mo could even finish his sentence, Dali thought he had surrendered and excitedly interrupted. "It's good that you are sensible. Quickly let me go and escort me out of this area as my bodyguard while you're at it. Once that's done, obediently hand yourself over to the Safety Bureau." But instantly, the look of forbearance on Lin Mo's face vanished, replaced by an extremely sinister smile. "But my level of shamelessness is on a much higher tier than yours." With that, Lin Mo turned his face to the side, nodding, "Smoke Ghost, it's showtime." Hearing someone call his name, he pointed a finger at his own face, replying in dazed briefness, "Calling this king." Lin Mo grabbed Dali by the hair, pulled him up, and threw him straight towards the Smoke Ghost. By now, both the Smoke Ghost and the red and black ghost were curiously walking over. Lin Mo winked mischievously. "Hey boss, your grudge extraction technique has the ability to pry information from souls, right? Use it on this prey for me, force him to spit out the formula for the antidote." The Smoke Ghost folded his arms, raising his chin in defiance. But why should I be your servant? Did you forget how you beat me to a pulp at Huifeng Bank?" Seeing the other's grudge, Lin Mo scratched his head and laughed it off. "Well, I went too far that time, I apologize 1,000 times. But this time you have to help, consider it as me owing you a huge favor." The smoke ghost curled his lips in disdain. "How many cents is a favor from a brat like you worth?" Seeing that the deal was falling through, Lin Mo leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "Did you forget that I'm practically blood brothers with Huo Yan Wang? If I owe you, it means my big boss also owes you. Sounds reliable, right?" Hearing the tempting offer, the smoke ghost stroked his chin and nodded. "Oh, this deal sounds quite reasonable." So he strolled over in front of De Li, making a sign to Lin Mo, "Deal closed," leaving the old man sprawling on the ground whimpering in terror. The smoke ghost stared at the prey and hesitated to warn, "But once this move is used, he will go straight to heaven." Hearing this, De Li panicked and shrieked, "Stop, you can't." Conversely, hearing that the old man would die, Lin Mo's eyes lit up like car headlights. He clapped in excitement. "Oh, absolutely fantastic. Then please perform the move right now while it's hot." Lin Mo's cruel attitude made both the smoke ghost and the red and black ghost stare at each other, thinking to themselves, "This little brat's heart is even more demonic than ours." Although tears and snot were smeared all over his face out of fear, De Li still tried to save some face by cursing, "Lin Mo, you beast, you dare to collude with evil spirits. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." Just as he finished speaking, a system notification popped up beside him. "Congratulations, host, on collecting 500 break defense points." He cast a look of utter disdain at De Li, sneering, Why were you barking so loudly earlier? I thought you were so mighty and majestic, yet now you are so scared that your diaper is soaked." Breaking the tragic atmosphere, the smoke ghost waved his hand to shoo Lin Mo away. "Stand back a bit, don't blame fate if the shockwave hits you later." De Li, still kneeling on the ground, reached out desperately to beg, "No, please don't do this." Ignoring the pleas, the smoke ghost grabbed De Li's scalp and yanked it back, making him shriek in immense pain. Next, he blew out a thick mist from his facial orifices. This was absolutely no ordinary smoke, but the ultimate technique, grudge extraction, used to interrogate all grievances and sins. Inhaling the bizarre energy fully into his lungs, De Li instantly foamed at the mouth, his body convulsing violently before collapsing, barely managing to let out one last roar before his face slammed hard against the ground. The moment the physical body became motionless, a blurry shadow bearing De Li's figure was forced out of his corpse. In the blink of an eye, that soul was tightly bound by rusted chains to an illusory cross. The smoke ghost waved his hand, admiring his masterpiece, and nodded at Lin Mo. "The target is on the chopping block, kid, feel free to interrogate." He stepped close to the suspended soul, tapping his fingers with an invisible threat. "Now, confess, what terrible sins have you committed in your life, and how many injustices have you caused?" De Li's soul, by now scared out of its wits, was forced to spill every single sin, including the most embarrassing acts from his early childhood. "In the winter when I was 4. I intentionally peed on a stray cat, causing it to freeze to death on the street." The long-buried malicious memory reappeared vividly in his mind. Upon hearing the first crime, the smoke ghost swung a leather whip, tearing through his soul with a sharp crack, loudly declaring, "Abusing small animals, this crime deserves a beating." Taking a hit that hurt to the very core of his being, his soul trembled violently, but his mouth still automatically continued to confess. "The year I turned 17. Wanting to secure the top spot, I intentionally lured the jailer ghost to tear apart 7 fellow candidates, monopolizing the chance to pass through the deadly hell." The image of him hiding in a dark corner, despicably watching his teammates get slaughtered, returned realistically. Lin Mo's face darkened, and he coldly ordered, "Causing the deaths of 7 innocent people at once, whip him harder." Receiving the command, the smoke ghost did not hesitate to strike De Li with another lethal whip. Izio Pan and Akiu, standing on the outskirts spectating, also shuddered at his cold-blooded nature. Izio Pan broke into a cold sweat, whispering, "This old man is too cruel, killing people without blinking since he was young." Akiu, with sharp eyes, added, "Chopping this kind of scum to pieces wouldn't be unfair." Hearing the confession, Lin Mo's blood boiled. He rushed forward to vent his anger by repeatedly stomping on the motionless corpse on the ground, cursing as he did. "How did a beast like you climb to the position of deputy director of an entire province? It seems your safety bureau is rotten to the core." But the chain of crimes did not stop there, as his mouth continued to mumble, "The year I was 20. The year I was 23. 2526. Then the year I was 36, though the audience did not hear the details of the crimes after his youth. But based solely on that miserable beginning, anyone could easily imagine the disgusting nature of what he had done. With every timeline revealed, another whip stroke ruthlessly tore the culprit's soul. Hearing the endless confessions, Lin Mo lost all patience. He rushed over and roared straight into the face of the hanging soul, "Your sins are as long as a petition. Are you planning to recount them until next year?" Saying that, he grabbed the soul's throat tightly with his right hand, brutally interrogating, "What is the antidote formula? Spit it out." Under the near-death interrogation, Li weakly spat out the secret: "Use the ghost pearl of the white soul ghost as a catalyst. Add 12 grams of honeysuckle, 0.8 grams of bowing vine, and 0.1 white tribulus flower. Boil on high heat continuously for 3 hours. Once drunk, the poison will dissolve naturally." Having achieved his goal, Lin Mo immediately released his grip on the old man's neck and decisively turned to walk away. Before leaving, he chin-gestured to the smoke ghost, "Clean up this trash for me." The smoke ghost smirked in amusement, raising a hand in agreement, a piece of cake. In a flash, he rushed forward and punched right through Li's soul, leaving a gaping hole, coldly declaring, "A beast covered in sins like you, even breathing pollutes the air." As the soul dissolved into nothingness, the physical shell lying on the ground became nothing but a heap of lifeless flesh, twitching a few times before becoming completely still. His life as deputy director officially ended here. Lin Mo slung his sword over his shoulder, leisurely walked towards the white soul ghost, cleared his throat and called out, "Hey, white soul ghost." The innocent ghost had just turned around to see who was calling, before receiving a direct sword thrust through its core. Taking a fatal blow, the white soul ghost's body dissipated, condensing into a glittering pearl. Lin Mo caught the pearl, cheering in triumph, successfully collected the ghost pearl. Cradling the treasure in his hands, his eyes shone as if holding the entire galaxy. He caressed the pearl while whispering in sheer relief, "Great, finally we have the item to save Ran's life." Having collected his spoils, Lin Mo prepared to withdraw but still turned around to offer a bright smile and a wave to his partner. "Thanks a lot, brother Smoke Ghost, for your righteous help." The other also laughed it off in return, "Just a minor trick, no need to be polite." Then he pointed toward the leftover flesh of Li's 2 henchmen lying over there, asking, "So what about these 2 pieces of garbage?" Lin Mo let out a long yawn, casually waving his hand to his partner. "I'll give them to you to take home for bone broth, I don't care." The smoke ghost and the red and black ghost were delighted, immediately hoisting the 2 prisoners and Li's cold corpse onto their shoulders. The smoke ghost winked at Lin Mo, "Splendid, my hunger has kicked in. Well, we are off. If fate permits, we shall meet again, kid." Only then did Hai Zio Pan scratch his head and ask curiously, "Brother Mo, why does the Safety Bureau keep biting you without letting go? And what kind of organization is that Feng Ma Remnant Group?" Lin Mo himself was extremely bewildered, sighing as he replied, "I'm completely in the dark too. I'll probably have to wait until we get back to school to calm down before silently investigating." Q stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then shared his hypothesis. "As far as I understand, the Feng Ma remnants are the last survivors of the ancient Feng Ma kingdom." Q's eyes turned distant as he recalled the past, slowly recounting. "According to my old man, back in the day, he used to go to the Feng Ma kingdom quite often to practice shaving heads. The locals there were very kind and simple-hearted. It's just a pity." Q hesitated as he remembered the scene of the crowd being enslaved in the mines, continuing his analysis. "But according to my intelligence, all the subjects of that country were exiled by the Chu kingdom to do hard labor in deadly zones. The Safety Bureau and the military are still actively hunting refugees, but how does this relate to your origins?" Piecing together all the facts from Q, Lin Mo began to furrow his brows in deduction. Could it be that our sect is also labeled as Feng Ma Kingdom refugees? But if we were just ordinary fleeing citizens, why would the Safety Bureau mobilize such intense forces to encircle us? More he thought, the more tangled his brain became. He scratched his head and yelled, "Forget it, my head hurts." Lin Mo patted his comrade's shoulder and asked softly, "Hey Q, I saw you deal with the Safety Bureau guys quite decisively earlier. Do you also harbor a deep-rooted hatred for them?" Q calmly shook his head. "Not necessarily hatred, but after hearing that bastard Li's cruel history, I naturally felt that sending him to the afterlife was doing a good deed." Q's gaze hardened as he growled coldly. "Some people wear human skin, but are far more deserving of elimination than evil ghosts." Lin Mo patted his shoulder in approval. "Well said, absolutely spot on." Shifting the scene to headquarters, an intelligence officer tremblingly reported to Director Gao Longchen, "Reporting, boss, out of the 5 rescue teams sent out, only one managed to crawl back. In particular, Deputy Director Sun has vanished without a trace, I'm afraid he has." Gao Longchen rubbed his forehead tiredly, waving his hand to dismiss the soldier, his voice weary. "Very well, withdraw. I have a grasp of the situation." Buried in his armchair, Gao Longchen gritted his teeth in fury. "Damn it, I planned to use this trial exam to dig up the Feng Ma remnant origin behind that kid Lin Mo, but it ended up a total failure. De Li lost his life, and the students suffered countless casualties. This time, I'll definitely get knocked on the head by the higher-ups at headquarters." Just imagining Lin Mo's smug, punchable face made his blood boil, and he couldn't help but roar. This is truly a double loss. Where am I going to hide my shame? Returning to the gathering area, the 3 brothers Lin Mo, Aq, and Hai Zio Pan swaggered out of the portal, passing by dozens of candidates lying around groaning from injuries. Opposite them, the students of Zufeng University were holding their noses high in the air because their roster was completely intact. A bald guy mocked loudly, "Oh, look at those trash, so weak. Some had their whole team wiped out, others ended up with broken legs and severed arms." The bald guy puffed out his chest, boasting of their resounding achievement. "Open your eyes and look at our elite team here. Not a single hair is missing, and we are returning with glory. Though it's only natural, how can a few bottom-tier schools compare to the reputation of Zufeng?" Hearing that arrogant tone, which was far too grating, Lin Mo folded his arms and smirked mockingly. "Oh, so outstanding. Coming out completely unscathed, then what secret technique did you geniuses use to survive in the central core area?" The bald guy still didn't realize he was being mocked, raising his chin proudly. "Are we crazy to enter that deadly core to throw away our lives? We stayed around the outskirts and hunted some stray ghosts, winning easily every single time." While the bald guy was immersed in his illusion of power, his 2 disciples beside him also tried their best to flatter him. One wheedled, "Big Brother's calculation is divine." The other chimed in, "Exactly, maybe our team's stash of ghost pearls will lead the rankings." The bald guy glared at Lin Mo out of the corner of his eye, continuing to throw mocking remarks. "Looking at your pathetic squad from that trash academy, I bet even if you dug up the entire area, you couldn't find 2 ghost pearls to carry back, could you?" Right at that moment, the organizer stepped out with a megaphone to clear the chaos. "Ahem, order everyone. We request all teams to submit all spoils to the judges' table for evaluation and ranking." He did not forget to warn beforehand, "We will return the ghost pearls after grading. Please note, the judging panel consists of very sharp eyes, so do not even think about getting away with any cheating tricks." After explaining the rules, the official stepped back to vacate the stage, announcing, "The grading phase officially begins." Immediately, 2 judges from both flanks stepped up to their workstations. Starting off, 2 battered candidates stepped up, timidly presenting a single pearl, crying, "Teacher, our team's total harvest is only this much." The hawk-eyed judge took a brief glance, not even bothering to touch it before declaring instantly, "This pearl has definitely crystallized for more than 5 days. Brought in from the outside instead of harvested in Kanglan, cheating. Disqualified next." The second group was equally miserable, respectfully presenting a single pearl. The judge felt it for a while and then coldly declared, "This is taken out from your own contracted ghost's body, invalid, disqualified next." Seeing this, the bald guy arrogantly rushed onto the platform, pushing aside the person in front who was stepping down, barking, "Get out of the way for the VIP." He grinned widely, boasting loudly, "Open your eyes and admire this young master's achievements." With that, he turned his backpack upside down, pouring a pile of gleaming pearls onto the judge's table. The 2 judges carefully counted each one, nodding as they read the results. A total of 13 Spectre pearls, 4 Fierce Spirit pearls, and 1 Evil Spirit pearl. The entire square immediately erupted into whispering discussions. One proud guy patted his chest. "With this, Zufeng University will take the championship cup again this year, no surprise there." The instructor, Amin, sighed softly in regret. If only Gao Shishi's team hadn't tripped along the way and given up, the crown would surely have been hers. The bald guy stroked his chin smugly, inwardly celebrating. "The gold cup is calling my name, championship is in the bag." While everyone was cheering, a hand suddenly rose from the back, a voice interrupting, "Excuse me, organizers." It turned out the owner of that voice was Lin Mo. He casually commented, "With those trays of yours being so small, how can they possibly hold my goods?" The shocking statement caused the entire hall to turn around and stare at him. The official frowned, suppressing his curiosity as he asked, "Kid, do you mean your spoils are so numerous that even this huge tray can't fit them?" Lin Mo nodded casually. "Of course, teacher. Hey, Hai Ziopan, summon the trash can ghost to open everyone's eyes." Hai Ziopan quickly chanted a spell to summon the ghost. Immediately after the summon, a hulking figure appeared. The trash can ghost flipped open its lid, tipping its stomach to pour down countless glittering ghost pearls, leaving the entire audience dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. The system sound by Lin Mo's ear rang continuously like winning the lottery. "Congratulations, host, on receiving 100 break defense points." The crowd below fell into chaos. Some held their heads crying out, "Holy crap!" Others rubbed their eyes repeatedly muttering, "Is this an illusion?" Meanwhile, the system's break defense point notifications kept ticking without any sign of stopping. The judging panel was also frozen in place, finally stammering, "So many. How did you harvest such an astronomical amount?" Ignoring the ongoing system notifications, Lin Mo folded his arms and smiled. "You might need to bring out a dozen more trays to fit all of this, teacher." Witnessing the overwhelming display of power, Instructor Amin cheered slightly, secretly admiring. "I thought the hardships would bring the boy down, but to think he would break through at such a terrifying speed. If the Safety Bureau hadn't gotten in the way, this uncut diamond would have been in my hands long ago." The head of the organizing committee cleared his throat with the microphone, solemnly declaring, "I would like to officially announce that the championship title of this year's Ghost Hunt has gone to the representatives of Beiyang Academy." Featuring Lin Mo, Aq, and Hai Ziopan, not only securing the championship, but you have also broken all records, setting the highest score in the history of the trials. After completing the prize collection, dawn began to break. The trio immediately caught a cab and headed straight to school to visit and ran. Burning with anxiety to see his loved one, Lin Mo stuffed a handful of cash into the driver's hand, urging him, "I have an extremely urgent matter. Please step on the gas and fly us there." Seeing the money, the driver's eyes lit up, nodding, "Get in, absolutely, kid." Putting words into action, the uncle pressed the pedal to the metal. The car roared and shot forward like an arrow, not forgetting to throw back a warning, "Hang on tight, young men, sit steady." Thanks to the driver's divine steering, the car quickly pulled up to the gates of Beiyang Academy. Lin Mo hopped down from the car with a joyful face, waving to delegate tasks. "I'm going to deliver the good news to Nran. You two can crawl back to the dorms to rest first." Looking back, Aq and Hai Ziopan were vomiting violently, unable to handle the crazy speed from earlier. Leaving his two best friends to their fate, he bolted at full speed, heading straight for the infirmary. Lin Mo kicked the door open with a bang and boasted loudly, "And ran, I made it back alive." But the only response was a cold, empty room. Just as he was about to turn around and search for her, a clear female voice stopped him. "Don't bother looking. She said she was getting moldy from lying around all day, so she went to the library to read." The speaker turned out to be Mu Wanqing, who shook her head and sighed. "I told her to wait until she fully recovered, but that stubborn girl just wouldn't listen." Seeing a familiar face, Lin Mo smiled sheepishly and stuffed the tools into her hands. "Glad to run into you here, senior. This is the recipe and the ghost bead to suppress the poison. Could you brew a dose for me if you have time?" Mu Wanqing accepted it with a gentle smile. "No trouble at all, since junior brother asked, how could I refuse?" With the favor settled, he rushed off to find his beloved, only having time to call back, "I'll leave it all to you then, I'm off to find Nran." Watching Lin Mo run off in such a hurry for the girl he loved, Mu Wanqing felt a pang of envy, thinking to herself, "He treats her so well. I wonder when I will find a sweet, sincere love like that." In a quiet corner of the library, Nran was buried in a pile of documents when Lin Mo slipped through the door. He tiptoed over, waved to get her attention, and called out excitedly, "Hey," and ran. Seeing him standing there in one piece, a relieved yet teasing smile curved her lips. "Well, look at you, quite the survivor, dragging your bones back alive, huh?" Lin Mo grumbled in reproach. "You're sick, so you should be resting in bed. Why are you wandering around? Let me take you back," and Ran waved it off. "I won't die. Come here and look at this, it's absolutely mind-blowing." Curious, he pulled up a chair to sit right next to her, and Ran lowered her voice to a whisper about her shocking discovery. "After combing through 100 classified documents, I just uncovered a massive secret of the Fengma state." She tapped her finger on the yellowed page and explained. "About 15 years ago, the crown princess of the Fengma state jumped into a sea of fire to commit suicide, taking along the 3-year-old little imperial grandson and the infant princess. The playful look on Lin Mo's face instantly vanished, and Ran delivered another sharp blow. Do the math. If that little imperial grandson didn't actually die, he would be exactly 18 this year, and his little sister would be 15. It took a few seconds for Lin Mo's brain to process this information overload, and he stammered, "Wait, are you saying I'm a lost imperial grandson, and my sister is an imperial princess?" Tried to find an argument to refute it. It must be a coincidence. There are plenty of families with 2 siblings. And Ran folded her arms, presenting solid evidence. If it's just a coincidence, why did the Security Bureau target you? Not to mention, they are always muttering about the remnants of Feng Ma in front of you. With that, she pulled up his sleeve, her eyes sharp as knives. Plus, the fact that you can open the ghost sword tomb makes it absolutely impossible to be a coincidence. Still not fully convinced, Lin Mo scratched his chin. But you just said the crown princess burned to death with her 2 children. If they died, how could I be the imperial grandson? And Ran quickly flipped a few pages and pointed to a line. Read this part carefully. She gently stroked the ancient page and explained. History records that a horrific fire broke out in the eastern side palace of the Feng Ma imperial family, and 3 charred bodies were later recovered. Lin Mo kept his blank face. Exactly, 3 bodies mean the 2 kids suffered a tragic death. And Ran's eyes gleamed with deduction, and she asserted, I was misled at first too, until I stumbled upon this secret chronicle of the Feng Ma state. She pulled out another worn-out book and pointed to a stained page. Look here, the night before the fall, a maid named Kai Xuan secretly had an affair with a guard and gave birth to a baby boy. Coincidentally, when the dynasty fell, that child was also exactly 3 years old. She quickly flipped to the next page, continuing to expose the secret. Furthermore, the last emperor of the Feng Ma state, despite being over 70, happened to have a pregnant favorite concubine. Her due date aligned perfectly with the birth of the crown princess's little daughter. With terrifying sharpness, Ran delivered her final theory, and the most critical clue is that when the army of the Chu state swept through the palace, the records of those 2 babies completely vanished from the lists of prisoners and casualties. Only then did Lin Mo realize, his eyes wide in shock. Are you saying they swapped their identities, letting someone else die in their place? Though convinced, Lin Mo deliberately rubbed Ran's head to tease her. What a wild imagination. With your creativity, it's a waste that you aren't writing novels. Teased, she brushed his hand away and said crossly, Believe me, my 6th sense and deduction have never missed a beat. Lin Mo laughed and patted her shoulder. Great theory, but I'll have you know I still have a biological mother and father waiting for me at home. And Ran was not in the mood for joking. She grabbed Lin Mo's hand, her eyes locking onto his. Then let me ask you, your father's name is Lin Gang, right? In character dissection, the character Gang, when split, forms the characters Shan and Feng. As she spoke, she used her fingertip to carefully trace each stroke on his hand. And the cousin of the crown prince of Feng Ma became a monk at the age of 10, taking the Dharma name Shan Feng, and was later revered as the state preceptor of the entire dynasty. Every piece of the puzzle suddenly clicked together, and Lin Mo gasped in shock. Then every detail makes total sense. A rush of memories from the past unfolded, showing the crown princess in splendid but tattered robes, tearfully instructing. Feng, I entrust the lives of these 2 children to you. They are the last remaining seeds of the Feng Ma state. Lin Feng accepted the order with grief, yet still tried to plead. Your Highness, why don't you escape with us? With my cultivation as an 8th-rank Ghost Tamer, I am more than capable of protecting everyone. The woman shook her head in despair, her tears pouring down like rain. No, only when the people from the Chu State Security Bureau see me burn to ashes with their own eyes will you have a chance to survive. I cannot leave. The innocent 3-year-old boy clutched his mother's hand, his tiny fingers wiping away the tear on her cheek. Good mother, please don't cry anymore. Hearing her child's voice, the crown princess's heart was pierced. She sobbed, quickly wiped her tears and choked out her final words. My good son, make sure to live a good life with your little sister in the future, do you hear me? Resolutely turning around to run with the 2 children, Lin Feng silently swore a solemn oath. I, Shan Feng, am willing to be ground to dust, but I will never fail you. I will raise these 2 children to adulthood. Snapping back from his thoughts, Lin Mo connected it to recent events. No wonder the night after the news of Zhuang Han being captured by the Security Bureau broke, that sub-bureau was leveled with not a single survivor. Turns out, she was the one behind it. Seeing him still lost in thought, and Ran concluded, "Once is a fluke, twice is a coincidence, but so many times makes it the truth." Taking her words to heart, Lin Mo secretly plotted, "Looks like I need to call the old man and press him for the truth. How dare he keep me in the dark all these years?" Putting aside the family tree trouble, he turned to kindly ask and Ran, "Reading through all these documents must have exhausted you, right?" She grinned, looking full of energy. "As long as there is a passion for the truth, no amount of exhaustion can get to me." Her nonchalant reply made Lin Mo unable to resist giving her a gentle tap on the head. "I think you're just a gossip specialist. Now get your butt back to bed and wait for your medicine. I've got the antidote." Stung by the tap, and Ran clutched her head and groaned, "Ow, that hurts." She pouted in annoyance. "I went to all this trouble to unravel your identity for you, and I don't even get a single word of thanks." Lin Mo smiled mischievously, deciding to tease her. "A simple thank you is too boring. How about I repay you with my body?" And Ran rolled her eyes in disdain. "That cliché, repay with my body, trick again? Why do I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick here?" Her sharp retort made Lin Mo blush red with embarrassment. After tidying up, they both left the library, only to have the bad luck of bumping into Sun Mei Li in the hallway. As they passed by, she quickly spun around to question Lin Mo. "Hey, while you were in the ghost realm, did you happen to run into Deputy Director Sun De Li?" Lin Mo stopped, turned his head with a scowl, and replied flatly, "Who is Sun De Li? Never heard of him." Seeing his shameless expression, and Ran leaned in and whispered, "You really didn't run into him?" Lin Mo curled his lips and replied softly, "I did." Startled, she questioned, "So where is he now?" Lin Mo shrugged, cool as a cucumber, "I already disposed of him." The sharp reply made Ran ecstatic. She leaped up, hugged Lin Mo tightly, and cheered, "Awesome, well done." In her excitement, she pinched his cheek while locking her arms tightly around his waist, making Lin Mo cry out for mercy. "Ow, ow, don't squeeze my waist. If you break it, what are you going to use in the future?" Realizing the suggestive joke, Ran asked in embarrassment, "Wait, what did you say?" Lin Mo chuckled sheepishly and waved his hands quickly to smooth things over. "Oh, nothing, it was just a slip of the tongue." From afar, Sun Mei Li watched their intimacy with suspicion. "How strange. Every time I run into Ran, the doll ghost inside me acts up for no reason. Why on earth is that?" Returning to the clinic, Lin Mo turned into a reluctant nurse, patiently blowing on the medicine to cool it down for Ran. Once the medicine had cooled down, he carefully handed it to Ran and gently advised, "It's poison-repelling medicine, so it's a bit hard to swallow. Just close your eyes and bear it for a moment." Seeing him fussing over her like a child, she laughed softly and raised her chin proudly. "This kind of stuff is nothing to me." Meanwhile, Mu Wanqing, standing by the wall, could only swallow a mouthful of premium dog food. Putting her words into action, Ran grabbed the medicine bowl, tilted her head back, and downed it in one go. Taking the opportunity, Lin Mo turned and bowed to thank his senior sister. "Thank you so much for taking the trouble to brew the medicine, senior." Mu Wanqing waved her hand with a gentle smile. "We are fellow disciples, no need to be polite. The principal just announced that he has officially taken you as his closed-door disciple, so from now on, you are officially my junior brother." Having played the third wheel long enough, Mu Wanqing stood up to leave, not forgetting to remind him, "Oh, Master told you to meet him tonight to discuss something. Remember to be on time, junior brother." Lin Mo nodded obediently. "Yes, senior sister." As soon as Mu Wanqing's figure vanished behind the door, the playful look on Ran's face disappeared, and she switched to a serious mode. She whispered warily, "You must be careful. I suspect Dai Feng is the commander-in-chief who led the army that crushed the Feng Ma state and slaughtered the compatriots of your 8 ghost kings. You must watch your back tonight." A warning struck him like a bolt of lightning, sending Lin Mo into utter confusion. His brain started racing. If I am truly the imperial grandson of the Feng Ma state, why is Dai Feng so determined to take me as his disciple and protect me? Or does he have some other sinister motive? Walking out of the clinic with a mind full of doubts, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. Before he could speak, his old man's voice blasted through the other end. "My dear son, have you dragged your feet back from the ghost realm yet? Check if you've lost any arms or legs. How did you do in the exam? Your mother and I are waiting." Waiting for his old man to finish his rant, Lin Mo finally caught his breath to interject. "Your joke is so dry, Dad. Did you think I was calling you from the underworld? As for the results, they're just average. I only casually broke the provincial record." On the other end of the line, Lin Feng and his wife grinned from ear to ear, while his little sister Lin Qing Luo's eyes sparkled with admiration. The old man burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, outstanding, just like your dad in his youth. Taking advantage of the old man's pride, Lin Mo suddenly dropped a bombshell. That goes without saying. Who else but me is the finest student of the Lin family? Don't you think so, Mr. Shan Feng? Those last two words made the atmosphere on the other end fall dead silent, and chills ran down Lin Feng and his wife's spines. We're doomed, Moer has caught on to us. Despite the panic, the old couple was experienced and quickly covered it up. Lin Feng clicked his tongue and steered the conversation. What are you babbling about mountain winds? We live in a mountainous area, so it's normal for the wind to blow hard. His mother and Shuang also hurriedly grabbed the phone to put out the fire. Qing Luo is begging to chat with you, let me hand the phone to her. Seeing right through his father's evasive tactics, Lin Mo clicked his tongue and thought, that old fox redirected the topic so fast. Fine, I'll test him again under a disguise later. Lin Feng and his wife quickly handed the phone to Lin Qing Luo. The young girl pressed the phone to her ear, her voice ringing with admiration. Big brother, you are absolutely amazing. Nobody expected you to shatter the provincial ghost realm record so easily. Lin Mo chuckled in delight, boasting grandly to his sister. Zio Luo, it's not because your brother possesses destructive power, it's just that the opponents were too weak. Lin Qing Luo pouted and giggled. Keep boasting like that, but honestly, I wish I could be as badass as you. Lin Mo's voice grew tender. Your job is just to stay healthy. When the time comes, I'll bring you to Jiang Province for university. With your genius IQ, crushing the academic prodigies here will be a breeze. Lin Qing Luo smiled warmly. You're spoiling me too much. He teased again. My little sister is so pretty. Any guy who wants your number in the future will have to pay a 10,000 yuan toll to your big brother. While the siblings chatted away, Mr. and Mrs. Lin sneaked outside for an emergency meeting. And Shuang frowned in worry. Dear, Moer has likely dug up his background. Should we keep hiding it? Lin Feng spoke in a low, resolute tone. We must keep it completely hidden. Our alliance sect is still not strong enough, and the right time has not yet come. His gaze hardened as he analyzed thoroughly. If we let that brat rush to seek revenge against the Chu state now, it will only ruin the entire situation. What he needs to do is focus on raising his strength and growing up quickly. Just then, a ghostly crow sliced through the sky, flapping its wings and landing right in front of them. Lin Feng detached the secret letter, murmuring to himself, It's an emergency signal from Hu Yan Wang. And Shuang asked anxiously, What does the letter say? Her husband's face darkened as he replied curtly, Hu Yan Wang reports that the northern state and the Chu state are about to reach a truce. He sighed deeply, his voice filled with anxiety. At this rate, it won't be long before the Chu state army withdraws to defend. The Kang Lan, Bayan Cheng, and Nanshan ghost realms are about to face a brutal disaster. I'll leave everything at home to you. I must return to the sect immediately to handle some urgent matters. With his instructions given, the old man leaped and flew off, leaving behind in Shuang's caring shout. Go quickly and bring your bones back soon. Lin Mo put on a bright smile as he told Lin Qing Luo, Zio Luo, be a good girl and go to bed. Your brother still has some mess to clean up on this end. After ending the call, he put away his phone and quickly walked toward the training ground of Beiyang Academy to meet an important person. Lin Mo waved excitedly to greet him. Beloved master, what kind of scheme do you have in mind by calling me here? The man slowly turned around. He was Su Feng. He spoke thoughtfully. Rumor has it that you just took first place in the assessment. How do you feel about it? Your ego must be hitting the clouds by now, right? Lin Mo scratched his head and replied with a grin, That's a given. Master, don't you think I look quite majestic? Annoyed by his student's cocky attitude, he scolded with a stern face. HMPH, you brat, just because you thrashed some useless trash from the security bureau, you think you're the strongest in the world. Sensing Su Feng's disdain, he broke into a cold sweat and guessed, could it be that Dai Feng has realized I know my own background? Otherwise, why would he change his attitude faster than flipping a pancake? Even so, he braced himself and argued, I think I'm pretty awesome though. Su Feng flew into a rage. Awesome my foot, I see you as nothing but a punching bag, you still have a lot of beatings to take. With that, he immediately summoned his underlings to fight. Come forth, Maid Ghost, Judge Ghost. The appearance of the two gigantic evil spirits scared Lin Mo half to death. Oh my god, is Dai Feng really planning to silence me once and for all? Su Feng threw cold water on him. Those security bureau employees are just rejects discarded by the military. Even if you beat Sun De Li to a pulp, it's not something to brag about. A moment later, he calmed down and gently advised his student that if he wanted to rank up his skills, he had to clash with those who were much stronger than him. His heart was still pounding, and his legs were trembling, but he vaguely understood Su Feng's implication. It seemed Dai Feng had no interest in taking his little life. He gave a loud order, "Come on, show me every trick you have." Lin Mo protested, trembling, "Master, asking me to fight you is no different from asking me to dig my own grave." Still in shock, he stammered, "Your collection of evil spirits are all terrifying monsters, and you yourself are a high and mighty 7th-rank Ghost Tamer." Understanding his disciple's worry, Su Feng waved his hand and declared, "If you're that scared, I will seal some of my underlings' power myself." Instantly, the forms of his evil spirits shrank significantly. Once done, Su Feng leisurely cast his gaze toward Lin Mo. "Now their combat power is only at the fierce spirit level, about the same as your underlings. I have also suppressed my cultivation to the 2nd-rank Ghost Tamer realm, so you have no excuse to complain about the elderly bullying the young, right?" He smirked, "You're only deploying 2 fierce spirits, Master. If we do this, what if people say I'm abusing an old, weak teacher?" Su Feng shot a sharp glare at him and provoked, "Show me what you've got if you're so tough." Taking the order, Lin Mo immediately stepped back, circulating his energy to summon his ghosts. "Come forth, Busty Ghost, Chainsaw Ghost." Right after, he pointed to signal Chainsaw Ghost to lead the charge. Simultaneously, the female ghost covering from the rear quickly unleashed her death-reaping Sanskrit to control the opponents. However, Su Feng and his pair of evil spirits merely took a light step back to easily dodge Lin Mo's assault. This made him wide-eyed in astonishment as he shouted, "Such perfect distance calculation, dodging the death-reaping Sanskrit so smoothly without a single scratch." Still, he refused to give up, urging his 2 minions to pursue relentlessly. During the chase, he secretly plotted that if he could herd Dai Feng into the range of the Sanskrit chant, the old man would be finished. The chase dragged on tirelessly. One side pursued relentlessly with killing intent, while the other casually dodged with grace. Both sides toyed with each other for half the day, but their health bars remained completely untouched. Seeing the deadlock, he clicked his tongue. "The game is getting interesting now. If this strategy is useless, then I must use another trick." With that, he pressed hard on the mark on his wrist, and a blinding light flared up with a shout. "Now we're talking, come out, Washeng Ghost, Huaden Ghost." The pair of Huaden Ghost and Washeng Ghost immediately set up their formation as soon as they were summoned, itching to trash the opposing evil spirits. Lin Mo roared impatiently, "Where are the 4 heavenly kings? Gang up and pluck all their feathers." Su Feng's face darkened as he frowned and commented, "HMPH, brat, do you think you can rule the world with these amateur tactics?" He calmly watched and assessed the fierce strike from Washeng Ghost, while praising the maid ghost's elegant and smooth parry. Seizing the opportunity, Chainsaw Ghost revved its engine and rushed like a moth to a flame, swinging its chainsaw to split Su Feng's head in 2. Unexpectedly, before it could achieve anything, Maid Ghost raised her hand, blocked it, and kicked it flying far away. Waiting in the rear, Lin Mo's sharp eyes spotted an opening. Rejoicing in his mind that his time had come, he immediately shouted, "Washeng Ghost, use your special skill right now." Receiving the secret command, Washeng Ghost's eyes widened, shining with brilliant rays of light. It danced and spun, activating its ultimate move, Triple Cleave, swinging its blade wildly forward. Catching the rhythm of the battle, Chainsaw Ghost did not hesitate either, carrying its chainsaw to reinforce the attack. Judge Ghost quickly caught the scent of death approaching and immediately raised its guard to the highest level. Extremely cautious, it slipped to the side to take a defensive stance. Rushing in furiously only to miss, because the prey had quickly slipped away, Lin Mo's ghost faction was thrown into an awkward situation. The sudden movement left Washeng Ghost and Chainsaw Ghost flustered, unable to break in time. By the time they realized their facepalm-worthy blunder, the 2 idiots had crashed right into each other, leaving them dizzy and lightheaded. Witnessing this comedy act, Lin Mo's master curled his lip in disdain. "I haven't even used my ultimate move, yet you have already shown all of your pathetic cards." With a scowling face, he growled each word in warning, "The real show is only just beginning, brat." The moment the words left his mouth, Maid Ghost lunged like an arrow from a blind spot behind, aiming straight for Lin Mo, forcing him to reflexively jump backward. Blitzed without warning before he could prepare himself, his soul almost left his body as he cried out in panic. Hurriedly utilizing his martial arts, he condensed spiritual energy, pulling a blade right out of his palm and roaring, "Sword, come to me." Lin Mo gritted his teeth and delivered a wind-splitting sword strike, unleashing a wave of freezing air, but the nimble Maid Ghost slipped through and escaped by a hair's breadth. Reading the battlefield, Judge Ghost immediately entered the fray, gliding over to stand guard right behind Maid Ghost, ready to face the enemy. Suddenly realizing his opponent's dark scheme, Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat. So it was a feint. Maid Ghost was just bait, while Judge Ghost was the real backstabber to deliver the final blow. Seizing the golden opportunity, Judge Ghost swung its chilling blade, thrusting it straight at Lin Mo. Cornered, his mind froze, screaming in his heart, "I'm dead meat, there is no way I can dodge this." Lin Mo gritted his teeth and activated his divine eye, instantly launching the blood-soaked space called Crimson Domain Illusion. In the blink of an eye, the two ghosts slipped away and dodged the strike smoothly, leaving his mouth agape in awe. How ridiculous! They actually closed their eyes the exact moment I activated my ultimate Crimson Domain Illusion. Before he could recover, a vicious blade plunged into his chest, causing him excruciating pain as he screamed in agony. Taking a blow as heavy as a sledgehammer, Lin Mo was sent flying far away like a kite with its string cut. Staggering to support his battered body as he stood up, he gritted his teeth against the flesh-tearing pain, his eyes locked forward. Looking at his teacher's silhouette, he secretly calculated, Dai Feng must have pulled his punches. After all, my ribs are still intact without a single break. Su Feng strolled over and poured cold water on him. With your current amateur level, if you got into a fight with a low-ranking soldier in the military, you'd get slapped silly without even being able to land a hit. Lin Mo panted heavily, his face blank with doubt. Am I really so useless that I can't even beat a rookie? He clenched his jaw and calculated. If the Chu state exposes my background as the imperial grandson of the Feng Ma state, the enemies chasing me won't just be low-level security bureau staff, but a whole elite army. Aware of the looming danger, Lin Mo's determination flared up as he swung his sword. Let's go all out again. His mind was still in a tangle. If I don't train enough to go head-to-head with the military, my life will be nothing but a tasty treat waiting for the slaughter. He struck directly with an evil vanquishing slash toward Judge Ghost, but the opponent easily sidestepped and dodged it effortlessly. Next, the ghost raised its brush high, tracing eerie lines in the empty air. The handle of the brush suddenly poked hard into Lin Mo's wrist, which was clutching the sword, making him scream in stinging pain. Unfortunately for the self-satisfied Judge Ghost, it had no idea that behind its neck, the duo of Wusheng Ghost and Chainsaw Ghost was rushing over like a tempest. The deadly duo instantly landed right on it, swinging their weapons to slash furiously at Judge Ghost's position, forcing it to retreat in a scramble. At this moment, the four evil spirits had formed a protective circle around Lin Mo, bearing the noble mission of acting as their master's living shields. Lin Mo snapped his fingers and ordered, "All right, brothers, full-scale attack." His beloved minions immediately went wild, some screaming and others roaring, all joining in a deadly rhythm. Tear them to pieces. In the blink of an eye, a minute passed, and his horde of minions ran out of battery, rolling on the floor, gasping for breath. Lin Mo sighed deeply and lamented, "Man, this is rough. Even after sending out 4 of them at once, their combat patterns are still as poor as ever." He racked his brain to draw up a tactical map, constantly swapping positions. Should I have the 2 snipers unleash their skills and let the 2 tankers charge, or should I take a gamble and send all 4 to fight to the death? Feeling stuck, he shook his head vigorously to dismiss the idea. This amateur style might work to farm noobs at the security bureau or beat up wild ghosts, but against a cunning old fox who controls ghosts as smooth as silk like Dai Feng, I wouldn't stand a chance. Su Feng's face darkened as he lectured, "Have you realized your massive loophole yet, kid?" He walked over slowly, dissecting the issue. "Your contract's potential is top tier, and your talent has room to shine, but do you naively think that just grinding levels for your ghosts is enough to conquer the world?" Su Feng grabbed Lin Mo's collar, stuffing the truth down his throat. "Coordination is key, understand. It's not just about the ghosts dancing together. The master and the servants must merge seamlessly too." He gritted his teeth and emphasized, "Positioning, seizing the moment, and executing skills smoothly are the keys to survival. Unfortunately, you know absolutely nothing about proper skills." Lin Mo quickly backed away, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, charging straight at the duo of Judge Ghost and Maid Ghost as he roared, "Open your eyes and feast your eyes on this." Without wasting any words, Judge Ghost raised its leg and delivered a violent kick straight to Lin Mo's ribs, forcing him to scream in pain. 10 minutes of taking a beating had passed. Maid Ghost, who was busy clashing with Chainsaw Ghost, suddenly shot an affectionate yet murderous look toward Lin Mo. Seizing the opportunity, she used the handle of her scythe to hook the chainsaw and swung it forcefully right at Lin Mo's position, causing him to jump in fright to escape. Half an hour of torture was over. Having taken a thorough beating for a whole hour, Lin Mo was battered and bruised but still gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fire as he demanded, "Let's go all the way, master." In a corner of the stands, Ran and Mu Wanqing were sitting comfortably, sipping tea and eating snacks while enjoying the bloody show. Mu Wanqing rested her chin on her hand, her bright eyes filled with excitement. Tusk, our junior brother's first day of initiation training is quite intense." Ran frowned, her eyes filled with distress, as she mumbled in disagreement. "What do you mean initiation? I think it's more brutal than monkeys and lions in a traveling circus. If he keeps getting thrashed like that, Lin Mo is going to meet his ancestors soon." Mu Wanqing smiled and recalled the past. "This is still pretty mild compared to what we seniors went through. Back in the day, he used to hit us like we were baseballs." And Ran's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Oh my God, was it really that violent and bloody, sister?" Judge Ghost maintained its cold face, casually neutralizing each wave of attacks, and uttered coldly, "You do know how to coordinate, but it's still too amateur. Back off." Lin Mo's expression suddenly changed as he thrust his precious sword straight at Judge Ghost's throat. "Is this enough for you?" Judge Ghost reacted with godlike reflexes, raising its leg to deliver a powerful kick to Lin Mo's flank. Taking the full force of the brutal kick, Lin Mo was sent flying far away, his head spinning like a top. Midst the struggle, a sinister look suddenly appeared on Lin Mo's face, a sly smile curving the corner of his lips. In the blink of an eye, the duo of Washeng Ghost and Hueden Ghost, appearing out of nowhere, locked both flanks of Judge Ghost. "Washeng Ghost, Hueden Ghost, serve it up for me." Hueden Ghost immediately raised her shrill voice, activating her ghost opera skill to bind the opponent. With seamless coordination, Washeng Ghost gathered its inner strength and hurled its great broadsword straight at Judge Ghost's position, pinning it in place. Judge Ghost remained unmoved like a boulder, the corner of its mouth curling slightly in praise. Well, looks like your brain is working a bit faster now." As quick as lightning, it dodged and pointed its weapon at Hueden Ghost, roaring fiercely, "Too bad these cheap tricks are still far too green, kid." Sweat pouring down like rain, Lin Mo grimaced, gritting his teeth as he cursed in his mind. "Damn it, I used my brain so much and still failed." In the VIP seats, Mu Wanqing kept her eyes glued to the match in anticipation, praising, "Our junior brother is a quick learner, I'm not kidding. Back then, I had to practice for half a month just to move in sync with my contracted ghost." And Ran, fidgeting anxiously, lamented in distress. "What do you mean smart? Sister, look at him, he's already been beaten to a pulp." Suddenly, Principal Su Feng sensed danger approaching, quickly glancing behind to guard against any unexpected event. A gang of wild ghosts, led by the red-clothed female ghost holding a flag, rushed in like a tempest. "Who on earth dares to use my dear hubby as a punching bag? 500 brothers, shred him to pieces for me." Mu Wanqing startled, screaming in panic, "We are doomed, a pack of wild ghosts has escaped their cage." And Ran, however, kept a cool head, narrowing her eyes to analyze. "Take a closer look, sister, that crowd doesn't even care to touch a hair of Lin Mo's head. They are dumping all their damage on the old principal." Hearing this, Mu Wanqing patted her chest with a thud and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Oh, they are ganging up on Master. Then don't worry about it. He is as tough as an ox and can carry this easily. As long as junior brother passes this phase safely, we are good." The red-clothed female ghost rushed like a moth toward Principal Su Feng, her bloodshot eyes blazing with rage. "You old geezer who is tired of living, who gave you the guts to touch my darling. Surrender your life." The wild ghost serving by her side also joined in, roaring, "Brother, don't panic. Let this junior handle it and break the siege." Su Feng remained completely unfazed, gracefully dodging the claws, and sleepily muttered, "What kind of cheap trick is this? Did I dig up your ancestral graves or something?" Witnessing the hilarious scene, Lin Mo was startled out of his wits and leaped forward to stop the red-clothed ghost. Wait, calm down, beautiful. He is my respected master." In his haste, his hand slipped and ripped open the female ghost's collar, exposing a glimpse of her alluring skin. The red-clothed female ghost suddenly did an about-face, her face turning rosy with bashfulness as she twisted her body and whispered sweet nothings to Lin Mo, turning him to stone on the spot. "Oh, you little devil, there are so many brothers here, yet dear hubby still loves to make my innocent heart blush like this." Standing aside, and Ran scowled, her glare sharp as daggers, clenching her fists and cursing in anger. That damn Lin Mo, how dare he openly flirt and pull in that vixen? The more furiously jealous Ran became, the more the system screen popped up with notifications. Ding! Congratulations to the host for easily reaping 60 breakdown points. Lin Mo stared at the text in utter disbelief, murmuring to himself, "Strange, where did this sudden downpour of breakdown points fall from?" The red-clothed ghost winked flirtatiously, her cheeks flushed as she looked at Lin Mo, pouring sweetness into his ears. "Husband, please wait a bit for me to send that old man to the western heaven, and then we can share our love." Lin Mo turned pale with fear, frantically shouting to stop her. "No, please, if you have any mercy, lady, tell those wandering spirits to stop right now." The female ghost pouted in a display of inexplicable playfulness, but still obediently complied, indulging her beloved husband. "Anything you say, darling, I will listen to you." Right after her sweet words, she took a deep breath and roared at the top of her lungs, "Everyone, stop. No one is allowed to act recklessly, do you hear me?" As soon as the order was given, the pack of wild ghosts immediately cooled down, standing frozen like stone statues, staring at each other in confusion. Principal Su Feng's face turned as black as a pot, veins bulging on his forehead as he growled through gritted teeth. "Lin Mo, what on earth is this mess? Get over here and confess everything honestly to me." Female ghost flipped her attitude instantly, baring her fangs and claws to snap back. "You old bag of bones, scream at my darling again if you dare." Lin Mo, dripping with sweat, held her back tightly and frantically explained to his master, "This is a huge misunderstanding, master. I just accidentally met this gang in the graveyard, and they thought you were torturing me, so they stepped in to help out of righteousness." The red-clothed female ghost acted clingy again, leaning close to Lin Mo's face and whining, "Separated for so many days, I missed my husband to death." Lin Mo, scared out of his wits, tried to lean back to avoid her advances, stammering to push her away. "I am extremely busy right now, so please, lady, fly away so we can have some peace." The female ghost and her gang immediately turned around to retreat. Before vanishing, she cast a lingering, flirtatious glance. "Since my husband is handling worldly affairs, I shall withdraw. If you ever run into any trouble in the future, just call us, and our graveyard brothers will risk our lives to protect you." Principal Su Feng, with a sour face, suddenly appeared behind him, coldly mocking. "Has your soul left your body? Wake up from your dream and drag yourself to the next tribulation session." Not letting his student utter another word, Principal Su Feng's face darkened as he waved his hand to summon the shield ghost, declaring solemnly, "This round is going to be a triple threat." Lin Mo grimaced, bending over to dodge the brutal strike of the shield ghost, while bitterly cursing, "Oh my God, the difficulty of this stage has multiplied again." The shield ghost showed no mercy, throwing a violent punch straight at Lin Mo's face, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Lin Mo felt sore all over, as if he had just emerged from a meat grinder, gritting his teeth to endure. This old geezer is definitely using the master-disciple relationship for a personal vendetta. Mid the desolate and eerie scenery of the third watch, only the heavy, exhausted breathing of Lin Mo echoed. As the clock struck midnight, the hell training session closed. Principal Su Feng placed his hands behind his back and offered a slow compliment. "Not bad today, you did not collapse as much. You show initiative. Rest up well, and I will torment you again tomorrow." And Ran rushed over, tenderly using a cloth to wipe away the mud stuck to Lin Mo's face, grumbling with pity, "You look like a messy cat, clean up your face quickly." Lin Mo, holding back the bone-deep pain, raised his nose smugly to boast, "How was it? This young master put on a flaming hot performance today, didn't I?" Yuan Qing narrowed her eyes with a mischievous smile, adding sweet words, "1,000 likes to you, you are the sharpest disciple I have ever encountered under master." Hearing this, Lin Mo scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Our eldest senior brother must have put up a fierce fight too, right, senior sister?" Yuan Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she proudly boasted about his deeds. "Absolutely. He is currently a top boss heavily wanted in 6 countries. Ah, my bad, actually 7 countries. Lin Mo froze completely, so culturally shocked that he was speechless. A wanted warrant spanning 7 countries, his lips trembled as he tried to ask further, "Then what about the other fellow disciples?" Lin Mo panicked and raised his hand to signal an urgent stop to Yuan Qing, his face pale and his mouth wide open. "Hold on for just 2 seconds, I have seen through the mortal world. In this sect, there is absolutely no one who can be labeled an honest citizen. Mu Wanqing grinned to reassure him. Even though they have fierce conflicts with Master, they are still very warm-hearted toward us juniors. Lin Mo, devoid of all hope, squeezed out a miserable, fake smile. Haha, senior sister, your definition of warm sounds quite blood-stained. Mu Wanqing maintained her angelic smile, patting Lin Mo's shoulder repeatedly to remind him, that is why our old master now only has the two of us to rely on. Remember to play the role of a good child and don't cause trouble. Lin Mo's face contorted, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, so he just closed his eyes and nodded along resignedly. Yes, you are completely right, sister. Suddenly, Enran scowled and pouted in annoyance, fixing a sharp glare on him to interrogate. Wait a minute. Are you planning to gloss over that tangled romantic history with that female ghost without a single word of explanation? Lin Mo sheepishly scratched his head, laughing awkwardly to save face, and stammered out his defense. Do you mean that ghost lady from earlier? Backed into a corner, Lin Mo lowered his head to avoid Enran's radar, explaining softly, on that fateful night, I suddenly passed out at an abandoned temple in the graveyard. When I opened my eyes, she was already standing right there. Since then, she has stuck to me like a leech. I swear I am not lying a single word. My memory after being hospitalized was completely wiped clean. Enran swept a cold glance as sharp as a razor, growling in interrogation, Is that boring story all? Lin Mo quickly put on his most sincere expression, raising 4 fingers to the sky to swear solemnly. I swear on my life, that is absolutely all. Mu Wanqing grinned as slyly as a fox, suddenly cutting in to pry. Oh my, was there anything juicy happening right after you woke up half-dazed? As if hit right on his weak spot, Lin Mo's jaw went stiff, unable to utter a single syllable, while his heart pounded frantically. If the truth got exposed this time, even jumping into the Yellow River would not wash away his guilt. Enran stood with her hands on her hips aggressively, her eyes burning with curiosity as she pressured Lin Mo to spill the beans. Why are you silent? Quickly spit out the secret. Necessity is the mother of invention. Lin Mo immediately switched to fast-talking gibberish mode, rambling on, the moment I opened my eyes. Well, the two of us, generally speaking, it is not like we said or did not say things that way, but in reality, nothing was exposed at all. We firmly concluded that things happened exactly in that manner. Isn't that logic smooth? This whole thing is not for us to judge, it's just a matter of character. We have more than enough capability to mess around or whip up a brilliant plan. In the past, I didn't care about this pit, but when it was sharply exposed, everything became crystal clear. The truth is definitely according to that exact script. I am sharing this whole affair with you too, haha, doesn't this plot sound pretty convincing? Hit by Lin Mo's chanting-like monologue combo, both Enran and Mu Wanqing were completely dazed, their heads spinning like spinning tops. Seizing the golden opportunity, Lin Mo quickly slipped away, saying, Anyway, the whole picture is just that muddy. Sleep well, Enran, and sweet dreams, senior sister. At this point, Enran was still as dazed as a naive deer, turning to Mu Wanqing to ask, could it be the script where 7 buff dwarves surround a fragile little lowly? Mu Wanqing, speechless, gave a forced smile. The two of us were just fooled by that brat's slick tongue, stuffed with a whole basket of meaningless garbage words. Once her brain finished processing the data, Enran exploded in an earth-shattering scream. Lin Mo, you little brat, turn right back and confess everything honestly to me. Lin Mo grinned mischievously as he ran for his life, not forgetting to look back and drop a sarcastic remark. Enran, your body is still quite exhausted. So tomorrow, try to have breakfast on an empty stomach. If you go with a full stomach, what you swallow won't be a pleasant breakfast. Mu Wanqing put on a speechless face, sighing deeply and offering a gentle complaint. Our young junior brother is indeed an outstanding prodigy. His future path will surely shine bright for thousands of miles. Hearing this, Enran immediately pouted and puffed her cheeks in fierce protest. Prodigy my foot. I think he is definitely a lunatic with a short-circuited brain. The scene cut straight to Lin Mo's dormitory, a place where all the residents had already shut down and were snoring soundly. Lin Mo quietly pried open the door, but before he could catch his breath, he saw Hai Xiao Pan's face popping out with a broad grin to welcome him. Thank heavens, Brother Mo has dragged his exhausted body back. Glaring at Hai Xiao Pan's squinty, cheeky smile, Lin Mo frowned in confusion and lowered his voice to question. Is it morning yet that you aren't hugging your pillow to sleep? Are you planning to grind games or cultivate immortality here? Hai Xiao Pan's eyes shone like stars, his mouth stretching wide to show all his teeth as he whispered a reminder. Big Brother Mo, Did you forget the link you promised me? That school teacher series, not to mention the 13-episode special about 7 beefy guys tormenting a fragile little girl. Lin Mo froze like a stone statue, his brain completely shutting down, unable to come up with a response except to make an excuse. You are indeed great at collecting debts. Here, I will airdrop it to you right away. Pan was ecstatically eager, the corners of his lips twitching uncontrollably. Hey there, chubby beauties, brother Pan is on his way. Having set it up, Lin Mo brushed his hands and quickly slipped away. I'm going to take a shower first, you go ahead and enjoy this masterpiece. Pan's smartphone immediately opened up to a massive archive of professional training materials and exam prep guides for teachers of all departments. Pan froze on the spot, his face twisting like a soggy bun, his hopes completely shattered. Furious, Pan roared, tearing through the night. Damn it, what kind of garbage is this? The system gently popped up a message. Ding, host has pocketed a sweet 500 breakdown points. Hiding in the bathroom, Lin Mo burst into a hearty laugh. May I turn into a dog if I lied to you? That is clearly a complete set of the finest teaching materials. With a face as dark as a coal pot, Pan gritted his teeth and glared intensely at his phone. Don't tell me that masterpiece of 7 muscular men and a slender beauty is a scam too. The small screen suddenly jumped to play a cheerful children's tune loudly, with the image of the classic cartoon Calabash Brothers hitting his face. In a fit of rage, Pan threw his phone straight onto the tiled floor, screaming and cursing loudly. Holy crap, Lin Mo, you played dirty. The system leisurely dropped another notification. Ding, host has reaped another easy 500 breakdown points. Q, who was fast asleep, was jolted awake by the torturous noise like a springing shrimp. What's the hot news? Did the wild ghosts come to claim our lives? Choking with frustration, Pan sank to his knees, tearfully complaining, Damn you Lin Mo, you tricked me. You wretched monsters, release my grandfather. Q stared in speechless exhaustion. You are just watching some boring videos. Is there any need to get so worked up like you are possessed, man? Inside, Lin Mo caught the entire drama unfolding outside, covering his mouth as he giggled triumphantly over his incredibly successful prank. On the roof of the Beiyang Academy dormitory, Lin Mo was diligently feeding items to gradually level up his chainsaw butterfly ghost. Putting away his playful demeanor, he concentrated all his power to push internal energy into nurturing the chainsaw butterfly ghost, helping it break its cocoon and evolve. As the surging spiritual aura spread through its nervous system, the chainsaw butterfly ghost entered a state of bliss, roaring with earth-shattering power. A young man from the floor below poked his head out of the window, looking up to shout angrily at Lin Mo. What kind of chanting and wooden fish tapping are you doing in the middle of the night? It's absolutely deafening. Startled and embarrassed, Lin Mo quickly bowed his head to apologize. Sorry brother, I accidentally overdid it a bit. Catching a glimpse of the chainsaw butterfly ghost's fierce and bloodthirsty face, the young man was frightened out of his wits and retreated instantly, sweat pouring down as he tried to pacify. It's fine, nothing is wrong, brother. Please keep going, I am blind and didn't see anything. Lin Mo's eyes flared with fanatic fire as he slapped the chainsaw butterfly ghost's shoulder encouragingly. Smooth. Let's keep grinding. I will unlock your third ultimate skill for you. Lin Mo gathered energy in his dantian, channeling all resources to enhance the physical body of the chainsaw butterfly ghost, completing the operation to exchange for the chainsaw ghost's super tier 3 skill. Chainsaw butterfly ghost froze in astonishment, savoring the subtle and miraculous transformation in every fiber of its body. The chainsaw ghost's obedience stat was buffed by an additional 9%, leaping to hit the 99% mark. This loyalty threshold was locked firmly and would not drop, naturally making it a contract ghost that would follow its master until old age. Lin Mo stroked his chin, lost in thought as he planned. Finally, I've solved the tough puzzle of dealing with those tanky evil spirits with high magic resistance. Now there's no need to worry about failing halfway like before. The damage gap has been perfectly patched. Having finished the upgrade, Lin Mo waved his hand and loudly ordered the chainsaw ghost to retreat into his inventory. Continuing the process, Lin Mo cleared his throat, chanted a summoning spell, and drew out a divine weapon. Next up was the ghost's sword. Lin Mo's hand gripped the hilt of the ghost's sword tightly, draining his energy reserves to level up his treasure. The ghost sword jumped to the mid-tier fierce spirit rank, shot up to the high-tier fierce spirit rank, and then boosted further to reach the top-tier VIP fierce spirit rank. Casting his deep gaze at his arm, which was now bulging with web-like veins, Lin Mo curled his lips in delight. The higher the ghost sword's level, the more hideously deformed this arm became. Soon, his fair hands would lose all their flesh and turn into dry bones. Without missing a beat, Lin Mo's face filled with ecstasy as he continued pumping resources into the divine weapon, completing the action to unlock the ghost sword's ultimate skill, immediately obtaining the ultimate technique, Single Sword Crusade. Lin Mo stared intently at the stats board on the system, the corner of his lips twitching into a slight smirk. This skill was born for ambush and quick execution. The Single Sword Crusade is truly maxed out. Once the owner leaves an eerie shadow at the starting coordinates, the body and the sword will shoot forward like a rocket, getting a 2x movement speed buff and up to 95% damage resistance for a brief moment. After releasing the strike, the real body will fly back to the starting point. A small catch: the distance between the shadow and the person must not exceed 50 paces, consuming 300 mana with a cooldown of 10 full minutes. Fondling the divine sword in his hand, Lin Mo's eyes went blank as he pondered. The only problem is that this thing consumes too much mana, and it makes you wait for such a long cooldown. Each battle can probably only squeeze out one use, so it looks like this trump card will be my finishing killer move. Having completed the operation smoothly, Lin Mo stuffed the items into his bag and quietly slipped away, calculating in his mind. My stock of ghost beads is completely depleted. I'll just have to wait for the day I strike gold with an ambush before grinding levels again. The scene shifts to the training ground, where Principal Su Feng, leaning on his crutch, was waiting impatiently with his head craned for Lin Mo to show up. Su Feng narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold as ice, pointing his finger straight at Lin Mo to threaten him. "Beloved disciple, I smell that you are about to vanish from this world." Lin Mo gasped in shock, the blood draining from his brain as his face turned pale, his jaw dropping so low he couldn't squeeze out a single word. Taking a drag of a fragrant cigarette, Principal Su Feng leisurely updated him on current events. Confidential reports from the North say they have finalized the armistice agreement. In a few days, the military will step in to clean up and take over the Safety Bureau. Principal Su Feng's face hardened as he whispered a warning. The military digs deep, leaving no loophole. Your background info will be laid bare sooner or later. Lin Mo's face darkened, lowering his eyes as he thought hard. My trail must have been reported to the higher-ups by Gao Long already. At this rate, the death sentence hanging over my head is tightening. As the cigarette burned out, Principal Su Feng elegantly used the tip of his shoe to crush the ashes. Principal Su Feng's eyes filled with concern, staring intently at Lin Mo as he murmured, "Never mind whether you have enough skill to match the military. You first need to have enough solid strength to keep your own miserable life safe." As if injected with a booster, Lin Mo transformed completely, his eyes burning with the fire of battle as he confidently demanded, "Master, let's start the tribulation session. Just release all 4 evil ghosts. There's no need to lower their levels. Let's fight them at full strength at the evil spirit level." Seeing through his disciple's stubborn determination, Principal Su Feng narrowed his eyes in delight, smirking, "Fine, 4 against 1. If you don't end up blind, you'll end up lame. Let's play." The pack of evil spirits under Principal Su Feng slowly rose from the ground. He waved his hand to start. "The bell has rung, let's begin the feast." Lin Mo got into his fighting stance. Though his facial muscles twitched slightly from the chill and his bitten lip bled, his eyes flared with murderous intent, determined to go all out. The moment Principal Su Feng's starting signal ended, both sides plunged into a life-and-death struggle. "Ghosts, serve yourselves up." The red ghost waving its paintbrush to draw talismans was immediately blocked by the chainsaw ghost, creating a clash that showered sparks across the corner of the yard. Nearby, as the skeletal ghost swung its scythe to strike, the zither ghost swiftly plucked an eerie tune, releasing waves of deep purple energy that blasted in all directions. At the same time, the duo of the opera actress and the martial artist tried to rush in to help, only to hit the iron wall of the shield ghost, sending the opera actress rolling far away. The battlefield was as chaotic as a crowded market, a wild dance of demons crashing into each other, leaving Su Feng standing in the corner of the yard with his hands behind his back, sipping tea and watching the show. He stroked his mustache and evaluated thoughtfully. "Well, the rhythm of advance and retreat is quite orderly, and the transitions between offense and defense are getting smoother. It doesn't look useless, but compared to the military's formation curriculum, this setup is still at a disadvantage." Turning the focus to Lin Mo, He carried dual swords but was cornered by the dew of the red ghost and the shield ghost like a fish in a bowl, making his heart race and his legs tremble. Suddenly getting an idea, he sensed a blind spot, speeding up his pace to charge straight into the shield ghost, roaring, "Since there's no way back, I'll just plow straight through." Su Feng noticed the change and immediately snapped his fingers, ordering the evil spirit to release arrows, laughing secretly in mockery. "Mo, you moved to the wrong tile. If you jump straight into the bullseye of the ghost soul arrows, don't blame this old man for sending you to meet Yama early." A stream of magic arrows pierced through the wind straight toward him, but he stood as still as a log, not moving an inch. At the very split second the arrow was about to touch his skin, he instantly unleashed a substitution skill, and a shadow flickering with green light emerged out of nowhere to block the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped away to another corner, leaving the shadow behind to act as a meat shield and absorb all the damage. He leaped on the spot, swinging his sword to slice the arrow cleanly in half. The spectacular landing forced Su Feng to freeze, his mouth wide open as he witnessed this god-tier move right before his eyes. Dumbfounded, he muttered at his disciple's cheat-like performance. What on earth? The kid hasn't even been training for half a month, yet he has already unlocked the full 3-skill combo of the ghost sword. This brat's comprehension talent for unlocking skills might have already trampled over his eldest senior brother's level. Lin Mo stared straight at his old master's face, his brain working rapidly. He had to capitalize on the cooldown of the single sword crusade to quickly take down the enemy boss. Suddenly, his pupils turned blood-red as he roared at the top of his lungs, "Blood curse!" Lin Mo glided as smoothly as a whirlwind, charging straight toward his master's coordinates. Su Feng was not one to sit and take a beating. He waved his hand to awaken the Blood Knight Ghost, an entity with a chest tightly wrapped in blood-stained bandages, emitting a thick, poisonous gas. Blood Knight Ghost flash form. The ghost quickly wrapped its arms around its master, erecting a barrier to block the strike. As Lin Mo rushed forward, sweeping with a wind-splitting sword strike, the old man cleverly summoned an evil spirit to cover his back, gloating with smug satisfaction. "Village chief brat, you fell into my trap." Lin Mo smirked slyly and thought to himself, the title of the 8 Ghost Kings is indeed a high-level feast, extremely tough to chew. But forcing Dai Feng to bristle and summon another evil spirit to defend is already quite a feat for this young master. Suddenly, the shield ghost emerged from the ground, using its shield to slam heavily into Lin Mo's back, one-man sweep. Furious, Lin Mo roared at the top of his voice, "Single sword crusade, retract." He dodged swiftly to the next tile, causing the heavy stone shield to smash onto the empty ground. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. Looking up in panic, he saw a lethal combo of 3 arrows flying toward him like a storm. Just in time, the chainsaw ghost revved its motor, swinging the chainsaw to shred the 3 arrows to pieces. Lin Mo gasped in relief, falling backward as he clapped and cheered, "Chainsaw ghost, great block." Sweating profusely, he scanned every corner, muttering as he slapped himself to stay alert. "The torture session is not over yet, let's go all out." Having witnessed everything from start to finish, the Blood Knight Ghost exposed the trick. Just now, that kid pretended to show a weakness to trick the Shield Ghost and the Judge Ghost. Using that single sword crusade, he easily tore through the formation. "Boss, you got led by the nose." How bizarre, in just one night, he has unlocked all 3 ultimate moves of the Ghost Sword, and he even managed to seamlessly blend offense and defense. That is truly impressive. After a few basic exchanges, the Blood Knight Ghost calculated in his mind. In terms of contract limits, this kid is on par with you. In terms of talent and sharpness, he is no less than your first disciple. And in terms of ruthlessness, he surely matches your 8th disciple. Standing and watching Lin Mo continuously dodge blows on the field, he realized another thing. This kid's agility is more than enough to beat your 2nd disciple. The Blood Knight Ghost patted Su Feng's shoulder repeatedly, teasing him with a smirk. "Hey leader, you've hit the jackpot again by getting such an outstanding prospect." Su Feng immediately glared back. "He is my beloved disciple, stop making sarcastic remarks." Saying that, the old man pointed directly at Lin Mo, his voice hardening. "But as a young sprout, he is still quite raw. He needs to be broken down and rebuilt with much more training." Hearing this, the Blood Knight Ghost clicked his tongue, understanding the deep meaning behind his words, and decided to shut his mouth. Suddenly, the Blood Knight Ghost felt like taking off his shirt and rushing straight onto the field, shouting, "Let me join in the fun," which made Lin Mo jump in panic. The 2 ghosts with the shield and the copy pressed Lin Mo into a tight spot, forcing him to keep jumping backward to dodge the damage. The Blood Knight Ghost raised his eyebrows and sneered, waving his hand to tease. "How about it, kid? Do you want to buff the game's difficulty so this old man can jump in and fight with you?" Hearing this, Lin Mo's face darkened, but he still gritted his teeth and forced himself to say, "These cheap tricks are nothing. If you have the guts, come right in." As soon as the words left his mouth, a ghostly shadow crashed into Lin Mo, sending him flying far away. It even mocked him loudly, "You talked so big, kid." The Blood Knight Ghost looked up to observe Lin Mo, only to see him surrounded by a surging wave of bloody aura, rising like a tempest. Submerged within that vortex were countless sharp blades, their tips pointing straight up to the sky. All the swords and blades shot rapidly toward Lin Mo, who was hovering in midair. With no place to take hold, Lin Mo could only grit his teeth and bear the pain as numerous blades ripped through his flesh. He silently winced. "It hurts so much. Fortunately, Dai Feng went easy on me, otherwise I would have turned into a walking skeleton by now." Just as he free fell to the ground like a log, Gui Li suddenly appeared and rushed over like the wind. She used her small shoulders to catch his body and held him tightly in her arms. Gui Li carefully helped him stand up, sighing as she looked at him with pity. Lin Mo, completely out of breath at this point, told himself that he still hadn't mastered the skill and needed to narrow down his defensive area. He took a breath and shouted loudly, "Keep going." The torturous session lasted until night fell and the bright moon hung high overhead. Lin Mo collapsed on the empty ground in exhaustion, panting heavily like a pair of bellows. Right beside him sat Su Feng, puffing out smoke. Su Feng held his cigarette, nodding in satisfaction as he praised, "You did quite well today, kid." Lin Mo blinked excitedly and asked, "Master, with this level, am I capable of beating up some low-ranking soldiers?" Su Feng turned to look at him and smirked, "More than capable. Even 3 to 5 privates charging at you would just be small fry." Hearing the praise, he scratched his head sheepishly but still looked at him with concern to advise, "Master, you are getting old. Please cut down on this toxic smoke." Su Feng's face fell, showing an old and melancholic look as he whispered in reply, "Getting old is just how it is. This is the only pleasure keeping my soul grounded." Sitting beside him, he pondered. Through this training session, Dai Feng was clearly dedicated to training him, treating him like a real disciple. But wait, wasn't this old man himself the one who once led troops to trample over the Feng Mo state to pillage and slaughter? With many questions in his heart, he spoke up hesitantly, "I heard rumors that you used to be known as the 8 Ghost Kings Duan Kaian Kun, commanding the allied army." Su Feng, who was smoking, was startled, stammering, "Oh, about that." The old man bowed his head, letting his thoughts drift back to the distant past. Suddenly, like a sleepwalker, he accidentally bit his own tongue, crying out, "Ouch!" in pain, and the cigarette on his lips dropped to the ground with a thud. Rubbing his mouth ruefully, he slowly recounted, "In that battle from many years ago, I was only a deputy commander. Only after the fighting ended was I promoted to the position of commander." Lin Mo frowned and pressed further. "Clashes between nations happen in every era, but did you really carry out such inhumane slaughter and pillaging?" Su Feng remained silent for a long time before choking back tears to admit, "It's true. The one who issued the order was the commander of the Allied forces at that time. He was also my senior brother, which makes him your senior uncle." Lin Mo suffered a severe shock, jumping up as if electrocuted, screaming, "So it was that guy." Su Feng maintained a calm expression as he looked at his disciple. "Calm down, kid. The world is round, and you too will cross paths eventually, but not yet. What you need to do now is focus entirely on leveling up. Otherwise, meeting him will only mean giving up your life." He clenched his jaw, his gaze both stunned and burning with hatred. His brows furrowed tightly as he squeezed out each word through his teeth. "I understand, master." Su Feng half closed his eyes, swallowing a bitter sigh deep into his chest, his voice gentle as he explained, "Honestly, after that brutal war, I deeply regretted it. I wish I had never stepped into that mud." Dusty memories suddenly rushed back clearly in his mind. The Feng Mo state originally wanted to live in peace, but the Chu state, driven by its ambition to invade and swallow it up, fabricated a horrifying lie. They spread rumors that the Feng Mo state was about to remove the southwestern barrier, letting tens of thousands of evil ghosts flood in to ravage the continent. His voice grew heavier with sorrow. As soon as that false rumor was spread, numerous nations and commoners alike raised their voices in protest. Using that pretext, the Chu state rallied its troops, forming alliances to attack the Feng Mo state. Back then, I was foolish enough to believe the rumors blindly, carrying my sword to join the campaign. Telling up to this point, Su Feng suddenly gritted his teeth, but by the time the dust settled, I was shocked to discover the truth. Not only did the Feng Mo state not remove the barrier, but they also did everything they could to reinforce their defenses. Who would have thought that such a massive country would lie to the entire world? Hearing this, Lin Mo growled every word with a voice dripping with resentment. Ah, so that's it. The Chu state used the opportunity to seize the Feng Mo state, slaughtering innocent citizens and completely leveling my homeland. Su Feng clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting a dark shadow. The people of the Chu state deceived the entire world. They not only slaughtered countless lives during the war, but even after the armistice, they refused to spare the remaining 100,000 survivors. His voice erupted with rage. Those bastards from the Chu state dragged the remnants of the Feng Mo state and cast them out to the remote borders, forcing them to live like beasts. If a ghost tide ever breaks out, those people will be the first meat shields to bear the brunt of the strike for the citizens of the Chu state. Hearing the principal's story up to that point, Lin Mo's rage rushed straight to his brain, and he swung his arm to deliver a thunderous blow to the ground, creating a rumbling explosion that shook the area. Lin Mo's eyes flashed with a blood-red light like a wild beast. The ground cracked into pieces under the force of his punch, and he roared with deep resentment. Even if I die, I will never let this massive blood debt slide. Su Feng took a deep breath, keeping his expression as cold as ice, and slowly told Lin Mo, "Sooner or later you would have dug this up anyway. Since you asked today, I have no reason to hide it." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and looked straight at him. "So, because you didn't want to join those scumbags in doing evil, and you were sick of that cold-blooded military environment, you slipped away to open this Beiyang Academy, right? You taking me in as your disciple was just to atone for your monstrous sins of the past, wasn't it?" Su Feng turned his face away, avoiding the boy's fiery gaze. "Well, you can think of it that way if you want." A look of patient endurance flashed across Principal Su Feng's wrinkled face, and he let out a long sigh. "If you want to stab me to vent your anger, I am ready to stand still and let you do it." Lin Mo's gaze remained locked onto the old man's figure without blinking. Pulling back his anger, he replied in a serious tone, "No, this anger can't be taken out entirely on you. If we want to settle this score, we have to drag those Chu Guo bastards out and chop them to pieces." He stood straight up from the stone slab and lightly leaped down to the ground, while solemnly declaring, "I will force those Chu Guo bastards to pay this blood debt with their own blood." Lin Mo strode forward, rubbing and massaging his shoulders a few times to warm up, his back straight and proud. Then he smirked, "Master, we will clash again tomorrow." Hearing that, a strangely warm feeling trickled into Su Feng's heart. He truly was a sensible kid. He muttered to himself, "It seems the fate of the common people of Feng Ma has finally found a pillar to lean on." The next morning, a fleet of armored tanks rumbled straight into the inner city, and the entire Chu Guo military force had retreated to make a desperate stand. Armed forces set up posts across the provinces, and even the Jiang Province Safety Bureau was completely taken over by the military region. The Ghost Tamer Association and the Scholar Ghosts had no choice but to pack up and seek refuge elsewhere due to this situation. The military began clearing out the ghost nests spreading across the province and thoroughly wiped out all areas where wild ghosts wandered. Su Feng patted the blackboard which had a giant sign posted on it reading, "Wild Ghost Cleanup Mission." He spoke loudly. "These wild ghost clearing tasks are divided equally among the universities, and any student who has free time to participate in grinding them out will get a very sweet payout." But in stark contrast to their teachers' enthusiastic pandering, the students below remained dead silent, and some even slumped on their desks, snoring away. Suddenly, a hand timidly went up in the corner of the classroom, calling out, "Teacher." Su Feng's eyes immediately lit up like car headlights. "Hey there, classmate, do you want to lock in and take this job?" Unfortunately, that student grimaced and complained, "No, my stomach is on strike and demanding food. If you are done rambling, please let us go eat. Why are you stalling?" Su Feng shamelessly continued to bait the students. "Hey, eliminating ghosts not only pays well, but also gets you featured in the newspapers and broadcasted on national television, so hurry up and swipe your cards to sign up." Lin Mo rolled his eyes and winked at Aq, a glance carrying a businesslike message. "Deal or no, brother?" Aq, proving worthy of being his childhood friend, got the signal in a blink. "Deal, what is there to fear? We get to pick up free ghost beads, why would we turn that down?" From the very back of the desks, Lin Mo raised his hand straight up towards the ceiling and shouted, "Teacher, count us in." Su Feng, like a drowning man grabbing a lifesaver, hurriedly finalized the deal. Excellent. After a noisy registration session, Lin Mo and a Q also managed to snatch a gig. The bell signaling the end of class rang out across the vast school campus, officially putting an end to a long day of crammed knowledge. Lin Mo pulled out the mission sheet and examined it closely. The haunted house had 2 mid-grade fierce ghosts contracted to Beiyang Academy. The pool area had 3 mid-grade evil spirits claimed by Lang Feng Academy. As for the underground cellar, it had 6 low-grade vicious spirits plus 4 high-grade evil spirits, which was completely taken by Zhu Feng Academy. Grumbled, "Hey, principal, why is our school's gig so pathetic? Those other schools got to feast on big banquets with way better ghosts. What's up with that?" Su Feng could only offer a placating laugh. "There's nothing we can do about that. Our school is just a regular vocational college. How can we compete with those elite key schools? Even grabbing this gig required me to argue until I was blue in the face." He turned and strolled towards the door, looking completely carefree and relaxed, his voice sounding quite cheerful. "Well, beggars can't be choosers." As he was walking, Su Feng suddenly stopped dead, turning his head to grin at Lin Mo and a Q. A shameless, cunning gleam flashed in the old man's eyes, but you know, rules are made to be bypassed. Lin Mo's brain figured it out instantly, smelling something fishy in Su Feng's words. "Ah, master, you're hinting that we should go steal their business, aren't you?" But the old man played innocent and denied it completely. "Nonsense, I never urged you boys to rob anyone." Lin Mo turned to a Q and high-fived his friend with a loud slap. "Regardless of whether it's our gig or not, you and I are going to steal it." A Q nodded in agreement. "Spot on, at worst they just won't pay us. Our ultimate goal is to kill ghosts and loot ghost beads. Who cares about a few pocket change anyway?" Strolling leisurely through the wide corridors of the massive library filled with books, Lin Mo wore a carefree expression, as if walking through a market, his mind completely free of worries. Suddenly, his feet stopped in front of a giant bookshelf. He peeked through a gap between the stacks of books, seemingly spotting the target he was looking for. Seeing Anran sitting on the floor with her head buried in a book, her back leaning against the shelf behind her, he called out to greet her. "I knew you were hiding in this corner." Anran replied indifferently, "Why wouldn't I read free books here? Once I pack up and leave this place, I won't even dream of having books to read." He frowned slightly in confusion. "Leave where? Your wanted poster is still hanging right there at the safety bureau. If you carelessly show your face on the streets now, you're finished." Anran rested her chin on her hand, her bright eyes looking at him as she countered. "But I am not a Beiyang student. How can I stay holed up here forever?" She stretched her body, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she said, "What are you worried about? I've been running and hiding from those safety bureau guys for years. I know all their tricks like the back of my hand." She hesitated for a moment and then edged closer to Lin Mo, whispering as if about to secure an earth-shattering deal. "Let me let you in on a secret. I just found a highly lucrative opportunity." Anran put her lips close to his ear, breathing warm, suggestive breaths as she whispered, "I heard that in a few days, the Safety Bureau will escort a truck of juicy supplies to Xinhai City, and I'm planning to recruit some people to hijack this haul." Lin Mo heard the plan and froze for 5 seconds, his eyebrows shooting up to his hairline in shock, his throat tightening as he struggled to think of a cool way to react. Anran kept a dead serious face. "Consider this something the safety guys owe me. Taking it back is completely reasonable." Looking at her, Lin Mo broke into a cold sweat and thought to himself, daring to rob cargo right from the government's hands, this Anran really fears nothing. She is indeed a force to be reckoned with. She turned to stick her tongue out playfully at Lin Mo. "Don't worry, once this heist goes smoothly and I make a fortune, I'll share a cut of the commission with you." Lin Mo let out a long sigh. He had been planning to invite her to crash the ghost elimination missions of the other schools, but given this situation, that plan was definitely dead in the water. He glanced at Anran and questioned back, "You're planning to rob government cargo with only 3 people?" She shook her head in dejection, looking helpless. "Wu Kun is basically junk metal now, and that old driver's drowned ghost is too weak to even scare anyone." Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Lin Mo quickly suggested, "How can you carry the team alone? How about I tag along?" But before he could finish his sentence, Anran put her finger on his lips. "Stop right there." She turned her head away to hide the sadness in her eyes. "If you get exposed during the operation, what if the Safety Bureau uses that as an excuse to throw you in prison? I don't have the luxury of dragging you into this mud." and Ran held the book straight up in front of Lin Mo, showing off its large cover. "Besides, my skills aren't as useless as you think. Take a close look at this." His eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Impressive, an array formation manual." Array formations were actually ultimate techniques, where ghost tamers burned their own spiritual energy to empower them. Each type of array formation had a completely different scale and lethality. Master array formationists could even freeze an entire ghost domain or erect a wall of fire to halt tens of thousands of demons. Unfortunately, this art was incredibly difficult for ordinary humans, and at best was only used to restrain ghosts, so this field was largely neglected with very few students. Lin Mo looked at her with wide eyes, shouting in a squeaky voice, "You actually digested such a mind-boggling, brain-melting thing in just a matter of moments." And Ran proudly tilted her chin up, her cheeks slightly flushed as she smiled at him and said, "Others might read until their eyes go blind without understanding, but for a genius like me, these few words are a piece of cake." But the moment she turned away, her heart bled because of her empty pockets, muttering under her breath, "Damn it, a torn book costing tens of thousands, where am I going to get the money to buy it?" As soon as Ran placed the book back on the shelf, Lin Mo quickly snatched it back and chuckled, "You haven't finished reading it yet, have you? Leave it there, I'll use my library card to borrow it for you." Her face immediately lit up as if she had struck gold. "Really? Thank you so much, brother." Lin Mo shrugged smoothly, "It's just a small matter. I'm still eagerly waiting for you to swipe those goods from the safety bureau and share some treats with me." And Ran nodded repeatedly, assuring him, "Absolutely, there will definitely be a share for you." Lin Mo and Aq were standing in the middle of a completely empty plot of land, bearing the brunt of a torrential downpour. Lin Mo looked at Aq and said with a grimace, "With a rainstorm like this, our plan to hunt ghosts tonight is ruined." He secretly sighed with regret. "If only Hai Zio Pan were here, we could just crawl right into his trash can ghost and escape this downpour." Speaking of which, when he had invited Hai Zio Pan, the guy had practically jumped in protest. "Even if you put a knife to my throat, I won't go. I still hold a grudge over the time you tricked me before. I'm not stupid enough to walk into a trap again." Covering his head with his hands, Aq questioned Lin Mo, "Wait, didn't you also manage to recruit Sister Mu Wanqing to come along? Where is she hiding?" He gave a crooked smile. "The principal dumped some chores on her. She said she'll meet up with us after she finishes." As they slogged along, a massive mansion suddenly loomed before the two young men amidst the thick rain. Overjoyed, Lin Mo pointed ahead and shouted, "Lucky us, looks like there is a dry spot over there to escape the rain." Aq frowned and looked around. "This house smells exactly like a coffin home, just like when I used to travel around shaving heads with my dad." Lin Mo scratched his head in confusion. "What kind of place is a coffin home?" Aq lowered his voice amidst the gloomy rain, his chilling tone dripping with menace. "It's a mortuary, a place specifically for embalming corpses." But Lin Mo showed a complete lack of fear. "Who cares? Having a roof to block the rain is a blessing. If any ghosts pop out to bite us, we can just consider it as them hand-delivering ghost beads to our mouths." Putting their arms around each other's shoulders, the two strolled through the main gate of the mortuary, as the rain outside not only showed no sign of stopping, but also poured down even more furiously. Raindrops the size of fingertips pelted against the old roof tiles. In this dead-silent, late-night hour, it only served to heighten the dread of the gloomy scenery. Crouching down to inspect the large door of the mortuary, Aq clicked his tongue and made a decision, which Lin Mo didn't even bother to dispute. "The rain has soaked our clothes completely. Let's just risk going inside to take shelter." Both of them reached out at the same time to push the wooden door slightly. It immediately let out a spine-chilling creak in the silence, making their backs run cold. The place the two rascals had just entered was actually a spacious mortuary hall, with cold, stiff corpses lined up on both sides, while the opposite corner was adorned with an altar carrying a flickering red candle, casting a ghostly glow over the room. Suddenly, a wrinkled old woman emerged from behind them, her raspy voice startling both of them. "You two young men have disturbed the sleep of my guests." With a crooked smile, Lin Mo glanced at the old woman and asked, "What guests are you referring to, ma'am? We are just borrowing the eaves to stay the night. We'll leave as soon as the rooster crows." But the old woman coldly pointed and replied, "The guests lying stiff right here." Waving her bamboo cane to drive them away, the old woman glared at Lin Mo and snapped, "The mortuary is the land of the dead. It does not welcome the living. You two get lost right now." Lin Mo nodded like a chicken pecking rice, one hand quickly dragging a cue around to head straight for the door. He still managed to shout back, "Yes, yes, we're leaving right now." But just then, the old woman accidentally spotted the tools tucked behind a cue's back and shouted to stop them. "Hold on, you boy there, are you an apprentice of a head shaver?" Akio turned his head back in confusion and gave a very polite nod, his eyes showing clear bewilderment as he replied, "Yes, that's right, is there something wrong, ma'am?" A delighted grin broke out on the old woman's wrinkled face, and she immediately made an offer. "Listen, as long as you take the trouble to shave the heads of my guests, I'll grant you a special exception to crash here for the night." Hearing the proposal, Akio turned pale as a sheet, sweat pouring down like rain as he stammered, "Are you kidding me? You want me to shave these corpses?" Standing beside him, Lin Mo grinned widely and comforted him. "Just do your best. It's better than dragging yourself out there to stand in the pouring rain." After battling his inner thoughts for a long while, Akio made a face and nodded, yielding to the old woman. "Fine, it's a deal." Unsheathing his razor-sharp sword, he still had some doubts and asked the old woman, "Wait, they have already gone to the Yellow Springs, why bother with shaving their heads?" The old woman didn't bother to explain, only snapping back, "Ask less questions, just shave them quickly." His face darkening, Akio held a lock of hair filled with yin energy, pressing his short sword close to the corpse's scalp and gently moving the blade, screaming inside, "I swear, if it weren't for the storm outside, I would never have accepted this underworld job." Unfortunately, his blade went off course and sliced off a chunk of the corpse's scalp, almost causing Akio's heart to jump out of his chest, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "Oh no, I accidentally cut a piece of skin." Desperate times called for desperate measures, so he quickly turned back to look at his friend sitting leisurely behind him for help. "Lin Mo, come carry this for me." But seeing Lin Mo's delighted face as if he had struck gold while staring at his phone, Akio had to swallow his anger and abandon his plan to seek help. "Never mind, there's no relying on this guy, I have to face the consequences myself." It turned out Lin Mo was cheerfully posting a picture of the two in the mortuary to show some senior, "We are launching our roughing it out service in a mortuary tonight." The other party replied instantly, "You little brats, I'm trying to enjoy my late-night noodles here." Immediately the system chimed, "Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 breakout points." Lin Mo's eyes shone brightly as he laughed, "Sweet, got myself some free points out of nowhere." Meanwhile, Akio was poking at the shiny bald head of one of the corpses, turning back to ask the old woman, "Hey ma'am, this guy's head is already smooth as a billiard ball, can we skip shaving him?" The old woman immediately blocked his path with her cane and barked, "I said shave, so you must shave. What I need is not the hair, but for you to clear the thin corpse hairs growing on top of those corpses' heads. Shave every single strand clean for me." Akio could only listlessly obey, "Yes, yes, I get it." The old woman glared at him and threw back a murderous threat, "You'd better do a clean job. If you miss a single strand, don't blame me." With that, the old woman's hunched figure slowly faded into the darkness behind the door. Lin Mo then nudged him, "That old woman is gone, why be so honest and tire yourself out? Just shave a few random strokes to fool her and call it a day." Akio calculated in his head, "Well, I'll just scrape it twice more, as payment to the old woman for staying the night." Just then, the three coffins sitting before them suddenly began to shake violently, making a deafening rattling sound. Startled, Lin Mo shouted, "What's that?" Standing beside him, Akio also broke out in sweat, guessing wildly, "I don't know, it seems the corpses whose heads I just shaved are coming to life." With a bang, the lids of several coffins flew off and scattered on the floor at the same time. Three desiccated skeletons scrambled to sit up, their joints scraping against the wooden walls, emitting a creepy rattling noise. Turning pale, the two guys shrieked in terror, "Oh my God, shaving the corpses' heads has awakened them." Another two corpses rose up, making Akio scream like a slaughtered pig. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes to observe, when suddenly Zhu Tong leaped onto his shoulder and declared, "These things are definitely the corpses of the Yang Shigui." He asked with a blank stare, "What is the Yang Shigui used for?" Zhu Tong began to analyze in detail. The Yang Shigui is a ghost that specializes in implanting a trace of its ghost energy into dead bodies to nurture them. Exactly 49 strands of corpse hair will sprout on the crown of those corpses' heads. Zhu Tong added, "Once these corpse hairs fall out on their own, or are shaved off clean by a razor filled with Yang energy, the ghost will gain complete control over the corpse." Lin Mo's mind raced as a brilliant idea struck him. "Amazing, If I can secure a contract with this Yang Shigui, won't I have an entire army of corpses as bodyguards? What could be better than using them as cannon fodder? Having made up his mind, he immediately decided, approved, let's catch this ghost and add it to my contract. He eagerly turned to ask Zutong, hey brother, do you think that old woman from earlier was the Yang Shigui in disguise? Zutong shook his head vigorously. No, that old woman is a normal human. She was probably threatened with her life by the ghost, so she had no choice but to follow along. It seems this ghost is hiding its hand very well. Lin Mo activated his eye technique and gave a strict command. Zutong, scan and find it for me. Do not let a single corner slip through. He swept his eyes around, but saw nothing unusual, except for the pungent smell of ghost energy permeating every single corner. Scanning way out into the backyard, Lin Mo finally caught sight of the old woman and a ghost hovering around, and he shouted, they are hiding in the backyard. He patted Akiu's shoulder and urged, run, chase after that ghost quickly. His face as cold as stone, Lin Mo kicked the door open and rushed straight outside. Seeing this, the old woman angrily cursed at them. Who allowed you to crawl into the backyard? Do you want to be thrown out of the mortuary? Lin Mo showed no respect and roared back, tell that ghost hiding behind your back to show its face. Tensing his arm as his spiritual energy blazed, he shouted to intimidate it, hiding so well, refusing to show yourself, huh? Summon. Dai Jai Gui and Wu Sheng Gui immediately emerged from the void and charged into the battle. The two contracted ghosts vied to smash the dry skeletons to pieces, while Lin Mo stood there issuing threats. Then I will smash your entire collection of corpses to smithereens. The old woman cried out in panic, if you destroy its corpses, it will definitely find you to tear you apart. At the same time, the system reported, congratulations host, you have received 100 breakout points. Hearing this, Lin Mo boasted even more enthusiastically, well, I'm destroying them precisely to lure it out to bite me. With a bang, countless talismans combined with a foul-smelling, blood-red aura surged out, staining the entire yard. From beneath the ground, a pair of pale, dry hands emerged like decaying branches. Following close behind, a succession of corpses rumbled as they rose from their graves, shrieking with spine-chilling screams. Her jaw dropping in terror, the old woman stammered, it's over, the Yang Shigui is furious. Perched on his shoulder, Zutong quickly alerted him, the Yang Shigui is summoning its corpse horde. Every time it successfully refines a batch of corpses, it stuffs them all into its corpse pouch, only pulling them out when trouble arises. A whole pack of fierce-looking zombies, bearing their fangs and claws, charged straight at Lin Mo. He calmly analyzed, the physical strength of these corpses is at most on par with a low-grade fierce ghost. Even if they are as numerous as ants, they shouldn't pose much of a threat to us, right? Zutong flew beside him and shouted a warning, be careful, their blood contains corpse poison. Hearing the words corpse poison, Lin Mo was startled. Looking at the sticky yellow fluid dripping onto the ground, Zutong quickly added, exactly, their combat power is weak, but their nails, teeth, and blood are all loaded with corpse poison. You absolutely must not let it touch you. The space around the two young men was now thick with the groaning and roaring of the living dead. Lin Mo began to worry, with so many zombies, how do we avoid getting hit? If we keep dragging this out, we're all going to end up dead. Casually kicking away a corpse trying to ambush him, he shouted, is there any way to locate the true form of the Yang Shigui so we can ambush and finish it off? Hearing this, Akiu leaped straight up onto the roof, quickly scanning around. Let me take a look. But this ghost is too cunning, it's probably holed up in some far-off corner. Looking out towards the main gate, there was only the dense rattling of chaotic bones and the faint, echoing roars of Lin Mo. Akiu frowned in panic and reported, Lin Mo, there's a whole swarm of corpses surrounding us out there, not leaving a single gap. Below, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and schemed, if we can't find its nest, we'll have to use a trick to force it to show its face. He immediately turned to threaten the old woman, spill it, where is the Yang Shigui hiding? Sweating profusely and shaking like a leaf, the old woman replied, I have no idea, I know absolutely nothing. It kidnapped my grandson and threatened me to stay at this mortuary to watch over its goods. Lin Mo kept his ears open, listening to her excuse. The old woman sobbed and continued, each time it finishes refining the corpses, it vanishes, I don't even know where it runs off to. In frustration, he slammed the old woman down onto the ground, muttering, damn it. As the wave of corpses surged forward like a tide, he suddenly noticed something strange. Wait, thinking about it closely, there's something fishy about this whole situation. Retreating behind Wu Shenggui's shadow, Lin Mo racked his brain to analyze. Smashing the successfully fermented corpses won't affect the Yang Shigui, but if I destroy the corpses that are still being refined, its defense meter will definitely plummet. Having reasoned it out, he immediately turned to glare and threaten the old woman. I bet this is the weak spot to take down the Yang Shigui. Raising his voice, he aggressively pressed the old woman. Tell me the truth, where else does it hide the corpses that haven't turned into zombies yet? Her face pale, she knelt and begged. My grandson is still in its hands. If I open my mouth, my grandson is dead for sure. Please spare me. Lin Mo kept his tough stance to extract the information. Cut the nonsense and spill the info. Who knows, I might actually save your grandson from the tiger's den. The cold sword resting directly against her neck made the old woman burst into tears, trembling as she surrendered. I'll talk. Dragging herself backwards, she stammered her confession. Down in that basement, there are several hundred more corpses buried. Before she could even finish, Lin Mo had already parted the zombies and charged forward like a god. Unfortunately, the corpse army blocking the path was as crowded as a festival, and a Qiu shouted from behind. Lin Mo said, "Stand back, let me clear the way." With that, he immediately mobilized his inner strength, releasing a burst of power. Summon Ying Gui. Immediately, a dark shadow materialized, sweeping a path clean. Overjoyed, Lin Mo said, "Thank you, brother, let me try to wrap this up quickly." A Qiu didn't forget to shout after him, "Make sure to be careful." Lin Mo groped his way deep into the pitch-black basement, the putrid smell of rotting corpses hitting his nose, making him grimace in disgust. He turned to ask, "Hey, Brother Zutong, these unfinished corpses probably aren't poisonous, right?" Zutong nodded in confirmation. "Don't worry, they aren't. Feel free to slash away." Without a shred of hesitation, he frowned with intense killing intent. "Excellent, let me see if you'll show your face once I smash this place up." Lin Mo swung his sword, mincing every corpse in front of him, as the system notifications rang out continuously. Slashing with increasing vigor, he laughed aloud in delight. "Finally broke your armor. You stubborn little brat, this is what you get for refusing to show your face." After a storm of swordplay, corpse remains were strewn all over the floor. Lin Mo stabbed his sword into the ground to lean on it, wiping his forehead. "Nice, 2 more floors to go, let's keep going." Ascending to the second basement level, Lin Mo aggressively slashed with his sword, sending the corpses flying. The system immediately reported, "Congratulations, host, you have received 400 breakout points." A scan showed that the breakout level of the Yang Shigui had reached 69%, leaving only 30% to force a direct contract. Sweeping down to the third basement level, he looked at the system panel and still felt unsatisfied. "This is still not enough, I have to push harder." "Congratulations, host, you have received 200 breakout points." Lin Mo laughed maniacally as he sliced through the corpses. A measurement showed that the breakout level of the Yang Shigui had reached 80%, just 19% away from a direct contract. The scene shifted to another corner of the cave, where the old sorcerer was scratching his head and complaining, "What on earth is this? How did the ghost energy from the corpses completely evaporate?" He spread his hands, clawing his fingers, his face contorted as he opened his mouth and roared, "Who on earth is it? Who dared to ruin my corpse-raising work?" The grandson of the innkeeper stood cowering behind the sorcerer, his face as pale as a banana leaf, his hands tightly clasped together in front of his chest, trembling. He whipped around and grabbed the boy's neck, squeezing it as he hissed venomously, "That damned old hag, she dared to betray me today." Choked to the point of suffocation, the boy whimpered for mercy, "Please spare my life, don't kill me." The sorcerer grinned sinisterly. "If you want to be resentful, go to the king of hell and blame your grandmother for not keeping her mouth shut." Right when he was squeezing the boy's neck with all his might, the system panel popped up. "Ding, dear Yang Shigui, congratulations on being selected for the Lucky Question event. Simply choose the correct answer, and you will be honored with a contract with Lin Mo. Please listen to the question." In a fit of rage, he turned around and yelled curses, "Listen to your mother's ass." The system responded, "Congratulations, you have successfully answered the question. The question was father is not home, so what are we eating tonight? The correct answer is listen to mother. Contract progress, 10%, 20%. With a puff of smoke, he dissolved into thin air, and the boy was released, collapsing to the ground with his mouth wide open. Holy crap, what on earth was that? The sorcerer's soul gradually faded, his face still frozen in utter astonishment, fading so much that one could see right through his body to the stone walls behind. His physical body was warped and distorted by an invisible suction force, pulled straight towards the coffin home. The sorcerer was sucked straight into Lin Mo's raised arm. Lin Mo stroked the sigil on his arm, smiling in complete satisfaction. Contract successfully locked in. Over here, a horde of blue-eyed corpses was charging frantically towards Akio. Suddenly, the entire crowd screeched to a halt, standing dead silent. Only then did Akio dare to wipe the sweat running down his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. Looks like Lin Mo handled it successfully. Down in the basement, Lin Mo looked at his arm covered in sigils and smiled, picked up another one. Next time, I'll have to arrange the space on my arm to keep it symmetrical. With that, he reached out his hand and tried calling, "Summon Yang Shigui." Instantly, the sorcerer tumbled out from his arm. The moment he showed his face, he waved his arms and shouted curses, "You bastard! What right do you have to destroy my corpses? Do you know how much effort I exhausted just to gather that many bodies?" Lin Mo clicked his tongue. Sheesh, why make such a fuss? Lin Mo pulled up the system panel and clicked directly on the corpse pouch option. Immediately, the data on the corpse-raising ghost sorcerer appeared. Low-grade fierce spirit class, ghost energy index of 570, needs 430 more points to level up, loyalty a mere 1%, the accompanying skill corpse pouch still locked. A total of 1,112 corpses. Lin Mo muttered to himself, the corpse raisers of the Xiangxi region really live up to their name. Holding 1,000 jiangxi like this is truly formidable. The sorcerer gritted his teeth and clutched his massive sack, his eyes bloodshot with grievance as he shouted, "If it weren't for your interference, my fortune would be far grander." Lin Mo could only run a hand through his hair and offer a casual smile to brush it off. In the middle of the room, countless ancient corpses were neatly arranged in 2 long rows. Lin Mo pointed to the corpses and said in a soothing voice, "Calm down, I only cleared 2 floors, didn't I leave a whole floor intact for you?" He snapped back irritably, "How is that enough? A single strand of corpse hair takes at least half a year to fall out. I'll have to wait another 20 years. Lin Mo turned around, grinned confidently, and told the priest, "I can handle this. My friend has a super-fast blade technique that can clear the corpse hair in the blink of an eye, saving you a ton of time." Hearing this, his eyes lit up and he pressed, "Is there really such a good deal?" Lin Mo immediately cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone, tilted his head back, and shouted upstairs, "Akio, bring your blade down here, let me borrow it for a second." A concise shout of agreement came back. Akio, dressed in a bright yellow outfit, waddled down the stairs. He presented the blade with both hands. "Here comes the blade." Lin Mo waved his hand to decline and gestured with his chin, "Your blade skills are sharp, so just shave off the corpse hair on these bodies while you're at it." Akio was stunned, "But I've never been a barber before." Lin Mo suppressed a laugh and coaxed, "No need to be precise, you can even slice off a chunk of their scalp." Akio nodded, "Oh, then that's too easy." Akio quickly approached the group of corpses, swiping his blade back and forth a few times to shave them completely bald. The system interface flashed with a notification, and the priest's lips twitched as he muttered, "Well, his skill is indeed sharp." The loyalty of the corpse-rearing ghost shot up by 9%, reaching a total of 10%. However, he still grumbled in annoyance, "But finding corpses nowadays is as hard as plucking stars from the sky. You ruined so many of my treasures, this crime is hard to forgive." Lin Mo burst into laughter, "Don't worry about the supply. Around Beiyang Academy, there are tens of thousands of hectares of abandoned graveyard, with corpses piled up too many to count." Hearing that, the priest shuddered, recalling the time he went ghost hunting and was chased for his life by a horde of ghosts. He trembled and stammered, "The things in that graveyard are not easy to get. The evil ghosts there are very fierce. Last time, I only swiped 1 corpse and they chased me so hard I ran for half a mile." Lin Mo patted his shoulder with one hand and gave a confident thumbs up with a wink. "You can rest easy. That graveyard is now ruled by the red-clothed female ghost. She and I are close friends, so asking for a few corpses is a piece of cake." The old man asked in delight, "Really? That's wonderful." The corpse-rearing ghost's loyalty nudged up another 5%, totaling 15%. Just then, Akio turned around to report his success. "I've cleared everything out, now let's collect them, all set." The priest pulled out a giant sack he always carried, chanting a spell to suck all the jiangxi inside. The bloated bag was tossed onto the floor with a thud, and the job was done. System panel updated immediately. Lin Mo tapped to upgrade his skill, successfully exchanging the first ultimate move of the corpse-rearing ghost. The newly acquired skill was level 1 corpse control. The corpse-rearing ghost had the ability to summon any number of corpses and control them flexibly within a maximum radius of 500 meters. Each corpse consumed 1 point of spiritual energy, with a cooldown of 0 seconds. System interface continued to update, successfully exchanging the second skill. The new move was named Level 1 Corpse Self-Detonation, allowing him to detonate any jiangshi at will, creating a large area of effect blast. Targets hit would not only take magic damage but also be infected with corpse poison, constantly draining their health. It cost 10 points of spiritual energy, with no cooldown. Lin Mo stared at the system, resting his chin on his hand as he smiled and calculated. Manipulating one corpse cost 1 point of spiritual energy, and with his current spiritual energy capacity as a level 2 Ghost Tamer, summoning 1,000 of them to dance around at the same time was still well within his limits. This was a sweet deal. Having settled everything, Lin Mo and Akiu had just stepped outside when a figure rushed over in a panic. It turned out to be the innkeeper. The old woman trembled and said, Sir, my eldest grandson is all right, isn't he?" Lin Mo gestured with his chin toward the distance and smiled reassuringly. "Your grandson is safe and sound on the mountain over there, completely unharmed." Hearing this, the old woman wept with joy and sobbed, "Is that true? Thank you, young hero, thank you so much." The quiet night was punctuated by the bright moonlight, and in the silent space, only bustling voices could be heard. "Everything is settled. Tonight we can snore in peace. Let's go to sleep early. We still have to drag our bodies to the swimming pool tomorrow to meet the quota for the Safety Bureau." The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the pool for the exorcism mission. He and Akiu leaned against the ship's railing with folded arms, leisurely enjoying the breeze. Suddenly, whispers came from behind. "Have you heard? There's another murder at Shuifeng Pool, the 12th one this month." Lin Mo pricked up his ears, thinking to himself, Isn't Shuifeng Pool my mission destination?" Middle-aged woman quickly chimed in, "Of course. Rumor has it that some people died a horrible death, their faces turning blue as if they had swallowed poison. Even some police officers and Safety Bureau staff who went to the scene lost their lives. This is 100% a vengeful spirit claiming lives, evil ghosts running amok." Lin Mo suddenly stepped forward, slapped the shoulder of a man in the gossiping group, and asked with a smile, "Is it really that terrifying, brother? I was planning to go there for a few laps." The man spun around, his face pale as a sheet, and waved his hands with a trembling voice. "Don't be foolish. I seriously advise you not to go there. You're better off taking a mud bath in the river than going to that death trap. My aunt works as a lifeguard there, and she saw 3 men lose their lives at the bottom of the pool with her own eyes." Lin Mo was stunned for a few seconds, murmuring to himself, "Drowned. Could it be a water ghoul pulling their legs?" The young man grew more and more panicked, clutching his neck with both hands as his entire body shuddered along with his imagination. He painted a scenario of a red-eyed female ghost using her long, tangled hair to choke the victims, insisting they were strangled to death by women's hair. Hearing this, Lin Mo speculated, being strangled by hair means it's probably a hair ghost. The man immediately shook his head and sneered, "By the looks of you, you must skip school often. There's no such thing as a hair ghost in this world. I am a proper level 2 Ghost Tamer, my knowledge of evil spirits is top-notch." He stroked his chin, waving 2 fingers in a scholarly manner, his eyes shining with self-satisfaction. "According to my experience, this is definitely a female ghost holding a bone-deep grudge." Lin Mo retorted instantly, striking the man like a sledgehammer. "What kind of patchy research is that? Just because there is long hair strangling people, you assume it must be a female ghost. Didn't men in ancient times have long braided hair too? Who knows, maybe it's some old male ghost from ancient times returning to haunt them." The man got annoyed, pulling a notebook from his pocket to argue. "Don't talk nonsense. I've carefully studied the profiles of all 12 victims at the pool." He flipped through the notebook and pointed it directly at Lin Mo's face to explain, "Look, after checking their identities, all the victims were men. Even among the police officers who went down to inspect, only males lost their lives. Have you ever seen an evil ghost that only targets men? In conclusion, it is 100% a female ghost with deep resentment." Lin Mo calmly rolled up his sleeves, revealing the contract tattoo on his arm, causing the man's jaw to drop. He muttered, "Only targeting men, that sounds pretty wicked. In that case, isn't this trip going to be highly dangerous? That's intense." The man's eyes went wide as he stammered in shock. Seven contracted ghosts, you are absolute top-tier, brother." Lin Mo glanced sideways at his arm, clicking his tongue as if unsatisfied. "It's nothing, it's still just a single digit." The system went ding. "Congratulations to the host for successfully gathering 50 defense break points." The level 2 Ghost Tamer looked at him with watery eyes of admiration, his cheeks flushing. Since the dawn of the Ghost Tamer profession, those with double-digit contracts could be counted on one hand. An expert, this is definitely an anonymous expert. He smiled brightly, quickly extending his hand to flatter. My name is Luo Cheng from Jixing Academy. From now on, you are my real big brother. Lin Mo also readily shook his hand. Lin Mo, from Beiyang Academy. Hearing the name, Luo Cheng gasped in surprise. Oh my god, are you the legend who smashed the record of the Ghost Domain Trial Zone? Lin Mo proudly folded his arms, closed his eyes, and tossed his chin. Stay humble, my friend, stay humble. After chatting for a bit longer, the ship docked. We've arrived, let's head out. Lin Mo and Aq strolled down the pier, turning back to wave goodbye to Luo Cheng. I have a gig to take care of, let's chat later when we're free. Luo Cheng called out. I took a job at the crematorium. If Big Brother is free after finishing yours, please stop by and share some tips with me. Aq turned to ask Lin Mo, that crematorium seems to be a nest of high-level evil spirits. Are we planning to snatch this job? Lin Mo smirked. Why wouldn't we, but first we have to clear out this swimming pool. Lin Mo frowned, his tone slightly dejected. Just now Luo Cheng said the ghost at the pool only slaughters men. This case is a bit tricky. He analyzed with a grim face. To be honest, beating the evil spirit-level smoke ghost last time was pure luck. Clashing with an unknown evil spirit like this and claiming guaranteed victory would be a lie. We have to use our brains. In less than 60 seconds of thinking, Lin Mo smacked his fist into his palm with a triumphant smile. Got it. Under the clear sky, lush trees hung down, shading the entire long corridor. Inside the swimming pool area, a few girls were whispering. Will wearing this be okay? Just trust me, we will definitely trick it this time. The owner of Shuifeng Pool rushed in aggressively, glaring and grumbling. What are you two girls doing sneaking in here? This place is temporarily closed, please leave immediately. A haughty girl tossed her smooth blonde wig. Those two beauties were actually Aq and Lin Mo disguised as women. We are ghost hunting experts from Langfeng Academy, sent here to clean up this pool. Hearing the name, the owner's attitude did a complete 180 as he rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. Oh, you've finally arrived. I am the manager here. The murder cases have me so confused that I was a bit impolite. I'm counting on you two ladies to banish that evil ghost quickly. I'll be indebted to you both forever. Lin Mo put his hands on his hips, stroking a strand of his wig with a pout. Can we eat words of gratitude? Cough up something practical instead. The owner grinned, crossing two fingers to swear. No problem. As long as you root out that ghost completely, I will give you 10,000 each as a reward. Lin Mo winked to signal Aq. We're good, let's proceed. Not wanting to waste time, Lin Mo grabbed the owner's hand, intending to drag him inside. Let's do this, we're making our move now, and you have to guide us inside, owner. The old man was terrified, thrashing around and resolutely refusing. No thanks, no thanks. There is a ghost inside that specializes in slaughtering men. He was so scared that he turned tail and ran. I wouldn't dare step inside even for gold. You two go ahead, I'll go gather the cash for you. Lin Mo squinted as he watched him run, feeling suspicious that this old guy was acting shady, but then clicked his tongue. He's probably just scared out of his wits. With that, the two walked side by side straight into the pool area. We have to strike fast. If we delay any longer, that crowd from Langfeng Academy will swoop in and snatch it. Let's go. Deep inside the gloomy pool area, a girl in swimwear was holding her phone to record herself, rambling. Hello, brothers. I have successfully infiltrated Lan Xing Pool. Far from being creeped out, she smiled flirtatiously and winked at the camera. Give me some hearts on the live stream, everyone. I'll take you to see the crime scene with your own eyes. The comment section below kept scrolling. Oh my god, the female lead is so brave. Didn't this place take over a dozen lives? A true adventurer, so thrilling. Look, there are still fresh bloodstains on the tiles. I'm starting to get chills. Turn back, streamer. Sweet Tianzin, don't play wild anymore. Come back and I'll support you. The moment Lin Mo's heel touched down, a glowing ring flashed from the tip of his foot. Lin Mo and Aq stepped in, looking at each other in confusion. When did someone sneak in here? Female streamer spun around, the lens perfectly capturing the two figures. The chat immediately exploded. Someone slipped in. Oh my god, why are those two sisters' hips even bigger than mine? Looking at that build, I bet 100% it's men disguised as women, or else I'll walk on my hands. Oh, now I get it. Rumor has it that the evil ghost only hunts men, so these two guys dressed as girls to fool it. These two brothers are really going all out. Suddenly, a gust of eerie wind blew past, lifting the hem of Lin Mo's skirt and exposing the boxer shorts he wore underneath. Lin Mo was startled, quickly holding down his skirt with his hands, acting as bashful as a young maiden. The comment section went wild instantly. "Oh my lord, what kind of tragic scene did I just witness? I'm going to wash my eyes with holy water." A man in a dress flipped up. "My beautiful eyes are completely blinded, dear God, how nauseating." At the same time, Lin Mo's system kept ringing with notifications of added points. He widened his eyes in confusion and muttered, "How bizarre, are defense break points falling from the sky?" Throwing the system aside, he turned to question the strange girl. "Who are you, and what are you doing sneaking in here?" She also greeted him warmly. "Hello, I'm Tianzin. I specialize in live-streaming creepy places." Hearing those words, Lin Mo's and Akiu's faces flushed as red as ripe tomatoes. Live streaming? Does that mean this flashy female disguise has already been exposed to tens of thousands of netizens? We're doomed. Let's dig a hole and crawl in to save ourselves from this humiliation. Somewhere else, a resounding roar echoed outside. "Oh, really? Weren't Lin Mo and Akiu tasked with eliminating evil spirits? Why are they free to go online and dance on a live stream dressed like girls?" Haizio Pan held his phone close to the door, frantically calling, "Principal, come look at the faces of these two." As teacher Su Feng peered at the screen, his face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. He slapped the table with a bang and roared in fury, "Just to subjugate an evil spirit, and they have to twist and pose as girls. Where is the dignity of my ghost king?" He frowned, his teeth grinding as he cast his gaze toward Mu Wanqing and commanded, "Zio Qing, throw away those documents and pack your gear to save the dignity of those two troublemakers immediately." She replied, "Yes, master." With a graceful smile still lingering on her lips, she lightly leaped onto the window frame. Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and instruct Haizio Pan, "Oh, Zio Pan, remember to send me the link to the live stream." He cheerfully made a sign of agreement instantly. "Understood, senior." Wan Qing casually sat on the back of a blonde vampire and soared into the sky. Back at the pool, wisps of crimson fog were slowly spreading. Lin Mo and Akiu felt their hearts skip a beat, immediately going into high alert. The target is here. He scanned every corner with wide eyes. "It seems our fake gorgeous looks didn't fool the evil ghost. Be careful, its resentment is extremely thick. This is no ordinary low-level evil spirit." The young man cast a quick glance to the side, his pupils suddenly contracting as if he had just encountered an extremely terrifying creature. Suddenly, several grotesque figures with long, disheveled hair and blood-red eyes rushed furiously toward the two. Lin Mo screamed in panic, "Watch out above, they are flying up there." The evil spirit opened its mouth wide to its ears, as if eager to swallow both preys whole into its belly. Just then, three spirits with disheveled hair crawled into Tianzin's camera lens. She casually raised her recording device and panned it back and forth. "Oh, three evil ghosts, it seems they really don't bother to attack me." Tianzin panned the lens directly toward Lin Mo and Akiu, shouting excitedly, "Everyone, will those two disguised handsome guys manage to turn the tables? Open the voting poll right now." Hiding behind the door, she captured the image of the two friends struggling to face the disheveled, vengeful spirits, while the comments scrolled continuously. "They're finished. Those two are at most second-tier Ghost Tamers. They're going to get beaten up badly this time. Agree with the guy above, you should only visit this place at noon, morning, and night you have to run. Hard to say. I think these two guys have some strength. At least they can escape." The voting time closed. Right after closing, the results appeared clearly on the screen. What is the winning chance of the two men in dresses? Unable to win took up 98%, while having a chance got a mere 2%. Tianzin's high-pitched voice rang out again, just as the three ghosts also rushed madly toward Lin Mo and Akiu. "Let's wait and see the power of these two cross-dressing sisters. The fun is about to begin." One of the spirits lunged forward, opening a mouth full of jagged, sharp fangs, along with eyes filled with oozing blood. Streams of dark red resentment, thick as blood, shot rapidly straight toward Lin Mo's position. Akiu gripped the precious sword in his hand tightly, and at that moment, the entire space around him erupted with a dazzling greenish-blue light. The young man swung his sword and lunged into the evil mist, causing a earth-shattering shockwave. The aftershock forced both Lin Mo and Akiu to leap backward to dodge the attack. One of Lin Mo's pupils suddenly glowed blood-red, and he broke into cold sweat as he whispered, "Why does it feel like they're being buffed?" The blood-eyed ghost lady popped her head out to explain, "Brother, these are obsessive evil spirits. They are born from lingering hatred. Once they encounter humans or anyone related to their hatred in this cursed land, their combat power will multiply. Lin Mo rubbed his chin in deep thought after hearing this. In this case, the swimming pool is definitely their domain. Men are an eyesore to them, but what deep-seated reason caused them to hold such a terrible grudge? Akiu brandished his weapon to block the advancing blood mist, shouting, "Put your curiosity aside for now, let's smash them first." Lin Mo nodded, "Got it." Lin Mo summoned all the evil beasts from his collection to the battlefield, ordering them to gang up on the three evil spirits. The three spirits continued to wail frantically like resentful women. "Men, you wretched men, go to hell." Lin Mo and Akiu quickly raised a magic shield to block the invading killing intent. "I'm terrified of this toxic wind. Let's end this quickly, blood curse." After waiting in vain for the magic to explode, the young man stood there in complete bewilderment. The trio of vengeful spirits twisted a few times and remained completely unfazed, as if they had taken no damage at all. The ghosts paused for a moment, then stared with fiery eyes to surround the two young men, their lips curling into a savage smile that gave them goosebumps. Even the blood-eyed ghost lady frowned in surprise. The blood curse has no effect on them. They can resist a massive amount of damage from those on their grudge list. Lin Mo gasped in fear. "What the hell? Their power skyrocketed and their defense is rock solid. How are we supposed to fight this? If I knew this, I would have waited for Mu Wanqing to come save us." Suddenly, Lin Mo's vision wavered slightly. He recounted the enemy numbers and found only 2 targets remaining. Weird, where did one of them hide? Suddenly, foul-smelling liquid dripped onto the top of Lin Mo's head. An evil spirit was already perched on his head, its bony hand pulling his hair backward. Countless dark red threads bound Lin Mo's body tightly, and he grimaced, "Damn it, my body is completely stiff." The blood roots of the other two also successfully bound his and Akiu's pets, turning them all into unwilling statues. This trick was the signature binding skill of these world-hating vengeful spirits. The entire male lineup, from humans to ghosts, had their actions completely locked. Lin Mo turned back with difficulty to plead with the blood-eyed ghost lady. "Do you have any bright ideas to break this mess?" she sighed. "You had to counter the exact moment you were controlled. Now it's too late." A glimmer of hope flashed, and he suddenly realized, the male ghosts are useless now, but I still have 2 charming female ghosts in my pocket. Lin Mo shouted for help from his 2 subordinates. "Busty ghost, opera ghost, clean up this trash on my head quickly." The spirit holding his hair heard this and shrieked in rage. "Women defending men, rebellion." Using her messy hair, the evil spirit leaped high into the air. She waved her hand to control several dirty strands of hair, shooting them like daggers toward Lin Mo, shrieking, "Filthy man, hand over your life." Though those sharp weapons were already extremely close, the young man remained as motionless as a log. He gently cracked his neck, a crimson glow flashing at the corner of his eye, then unleashed the blood illusion dream technique. The unfortunate vengeful spirit was instantly drawn into the dream, her body freezing in midair. Seizing the golden opportunity, Lin Mo urged his 2 female servants, "You two, quickly cut this tangled mess for me." The 2 female ghosts slowly trimmed the hair strand by strand, making him annoyed. Acting so slowly like this is going to ruin everything. Lin Mo anxiously watched the half-hearted haircut, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "The illusion is about to break. I don't have time to play around with this hair anymore. Let's take a gamble, maybe there's a way out." Then he shouted loudly, not forgetting to keep an eye on the evil spirit that was starting to move. "Just ignore me, rush in and deal with the real bodies of those 3 old hags first." Receiving the command, the 2 female ghosts immediately changed direction, charging forward to pave a path for attack. The opera ghost sang in a melodious voice, while the busty ghost strummed her instrument forcefully, creating a deadly melody that echoed piercingly. The vengeful spirit on the other side also took damage, her body twisting repeatedly. Tianzin, standing ready, still chatted cheerfully on the livestream. "Oh la la, we underestimated him. That young man just released a lineup of 5 original evil beasts, all extremely rare and hard to find. His talent is truly incredible." Through the lens, Lin Mo's 2 subordinates were fighting fiercely with the 3 vengeful spirits, and the comments exploded with excitement. "What a surprise! Too bad for the guy. If it were normal evil spirits it would have been a great fight, but running into ghosts that specialize in slaughtering men is just bad luck." The vengeful spirit slowly opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. As soon as she recovered, her mouth curled into an extremely sinister smile. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he thought in panic, It's over, the illusion has worn off, the obsessive ghost is about to counterattack. She quickly leaped high, waving her hands to direct countless strands of hair to attack. The bizarre vines whipped straight at the two female ghosts, sending them flying far away as they groaned in agony. Next, she shifted her target to Lin Mo, hurling insults. All men deserve to die. The young man didn't even bother to turn around, only squinting with a grim face as he calculated just how absurdly deep is her hatred. In this situation, there is only one way to survive. The giant bag of the old priest beside him suddenly opened slowly, starting to activate a skill. A horde of swarming living dead poured out of the bag's mouth, one after another. The army of corpses rushed in unison toward the three vengeful spirits. Seeing the swarming enemies, the evil spirit angrily swung her leg and kicked hard, scram. Then she followed up with a stomp directly on a corpse's face, die. She went wild, unleashing a series of kicks that swept away dozens of obstructing corpses, shatter into pieces for me. Suddenly from behind, a corpse clung onto her neck, causing her to freeze in shock for 5 seconds. Waiting for just that, the remaining horde of living dead swarmed in to suppress her. The three evil spirits were buried under the pile of corpses, and Lin Mo spoke triumphantly. Using numbers to overwhelm them was a complete success. He closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Even if these female ghosts have binding skills, they can't control such a massive number of corpses. Making a deal with the corpse-rearing ghost was indeed a wise decision. These corpses are extremely useful as meat shields in life-or-death moments. The vengeful spirit, trapped under the pile of corpses, shuddered and struggled repeatedly. She flew into a rage, exploding with power as she shrieked madly, "Let me go, this is too dangerous." Seeing the situation change, Lin Mo hurriedly urged the old priest, "Summon more. These vengeful spirits have spent a lot of energy on the corpses, and the hair binding us has loosened a lot. Once we break free, victory is ours." The old priest gnashed his teeth, his entire body trembling, his heart aching as he couldn't bear to use the corpses as shields. Lin Mo smiled reassuringly out of sympathy. "Don't worry, old man, once we escape safely, I'll give you 1,000 brand new corpses." Only then did the old priest wipe his tearing eyes and agree, "Keep your word." Tianjin was terrified, her limbs weak, but she still gripped her phone tightly. "So many corpses, it's really terrifying. Everyone, guess if the guy in the dress will turn the tables." Seeing the evil spirit roaring on the screen, countless more comments appeared. "The cute little girl is scared, right? Quickly hide in my arms for protection. But these corpses are at most low level. It's only a matter of time before the evil spirit wipes them out. That guy is clearly just buying time to save his life, but his end is still hard to escape from the Grim Reaper. Why is your mouth so toxic, always wishing for people to die? What a jinx. I'm just stating the facts. I'll bet 1,000 fish. I'm going to win big this round. I bet the guy above is about to go bankrupt." Suddenly a clear female voice rang out, causing Tianjin's heart to skip a beat. "Who dares to bully my junior brother?" some people gasped. "Who is that? Her voice sounds so pleasant." Long, slender legs strode past, leaving Tianjin dazed as she looked up. The girl wearing black shoes proudly marched straight into the battlefield. That woman was none other than Mu Wanqing. She flipped her hair proudly as she walked, causing the comment section to boil over even more. This stunning beauty and perfect figure would make supermodels look like amateurs. She called that young man her junior brother. Can some expert find out which school they go to? I'm determined to apply there next year. I have the info, pay me, and I'll give it to you. Seeing their savior arrive, Lin Mo and Aq quickly turned back, their faces lighting up as if they had struck gold, shouting, "Senior sister, quickly come save us." Wanqing casually waved her hand, taking graceful steps forward. "Coming, I'm coming." She curled her haughty lips, waving her jade-like arm to release all the monstrous creatures she had gathered. A horde of burly beasts materialized one after another, brimming with fighting spirit and ready for battle. The minions rushed in and thrashed the vengeful spirits to a pulp, striking so hard that the ground cracked into pieces. Seeing the pets fighting so enthusiastically, Lin Mo hurriedly advised, "Senior sister, the corpses are allies, be careful not to hurt them by mistake." Wanqing drifted over slowly, smiling as she said, "You contracted with a corpse-rearing ghost again. This natural talent is about to catch up with our master, truly admirable. Why don't I have so many contract limits?" Suddenly seeing one of her warriors tightly wrapped in the messy hair of the vengeful spirit, Lin Mo frantically warned, "Senior sister, be careful. The binding skill of the obsessive ghost is very powerful." Wan Qing placed one hand on her hip and snapped her fingers with the other, turning around elegantly. That's all it takes. Her fierce beast's crimson pupils immediately glowed brightly. The giant only had to twist its body once, and the tangled vines around it snapped and fell apart. The hair strands waiting to strike were also shredded by the sound waves of its roar. Seeing this, Lin Mo gasped in surprise and asked, "Why did I struggle so much without being able to break their control, while you did it so easily?" Wan Qing tossed her chin proudly and explained with a wink, "A headless ghost has no head, and its skin is covered in a layer of steel scales, making it completely immune to all kinds of illusions. Moreover, when it unleashes its ultimate skill, it is entirely immune to control and gets a 20% lifesteal buff." Lin Mo's jaw dropped in bewilderment as he muttered, "Illusion immunity, control immunity. Senior sister's power is much more formidable than I imagined." The dirty hair continued to crawl and cling to the wrist of Wan Qing's beast. The trio of obsessive spirits teamed up to gang up on her beloved pet. Lin Mo leaned forward and shouted, "Senior sister, cut the protective threads to free me. I'll jump in to help you. The headless ghost is a support unit. It can only cleanse itself and its companion, so I can't help you with that." Despite this, she still smiled faintly and tossed another vampire ghost into the battle, unfazed. "Just beating those lunatics into submission will make these shackles disappear on their own." The vampire ghost lunged out, spinning its body in circles. It transformed into a violently tearing whirlwind, charging toward the three obsessive ghosts. At the same time, another fierce beast leaped up and brought down a mountain-splitting hammer strike from above. The vengeful spirit's hair was instantly shredded by the whirlwind. She shrieked to warn her companions, quickly pulling her hair back and retreating to seek refuge. On Mu Wan Qing's delicate palm, a blue-green flame suddenly flickered to life. She smiled faintly. This was far from over. She immediately unleashed the jailer ghost's ultimate move, known as the Nether Prison. A massive cage appeared above the heads of those three obsession ghosts. Oh no, they had fallen into her trap. The jailer ghost, with its pale skin and bloodshot eyes, wore a cunning smirk. A quick-witted, resentful spirit hastily slipped out right before the cage could fully close. The jailer beast blinked, releasing a ferocious beam of bloody light to stop any escape. It pointed its hand and shot a soul-snatching thread, tightly binding the fleeing, resentful spirit. The vibrant green binding thread wrapped around her waist, and it dragged her back and threw her into the cage, making her curse bitterly, "How hateful, damn you." The resentful spirits, filled with grievance, insulted Mu Wan Qing mercilessly. "As a woman, you actually help men. What a fool." The moment the three of them were trapped, Lin Mo was finally able to move. Splendid! The attacks of the headless ghost and the vampire ghost had driven the obsession ghosts right into the jailer ghost's skill range. Caught them all in one net. Senior sister's brilliant combo was straight out of a textbook. Holding his sword, he leisurely walked toward the cage. "All right, time to send you all on your way." Seeing this, the resentful spirits immediately retracted all their yin energy. The three hags stopped threatening him and broke into bitter sobs. "We cannot accept this. I refuse to accept it. We were clearly driven to tragic deaths by men, so why are we being punished instead?" Hearing this, Lin Mo stopped in his tracks, standing completely silent without saying a word. His blade remained pressed lightly against her throat when she suddenly shrieked, "Wait." With both hands clutching the iron bars, her eyes welled with tears as she pleaded, "Before you finish us off, I beg you to help me with one last thing." Lin Mo retorted immediately, "I am human and you are a ghost. What reason do I have to help you? I can offer an earth-shattering secret in exchange." An accomplice next to her yanked her arm to stop her. "Why are you begging him? There isn't a single trustworthy man on this earth." "That's right, we are going to die anyway." But she still gripped the bars tightly and cried out bitterly, "As long as this blood debt is repaid, I am willing to work like a beast of burden for you." Lin Mo stared blankly at her weeping, frozen for a few seconds without uttering a single word. Then he lowered his voice and relented. "Tell me first, what do you want me to help you with?" Tears streaming down her face, the resentful spirit managed to choke out through her sobs, "The culprit who snatched away the lives of my sisters." Her voice was heavy with sorrow, "is the manager of this pool. About 3 months ago, that bald old man and a janitor conspired to assault girls swimming alone. He choked the victims, disregarding their desperate struggles. Pinned down, their legs could only kick helplessly in the air, completely unsure how to escape. After a while, the struggles grew slower and slower until they stopped entirely. In the end, that poor girl was tortured until she stopped breathing, and it was covered up as an accidental drowning. She died with immense grievance, utterly unwilling to accept her fate. The poor girl was tortured until she stopped breathing, and then it was covered up as an accidental drowning. She died with immense grievance, utterly unwilling to accept her fate. At this point, the two spirits embraced each other, weeping in humiliation. That unfortunate victim was me, and I was the second one they assaulted. The third one, closest to the iron gate, choked out, "I was originally a journalist." Clutching the bars with both hands, she explained in deep sorrow, "With great difficulty, I gathered enough evidence of their crimes to submit to the security department." Who would have thought the person sent to investigate was the manager's own younger brother? Then her hands hung down, trembling with emotion as she choked out, "In the end, I couldn't save my own life either." As images of the inspector and the janitor being hanged to death flashed back, her voice suddenly turned cold. "Our hatred coalesced into evil spirits. We have taken the lives of all those bastards who disgraced us." The obsession ghost's expression suddenly darkened, a ruthless bloody light flashing in her right pupil. That bald old man was extremely lucky. He happened to be absent on that very day. "The two corpses of the culprits collapsed right before his eyes," she muttered, continuing, "Having committed such evil deeds, the old man was terrified. Since then, he has strictly forbidden himself from taking a single step into this pool area." After saying that, he fled for his life, taking advantage of the moment when two of the three resentful spirits were off guard behind him. Processing the story, Lin Mo gently placed his index finger on his chin, frowning as he whispered, "I see. You want me to lure that owner here so you can exact your revenge personally, is that it?" Upon hearing this conclusion, the spirit clutching the bars shrieked determinedly, "Exactly. Why should my sisters and I suffer such horrific deaths while that old man gets to breathe the fresh air and live freely out there? We truly cannot accept this." At the perimeter, Aq and Mu Wan Qing condemned with fury, "The security department is indeed good for nothing. That damn old man is worse than a beast." Stream of comments popped up on the live broadcast. "The security department treats human lives like grass. What a waste of the trust I always placed in them. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed three beautiful young girls were brutally murdered like that. It makes me so angry my stomach hurts. Pain anywhere else is fine, but if your kidneys hurt, my friend, your kidneys are weak. You can't ignore that. At all costs, I will submit a complaint against this old man. Go report him. Aren't you afraid the security department will lock you up too?" Catching the drift, Lin Mo slowly laid down his conditions. "That is not a problem, but you have to let me hear your secret first to see if it is worth it." Immediately, he received a cold response, her expression darkening. "Then I will tell you an earth-shattering secret. At exactly 10 o'clock in the evening 3 days from now, the Nanshan Ghost Realm will break through the encirclement, plotting to tear open the military defense line of Zhou State and pour out." This piece of information froze Lin Mo's group more than ever. They stood rooted to the spot, silent, not daring to utter a single word. Then the spirit's voice continued to whisper, "At that time, the number 3 demon of the Nanshan region will lead an army of 10,000 ghosts to sweep across the northern slope of Linglang City." At this moment, cold sweat beaded on her forehead as she slowly added, "In that direction, there are at least 20,000 local citizens and 5,000 remnants of the Feng Ma commoners who won't have time to retreat. They will surely lose their lives. To Zhou State, the lives of Feng Ma survivors don't mean much, but they certainly wouldn't want to stand by and watch the locals be brutally slaughtered." On the other hand, Lin Mo was lost in his own thoughts. Master taught that Zhou State threw the Feng Ma refugees to the outskirts to serve as a human shield. So when the swarm of 10,000 ghosts floods in, won't they be the first ones to die? While he was lost in thought, the resentful spirit gripped the bars tightly again, frowning as she shouted, "Just hand this intelligence over to the security department and you will surely achieve great merit. What do you think of this secret? Is it valuable enough for you to help me?" Thus, Lin Mo wore a highly smug expression and praised her. "Your news is extremely valuable. I agree to drag that old man in here for you." While gripping the hilt of his sword so tightly that his blue veins bulged, he firmly told himself, "This ghost storm, I am determined to intervene and save what I can." His mind drifted back to the miserable, fleeting lives he had sadly witnessed, thinking silently. This action is definitely not for the corrupt Zhou State dynasty, but for the people of Feng Ma. The performer of the 2.5-year coxcomb dance holding a basketball announced, "To celebrate Lin Mo and his companion capturing the nest of evil spirits, I will now perform a short dance as agreed." In his excitement, he tossed the ball aside, turned his back to the audience and began to rap, "Sister who slays demons. Just because you are so beautiful, mortals who punch ghosts just show off, while sister exorcises ghosts without saying much." He spun back around and swayed to the music. "Just because you are too beautiful, any ghost is just a mosquito." In a blink, they turned to ash. Even the Lord of the Underworld would weep and have to extinguish his dream of invading the mortal world, shattered completely by sister's beauty. Meanwhile, the author stealthily noted, "I swear you are humming along to this song and smiling like a lunatic." Two extremely short dresses, one a maid outfit and the other a school uniform, were mercilessly tossed onto the floor. In the corner, a figure was leisurely putting a blue t-shirt back onto his slender body. All prepared, Lin Mo quickly grabbed an oversized coat, threw it on, and announced confidently, "Senior sister, take a rest. Let me and a Q go lure that old man over." Hearing this, Mu Wanqing immediately showed anger, furrowing her brows slightly as she said sharply, "It's settled then. Even if you don't get involved, I still want his life." But a Q didn't seem ready yet, planting his feet firmly on the ground to stop him. "Wait, Lin Mo, do you really intend to take his life with your own hands?" And immediately received a concise reply in Lin Mo's extremely serious tone, "Every debt has its debtor." He glanced back at the three resentful spirits sitting huddled in the iron cage, fuming with anger, and added, "That manager's life will naturally be kept as a gift for them." And he turned to smirk at Aq and added, "With this method of killing with a borrowed knife, you and I will easily walk away clean. The Security Bureau won't have any excuse to get involved." Upon hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fist in praise. "This move is truly brilliant." Lin Mo turned to speak with Mu Wanqing with a serious expression. "Of course, the two of us might still make mistakes, so we'll need senior sister to cooperate and act with us." She didn't hesitate at all, giving a thumbs up with a highly smug face, easy as pie. Scene changes to another corner, where the manager of the Shui Feng pool sat with his legs crossed, puffing on a cigarette, when a sarcastic remark suddenly hit him. These three evil spirits are indeed tough to handle. It turned out to be a Q and Lin Mo walking out, chatting and laughing together. "So what? Weren't they still chopped to pieces by our swords? Today's harvest is indeed highly ideal." That scene caught the eye of the Shui Feng pool owner, making he hastily drop his half-smoked cigarette onto the floor. He stood up excitedly, his face lighting up with joy as he asked aloud, "Two young brothers, have those evil spirits been completely subdued?" Lin Mo immediately held up 3 shimmering black beads in his hand to show off. Of course, these 3 newly harvested evil spirit-grade ghost beads are still fresh. Hearing this clearly, the manager was overjoyed and praised, "Premium quality, absolutely wonderful." The opportunity came, and Lin Mo immediately held out his hand for payment. "Boss, what about the amount we agreed on earlier?" But the old fox went back on his word and turned to walk away, evasively saying with half-shut eyes, "What's the rush? What if those ghosts haven't crossed over yet? Wouldn't that mean you got a free ride?" Hearing this betrayal, Lin Mo's face darkened, turning so pale that not a drop of blood could be squeezed from it. Meanwhile, the manager, who was walking away arrogantly, suddenly froze as if recalling something horrifying. He slowly turned his head back, his face drenched in sweat, trembling as he haggled, "How about you two go inside and scout the way first for me to see?" But Aq and Lin Mo showed utter contempt, taking turns mocking him and leaving him speechless. "Such a grown man, yet you have the courage of a mouse, timid and whispering just like a girl." Another tease sounded, "Don't insult girls, this old guy is more cowardly than a little mouse," making the Shui Feng pool owner's face turn even grayer as he silently thought, "You two little brats, just you wait." After walking for a bit, Aq and Lin Mo surged ahead, leaving him to walk all alone in the back, shrinking his neck and looking around warily. The scene ahead was enveloped in darkness and silence, with absolutely no one else besides the 3 of them. Only at this point did the owner of the Shui Feng pool let his guard down, sighing in relief and letting out a sly smirk. Their time has come, the evil spirits are finally destroyed. At this moment, Lin Mo got straight to the point and reminded the boss, "One life is 100,000, don't forget to pay us in full." The old man frowned, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Greedy brats, barely out of diapers and already demanding money, and you want to collect for both. Do you believe I will go to the Security Bureau and sue your school?" Hearing this, Lin Mo's face suddenly darkened, his crooked smile freezing as he said coldly, "If you are going to cheat us of the money, then consider the deal off. We won't kill the ghosts." He sneered inwardly, As expected, a total cheapskate. As soon as the words left his mouth, the manager flinched and spun around, asking in confusion and stuttering, "What? The deal is off and you won't kill the ghosts. Don't play with me." He pointed his finger aggressively at the two young men's faces and questioned, "You little brats dare to trick me. Those ghosts haven't been destroyed yet." At this moment, Aq and Lin Mo leisurely took a few steps back, casually retorting, "Weren't you planning to completely break your promise to us anyway?" Leaving him in absolute panic, his lips trembling. Meanwhile, Lin Mo frowned slightly, his face filled with murderous intent as he quietly ordered, "Kill." Immediately, the trio of vengeful evil spirits descended from above, while the manager, still clueless, trembled and whimpered, "What are you doing backing away like that?" Suddenly, a sorrowful yet furious voice from behind his neck struck his eardrums, leaving him utterly terrified. Turning his head in panic, he was met with a heart-wrenching shriek, "You cruel old man who drove us to tragic deaths, today you will pay with your life." In the blink of an eye, the three ghost women rushed in to surround him, their long locks of hair like giant pythons flying about to suppress their target. The strands of hair slowly snaked across his face, driving the pool manager into a deep abyss of panic as tears and snot streamed down his face while he shrieked, "Save me." But he was immediately bound tightly around the head by the hair, his jaw locked tight so that he could only groan incoherently. Then he was swung high and ruthlessly thrown into the depths of the freezing pool. From his limbs to his body, everything was bound so tightly that he couldn't move even a fraction of an inch. His eyes rolled back in extreme terror as he anticipated his looming death. "It's over, my life is ruined." Suddenly, another resentful spirit bared her teeth and emerged behind him, blowing a chilling breath to taunt him in a sarcastic tone, "Your end has come." His face drained of all color, he screamed in a high-pitched, cracking voice, "Save my life! Is anyone there? Help me!" Lin Mo, standing on the bank, calmly sighed and replied, "Since the money hasn't reached my hand, excuse me for not having the spare time to meddle in this." Hearing this, the bald man desperately struggled with all his might, throwing out a final offer, "I have money. This gold watch can easily fetch 70 or 80,000. Save me and I'll give it to you right away." As soon as he finished, Lin Mo snatched the glittering, valuable piece of jewelry thrown up by the dying man. The system immediately popped up a notification, congratulating the host on gaining 100 excitement points. He meticulously wiped the watch clean, showing a sinister, mocking face. "You foolish old man, once you die, this junk will automatically fall into my hands anyway. Why would I need you to give it to me?" Hearing those grating words, the manager, who was being choked in the water by the spirit, coughed and cursed, "You bastard, you dare to collude with evil ghosts. This is a capital offense. The Security Bureau will execute you." A beep sounded again, congratulating the host on harvesting 300 excitement points. Meanwhile, the duo Lin Mo and Aq immediately put on innocent faces, playing off each other. "I'm wrongly accused. When did we collude with ghosts?" Clearly, he jumped into the pool himself and got targeted by a wild ghost. While gulping down water, the manager surfaced his bald head to argue stubbornly, "But you trapped and lured me in here, then intentionally released the ghosts to tear me apart. This crime is not light." So Lin Mo passed the ball to Mu Wanqing, asking, "Senior sister, did you intentionally let them out to harm people?" To which he received a self-blaming look. "Oh dear, earlier my spiritual energy was depleted, which accidentally gave these three obsession ghosts a lucky chance to escape their cage. It was completely unintentional." Hearing this, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and trembled with rage as he looked down at the soaking old man. "Did you hear that? The obsession ghosts broke the barrier and escaped on their own. No one let them out on purpose. I'm warning you to stop talking nonsense, or I will sue you for defamation." Despite this, the drowning man still gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, "You bastard, you colluded with ghosts." Right then, the system displayed another notification, congratulating the host on sweeping up 500 excitement points. The commotion over, Lin Mo suddenly transformed into a righteous gentleman, turning to instruct his teammates with a serious attitude. "How absurd! Who would falsely accuse us of harming you? Aq, senior sister, let's rush in and save him." Then he sprinted forward, put on a show of fiery determination, and roared, "You bloodthirsty hungry ghosts, I will fight you to the death." But as soon as they drew near, the entire group immediately clutched their stomachs, fell to the ground, and groaned in fake pain, leaving the resentful spirits holding their prey completely dumbfounded and frozen. Next, the whole bunch acted as if knocked backward by an invisible force, crying out loudly in simulated agony and shedding a few tears. Their performance complete, Lin Mo struggled to crawl weakly, explaining, "How strange. The moment the resentful spirits saw your face, they suddenly grew several times stronger. Our strength couldn't hold them back." Hypocritical display unfolded as Mu Wanqing's group held a mock funeral service for Qiu, who lay motionless on the ground. One wiped away fake tears while another folded hands and muttered prayers. "It can't be helped. This boss is too fierce. Qiu, you died such a tragic death." Meanwhile, netizens kept their eyes glued to the screen, constantly sending hearts and leaving glowing comments, laughing so hard my jaw dropped. Prestigious Oscars owe these people a golden statue. My stomach hurts from laughing, brothers. The Security Bureau's regulations state that Ghost Tamers who stand by will face disciplinary action, but this young man tried his best to save him and was simply powerless, so there is absolutely no issue. Someone even took a screenshot. The bald manager probably won't die from the ghost's torture, but from coughing up blood out of sheer anger. Applause for such a great performance. At the other end of the pool, countless hair tentacles still clung tightly, squeezing the fatty waist of the Shui Feng pool owner. With great difficulty, he choked out word by word, "I beg you, I don't want to die yet." Just as his mouth was about to open for more pleas, a series of sharp slashes and sudden lightning bolts crashed down in rapid succession, shredding his body into hundreds of bloody pieces of flesh that floated on the water under the satisfied gaze of the three spirits. In an instant, their lingering attachment vanished, and the demonic forms crumbled into ash. The souls of the three young girls appeared, hovering in midair with teary eyes. Waving goodbye, one choked out words of gratitude to their benefactors before departing. Before the eyes of Lin Mo's group, they transformed into three small azure pearls, then floated effortlessly straight into his waiting, upturned palm. This entire magical moment was captured by Shimmer. Holding her phone, she shrieked in excitement, "So satisfying! Punish those scumbags, you guys are truly the light of justice." Right then, a group of students from Langfeng Academy rushed out, pointing fingers and shouting noisily, "Hey, what hole did you crawl out of? How dare you snatch our mission right out from under us?" The commotion instantly drew Lin Mo's attention, and he quickly glanced over. Remaining indifferent, he waved his hand dismissively and retorted insolently, "Why use such crude words like snatch? Educated people don't use that kind of language. We are all ghost tamers. Whether you slay ghosts or I slay ghosts, it's all about being loyal to the country and serving the people." The two from Langfeng were choked with anger. They nudged each other, their faces wrinkling like monkeys eating ginger as they cursed, stealing someone else's livelihood and still talking big. The ghost pearls of these three evil spirits can sell for a fortune. The leader of the Langfeng crowd lowered his voice in a threat. "If you know what's good for you, spit out the ghost pearls. Otherwise, don't dream of taking a single step out of this pool today." Showing no signs of yielding, Lin Mo's face hardened, and he gritted his teeth, displaying his glowing tattooed hand in provocation. "What's up? Looking for a beating?" The other side didn't flinch but sneered in mockery. "5 talented ghosts are indeed something, but unfortunately for you, we have twice your numbers. 10 people, 8 Tier 2 Ghost Tamers and 2 Tier 3. Even if the 3 of you grew wings today, you wouldn't escape." Seeing this, Mu Wanqing stepped forward to shield her 2 juniors, warning in a stern voice, "Are you absolutely sure you want to fight with us?" The Langfeng group started sweating bullets, their hearts pounding. A Tier 5 Ghost Tamer could easily make mincemeat of 5 or 6 of them, but they still tried to save face. "Just who on earth are you?" Hearing the question, Lin Mo signaled Mu Wanqing to remain silent, narrowing his eyes as he calmly made up a lie. "This humble person of modest skill goes by Sun Mu of Zufeng." Senior sister was also highly invested, coughing a few times and playing along, "And I am Sun Li of Zufeng." The Langfeng crowd gasped in surprise upon hearing this. "So you are from the Sun family of Zufeng, no wonder you are so arrogant. Rumor has it that Sun Mu is in the top 20 of Zufeng. You have the Sun family backing you, but I have connections too. For today's interception, I, Gu Feng, swear to make you pay a heavy price." Lin Mo replied with a smile, "Sun Mu is ready to accept your challenge anytime." After saying that, the other guy gathered his companions to retreat, leaving him and a Qiu blankly analyzing. "Gu Feng belongs to the Guo family of Qing Feng Lu. Wait, is Qing Feng Lu a brothel?" Mu Wanqing walked over, patted Lin Mo's shoulder, and explained with a laugh, "Qing Feng Lu is a notorious assassin organization, ranked 2nd in Jiang province, only behind the Langfeng pavilion of your 8th senior brother." He suddenly realized the truth, pointing at his chest excitedly. "Then that's easy. If those Qing Feng Lu people dare to make a fuss, I'll just pull out my 8th senior brother's name to scare them and see who dares touch a single hair of mine." Under the clear sky, the conversation between the two remained lively. "Don't be so sure. I don't believe that if you get into trouble, your senior brother would just ignore it." Soon the trio settled onto the back of the vampire ghost, which flapped its wings and soared into the sky. She gently reminded them, "Hold on tight," leaving Shimmer running after them and crying out in vain, "Wait, hold on." Looking up at the three flying out of sight, the female streamer raised her phone and sighed. "Where on earth are you all flying to?" Staring at her screen, she pouted with regret. "How unlucky. As soon as they took off, the audience on my Peng Lai channel dropped by more than half." Not giving up, with one green-shoed foot slamming down onto the pedal of her beloved bicycle, she declared grandly, "All right." Shimmer, with disheveled hair and wearing a daringly cut outfit, pedaled hard while muttering with determination, "No matter what, I must track down these three to make the views of my Peng Lai channel skyrocket again." At the same time, Lin Mo's mission-snatching team was storming across Ling Lang City. Having cleared 3 spots, they were now targeting other monster zones, specifically Point G and Point H. In the dark basement of the Century area, 2 demons had their faces turned to the wall, diligently dancing or doing something with intense concentration. They turned their heads in surprise. One had its mouth smeared with fresh blood, while the other stuck out a hideously long tongue in an attempt to intimidate their opponents. Without a word, Lin Mo and Akiu swung their swords and swept past, gifting each of them a clean, decapitating slash. Blood splattered everywhere, and the 2 guys turned on their heels to walk away in an extremely cool manner. Having just pocketed 2 ghost pearls of the lecherous ghosts, before they could slip away, they were blocked at the exit by a group cursing. "Who on earth are you? How dare you snatch our mission ghosts? Do you have a death wish?" The result was a chaotic chase. As he ran, he taunted, "I Guo Feng, taking a few ghost pearls is already showing you immense respect. If you've got guts, stop right there. Guo Feng, right? You'd better not let us catch you." Ting, the system reported, congratulating the host on harvesting 100 excitement points. At the Ling Long Lake Park, Lin Mo swept up 2 ghost pearls from the drowned ghosts, happily patting his chest and declaring his name. "I go by my true name, never changing it." "It is Guo Feng of Lang Feng Academy," making the 2 standing in the distance fume with anger and curse. "That useless brat, that was clearly our prey." Scene changes to the Bai Hua shopping mall, where Akiu swung his sword to slit a ghost's neck, sending blood spraying like a fountain. Lin Mo immediately borrowed the name to threaten them, freezing everyone in place. "This was all done by me, Guo Feng. If you're upset, just bring yourselves to Lang Feng Academy and settle the score with me." On today's top trending, an expose post received a storm of comments. "You brat Guo Feng, if you're so tough, sleep with your eyes open tonight. Blatantly robbing people all over Ling Lang. Guo Feng, the master ghost pearl thief, brothers, drag him out and beat him for me. What kind of school breeds this kind of trash? Return the ghost pearls. Netizens, please judge the trashy character of Guo Feng." These curses caused the real Guo Feng at home to sneeze repeatedly, muttering in frustration, "It must be that kid's son Mu playing a prank on me." The bleak scenery of the crematorium in the quiet of the night slowly became clear. Lin Mo took the lead, stepping slowly and cautiously, his eyes constantly scanning around to assess the situation. Wiping a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek, he muttered, "The cleanup mission is done, so why is this place so dark and silent?" Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the pitch-black room inside. Lin Mo frowned, his face tense, and quickly urged, "Let's go, it seems the trouble at the crematorium isn't over yet." Inside, 2 young women were cowering as they watched a man being burned by bright golden flames, all 3 screaming in panic and agony. The person writhing on the floor tried to crawl inch by inch, groaning and pleading, "Help, please save me." Terrified, the 2 girls could only shout Zhao Jian's name, then lay numbly on the ground, leaving things to fate. Their feet rooted to the spot, they watched in absolute helplessness as the brutal tragedy unfolded before their eyes. The 2 calling for backup were in tears, one filled with deep hatred while the other tried to stay calm. "You damn ghost, I will fight you to the death." "Wait, judging by Zhao Jian's ability, there's definitely more than just a burnt ghost in there. Barging in now is suicide." Right then, Lin Mo stepped in from outside to stop them. "Wait, what on earth happened here?" Seeing a stranger, one of the girls fell silent and hastily asked, "Who are you?" Not bothering to beat around the bush, Lin Mo cut her off. "We're here to help. Summarize the situation for me." The girl with braided hair, her face still filled with apprehension, clasped her hands together and looked down as she spoke. According to the info, there was a burnt ghost in the crematorium. But when Zhao Jian opened the oven door to check, he was somehow sucked inside and then. Before the last word could escape her mouth, the cremation oven drawer suddenly slammed shut on its own with a loud bang. Moving entirely on its own, without anyone laying a finger on it. Seeing this, Lin Mo frowned and analyzed. The burnt ghost must have shown itself. But a crematorium is meant for burning corpses, so why would a resentful ghost who died from burning appear here? Q, standing beside him, tossed out a cold explanation. Burning a living person in a crematorium would naturally produce a burnt ghost. Lin Mo clicked his tongue in disbelief. Burning a living person? Just how cold-blooded are they? Suddenly he recalled Luo Cheng's excited face when he had bragged, "I'm going to do a mission at the crematorium. Whenever you're free, drop by and show us some basic moves." Lin Mo suddenly asked, "That's right, is there anyone named Luo Cheng in your group?" Hearing this, one of the girls quickly pointed toward the blazing oven and whimpered, "He is trapped inside that oven." Lin Mo swallowed hard, asking tensely, "So is he dead too?" The question was barely asked when a hand reached out, accompanied by a blood-curdling shriek that tore through the gloomy night. The silhouette of a young man engulfed in flames stumbled out, screaming in panic, "I'm burning to death, it's too hot." The oven drawer slowly closed. Luo Cheng stood there, waving his hands frantically to put out the fire, bragging with a grin, "Luckily, I had an ace up my sleeve or I would have been burned to charcoal." A girl in the group was overjoyed. "Luo Cheng, you're alive, that's so fortunate." Lin Mo gave a thumbs up and teased, "Tough guy, staying in the oven and still alive and kicking." The other gasped in surprise, "Brother Mo." Followed by an awkward reunion. Luo Cheng scratched his head and was about to rush over for a hug, but Lin Mo waved his hands and dodged him like the plague. "Quite a coincidence. But stay back, you're covered in ashes, it looks gross." After joking, Lin Mo's face hardened, a crimson glow suddenly flashing in one of his eyes as he whispered, "Blood pupil open." Instantly, a red beam swept across, allowing his vision to smoothly penetrate all obstacles. Thanks to this, he could clearly see inside the oven. The burnt ghost was sitting cross-legged right in the center of the flames, while a greedy ghost was huddled in the corner. Raising an eyebrow, he announced, "Inside that oven, there isn't just a burnt ghost, there is also a greedy ghost accompanying it." Luo Cheng nodded in agreement, spot on. The greedy ghost specifically spits out illusions of gold, silver, and jewels. If anyone stares at it for more than 2 seconds, they get sucked right inside. I fell into its trap earlier, which is why I got dragged in. The two girls beside him sobbed, "Zhao Jian is gone. If we don't chop these ghosts to pieces, his soul won't be able to rest in peace." This news left the young man jaw-dropped. "Huh, what?" Luo Cheng desperately clung to Lin Mo and begged, "Brother Mo, please save us. If you can avenge this, I'm willing to give you all my rewards and wealth, including all the ghost pearls on me." But Lin Mo turned to look at Mu Wanqing and called out, "Senior sister, this ghost." Before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted him while yawning, walking away slowly. "It hasn't even reached the evil spirit class, so deal with it yourselves. I'm fast asleep already, heading back to my room for a nap." Seeing this, the braided girl stopped her in a panic. "Wait, sister. These ghosts are very fierce. You're level 5, why throw them to level 2 ghost tamers to fight? What if they die?" Luo Cheng immediately stepped in to block her, comforting, "Nonsense, of course they can. You must have absolute faith in Brother Mo." Lin Mo was too lazy to explain. He just turned his head slightly, his eyes shining with confidence as he whispered, "Open your eyes and watch me show off." Banging loudly on the furnace door, he yelled arrogantly, "Show your face already." Instantly, a dazzling pile of gold, silver, and jewels filled the air, so beautiful that it blinded the eyes. Lin Mo pretended to be bewitched, his eyes dazed, his voice sluggish and drool dripping from his mouth. "Oh my, so much money." In his mind, he praised his own acting. "This gold mountain is quite enticing. If only it were real, that would be great." Waiting for just this, the greedy ghost showed its face, nervously counting down the seconds. 1 second, okay, get ready." She lunged forward, clinging tightly to Lin Mo, her face full of joy as she smiled sinisterly, and continued to count. 2 seconds. Seeing her prey fall into the trap, the greedy demon pounced and grabbed his face, slowly uttering the final word, 3. But before the word seconds could escape her teeth, her eyes rolled back in panic and cold sweat poured down. Lin Mo let out a cold smile full of murderous intent, opening his mouth wide to reveal sharp fangs, bracing for a bone-chilling backlash. Knocked back uncontrollably by an invisible force, the greedy ghost was sent flying, screaming in panic. What the hell is going on? Immediately following that, Akio swung his sharp longsword, severing her head with a single slash as fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Seeing her severed head rolling on the ground, Luo Cheng's group cheered in excitement. Awesome! We decapitated one so satisfying. On the other side, the burned ghost, overestimating himself, roared and spat blazing fire toward Lin Mo, cursing, "You miserable brat, I'll settle the score with you." With that, a surging wave of flames erupted from the incinerator. Fortunately, both Akio and he had sharp reflexes, dodging to either side. Quick as lightning, Lin Mo's face darkened as he tightly gripped his sword enveloped in pale blue flames and charged, shouting, "This is for hiding inside to harm people." Swinging his sword to unleash his ultimate move, soul-slaying strike, golden beams of light instantly ripped through the air and struck. The burned ghost was so terrified that his eyes rolled back, and his mouth hung wide open in shock. Then he vanished into the thick white smoke that rose to obscure Lin Mo's vision. A few seconds later, the smoke cleared, and the figure of the burned ghost loomed again, looking extremely arrogant. He used his signature move of corpse-burning flames again, unleashing a swirling firestorm for an unprecedentedly violent attack. The demon kept opening his wide, jagged-toothed mouth, spitting torrents of corpse-burning fire to attack. Gathering all his strength, he blew a stream of golden, molten fire toward Lin Mo. He swiftly dodged the blazing stream, leaping to the side and shouting, "Akio, step up." The burned ghost froze, his mouth gaping in surprise, his limbs stiff and unable to move. Before he could recover, a dark shadow loomed, raising its scythe to build momentum for a downward slash. It turned out Akio had rooted himself to the ground at some point, raising his hand and shouting, "Summon Ghost Shadow." The next second, the burned ghost's head was severed from his neck, red blood spraying like a heavy rain in midair. The corpse fell heavily onto the floor, its eyes still bulging white, and its mouth not yet closed. Suddenly, an evil spirit-class burned ghost crawled out from somewhere, hugging the headless corpse and crying out, "Old man." Then he scrambled up, channeling his energy to summon a blazing fire around him, screaming in rage, "You brats dare to." He opened his mouth wide to reveal white teeth, his bloodshot eyes glaring wildly as he shouted, "I'll make you pay with your lives, die, all of you die." Seeing that the situation looked bad, Lin Mo quickly grabbed Akio's collar and dragged him away, shouting tensely, "We're doomed, this guy's skill is almost fully charged, run fast." Just as Lin Mo and Luo Cheng's group leaped out of the crematorium window like rockets, the fierce fire exploded out of the windows. Luckily, no one scratched even a bit of skin. Looking at the burning ruins, Akio and a girl gasped in fear, "This ghost has lost its mind." 1 second later, and we would have been roasted like Zhao Jian. Fortunately, Lin Mo warned us. Before she could thank him, Lin Mo couldn't help but tease her when he saw her hair singed and curled. "Look, you got a free perm." She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and grumbled, "Danger is right at our doorstep, yet you're still in the mood to joke around." The other girl, sweating profusely, anxiously analyzed, "The teacher once said burned ghosts are long-range mages, to deal with them." Recalling its fearsome appearance, she muttered, "We either have to use a contracted ghost with a longer range to corner it, or we have to slip through its fire and close in to fight to the death. Maybe I should try a long-range move." Hearing this, Lin Mo pinched 2 fingers together and smiled smugly. Crossing his arms quickly, he cast, "Summon Ghost Arrow." Receiving its master's command, the ghost archer drew its bow and shot a wind-splitting arrow straight at the evil spirit-class burned ghost clinging to the upper-floor window frame. Unfortunately, it missed, which only gave the ghost room to flexibly dodge the attack as easy as pie. Seeing the tense situation, a girl in the group commanded loudly, "Summon, trying to run, swamp ghost, bind its neck for me." Suddenly, a slimy green blob appeared, opening its mouth to spit a glob of sticky liquid toward the demon. The incredibly accurate spit pinned the target suspended in midair without needing any advanced skills. Bound tightly, the ghost crashed to the ground, completely immobilized. Seizing this golden opportunity, Lin Mo pointed and ordered the ghost archer, "The moment has come, fire the arrows." Bang! 3 sharp arrows tore through the night sky, flying at breakneck speed, barely visible to the naked eye. However, that evil spirit demon still managed to trigger its fire shield skill, easily raising a barrier to block the projectiles. Hiding behind the flaming shield, the ghost sneered with a grin, "Are you joking? My fire shield blocks 90% of physical damage. You only defeated my old man earlier with a sneak attack, but in a one-on-one fight, you're not even worthy to be my opponent." Yet Lin Mo remained unusually calm, narrowing one of his crimson eyes as he sneered, "Oh, physical damage reduction? Then let's see how true damage tastes." The demon gasped in shock, its mouth gaping wide. Blood curse. Unreal, a level 2 brat can actually activate the third skill of the red-eyed ghost. Before the words fully hung in the air, Lin Mo snapped his fingers and replied smugly, "It's nothing, easy peasy." As the countdown ended, Lin Mo's group detonated the arrow attached to the ghost. A cloud of white smoke erupted, blanketing a corner of the sky. When the smoke cleared, the evil spirit-class ghost was knocked out on the ground, his face blank with confusion, unable to understand what had just happened. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng and the bespectacled girl celebrated excitedly. "Awesome, so cool," completely ignoring a dark shadow rushing up from behind. It was the greedy ghost from earlier, charging forward with wide eyes, roaring, "Where did this brat crawl out from, daring to cause trouble on my turf?" The roar was so loud that the whole group startled, turning around in panic. "What's that? There are still demons left." Akiu, his face still cold, unsheathed the sword on his back and said indifferently, "Lin Mo, let me handle this pawn." Suddenly, the dying figure on the ground spat out a giant fireball, screaming miserably, "Don't even think about it." Thanks to Lin Mo shouting, "Akiu, watch out!" his friend managed to dodge by a hair, escaping an unjust blow. As a result, the blazing yellow fire rushed straight into the greedy ghost's face. Before his brain could process it, his eyes went wide in panic, and his mouth fell open in shock. The flames roasted the greedy ghost in an instant, despite his painful, roaring screams. Soon, his body was burned as black as charcoal, lying flat and emitting smoke under the astonished eyes of Lin Mo's group. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the two girls scratched their heads in confusion. Weren't they business partners working together? Why did the burned ghost take out his own ally on his deathbed? Lin Mo also chimed in out of curiosity. "That tragic fireball of yours earlier was intentionally aimed at the greedy ghost, wasn't it?" He received a weak, strained response from the old man. "Precisely. I'm about to meet the king of hell, but I can't take this to my grave. I couldn't bear to let that rebellious son off the hook." The more he heard, the more confused he got. He frowned and retorted, "Wait, aren't you guys family? This plot is a total mess, tell me the whole story." The burned ghost let out a long sigh, tears welling up as he recounted his misery. "Those two greedy ghosts are my own biological son and daughter-in-law. When we were alive, they completely drained our retirement savings." Memories flooded back as a warm family photo of 4 on the table suddenly shattered into 100 pieces. Harboring deep resentment over their tragic deaths, the old man growled, "To seize the property deed of our only house, those two bastards pushed my wife and me into the incinerator, burning us alive to death." His cheeks hollowed, the old man weakly wheezed out word by word. "Our resentment was too strong to dissipate. Combined with the dense yin energy in this crematorium, we transformed into burned ghosts. That very night, we sent that unfilial son and his wife to the underworld." Still gasping on the floor, the old man weakly continued, "Who would have thought that the bottomless greed of that miserable couple was so immense? They absorbed all the yin energy and turned into greedy ghosts. Luckily, those useless fools couldn't beat us. After getting thrashed, they reluctantly acted as bait to lure people here for us to eat." Hearing the bizarre backstory, Lin Mo leaned on his sword, curling his lips in sarcasm. What a dysfunctional family, such a loving father and devoted son. He raised his eyebrows and lectured, "I completely understand your life tragedy, but using that as an excuse to murder innocent people is absolutely wrong." The long-haired girl beside him added, "No matter if you were a living Buddha in life, once you fall into being a ghost, your mind is filled only with thoughts of slaughter. That is the cruel nature of ghosts. Therefore, we either use a contract to chain them up or send them to the Western paradise." Lin Mo flipped his attitude completely, tossing the ghost pearl in his hand and smiling slyly. "I'm too lazy to think as deeply as you do. I slay them simply because I'm targeting these shiny ghost pearls, get it?" Luo Cheng excitedly presented a whole basket of colorful ghost pearls right to him, flatteringly saying, "Exactly, Big Brother is absolutely right. You eliminated the ghosts and avenged our brothers, so please accept all of these treasures as our gift to support you." Lin Mo beamed, reaching out to gather the whole bunch of ghost pearls, grinning, "Then I'll accept them without being polite." Just then, Mu Wan Qing walked over, yawning and murmuring, "Junior brother, you guys only went to beat a low-level ghost-class spirit, yet you made such a racket that the whole place collapsed." He trotted over, cheerfully asking, "Senior sister, you haven't slept yet." Yuan Qing grumbled while rummaging through her pockets. "I was woken up because you kids wrecked the roof. Let's quickly find a hotel, I need to sleep in." Hearing about sleeping, Lin Mo hastily negotiated. "Wait, senior sister, can we drop by the northern suburbs of Linglang City first?" Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before explaining. "If the news from the obsessed ghost at the swimming pool is correct, when the ghost tide sweeps through, more than 5,000 Fengmo civilians there will definitely become ghost food. I want to go there to evacuate the residents." After saying that, he stood solemnly before Yuan Qing, his hands clenched with determination. Seeing his resolute attitude, she sighed in the pitch-black night and compromised. "Fine, I'll let you have your way." The northern suburbs of Linglang were a scene of desolation, with rows of dilapidated, shabby thatched huts. Lin Mo scanned the surroundings and sighed with disappointment. Do the people of Fengmo have to squeeze together in such a godforsaken place? After walking around for a bit, he spotted little Ling Yue, whose face was covered in dirt, running and laughing happily. She accidentally bumped her head right into Lin Mo's leg, letting out an ouch by reflex. Startled, he leaned down and advised gently, "Be careful, little one." Ling Yue looked up with her big round eyes and asked in a clear voice, "Who are you guys?" Lin Mo pointed to his chest and grinned, "We are tourists." Meanwhile, Akiu stood there like a statue, not saying a word. Ling Yue immediately frowned, clenching her tiny fists and shouting, "Liar! In this place, besides us commoners and those fierce guards, who on earth would bother to come here?" Lin Mo was slightly surprised, laughing and praising, "Wow, you're a clever little kid." Looking down at her bare feet covered in mud, he asked curiously, "But why are you going barefoot like that?" She immediately glared and retorted fiercely, "Isn't it because you people from the Zhou state destroyed our homeland? Us Fengmo people were driven here to be slaves. How could we afford nice shoes to wear like you guys?" Hearing those words, the smile faded from Lin Mo's face, and he cast his eyes down sadly. A moment later, he gently patted Ling Yue's dirty face, softly comforting her. "Who knows, maybe one day everyone will have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear, just like me now." The little girl's eyes went wide as she asked, "Really?" Suddenly, a sharp voice cut in, "Little sister, don't believe his sweet talk." It turned out to be Li Feng, wearing only a ragged tank top, jumping out to shield his sister, snapping angrily, "You people from the Zhou state are very cunning. Speak up, what tricks are you trying to pull by coming here?" Despite being insulted to his face, Lin Mo remained indifferent, raising a thumb to tease. "Having the spirit to protect your little sister is good, very brave." Then he asked, "Where are your parents? Why are you two left neglected like this?" Li Feng kept his hostile attitude, gritting his teeth in accusation. "You know it already, yet you're still pretending. They were all driven to the city wall." The boy said bitterly, "They were forced to be labor to build free houses for you Zhou people." The camera shifted to the construction site, where guards held leather whips, some whipping the backs of the Fengmo residents who were carrying heavy stones, while others stood with hands on hips, urging them on. Suddenly an unlucky laborer slipped, and the guard whipped him mercilessly, tearing his skin and shouting harshly, "You fly, hurry up your feet!" Painful groans echoed everywhere. On the opposite side, a frail, sickly old man was still struggling to pull a colossal boulder, his face pale from exhaustion. The overloaded rope suddenly snapped, causing the old man to lose his balance and tumble head over heels onto the ground. The massive boulder lost its support and rolled down heavily, almost crushing the old man's thin body. Panic shouts erupted around, "Good grief, rolling stone, run!" Without hesitation, Lin Mo and his ghost retinue, the big-breasted ghost, the corpse-controlling mage, the opera ghost, the martial artist ghost, and the butterfly ghost swiftly leaped into the air. Quick as lightning, his 5 capable helpers joined forces to lift the boulder entangled in the rope, right before the wide eyes and gaping mouths of the laborers below. A few seconds later, the boulder landed safely on the ground, with no one losing their life or getting injured. Having resolved it smoothly, Lin Mo put one hand in his pocket, standing proudly among his ghosts as he asked, "Elder, are you all right?" The old laborer, upon seeing his face, stuttered, You are." His aged, trembling finger pointed directly at Lin Mo's face, his expression of sheer disbelief as he muttered, Crown Prince Yida." Hearing this, the entire crowd of Fengmo people suddenly became excited, turning to gossip. "It's true, it's His Highness the Crown Prince. He hasn't passed away. As expected, the Crown Prince has descended to save the Fengmo people." Seeing the laborers suddenly stirring up, a guard pointed his gun at the crowd to vent his anger. "What the hell are you shouting about? That Crown Prince Yida's bones turned to ash ages ago. I see you rags want to riot? Shoot them all." But the guard commander stepped up from behind, pushing down the gun barrel to warn, "Wait. Rumor has it that a student with a face identical to Crown Prince Yida just showed up in Binhai City. It's definitely that kid. Don't act rashly. His backer is the Duan Kyan Kun organization. Firing blindly will bring disaster upon ourselves." Narrowing his eyes, he smiled with a creepy sneer. "But if they really rebel, wouldn't that be a perfect excuse for us to open fire and wipe them out?" On the rocky ground, dozens of legs had already knelt down on the rugged stones. They kowtowed one after another to the living statue Lin Mo standing on the boulder, chanting in unison, "We, your humble subjects, pay respects to Crown Prince Yida." This twist made the young man break into cold sweat, pointing a finger at his own nose and thinking, "That Yida guy is me. Turns out that fellow and I were cast in the exact same mold." He was completely unaware that a sniper rifle was aimed directly at his head. Lin Mo wiped his face, thinking seriously, "If I let the folks keep kneeling and cheering like this, it'll be trouble if the security bureau takes me in for questioning." Putting thoughts into action, he leaped straight down to the ground, facing the thousands of worshipful gazes of the Fengmo people. He waved his hands wildly, attempting to clarify in a mix of laughter and tears. "Everyone, I'm not any crown prince. You've got the wrong person. Your crown prince passed away when he was in his 30s, while I'm barely 18 years old." Hearing this, the crowd sniffled and wiped away their sad tears. "Yes, that's right, the crown prince passed away over a decade ago. It was just my senile mind hallucinating. The crown prince is gone, who else would bother to save us now?" Seeing the heartbreaking scene, Lin Mo squatted down and whispered the news. "Elder, the night after next at 10 o'clock, a ghost tide will sweep through here. While you still can, you should all find a way to evacuate." But the old man's face fell upon hearing this, and he replied sorrowfully, "Where could we possibly evacuate to? If the ghost tide really comes, those guards will force us to stay rather than let us escape." Lin Mo's face turned pale upon hearing the bitter conclusion, "Because we were born to be human shields for the Zhou people." The old man tremblingly held his hand, tears welling in his eyes as he said, "Young man, thank you for your kind heart. You look so much like the late crown prince of our kingdom, and you possess a benevolent heart just like him." Frowning, he urgently pushed him away, advising, "You should leave. Don't stay here and bring trouble upon yourself for the sake of us commoners." But Lin Mo resolutely shook his head in refusal. "No way, I swear I won't stand by and watch everyone here wait for death." Suddenly, a guard rushed over, cracking his whip and grumbling, "You lazy lot, get back to work for the master right now." However, that aggressive whip was instantly caught by an unfamiliar hand, locking it in place. It turned out Lin Mo was standing proudly to protect an elder of the Fengmo tribe, shouting for him to stop. The guard startled and stuttered, "Brat, what do you think you're doing? Are you trying to obstruct the project or start a rebellion?" The young man stood straight calmly, turning on his heel and responding, "Not at all, I just have an extremely important matter that needs to be announced immediately." Lin Mo stepped into the middle of the crowd, summoning all his energy from his core to shout, "Attention everyone, the night after next, a ghost tide will march right through this ground." All eyes of the Fengmo people fell upon him as he delivered the final blow. "If you don't pack your things and flee to the northern suburbs immediately, you will all be logging off from the earth." From the watchtower, the captain sneered and shouted, "Kid, stop bragging. The military keeps information strictly classified. Where on earth did you get news about a ghost tide?" The guy shrugged nonchalantly. "Believe it or not, if it's a false alarm, just come back and continue working. You won't lose a piece of flesh." The commander frowned and banged the table loudly. "If the project progress is delayed, who will compensate? All ghost areas are controlled by the military. Where would a ghost tide come from? If you dare to spread rumors to scare people again, I'll frame you for sabotaging the project and send you to heaven." Hearing the order, the henchmen brandished their weapons, forming a circle and pointing their guns directly at Lin Mo. Suddenly, a violent shaking occurred, causing dirt and rocks to fall. The group staggered, unable to stand firmly, blankly asking each other if an earthquake was happening. Completely outside any script, a Q stood on the city wall and yelled out, "Lin Mo, the ghost tide arrived ahead of schedule." In the blink of an eye, under the darkened sky, an army of swarming monsters surged forward, leaving everyone wide-eyed with astonishment. Only now did the commander see reality, his face completely pale as he muttered, "Oh my God, with a ghost tide as thick as ants, How on earth is that broken wall going to block it? In absolute panic, he scrambled to run for his life, shouting, "Guys, flee quickly. Just run straight to Linglang City, it's safe there." In another development, Lin Mo was busy acting as a guide for the citizens. "Workers, throw away your shovels. The ghosts are right behind us. Run as fast as you can." The cowardly captain charged forward, swinging his whip wildly to clear a bloody path for himself. As he pushed through, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "You commoners, get out of my way, stay behind and act as shield fodder for the ghosts." Several workers were still standing frozen like logs. Seeing this, Lin Mo snapped, "Don't stand there like statues, quickly go back to the tents, grab the children and run." He quickly moved to his friend's side and asked, "Aq, what's the situation? This flimsy barrier can probably only last 3 minutes at most." Lin Mo immediately summoned all his ghost disciples to form a defensive line, calculating that blocking for even a second would buy time for the people to escape. The ghost-tied army used their sharp claws to cling and climb up the city wall, roaring with crimson eyes shining like headlights. Receiving orders from boss Lin Mo, the martial artist ghost and the butterfly ghost eagerly charged into the battlefield, determined not to let any ugly ghost slip through. As soon as one batch of ghosts fell, another climbed up seeking to log off, as numerous and persistent as cockroaches in a kitchen corner. Suddenly, a plump, majestic zombie ghost threw its head back and roared, shaking the entire space. It built momentum to ram its massive body straight into the defensive wall, under the enthusiastic cheers of its ghost comrades. Aq broke into cold sweat before the raging onslaught, quickly urging, "Lin Mo, this wall is about to fall apart, let's run." Accompanied by a deafening blast, a huge hole was torn through the solid city wall. The guards were scared out of their wits, their limbs trembling as they could only stare blankly at the invading ghost army. Just like a pack of wild beasts starved for a long time, the ghosts bared their fangs and claws, surging forward without any restraint. The crowd frantically trampled over each other to find a way out, cries echoing everywhere, "The wall has collapsed. Run quickly, everyone." Lin Mo turned his head back, urgently urging them repeatedly. "Elder, please pick up your pace, the ghosts are right on our heels." "Young man, this old body of mine has gone on strike. I really can't crawl anymore. Just leave us and run. Us old folks already have 1 foot in the grave. If you can save the youth of Fengmo, we will be deeply grateful to you." Hearing those tragic words, his heart felt deeply unsettled, and he made up his mind never to let the Fengmo people die in vain in this place. Lin Mo, with a determined gaze, gave assignments. "Aq, escort the elders to retreat safely first. I'll cover the rear and follow." Aq stubbornly shook his head in refusal. "Drop that hero script. If we go together." The young man had to snap, "Trust me just this once. Take everyone and run ahead quickly." Aq froze, a fierce conflict raging in his mind before his friend's resolute words. Lin Mo held his sword and walked straight toward the sea of ghosts, leaving behind a sharp remark, "Cut the drama, run." Aq grit his teeth to assess the big picture and nodded. "Fine, I'll escort everyone to safety and then come back to get you." Lin Mo waved his hand to cast a spell, immediately summoning his beloved ghost, Shishikong, to the front. The corpse-rearing ghost opened her magic pouch, and hundreds of child spirits with glowing green eyes rushed out like a whirlwind. The little ghosts ballooned in size instantly, bravely slamming into the aggressive formation of the ghost tide. The little imps linked together to form a living wall to block the enemy's advance, but unfortunately, the numbers on both sides were as mismatched as ants against elephants. A giant from the ghost tide slammed down a colossal hammer. The terrible pressure sent Shishikong's tiny underlings flying in all directions, as the massive ghost roared threateningly, "If you know what's good for you, get out of my way." Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from afar, making him prick up his ears to listen. "Kill." Lin Mo took a leap and soared high into the sky, pointing his sharp iron sword as he plunged down like a shooting star. The ultimate soul-slaying strike cleanly sliced through the upper body of the zombie ghost, sending him to the western paradise without a shred of mercy. At the northern gate of Linglang, a shrill voice repeatedly urged, "Hurry up, you people. Close the city gate and activate the defensive shield right now." A schoolgirl wearing a cute headband frowned and argued back, "How can we close it? There is still a group of people running for their lives over there. We can't do that." The middle-aged man frowned and grumbled, "That crowd is just low-class Fengmo rabble. If they die, they die. Why should we bring trouble upon ourselves for them?" Hearing those cold-blooded words, the girl retorted in frustration, "Hey uncle, they eat food and breathe oxygen just like us." Not bothering to argue, the old man roughly dragged the students through the city gate, still muttering lessons. "Hurry up, kids. Even if we save these rags today, they'll just perish sooner or later." A Q's group ran to the spot and slammed on the brakes, waiting until their necks grew tired while the city gate remained tightly shut. A Q was as anxious as if sitting on a bed of hot coals, shouting until his throat was dry through the gap. "Hey, you guys inside, open the gate and let the people in." The man stubbornly kept playing the villain, resolutely shaking his head. "How can we open it? If that swarm of ghosts rushes in, this city will become a complete mess." Several onlookers around began whispering. "Doing this means the Fengmo people are guaranteed a ticket to reincarnation, right? Opening a tiny gap would easily let them in. Look, there are so many children down there." The Q tried to bargain. "Just open one door, old man. There is a protective array inside with hundreds of soldiers. Why worry about a few low-level ghosts?" In response to the plea was only a heart-chilling splash of cold water. "I said no. Argue any further and I'll slap you." He darkened his face and sneered. "Or do you delusionally think Lin Mo will wave his sword to sweep away all those ghosts? The backer behind Lin Mo will definitely show up anyway. Once the military arrives to cast their net, not a single soul will make it through this gate." Aq was furious, seeing stars, but had to swallow his anger before the old man's shamelessness. Just you wait." He turned his back in frustration, cursing the narrow-minded old man to step on a nail on his way out to soothe his anger. On the other battlefront, Lin Mo was spending 100% of his mana to chop up the ghosts, with Aq's voice echoing in his ears as a cheerleader. "Lin Mo, carry the team, my friend." Lin Mo's underworld ghost disciples began to show signs of being overwhelmed because the opposing side used human wave tactics. The unlucky chainsaw ghost was caught tightly by a mud ghost like a leech, struggling and screaming, "Let go of my clothes, you filthy thing." On the adjacent side, Fan Yin was strumming her instrument, constantly spamming skills without rest. Magic threads shot out, binding the mud ghost tightly like a mummy, turning him into a motionless statue. Seizing the golden opportunity, the chainsaw ghost swung his weapon down, cleanly splitting the slimy ghost into two. At the same time, the Hua Dan sister was suddenly grabbed by the collar by a ghost, lifted high into the air, and hit with a vicious palm strike. The drama ghost was struck and clutched her chest, coughing violently, which sent Kaka into a panic, while the martial artist ghost shouted in alarm, "Junior sister, be careful." Before she could compose herself, a hungry legion of zombie ghosts rushed in from behind, eager to tear off a piece of flesh. They swarmed and clung to the martial artist ghost, biting and tearing eagerly, causing him to scream in pain. This chaotic situation played right into the hands of the ghost tide, their leading female ghost grinning wickedly as she stood watching the show. Immediately after, she soared forward and delivered a violent kick, spitting cruel words, "Go play in hell, darling." While the Hua Dan sister was still closing her eyes in fear, with a swoosh, a sharp sword strike cut through the air, sending the talkative female ghost to the Western Paradise permanently. That rescuing sword strike was indeed Lin Mo's famous ultimate move, soul-slaying strike, cleanly clearing away the obstacle. The play ghost tearfully bowed in gratitude, life-saving benefactor, as soon as the Fengmo citizens safely slip into the city, let's make a quick escape. Receiving the reasonable instruction, the entire group of disciples shouted in unison, "Understood, boss." On the safe city wall, a young woman was holding her phone, live-streaming excitedly. "Hey guys, look, it's that guy who cross-dressed at the pool the other day. He's single-handedly soloing a whole sea of ghosts to protect the Fengmo people. So cool, he's not backing down at all." Seeing the viewer count jump to 200,000, she grinned with joy. "Haha, my followers broke the 1 million mark. I'm going to get tired of counting donations today." The chat box kept spamming, "This is insane, bro. Carrying the whole map by yourself like this makes you the real final boss. Wait, why is the security bureau keeping its doors shut? Even a kid dares to carry the team. Are those old guys really that cowardly?" "I told you so, those security guys run away the moment they see ghosts. When it comes to ghost hunting, we can only rely on the army and academies. Hope this kid can hold on and slap those fake security guys in the face. Wake up, everyone, with that many ghosts, surviving past 10 minutes is pure wishful thinking." From far away, a pair of hawk-like eyes was still closely watching Lin Mo's every move. Narrowing her eyes, she mumbled as she grated him. "He is clearly a shameless rogue. How on earth did he play the role of a heroic savior risking his life to protect the people today? Q, clutching his weapon, slipped through the crawling undead to rush over to Lin Mo's side. He frantically delivered the bad news. Lin Mo, we're doomed. Old man Long Chen is determined to lock the city gate. What do we do now? The young man looked dumbfounded, doubting his own ears, and asked back, what did you just say? Planting his sword into the ground to lean on it, he let out a long sigh, changing his combat stance but speaking with a tone of despair. There's no way to escape, my friend. We have no choice but to fight to the death in this junkyard until our very last breath. Lin Mo hastily barked out orders. Zombie squad, listen up. Form a defensive circle and cover the Feng Mo people, hurry. The wailing and roaring of ghosts echoed loudly. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the city wall and cursed inwardly. I'll remember this grudge, old man. If I survive, I'll collect this debt from you with 100-fold interest. Old man Long Chen sat loftily above, stroking his beard and laughing triumphantly with underhanded schemes running through his mind. Seeing that he was safe and sound with bodyguards surrounding him, he slowly rolled his eyes and let out a long, satisfied breath. Back on the ground, Lin Mo was like a charging meat grinder. Wherever he swept, ghosts fell in droves as he fought them with all his might. The poor citizens huddled under the protection of the magical circle tearfully remarked, "Look, everyone, doesn't our benefactor's majestic swordplay look exactly like the crown prince of back then?" An old man wiped his teary eyes. Absolutely. When I looked at him earlier, I thought the crown prince had reincarnated to save us. A complete stranger sacrificing this much for this ruined Feng Mo land, it's incredibly moving. The child running alongside tugged at his coat, blinking large, bright eyes. Grandpa, let's sing the Feng Mo song to boost that brother's morale. Agreed, my child, what an excellent idea. Holding hands, they sang in unison the powerful opening melody. O children of Feng Mo, awaken. Rise from the dark realm of death, rise from the mire of ruthless oppression. We create a new horizon at this very moment. The deep, resonant sound reached Lin Mo's ears, startling him. This song is so sharp, a perfect combat track to get the blood pumping. The tragic yet heroic anthem kept echoing, swearing that no matter how powerful the evil forces were, they would have to kneel and surrender. At this moment of life and death, let us beat our chests to open the world's eyes. Inside our veins, the immortal blood of the Feng Mo clan still boils. Standing on the fortress, old man Long Chen gritted his teeth in mean calculation. If the ghost-packed seals of these peasants aren't locked, they will become a massive thorn threatening the Zhou state. Unfortunately, the emotional singing acted like a loudspeaker, attracting a much larger horde of ghosts to join the musical feast. Q wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, his face pale as he sensed the bad omen. We're really done for, bro. Their main force has crawled over. The elite ghosts bared their sharp fangs, their crimson eyes glaring as they slowly closed in on the battlefield. This second wave brought thousands of demons, no joke. Lin Mo finally snapped to his senses, immediately pulling out his phone to send a distress signal. Good Lord, I have to call my allies to carry me through this. His fingers tapped rapidly, sending a crying message. Senior sister, please land and save your little brother. I'm about to log out permanently, she casually replied. In the middle of a late-night bowl of noodles, let me finish the broth first, then I'll head over. Sister, please just wolf it down. If you tarry for another 5 minutes, you'll be bringing fruit baskets to my funeral. Just as he hit send on the last message, he looked up only to see 3 hideous ghost faces staring at him with affection. Mu Wan Qing sat at home munching on snacks while watching the live stream of her brother getting beaten up. She remarked, "Where else could you find such a VIP real combat leveling spot?" Lin Mo leaped up to dodge as the desert ghost spat out a ton of blinding dust and sand. He quickly backed away a few steps to gain distance and roared for his summon, "Chainsaw Ghost, get your face out here and do some work fast." The little chainsaw ghost excitedly started up its buzzing blade, flailing wildly as it ran toward the battlefield. The little guy leaped high into the air, raising its chainsaw to split the desert ghost's forehead in half. A violent strike sliced right through the enemy ghost's skull, sending dirt flying along with a deafening, ear-piercing shriek. The deflated corpse melted into a disgusting slimy puddle, freezing the accomplice standing next to it in shock for 5 seconds. Far off, a bomb-throwing ghost sneakily lit and tossed a few explosive crackers at him, causing Lin Mo's intuition to tingle. His nimble feet dodged the whizzing explosives, and he bounced right back into the middle of the ghost crowd, startling them. The fuse ended with a ground-shaking blast, blowing the unlucky demon to smithereens without a single trace left. Unfortunately, behind him, Akio took a direct hit and was sent flying far away, sprawling on the ground groaning. Lin Mo rushed over to lift his friend up, but Akio weakly gasped, "I can't carry this anymore, buddy. I dragged you into this mess, I'm sorry." The ghost forces gathered thicker by the minute, forming a hostile wall of bared fangs and glaring eyes, threatening to swallow them alive. Trapped in a dead end, the young man noticed his mana bar was flashing red, and he thought bitterly, "Are we really going to meet Yama together in this wasteland?" On the wall, the schoolgirl anxiously raised her hand to chant a spell and use her seal, gritting her teeth. "This is bad. I can't just sit here and watch Lin Mo get eaten." Instantly, her adoptive father grabbed her wrist and yanked her back. Her eyes widened in disbelief at the unreasonable interference, and she pouted, "What are you doing, Dad?" The old man showed his cold face, glaring and snapping. "Are you trying to rebel, brat? That Lin Mo is risking his life for those Feng Mo peasants. He is absolutely a remnant rebel." The girl clenched her fists in frustration and argued back, "But regardless, he is doing a good deed and saving lives, Dad." His face darkened as he growled harshly, "Open your eyes. Those down there are the seeds of Feng Mo, not the citizens of Zhou State. If you waste your time saving those beggars and they backstab our people later, you will become a national traitor." The girl's entire body trembled as she stuttered, unable to form words, "But this." Suddenly, a loud male voice boomed, shattering the atmosphere, "Calculating gains and losses while saving lives. How utterly useless." With that, the young man leaped onto the battlefield with a broadsword in hand, leaving behind a salty mock. "If you cowardly security turtles won't do it, let this master show you how it's done." The onlookers gasped in shock. "Oh my God, this guy must be high, jumping down there to be ghost food. Wait, isn't he just a street barber? Did he take some courage-boosting potion?" Landing smoothly in a superhero pose, the young man instantly caught the attention of the hungry ghost horde. Without wasting words, he swung his machete in a crescent arc, carving open a path. Moving as fast as lightning, his deep blade strike split the ghost ranks in two before he nimbly backflipped out of the encirclement. With a series of smooth blade movements, the man stood firmly in front of Lin Mo and Akio like a steel shield. Gritting his teeth, he put all his strength into plunging his dragon blade deep into the rocky ground. Shouting his secret technique, Heavenly Ghost Slash, a sharp matrix of blade energy burst forth instantly, completely shaving away the surrounding circle of ghosts. His cool pose after clearing the map left Lin Mo, and Akio jaw dropped, murmuring, "That was incredibly badass, brother." Tossing his styled hair, he turned around and winked teasingly. "Little Akio, you've been too lazy with your training lately. You're looking pretty weak." Lin Mo curiously nudged his friend. "Hey Akio, who is this muscular guy?" "Ah, let me introduce you. This is my third uncle Eli, the king of clippers. He can shave a client bald in 10 seconds flat." Eli, the barber/level 5 Ghost Tamer, was swinging his blade passionately at the undead, still boasting, "Back in my prime, it only took 7 seconds to make hair disappear." Lin Mo cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you 1,000 times, Uncle Eli." The man chuckled and waved it off. Minor details. When a traveler sees injustice, his hands itch to draw the blade. Carrying his blade forward aggressively, Eli yelled, "The tough ones are here, so I'll handle them. You two trim down those annoying small fries." Lin Mo nodded in admiration. "Is your third uncle using cheats? He's so tough." Akio raised his chin proudly. "You know it, my uncle's razor blade technique has reached the peak realm." Hearing the uncle's profile, Lin Mo stared in awe, completely forgetting to guard his back. A barber who fought like this was a rare gem, good at trash-talking and packed with loyalty, hard to find these days. Luckily, blessed with a sharp sixth sense, the young man smoothly spun around and swung his sword to crush a sneak attack from the shadow behind him in an instant. Unfortunately, this monster had an unusually high IQ. It slithered and tightly coiled around his prized sword, leaving the young man stuck in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. While he was struggling, the slimy tentacles seized the chance to bind Lin Mo like a mummy. He grimaced and groaned inwardly. "I'm out of mana, now even this great sword is just scrap metal." A few hanging ghosts dangled down, sticking out their long tongues to gang up on him, laughing mockingly as if to say, "Break free and run if you can, little brother." The disgusting tongues tightened around Lin Mo's throat, cutting off his airway and turning his face purple. He mumbled tearfully, "Looks like I'm a goner this time." At the very moment death knocked, A volley of arrows flew out of nowhere, piercing the long-necked ghosts and severing their filthy weapons, causing them to drop like flies. Released back to fresh oxygen, Lin Mo, still pale, hastily peeled the remaining tongues off his neck, coughing violently while looking around for his hidden savior. It turned out that the Brotherhood of the Underworld had assembled into a volunteer militia to support him, shouting, "Fear not, brother, we are here to back you up." The marksman scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Bear with me, brother, I'm a squishy ranged user, so I only dare to hide in the bushes and chip in a little." Lin Mo was in no position to worry about such trivial things. He quickly cupped his hands to Luo Cheng and smiled warmly. "Just having you guys show up to boost morale makes me want to cry tears of joy." Taking the lead, Luo Cheng turned around and rallied the crowd. "Fellow Ghost Tamers, hear me. Anyone who is still a man, stand up and spam your ranged skills to back us up, and if anything goes wrong, blame it all on me, Luo Cheng." The young men who had been watching felt provoked. They rolled up their sleeves and volunteered to act as meat shields, unleashing whatever tricks they had up their sleeves. Those with firepower sprayed their weapons, while those with ghost pets tossed out summon balls like crazy. Going all out, the tide of the battle turned in an instant. The swarming demons took direct hits from explosive rounds, their flesh scattering like fireworks. Lin Mo, standing in the crossfire, was clearly exhausted. He had to raise his sword as a shield to block the heavy blows of a giant demon thrall. Right at this moment, another horde of demons rushed in from all directions, eager to tear him apart. Despite the efforts of Uncle A Lai's team and Luo Cheng's crew to carry the weight, the monsters kept respawning like ants. Luckily, Yuan Qing finally made her way to the front lines. She swept away the monsters surrounding Lin Mo and smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, baby, I was running a little late." Seeing his senior sister arrive, Lin Mo was overjoyed and cheered. "Thank ancestors, you're finally here. With 2 level 5 Ghost Tamers combined, what can these scattered ghost hordes do to stop us?" The Dark Guardians obediently followed Yuan Qing's orders, diving from the sky to gang up on the minor demons. Seeing their side taking control, Yuan Qing winked and flashed a bright smile at Lin Mo. "You two take each other to the corner and catch your breath. Leave this stage to me." Hearing the permission, Lin Mo smiled with delight and quickly turned back to flatter her. "You're my favorite senior sister in the whole world. Us 2 disciples are going to get healed up and we'll be right back." He nudged his close friend and made a finger heart. Leaning on each other, they limped away. "Lucky you and your third uncle came to save us this time, true brothers indeed," Q chuckled, "just a bit of interference when encountering injustice." As the 2 slowly dragged their feet, little Li Yue leaped up and cheered happily, pointing at the battered duo. "Look, everyone, our 2 surviving heroes are crawling back." Ignoring her brother's warning, the little girl ran over carrying a basket of water bottles. "I brought water for you too. Hey, you brat." Li Yue quickly ran over and stuffed the drinks into Lin Mo and Q's hands. "I'm so grateful to you both. Without you, our Feng Mo village would have been wiped out. Please have a drink." Lin Mo gently squatted down to pat her head and thank her, while Q chugged down half a bottle before asking, "Thanks, little girl. What is your name?" The clever girl smiled brightly and introduced her family in a rush. "I am Linghu Li Yue, and that grumpy guy over there is my older brother, Linghu Li Feng." Chugging water, Q choked upon hearing the Linghu name, scratching his chin as he murmured, "Well, the famous Linghu clan known for summoning water ghosts in Nanwen town, who would have thought they would fall so low as to become refugees." Li Feng felt his pride stung. He frowned and clenched his fists to show his determination. "Let them talk. I swear I will work hard to rebuild our family legacy in the future." The young boy Li Feng shyly blinked and asked Lin Mo, "Big brother, will I ever be as cool as you?" "Easy, kiddo, just eat well and sleep well, and one day you might rule the world and even surpass me." Seeing his overly optimistic attitude, the boy sheepishly covered his face in apology. This morning I accidentally cursed you, thinking you were a rebel sent by the Zhugyu faction. I'm sorry." Lin Mo laughed it off. "Oh, it's just child's play, why would I take it to heart?" Mid the warm moment, a series of deafening explosions erupted from the other side of the battlefield, forcing the 2 young men to perk up their ears to listen. Glancing over, they saw a massive patch of toxic mushrooms flooding in like a tsunami, with a giant swirling tornado accompanying it in the distance. "We're out of luck, bro. A giant boss has appeared." Lin Mo and Q quickly assumed defensive stances to welcome the guests. He hastily nudged the kids and instructed them, "You two, slip inside the zombie circle and hide quickly. Leave the water basket there, I'll finish it when I return. Take care, kids. The moment his words landed, the two siblings immediately ran as fast as they could back to the defensive line, locking themselves in safely. The unfortunate duo picked up their gear and rushed into the ghost storm once more to restart their bloody party. Clearing them out one by one, now that our batteries are charged, let's get back to work, brother. In the blink of an eye, the two reckless guys charged straight to the edge of the raging crimson vortex, looking as fearless as movie heroes who didn't even know the meaning of the word fear. But once they reached the edge of the pit, they were horrified to find that the core of the storm hid a giant figure as massive as a village hall. As both skidded to a halt, the swirling wind stopped blowing, revealing the face of the demon supermodel inside, leaving them completely frozen for 5 seconds. They never would have dreamed that the thing emerging from the storm's center would be a demon with blotchy blue and purple skin like a bad paint job, looking like a washed-up Joker, wearing a tacky belt that resembled a cheap knockoff of Satan's dog collar. As soon as Aq and Mu Wanqing saw the monster's appearance clearly, their jaws dropped as they cried out, "Oh my God, it's the top 3 boogeyman of the Nanshan region, the half-step ghost king, Gui Laishi." Anyone in the know understood what the appearance of this ticking time bomb portended. If the half-step ghost king brought his whole family to Lingling's doorstep, even 10 magic arrays and a pile of bodyguards would be pulverized. They had to call for an emergency air squad to carry them, otherwise, hundreds of thousands of residents would be doomed. Naturally, among the onlookers, there were still some cold-blooded individuals who found it amusing. Well, the half-step ghost king has shown up. The boss backing the Feng Mo faction must be sweating now. Let's just sit back and wait for the elite military squad and mercenaries to sweep through, catching everyone in one net. The loudmouth had barely closed his mouth when a series of thumping marches echoed on the ground, drawing closer with an intensity louder than ever before. Wherever this mysterious group walked, the monsters there were beaten to a pulp, sent flying into the sky while screaming miserably, with no unlucky demon skilled enough to stand in their way. Seeing their own forces putting on such a cool display, anyone would be thrilled. The onlooker grinned. Looks like we're about to watch a blockbuster action movie. Right next to old man Gui Laishi, a squad of hooded black-clad figures rushed in like lightning, deploying an encirclement around the big boss. The old ghost warily scanned the enemy's formation. Although they wore identical copied uniforms, his sharp eyes could still detect a lineup of level 5, 6, and even level 7 Ghost Tamers. Gui Laishi was so furious he cursed under his breath. Only a fool would stand idly by and watch humans wipe out all my capable minions. Raising its ugly face to the sky, it let out a deafening roar and immediately unleashed its rage, throwing a warning strike at the human side. The secret technique, 1,000 faces, 10,000 forms. The moment it made its sneak attack, the expert Ghost Tamers caught the signal, too smart to stand still and let old man Gui Laishi catch them. The squad in black quickly released their powerful pets to fight back, White Bone Ghost, Centipede Ghost, and even Misfortune Ghost to gang up on Gui Laishi. The summoned ghost army immediately went into slaughter mode upon release, charging at Gui Laishi and combining forces to trap his hideous tentacles in a cage. The White Bone Ghost added a misty skill, blowing out a thick cloud of white smoke to block all vision. The little Centipede Ghost smirked deviously and unleashed its 100-feet origin skill, stretching out dozens of long legs to whip Gui Laishi repeatedly. The writhing legs turned into a noose, chaining Gui Laishi from head to toe, leaving the big boss flailing and screaming incomprehensible curses. Dominated by the Centipede Ghost, Gui Laishi was reduced to a pathetic state like a stuffed toy being thrashed around by its owner, beaten several times before being let go. The little Misfortune Ghost naturally refused to be outdone. It leaped high into the air and dived headfirst towards the battered Gui Laishi, aiming to unleash its finishing move before the old man could recover. The moment the Misfortune Ghost roared the word shatter for the finish, the terrified Gui Laishi's pupils shrank to pinpricks, sweating bullets despite being a ghost, perfectly acting out sheer panic. With a loud boom, a massive calligraphic word, shatter, slammed directly onto Gui Laishi's back, forcing his face into the asphalt as he lay unable to crawl or dodge. The strike was followed by the sound of exploding flesh. Since this violent scene was rated R, it had to be censored with red syrup, leaving the rest to the audience's imagination. Lin Mo watched with an open mouth as the black-clad experts easily disposed of the infamous boss in an instant. Scratching his head, he muttered, "A half-step ghost king defeated by a few basic skills. Who on earth are these masked figures?" Wiping his face to stay focused, he closely analyzed the coordinates of the black-clad squad and broke into a cold sweat. Oh no, the destination of these ninjas is the innocent Feng Mo citizens. Lin Mo quickly jumped down, sprinting straight to block the path of the black-clad squad. He yelled fiercely to get their attention. "Break now! What kind of mischief are you guys trying to pull here?" He swiftly cut in front of the black-cloaked gang, spreading his arms to block them, forcing the entire group to screech to a halt and stare at him in confusion. The black-clad leader didn't bother beating around the bush. Frowning at Lin Mo like he was a nuisance, he said bluntly, "Hand over that group of Feng Mo people to us, quickly." Naturally, with Lin Mo's stubbornness, that was a pipe dream. Standing rooted like a statue, he raised his chin and doubled down on his defiant attitude. "Not a chance, I will not hand them over." Sighing at Lin Mo's stubbornness, the captain advised, "Kid, you can't carry this burden. Tomorrow they'll just go back to being low-class laborers. Let me handle this, and I promise they'll have proper food, shelter, and a real chance to change their lives." Lin Mo flared up and argued back, "Are you out of your mind? Showing up out of nowhere demanding people, why should I believe your sweet words?" In the heat of the moment, a figure leisurely stepped out from the masked ninjas, nearly giving Lin Mo a heart attack as he wondered which expert was about to strike. The person walked right up to Lin Mo, pulling down his face cover to reveal a familiar face. Frowning, he quickly patted his shoulder. "Lin Mo, it's me, we're acquaintances." Rubbing his eyes and looking closely at the familiar face, Lin Mo was still puzzled. "Strange, isn't this Zhuang Han, the disciple of Enran? I thought he was bilaid out of the Security Bureau detention center by his old man. How was he only a level 2 Ghost Tamer back then, yet his aura is already at level 4 now?" Zhuang Han looked as frantic as if his house was on fire, having no energy to chat or explain things to Lin Mo. "Time is money, kid. Bottom line is, just hand them over to us, our reputation is guaranteed." Lin Mo bit his lip and calculated. This side was willing to negotiate properly without violence. Moreover, this black-clad group might just be his old man's subordinates. What if they really intended to save the Feng Mo citizens? After weighing the pros and cons, he clicked his tongue, thinking that if this group was willing to provide food and shelter, it would ease his burden since he couldn't protect everyone alone. Nodding, he agreed, "All right, it's a deal. Just make sure you protect them and feed them well for me." But just as the deal was sealed, Long Chen's gang peered out from the balcony. It seemed these thugs had been enjoying the show from their VIP seats, bursting into loud laughter and clapping as soon as Lin Mo finished speaking. Old man Long Chen grinned wickedly, his sinister expression overshadowing even the demons, his malice deeper than a viper's, far worse than the remnants of Feng Mo. "None of you should dream of escaping this time." The black-clad leader glared upward and mocked back, "Did you guys take the wrong medicine up there? Provoking the High Lion sect means you'll be wanted all the way down to the underworld, old man." Long Chen continued to bark arrogantly, even as his surrounding henchmen quietly backed away. "What on earth is the High Lion sect? My forces are as numerous as ants. Why should we fear a few fragile shadows? Charge, slice them to pieces." But as soon as he finished his command, he turned to find his subordinates had completely vanished. Old man Long Chen rolled his eyes and cursed, "Hey, did you all go to give birth at the same time? If I'm not afraid, what are you scared of?" The soldiers muttered back from a distance, "Are we crazy to mess with the High Lion sect and get ourselves hunted? Play by yourself, we quit." Old man Long Chen turned purple with rage, watching his henchmen flee helplessly. "You useless cowards, get ready to pay the breach of contract fee. If you're short a single penny, I'll castrate you." A voice echoed from afar. "The contract breach fee is still cheaper than a coffin, old man. Only a madman would stay." Long Chen then looked at his few remaining forces and barked loudly, "Attention, squad. The mercenaries are gone. Now I can only rely on you. Immediately secure your merit by wiping out all the Feng Mo remnants. Military orders are absolute, do you hear me?" The soldiers immediately leaped high, diving straight toward the Feng Mo citizens where the High Lion sect was stationed, shouting, "Wipe them out, charge." Detecting the incoming enemy, the High Lion sect instantly entered combat mode, leaving Lin Mo stranded alone in the middle of a three-way clash. Witnessing this, Lin Mo smirked with satisfaction, a dangerous look appearing on his face. "Finally, it's my time to shine." Lin Mo quickly swung his sword and rushed toward the ghosts facing the High Lion sect, shouting, "Charge, warriors of Zhuguo! Your reinforcements have arrived." With that, he swung his hand to send an obstructing demon right in front of a man straight to the afterlife. His swift strike executed without a single wasted movement. The demon died in frustration, unable to complain. The man yelled, "That was my contracted ghost." He could only smile apologetically. "Sorry about that, my eyesight has been a bit blurry lately, so I struck the wrong target." The system pinged, "Congratulations, host, on earning 40 defense-breaking points." The man was furious. "You bastard, you're a traitor, aren't you?" Of course, Lin Mo would never admit it. He quickly played dumb to cover it up. "What an injustice. The battlefield is so chaotic, and everyone looks the same to me. That's why this misunderstanding happened." Standing above, Long Chen angrily pointed and cursed, "Lin Mo, you are definitely a remnant of Feng Mo, you treasonous criminal." Slander, total slander. It's just that my skills are too lacking, and I don't know how to properly control my soul-binding ghosts yet, which led to this misunderstanding. Lin Mo quickly pointed at the chainsaw ghost and the martial arts ghost to defend himself. "If you still doubt me, let me redeem myself. Chainsaw ghost, martial arts ghost, quickly go and assist the Zhuge forces." Receiving the command, the two ghosts roared, instantly entering peak combat mode and rushing into the chaotic melee. However, the martial arts ghost's leg inexplicably tripped the chainsaw ghost, causing it to faceplant just as it was raising its chainsaw high. As a result, instead of helping their allies, it accidentally sliced down several friendly ghosts. "The enemy hasn't even been touched yet, but our side is wiped out, oh heavens, my ghosts." The soldier pointed directly at Lin Mo and cursed, completely unaware that a demon was baring its fangs behind him, ready to devour him. "You absolute bastard." The red demon bit down, chomping off the upper half of the unfortunate man. While the guy struggled in despair, Lin Mo grinned sheepishly. "My apologies, my hand slipped again." Lin Mo's control of the remaining ghosts was equally hilarious. It was unclear how much the enemy lost, but their own lineup was completely gone. "Damn it, I clicked the wrong skill again." The sound of the system awarding points kept chiming in Lin Mo's ears, quite the opposite of the soldiers who were bursting with rage. The system chimed, "Congratulations, host, on harvesting another 100 defense-breaking points, you absolute dog." In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed, leaving only a few members of the High Lion sect standing next to the pile of Long Chen's dead soldiers. Lin Mo was still deeply immersed in his acting. He put on a show of throwing punches at them, acting incredibly furious. "How dare you touch the Zhuge soldiers? I'll fight you to the death." The High Lion sect leader also raised his hand to pretend to block Lin Mo's thunderous strike, even though the punch was as soft as cotton with 0 damage. Insolent brat. The moment they clashed, one unleashed a flashy move while the other dramatically flew back miles as if taking a fatal hit, a perfect double act. Oh, such terrifying power. The ghost standing behind stared in bewilderment as Lin Mo fell to the ground realistically, without even being touched, groaning, "Alas, I am exhausted." While the ghosts remained completely clueless about what was happening, the slumped Lin Mo suddenly gave them a sly wink, making them realize the truth instantly. So both big and small ghosts began pretending to be terminally ill. Some went limp, others groaned, competing to look like they were on the verge of death. "Oh goodness, we are also taking our last breaths." Lying flat on the ground, watching his servant's Oscar-worthy performance, Lin Mo was highly satisfied and gave them a thumbs up to celebrate their grand strategic victory. Taking this opportunity, the Black Lotus sect members finally spoke to the people of Feng Mo. "We have come to free you from the clutches of Zhuge. While the ghost tide is holding them back, retreat quickly. Any later and we are doomed. Please put your trust in us." "No, who on earth are you people anyway?" Knowing that no one would trust them right away, that person quickly pulled an object out of his coat pocket to show the crowd. "Once you see this, you will definitely change your minds." As the black cloth was pulled back, the object sitting right in his palm for the citizens of Feng Mo to see was none other than the genuine imperial seal. Countless citizens of Feng Mo Guo recognized the treasure at a glance, their eyes widening and jaws dropping in shock. This is the imperial seal of Feng Mo Guo. While the two sides were busy negotiating, Lin Mo, still acting like a bedridden casualty on the ground, secretly called out, "Corpse-raising ghost, can you withdraw your army of the living dead?" "Sure." As soon as the command was given, the corpse-raising ghost cleared away its army of the living dead in the blink of an eye, neat and orderly. Seeing the royal token, the citizens of Feng Mo Guo had to yield. Besides, staying trapped in Zhu Guo meant certain death, so they decided to take a leap of faith. "Our benefactor has even cleared the zombie barrier to show goodwill. It's settled, we will follow you." Once decided, the leader of the Black Lotus sect waved his hand, ordering the other members to charge ahead and clear the way. Seeing everything spiral out of control, Long Chen was furious, yet he could only stand on high and shout helplessly, "Those filthy commoners are trying to escape." Over on this side, Mu Wanqing had just received the secret message from Lin Mo. She turned to instruct a Q, completely ignoring whatever was lurking behind her. Senior sister said we should arrange for the safe retreat of the Feng Mo people, a Q. That's what Lin Mo requested. An evil ghost suddenly lunged, swinging its sharp claws from behind, freezing Mu Wanqing on the spot, unable to react in time. At the critical moment, a Lai rushed over like lightning, swinging his blade to sever the ghost's arm and shielding Mu Wanqing. Be careful. In the confusion, a Lai naturally wrapped his arm around Mu Wanqing's waist to keep her from falling, looking every bit like a handsome hero saving a damsel in distress. He delivered a blow that sent the evil ghost flying far away, then gently helped Mu Wanqing regain her balance. A Lai asked softly and caringly, "Are you all right?" The pregnant ghost, a formidable figure from the Nanshan ghost domain, was kicked far away. Sensing that things were going south, she screeched to call back her pack, "Retreat, comrades, we've suffered too many casualties. There's no point in fighting anymore." Looking at the ghosts that were aggressive and bloodthirsty just moments ago, now running away with their tails between their legs faster than lightning, a Lai narrowed his eyes with a smirk, like disturbed wasps from a nest. Things should be fine now. A Lai was so focused on watching the enemy flee that he forgot his hand was still tightly wrapped around Mu Wanqing's waist. The distance between them was incredibly intimate. Blushing furiously, she stammered, "Thank you, benefactor, for coming to my aid." Realizing he had been holding onto her all this time, only snapping out of it when she mentioned it, a Lai jumped back, his face turning bright red in embarrassment. "Oh, it's nothing, just a minor thing." Just then, a Q standing nearby mischievously teased them, making a Lai even more embarrassed. "If I remember correctly, third uncle is still living the bachelor life, right? What nonsense is this little rascal talking about? Are you planning to find a wife for your uncle now?" A Lai had to give a Q a painful knock on the head before the kid would shut up. "You guys travel everywhere from north to south. Is it possible you haven't found any lady that caught your eye after all these years? About that, take it easy, what's the rush?" While everyone was laughing and chatting, Long Chen's face was dark. He was so angry that both his hands clawed at the ground, trembling. He could barely stand, and with anger choking his throat, he had nowhere to vent it. Long Chen gnashed his teeth as he witnessed the disastrous outcome, with all the soldiers meant to be cannon fodder completely wiped out. The ghost pack has retreated, so our forces can finally act now. Scavenging a few henchmen who were still breathing, Long Chen pointed and barked at them to grab Lin Mo. That Lin Mo dared to collude with the Black Lotus sect, tie him up for me immediately. Hearing this, Lin Mo was furious. He abandoned his act of a casualty, jumped up, and pointed directly at Long Chen's face, cursing, "Black Lotus sect my ass. I was just ambushed by those men in black myself." Of course, Long Chen didn't care about any explanations. He was only looking for a scapegoat to vent his anger. "I don't care, tie him up and bring him back for interrogation." Oh my, look at an innocent man being falsely accused. Though Lin Mo was grabbed and restrained, his face remained incredibly smug. He even turned back and shouted to Mu Wanqing, "Senior sister, quick, go get master. Tell him his junior brother has been carried away by monsters, and remind a Q to gather all the scattered ghost beads. Shut your mouth." The soldiers moved decisively, shoving Lin Mo into a specialized vehicle while blocking a Q and Mu Wanqing from taking another step closer. "Move it." Even while being escorted, Lin Mo ignored the warnings and called back, "I did nothing wrong to Zhu Guo. Accidentally brushing against those soldiers was just an occupational hazard. If I keep my mouth shut, the safety department won't be able to pry a word out of me." Of course, the crowd could not stand by and watch this eyesore. They surrounded the vehicle, shouting in protest against Long Chen, "What did Lin Mo do wrong? You have no right to make arbitrary arrests. Release him immediately." The flame of resentment grew hotter. People wished they could tear Long Chen into 100 pieces. The student who saved lives is chained up, while the useless soldiers take the credit. Where is the justice? For someone as thick-skinned as Long Chen, what did a few protests matter? He even deliberately trampled on public opinion by driving the vehicle closer as if to mock them, "Come on and bite me if you dare." Already furious from his failed plans, Long Chen spewed a torrent of curses at the crowd. "Shut up, all of you. Let's see who has the guts to stand in the way of the safety department's duty." Zhu Fang stepped forward, tugging at Luo Cheng's shirt to persuade him, Brother Cheng, calm down. Hitting a rock with an egg right now will only bring us trouble. But are we just going to fold our arms and watch? Unfortunately, powerless to stop it, the group could only watch blankly as the safety department's armored vehicle drove Lin Mo away. This trip was going to be easy to get into, but hard to return from. They racked their brains for a way to rescue Lin Mo, calling on everyone to tip off the press and make a scene, intending to use public pressure to force the safety department to release him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the safety department was buzzing. Staff rushed around searching for confidential files to launch their plans and track the progress of the battle. Everyone was overwhelmed, and loud reports echoed throughout the room. The western barrier of Nanshan has fallen. The ghost horde has reached Mingjiang. And in the midst of this chaotic moment, the clattering of footsteps echoed down the hallway. With such a grand entrance, it had to be Long Chen's gang bringing Lin Mo in for questioning. As expected, Long Chen's lackeys dragged the chained Lin Mo and threw him right into the lobby. "Oh my, the safety department is so lively. Are you guys throwing a grand party here?" Upon realizing the loudmouth was Lin Mo, the atmosphere fell dead silent. Every glare, sharp as a cleaver, shot straight at him. The system chimed, "Congratulations, host, you have easily earned 10 trigger points." Losing his patience, Long Chen shoved Lin Mo into a dark room. "Shut your mouth. In a moment I'll make sure you taste true suffering." Looking around the four walls of the interrogation room, Lin Mo kept his playful smirk, not caring in the least about the storm about to crash down on him. Oh, is that something to look forward to? The moment he sat down in the sealed room, he was bombarded with a barrage of background questions from the safety department staff. Full name, gender, registered residence, and who are your relatives? With both hands cuffed tightly to the table, the interrogator fired questions like a machine gun, barely letting him breathe. "If you know what's good for you, spit it all out." Lin Mo lazily glanced at the silver handcuffs clamping his wrists, let out a long yawn, and said, "My name is Lin Mo, a real man. My hometown is Shashan Village, Kyeongkun Province." Mentioning his background, his expression softened slightly, but his arrogant smile remained intact. "I have both parents and a younger sister. We're just poor farmers, passed down for generations." As soon as those words left his mouth, Long Chen slammed the table and stood up. Apparently, he found this poor farmer backstory way too fake. Long Chen frowned, gritting his teeth and glaring at him as if looking at a professional con man. "Poor farmers. Are you kidding a child? What did the safety department's intelligence unit find?" A henchman nervously read the file. "Boss, it's exactly as we investigated. His father is Lin Gang, born in the year 3067, registered in Shashan Village, Kyeongkun Province. His mother is in Shuang, born in the year 3063, from Mabing Village, Kyeongkun Province. In the year 3081, the two married through matchmaker Wang, and a year later they had a son named Lin Mo." The more the soldier read, the more cold sweat poured down his face, stealing glances at Long Chen's dark expression. "I also cross-verified with matchmaker Wang. The old lady swore she watched the boy Lin Mo grow up since he was running around naked in the rain." Hearing Lin Mo's squeaky clean background, Long Chen was burning with rage. Although he didn't believe a word of it, the records were there in black and white. How could something so absurd happen? Damn it. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, watching the flustered Long Chen, silently praising his father in his mind. "The script is extremely tight. I don't know how my old man pulled off such magic, but it is brilliant." No matter how clear the birth certificate was, Long Chen was still convinced he was a double agent. "Lin Mo, how do you explain the charge of being hand-in-glove with the Black Lotus sect?" Lin Mo pouted, claiming absolute innocence. "Are you joking? I took quite a few hits from them myself. Clearly, we share a common enemy. I've always been dedicated to helping the safety department crush the Black Lotus sect." Even if beaten to death, Long Chen would never buy such a ridiculous excuse. He was furious but didn't know how to counter, so he could only stare gloomily at Lin Mo, speechless. Unable to calm his anger, Long Chen slammed the table, shaking the entire room, and roared like a hungry tiger, "Stop acting for me." This time he shoved the table aside, marched over, and grabbed Lin Mo by the collar in a threatening manner. Long Chen glared down at Lin Mo and barked, "You acted so brutally against so many soldiers, yet you dare claim innocence. You are definitely a remnant of Feng Mo." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have gained another 50 trigger points." Lin Mo was not stupid enough to admit it. He craned his neck and boldly argued back, "Don't make false accusations to frame an innocent citizen. If you're so smart, show me the evidence." Sarcasm made the fire in Long Chen burn even hotter. If you weren't involved with those monstrous things, how could you connect with the wild ghouls of the graves and escape unharmed from the hands of the half-step ghost king in the Kanglin ghost domain? Long Chen then played his final trump card. The solid evidence is that you went to West China Hospital to visit Yan, one of the 12 prominent mediums of Feng Mo Guo. Contrary to Long Chen's illusion of trapping his prey, this time Lin Mo had to press his lips together to keep from laughing at the old man's shallowness. He smirked, looking straight into his eyes. I have no idea whether Yan is a medium or a shaman. I only know one thing for sure, she's your mistress. Upon hearing this, Long Chen froze, cold sweat dripping down, never expecting this brat to uncover such a shocking secret. If this leaked out, his position as the director would surely fall apart. Lin Mo shrugged and joked, actually, I went to the hospital to see her because I wanted to cuckold you. Oh, are you going to imprison me for liking to put horns on someone else? The teasing words made Long Chen explode like a powder keg. He grabbed him tightly, preparing to deliver a lethal punch. You bastard! Congratulations, host, you have gathered 500 trigger points. Seeing his opponent raging and preparing to strike, Lin Mo added fuel to the fire. Oh my, is the officer going to use physical torture to force a confession? Of course, Long Chen did not dare to act recklessly. With cameras pointed right at his face, exposing the abuse of a student would get him fired instantly, so he only angrily shoved him back into the chair. But Long Chen wasn't going to let his prey go so easily. Rolling up his sleeves, he gave a sinister smile. You think a slick tongue is enough to get you through this door? Keep dreaming, kid. Long Chen pressed the tattoo on his arm to summon the ghost he had contracted with. Appear, Smoke Ghost. The Smoke Ghost materialized instantly, releasing a dense mist that wrapped tightly around Lin Mo. Its eerie grin made the smile on his lips vanish. The Smoke Ghost closed in on him and blew a thick stream of gas. Stubborn brat, taste my face-marking truth-revealing move. I only accidentally mentioned your mistress. Was there really a need to callously eliminate me like this? The staff standing behind broke into a cold sweat and quickly intervened. Gao Ju Zhang, using this move is against the rules. If he is hit by the face-marking truth revealer, the kid's life will be in danger. We swear to take what he just babbled to our graves. Your wife will absolutely never find out. In his fit of rage, Long Chen barked at his subordinates. What does that have to do with this? Are you just going to stand by and watch the remnants of Feng Mo turn Zhu Gu upside down? At that exact moment, the door of the interrogation room was kicked open with a loud crash, startling everyone present as they turned to look at the entrance. It turned out the one who broke the door was Su Feng. He rushed in furiously. How dare you touch a disciple of our Zhendian army commander? Release him immediately. Seeing Su Feng, Lin Mo was overjoyed as if he had struck gold, his face instantly lighting up. Thank heavens, my lifesaver is here. Tan Ming, the deputy commander of the patrol, hurried in behind him, face pale, quickly reminding Su Feng. Duan Tongling, barging into the safety department and demanding a release like this might violate regulations. Hearing this, Su Feng growled, What regulations? Even your big boss wouldn't dare whisper that to me. What right do you have to lecture me here? Yes, my apologies. Lacking arguments to counter Su Feng, Tan Ming turned to Long Chen and asked, Gao Ju Zhang, how is the interrogation going? Please give me a little more time. Of course, Lin Mo wasn't going to let this saving grace slip away. He cried out pitifully, Master, save my miserable life. They are trying to use the face-marking truth revealer to kill me. Hearing this, Su Feng was furious, his face turning red. He grabbed Tan Ming's ear and cursed, What on earth? You guys dare use torture to force a confession? Today, on behalf of the commander, I must teach these lawless thugs a lesson. Oh, it's a misunderstanding, a total misunderstanding. No one here would dare use the face-marking truth revealer. Su Feng was not a 3-year-old child to believe those excuses. Without warning, he lunged straight toward the Smoke Ghost. Su Feng's hand clamped tightly around the Smoke Ghost's throat, squeezing so hard that the ghost's face turned purple as it struggled in vain. Then, what on earth is this thing? Seeing this terrifying scene, Long Chen lost his wits and immediately abandoned the interrogation. Smoke Ghost, get back. Su Feng's cold eyes watched as the Smoke Ghost dissipated into thin air and returned to Long Chen. He had already been merciful not to banish the ghost with a single strike. Only then did Su Feng turn to threaten Long Chen. You tried to frame my disciple, didn't you? Unable to find evidence, so you resorted to dirty torture methods. I only wanted to scare the kid a little. Long Chen's paper-thin excuse obviously didn't work on Su Feng. It only fueled his fury further. Well, then let me take the liberty of scaring you a bit for fun. Seeing Su Feng about to get physical, Tan Ming panicked and quickly intervened. Please calm your anger. Gao Long Chen, what are you still standing there for? Release him quickly. At this point, Long Chen had to grit his teeth and obediently unlock the cuffs for Lin Mo. If he didn't, this safety department would probably be torn down. Lin Mo rubbed his wrists as he stepped out, still complaining to Su Feng, Master, I have been terribly wronged. Not only am I innocent, but I also risked my life to stop the ghost tide, performing a great service to save the people of Zhuguo. Hearing these mocking words, Long Chen's blood pressure spiked. He cursed furiously, Lin Mo, don't push your luck. Ding, congratulations host, you have gained another 40 trigger points. With Su Feng standing right there, Long Chen dared to insult his disciple. This audacity naturally earned him a sharp glare. What, do you have an issue with that? No, I understand. Since your disciple has done great service, the safety department will surely issue a certificate of commendation and reward him with 2 evil-level ghost beads as encouragement. Su Feng nodded and led Lin Mo out. Before disappearing, the kid didn't forget to look back and stick his tongue out at Long Chen. That's more like it. Disciple, let's go. Long Chen clenched his fists in anger. Are we just going to let them walk away like that? What else do you want to do? If word of you secretly using the face-marking truth revealer gets out, our career prospects are as good as dead. Tan Ming turned to leave, throwing a warning back at Long Chen. From now on, if you want to touch a single hair on Lin Mo, you'd better have ironclad evidence. Otherwise, don't even think about messing with him. Unable to get a word out and having his pride trampled by the brat Lin Mo, his affair exposed, and getting lectured by his superior, Long Chen was driven mad with rage. Damn it, I will remember this debt forever. Hating Lin Mo to the bone, Long Chen's eyes filled with bloodshot veins. His brain quickly recalled 2 people closely related to Lin Mo. The one who knows his roots inside out is still that woman after all. Over on this side, in what looked like a casual local tavern, after escaping the prison, the master and disciple had gathered here to eat and drink to make up for the emotional damage. The glasses clinked. Lin Mo happily raised his cup to toast Su Feng. Thank you, master, for saving my life. I will drink first. After toasting, Lin Mo gulped down the cup of liquid, which could have been either water or cheap liquor, right in front of Su Feng. Su Feng looked at the boy's carefree expression and sighed deeply. You escaped today, but the fact that you opened a path for the Feng Mo people is crystal clear. The military will absolutely not stop targeting you. Once they make their move, it will be the end of you. Lin Mo's face remained as nonchalant as ever, without a trace of worry. So what if those big shots target me? Don't I still have a sturdy shield behind me in you, master? Su Feng immediately poured cold water on his fantasy. I can't always shield you. Besides, tomorrow morning I must head to the north. Huh, what are you going to the north for, master? Su Feng clicked his tongue and briefly explained the situation in the north. The alliance of the 4 countries is gathering forces to wipe out your senior sister's evil sect once and for all. This time I'm afraid her life is in danger. Although she is labeled a traitor, our bond of master and disciple remains. At the very least, I must drag her back from the jaws of death. Lin Mo listened but remained indifferent, even casually agreeing, but before he could finish his sentence, he received a painful smack. Ouch, master really loves his disciple, that hurt so much. Su Feng knitted his brows and looked straight at Lin Mo, resting his hand on his thigh. He sternly told him to stop talking nonsense. Listen carefully, you must complete 3 tasks. First, immerse yourself in training, no slacking allowed. With that, Su Feng raised 2 fingers to specify the second task, testing him at the same time. The second task is to form a contract with a high-level evil ghost. Your contract limit isn't exhausted yet, right? Yes, it's still open. Hearing this, Lin Mo blinked, trying to gauge Su Feng's intention. What kind of ghost do you want me to contract with, master? Su Feng took a deep drag of his cigarette and blew a hazy puff of smoke into the air, slowly uttering the name of the formidable ghost in his mind, Ziyukai Ghost. Su Feng calmly explained the reason for choosing the Ziyukai Ghost. 2 days ago, when the Kanglin Ghost domain fell, that guy was heavily wounded. He is currently hiding and recovering in the wild graveyard next to the school. Lin Mo scratched his head in confusion, finding this target a bit tough, catching the Ziyukai Ghost, but he's a half-step ghost king, how can I fight him? That glory of his has faded, kid. Speaking of the Ziyukai Ghost's signature move, both nodded in acknowledgement of his unique ability. His best move is splitting his body into 4 independent entities. Su Feng clicked his tongue and added, But that was also the fatal weakness that stripped him of his half-step Ghost King title. His clones were wiped out on the battlefield, causing his overall power to plummet. Only then did Lin Mo's eyes light up, as excited as a student raising his hand to answer. So you mean the Ziyukai Ghost now might not even reach the tailing level, or could be even worse? Su Feng emphasized further to make Lin Mo realize the value of this bargain. The Ziyukai Ghost is an excellent choice. If you secure this contract, your power will soar like a kite in the wind. Well, the first two tasks were clear, but the final piece remained, so Lin Mo asked curiously, so what is the final task I have to take on? Well, that one is a bit complicated. Su Feng, with a glowing cigarette in his mouth, leaned in and whispered the final detail, keep an eye on your 9th senior sister. While I'm away, don't let her play around and practice any forbidden evil techniques again. Hearing this, Lin Mo was dumbfounded, staring at Su Feng with wide eyes. Forbidden techniques? I didn't expect Mu Wanqing's innocent look to hide such terrifying ambition. Don't tell me senior sister is about to flee the sect too. After chatting for a while, Su Feng pulled out a ring and shoved it into Lin Mo's hand. Take this. If you encounter a situation too difficult to handle, go to the half-ghost cavern and seek help from your 4th senior sister. Half-drunk, Su Feng stumbled away, scratching his large belly and muttering, even though she is labeled a traitor, she is still much more obedient than the others. If you go crying to her, she will probably help you out of pity, maybe about 30%. Lin Mo followed behind Su Feng, scratching his head and muttering, only 30%, that's barely anything. Night fell with a crescent moon hanging high, but its silvery light was not enough to pierce through the darkness of the mortal realm. Lin Mo quietly pushed open the wooden door and stepped into the room. Whispering softly, he called out, "Is everyone asleep already?" Climbing onto his familiar bunk bed, he suddenly paused when he saw a bright red bag and a neatly folded note. What is this? It turned out to be the spoils of war that Aq had thoughtfully gathered and bagged for him. On the paper was neatly written, "Your share is here, signed Aq." Looking at the gift his roommate had gone to the trouble of collecting, Lin Mo's lips curved into a warm smile. This kid Aq is really honest, not a single ghost bead is missing. Lin Mo lay back on the soft mattress and quickly fell asleep. After a long, grueling day, everything was finally done. Time to sleep and regain some energy. The outside world fell into quiet solitude, or at least that was how it appeared, as the pale moonlight cast its glow over everyone's deep slumber. Lin Mo sat up on his bed. The room was now brightly lit, and he was fully recharged after a deep sleep. He excitedly unzipped the red bag heavy with ghost beads. Lin Mo's hands quickly formed seals, his entire body enveloped in a fiery halo, which was actually the massive spiritual energy radiating from the ghost beads. The absorption process began, and the skills prepared to level up. Along with the light, the system chimed repeatedly with good news, upgraded Wusheng Ghost to primary evil spirit level. Successful conversion of the 3rd ultimate move, acquired the passive skill, Wrath. Level 1 Wrath, taking a hit increases Wrath by 5 points. Every 5 points stacks 3% critical rate, accumulating a maximum of 100 points of Wrath buffs critical rate by 60%. Spiritual energy cost, none. Cooldown, 0 seconds. After upgrading this one, it was the next one's turn to advance. Huadin Ghost officially reached the primary evil spirit level. Successful conversion of the 3rd ultimate skill, unlocking the skill, Melodious Harmony. Level 1 Melodious Harmony. Playing a classic tune restores 10% health to allies and temporarily buffs attack speed. Consumes 70 spiritual energy. Cooldown is 120 seconds. Lin Mo raised his tattooed arm, recalling all spiritual entities deep into the contract seal, representing the ghosts under his command. Looking at the glorious results, Lin Mo grinned with delight. This skill set is insane. The full wrath damage of the Wusheng Ghost might rival the Chainsaw Ghosts. With a mobile health pack and attack speed buff from the Huadin Ghost, it's a divine combo. Of course, in his excitement, Lin Mo accidentally ignored a subordinate who had also given its all. Wait, what about my share? To support you, my Living Dead collection has dropped to less than 100. That's the fortune I nurtured for centuries, oh my god. Before Lin Mo could offer any comfort, the nearby Chainsaw Ghost growled to threaten him. What's there to brag about for contributing a few smelly zombies? Chatter any more and I'll chop you into paste right now. The corpse-raising ghost felt choked up with grievance. Having lost everything, now when it asked for its rights, it got insulted. If you're so tough, come on and try me. Why would the Chainsaw Ghost fear such a creature? It angrily cracked its knuckles in a threat. Damn it, refusing the carrot only to take the stick. I've given you enough face, now watch me knock your teeth out. The two hot-headed ghosts lunged at each other, fighting fiercely amidst the cheers of their underlings, while the Huaden ghost shrank back nervously against the Washeng ghost's chest, crying out, "Beat him, beat him! Oh, please stop fighting, calm down, you two." Lin Mo stood watching the circus before him, feeling completely helpless. He rubbed his temples in frustration. Having many troops indeed makes me powerful, but these guys are such a headache. The two ghosts continued to tear into each other furiously, until Lin Mo could no longer stand it. With a simple wave of his hand, he easily separated the two chaotic masses. "Stop it right now." Lin Mo stepped between them as a barrier. With a serious face, he announced the next plan. "As soon as a Q returns, I'll borrow his blade and march to the wild graveyard." Having settled the trivial brawl of his servants, Lin Mo let out a sigh and slumped into a chair, pulling out his phone to scroll for entertainment. Lin Mo secretly glanced at the two contracted female ghosts who were obediently writing out lines as punishment for him, thinking to himself that female ghosts were indeed wonderful, not only gentle and quiet, but they also did their master's homework. While casually scrolling through his phone, Lin Mo suddenly froze, his eyes widening as they locked onto a news report, shocking him into a state of disbelief. Front page of the newly updated news reported that all military equipment escorted by the safety department had been stolen, leaving nothing behind. The loss of ghost beads was estimated to exceed 15 million, not to mention the countless formations and ghost objects taken, which were still being counted, while the criminal group led by Ran remained completely missing. After reading the breaking news, he rubbed his chin in thought. Ran is indeed a woman of her word, but her group only has 3 people. How on earth did they pull off such a massive heist? A few of his roommates also woke up. They walked in through the door and cheerfully asked Lin Mo if he was finally awake. "Are you planning to skip the National Studies class with us this afternoon?" Lin Mo smiled triumphantly, waving the homework neatly completed by the female ghost and handing it to his friends, reminding them to turn it in for him. Witnessing such a leisurely scene, Xiao Pan was so envious that tears fell. He scolded himself for being so foolish. "If only my trash can ghost had hands, I wouldn't have to struggle writing word by word like this." The system immediately notified, "Congratulations, host, you have gathered 40 excitement points." Looking at his gloomy friend, Lin Mo put his arm around Xiao Pan's shoulders and teased him with a laugh, suggesting he could train the trash can ghost to hold a pen in its mouth and write. "If you pull that off, you'll be a once-in-a-millennium genius." Turning to a Q, Lin Mo repeatedly expressed his gratitude to his friend and his third uncle, even generously gifting 2 tailing-level ghost beads as a reward, making a Q laugh and say that brothers didn't need to be so polite. Obviously, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Mo flashed a sly smile, winking as he said he still had one small request for a Q. He pointed straight at a Q's weapon and expressed his desire to borrow the shaving razor. This abrupt request made a Q blink in surprise, but he eventually nodded in agreement. As night fell, Lin Mo, carrying the weapon he had just borrowed from a Q, quietly slipped out to the mountain behind the school, heading straight for the desolate graves where the scholar ghost was hiding. Noticing that the surroundings were suspiciously quiet, with not a single clue to track down the scholar ghost, he had no choice but to summon the corpse-rearing ghost to help with tracking. As soon as it was summoned in the middle of the graveyard, the corpse-rearing ghost grinned from ear to ear as if it had struck gold, repeatedly praising its master for not deceiving it, since the place was littered with corpses. While Lin Mo was keeping his eyes wide open to observe the surroundings, the zombie ghost was engrossed in picking up corpses one by one with absolute joy, like a lover who had just found their true love. Soon after, Lin Mo's sharp eyes spotted a ghostly figure hovering behind a large mound, and unfortunately, that entity also happened to make eye contact with him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo shouted at it to stop and lunged forward, but the ghostly figure scrambled away and vanished. However, how could it escape Lin Mo's hawk-like eyes, clever mind, and swift legs? In an instant, he closed in right behind it, sending a chill down the prey's spine. Lin Mo grabbed the ghost by its collar, lifting it effortlessly like a chicken, which terrified it to a cold sweat, and then ordered it to call all its companions out to dig up every single corpse in the graveyard. Not daring to utter a single word, the ghost obediently complied in an unusually submissive manner. Upon receiving Lin Mo's instruction, it scrambled to gather the wandering spirits in the area, assigning each of them to dig up a grave. Witnessing this scene, the corpse-rearing ghost stared in amazement, its face showing a blank expression before instantly shifting to a state of sheer ecstasy. It completely forgot its morning resentment when it had complained about Lin Mo's unfair treatment. Now, in its eyes, someone who could summon tens of thousands of graveyard ghosts was truly a magnificent leader. After a series of corpses were pulled from the ground, the zombie ghost carefully arranged them in a perfectly straight line, laughing wildly while infusing ghostly energy into each lifeless body. Lin Mo also summoned the martial actor ghost to lend the corpse-rearing ghost a hand, aiming to speed up the process of controlling these corpses. By then, the ghostly energy emitted by the corpse-rearing ghost had turned into a giant net covering all their bodies, now just waiting for the command to launch. Looking at the result before its eyes, the corpse-rearing ghost grinned from ear to ear. At the same time, the system sounded with a joyful notification that its loyalty had surged by 30%, now only 45% away from the target. Standing with his arms crossed and observing from behind, Lin Mo gently rubbed his chin with a wry smile, silently noting that this fellow looked just as fierce as the chainsaw ghost. Amidst the tension, from out of nowhere, an exquisitely beautiful, ghostly female figure glided over and threw herself into Lin Mo's arms. It turned out that the elegant figure was none other than the red-clothed female ghost. Her sudden appearance caught Lin Mo off guard, forcing him to listen to her coquettish complaints about why he had visited without letting her know beforehand. Without caring whether Lin Mo agreed or not, she caressed his hands and domineeringly pinched his chin to force him to look at her, demanding that he must not go anywhere tonight and stay to keep her company. Of course, Lin Mo did not easily yield. Putting personal matters aside, his top priority right now was to form a contract with the scholar ghost. He hurriedly waved his hands to excuse himself, saying he was busy with urgent business. The red-clothed female ghost refused to let go, even boldly pinning him against a tree trunk and whispering, "What in this world could be more important than me? Did you hear that the scholar ghost has sneaked into the graveyard?" With just a glance, she saw right through Lin Mo, breathing softly near his ear to tease him, confirming that the scholar had indeed come to this territory to cause trouble. But the shocking news right after made Lin Mo's jaw drop. The red-clothed female ghost proudly bragged that he had been beaten black and blue by her own hands and was currently locked in the dungeon of the ancient mansion. Lin Mo's attitude did a complete turnabout. Not only did he stop pushing the red-clothed female ghost away, but he also took the initiative to hold her hand tightly, causing her cheeks to flush with shyness. His face lit up with joy, and he immediately requested her to take him to see him at once, in return for which the red-clothed female ghost obediently agreed to follow her husband's every arrangement. To please her beloved, the red-clothed female ghost swiftly guided him deep into the dark dungeon inside the ancient mansion, where there was only sparse, dim light and eerie creaking sounds. The imprisoned scholar ghost kept hurling venomous curses at the red-clothed female ghost, seemingly never tiring of shouting. He yelled and cursed at her, calling her a wretched woman, swearing that when his army arrived, they would raze this place to the ground. In the middle of his passionate cursing, the scholar ghost suddenly froze upon seeing Lin Mo walking in side by side with the red-clothed female ghost, with the young man even offering a very friendly smile to ask about his health. As soon as he recognized Lin Mo's face, the scholar ghost's expression darkened instantly, looking extremely irritated upon spotting an old acquaintance. Lin Mo ignored his sour attitude, leisurely stepping forward to bring up the past. He hinted that the Kanglan ghost domain had been razed by the Jiang province army, probing to see where his subordinates had drifted. The scholar ghost struggled to counter, stating that his forces were either dead, heavily wounded, or wiped out on the spot, but the military didn't fare much better either, as he himself had managed to drag 4 Tier 5 Ghost Tamers down to the grave with him. While enthusiastically recounting the tragic battle, the scholar ghost suddenly startled, seemingly picking up on a highly unusual detail in the story. He immediately frowned, his eyes filled with wariness, and questioned in a hostile tone whether Lin Mo was a lackey sent by the Zhou country military to capture him. Lin Mo calmly used gentle words to soothe him, completely denying it, and brought up their past connection in Kanglan City, stating that the purpose of this trip was to save his life once more. However, the scholar ghost threw him a contemptuous look, mocking how a low-level Tier 2 Ghost Tamer kid could possibly be qualified to save him, unless he had some massive backing in the ghost world. Before he could finish his sarcasm, an icy hand reached out and squeezed his throat. The red-clothed female ghost glared at him with fiery eyes, growling a warning to the scholar to speak with respect, stating that if he dared to look down on her husband again, she would send him to the afterlife. The term husband made him shiver with fright. Seeing the tense situation, Lin Mo quickly stepped in to calm her down, using the excuse that he had not finished negotiating yet. The scholar ghost's eyes widened in horror at Lin Mo's influence, wondering what kind of terrifying background this kid had to have his life personally protected by the Hu Yan Wang, while also having an exquisitely beautiful female ghost as his wife. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, he hung his head and tiredly asked what plan he intended to use to save his life. Lin Mo, in a friendly manner, extended his arms and patted the shoulder of his brother, who was pushed into a corner. He excitedly made an attractive proposal. As long as he consented to become a contracted ghost, the military would lose the right to hunt him. A seamless and beneficial transaction. Unfortunately, the scholar ghost maintained his arrogance and flatly rejected it. He snorted and curled his lip, thinking there would be some brilliant idea. As a formidable half-step ghost king, he would rather die with honor than submit to being a servant to a brat. Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Mo was left speechless and laughed mockingly, scoffing at his empty title of half-step ghost king, stating that since he couldn't even protect such a vast ghost domain he led, it was only natural to be looked down upon. Hearing this, the scholar ghost growled in fury. Being scolded by Lin Mo as a useless bookworm, the scholar ghost's face darkened with extreme rage. He shouted angrily, yelling to ask if Lin Mo had just called him a useless thing. The system immediately flashed a notification, congratulating the host for pocketing another 40 provocation points. Shaking all over with anger, the scholar ghost staggered to his feet, questioning what right he had to criticize him. He screamed in despair, asserting that the literary and historical knowledge he had absorbed must be hundreds of thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary mortal like him. Lin Mo remained composed, calmly challenging that if he claimed not to be a bookworm, he should try to match a couplet. If he could, Lin Mo would acknowledge his intelligence. Hearing this, the scholar ghost laughed aloud in triumph, boasting that he had been fluent in poetry since the age of 5, telling him to bring it on. Lin Mo slowly stroked his chin and recited the first line. Traveling Westlake to carry a tin pot, the tin pot of Westlake, tin pot, visiting Westlake carrying a tin pot, the tin pot fell into the lake, pity the tin pot. In his heart, Lin Mo silently thanked the great poet Su Shi for creating this masterpiece, asking permission to borrow it to crush the pride of this stubborn ghost. The scholar ghost stood frozen, his entire body twitching slightly, stammering out the words, traveling Westlake to carry a tin pot, in sheer helplessness. Both furious and deeply humiliated, he roared in Lin Mo's face that this was utterly absurd. He had consumed tens of thousands of books, yet was stuck on a tiny couplet, demanding that Lin Mo give the answer immediately. The system chimed, showing a notification congratulating the host for gathering 100 provocation points. The status bar continued to report that the scholar ghost's anger level had surged to 30%. With just 69% more, he could force a contract. Lin Mo joyfully realized that this provocation tactic was extremely effective. To provoke him further, he nonchalantly recited the matching line. Seeking a scholar and meeting a nearsighted person becomes a scholar. Nearsighted, finding a scholar and meeting a nearsighted person, shooting a nearsighted person and hitting a scholar, pity the nearsighted person, asking if this was qualified enough. With his pride wounded, the scholar ghost immediately declared war, demanding to switch sides to see if Lin Mo could match his line. Lin Mo shrugged and confidently gestured for his opponent to make his move. He solemnly recited the first line, one above and one below is not necessarily class oppression, building a harmonious society together. Lin Mo reacted incredibly fast, countering sharply, a few entries and exits is not savage invasion, nurturing a new generation. The red-clothed female ghost, standing nearby, understood the deeper meaning, blushing in admiration as she clung to Lin Mo's arm, coquettishly complaining that her husband was really naughty. The scholar ghost became even more furious, jumping up to argue that his couplet was a blatant insult to the essence of literature. The system chimed again, congratulating the host on gaining another 100 provocation points. Lin Mo raised his chin proudly, retorting that he had no right to complain as long as the couplet matched. The system panel updated the progress. The scholar ghost's anger had reached the 70% mark, leaving only a brief 29% gap to force the contract. Poetic duel grew intense. The scholar ghost even brought up mathematics to challenge him, expanding the square formula just to find the root, inserting a straight line through the center of the circle, straight to the midpoint. Lin Mo was not to be outdone, bringing up world history to reply. Night attack on Pearl Harbor, America gathered scriptures, 2 atomic bombs, Great Japan and Germany surrendered. While one side remained completely composed, the other was so angry that his blood boiled. The scholar ghost shifted to the law of survival. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimp, shrimp eat mud, mud gets stuck in the cracks of rocks. Lin Mo steered gently. Hawks catch chicks, chicks catch worms, worms bore into the earth cracks and mountains collapse. Clinging to any hope, the scholar ghost quickly pointed out a structural flaw in the couplet, complaining that his 3 phrases all used the word eat, while Lin Mo's 3 phrases used the word catch. He laughed heartily, believing that his opponent would finally have to yield to his talent. But Lin Mo kept a calm face, casually dropping a devastating sentence. Master presses mistress, mistress presses the bed presses the ground shakes and mountains move, asking if this line met the standard. The scholar ghost was left speechless, so angry that he coughed up blood. The system immediately announced that the host had gathered 200 provocation points. He trembled violently, pointed at Lin Mo's face and stammered, calling him a beast in human form. Meanwhile, the system confirmed that the provocation level had reached its peak at 99%, meeting the conditions for a forced contract. Stepping forward to pat the loser's shoulder, Lin Mo forced him to reluctantly accept the demonic contract, not forgetting to thank him for the compliment. The scholar ghost cried out in protest, shouting to ask who would want to become the contracted ghost of such an overbearing guy, but the system's sound had already begun to ring. The system gave the scholar ghost one last chance. As long as he answered a riddle correctly, he would have the honor of becoming Lin Mo's contracted ghost. Otherwise, he could simply choose to give up. He hurriedly waved his hands in objection, loudly choosing to give up. But he had not anticipated the system's cunningness, which immediately congratulated him joyfully for correctly answering the question. How does a truck that is 2 meters tall pass through a tunnel that is 1.9 meters high? The answer was to deflate the tires, which in Chinese, giving up and deflating happened to be homophones. The scholar ghost stared wide-eyed, unable to believe this harsh reality, only managing to gasp in surprise while the contract progress bar jumped from 10 to 20%. A red beam of killing intent sliced through the air and entered Lin Mo's body, and the system concluded with a notification that the scholar ghost had successfully become a contracted ghost. On his hand, a surge of killing intent gradually condensed into a tattoo of the black folding fan, characteristic of the remnant ghost. The red-clothed female ghost standing nearby clapped in applause, praising her husband for subduing the enemy so easily, calling him truly outstanding, which made Lin Mo lift his chin proudly and say it was just a small matter. He turned to provoke the scholar ghost, asking if he was completely convinced this time, but the other turned his head away without giving him a glance, only grumbling in irritation that Lin Mo had some minor tricks, but was still not qualified enough to make him work with all his might. Lin Mo ignored that attitude and opened the system panel to check the scholar ghost's stats. Rank of novice evil spirit, 2,000 ghostly energy points, needing another 1,500 to rank up, loyalty at a low 8% and skills locked. After scanning, he spoke slowly. The Kanglan ghost domain has been raised. If your subordinates are not dead, they are struggling to escape. If I step in to rescue those remnants, how do you plan to repay me? Hearing this, the scholar ghost became excited, asking skeptically if he was joking, wondering how a human could genuinely want to rescue ghosts. He sadly recalled the past, admitting that his escape was entirely thanks to the self-sacrifice of his subordinates, with the image of his underlings shouting for their boss to run while they stayed behind to block the rear haunting his mind. Suddenly, a terrifying memory rushed back, showing the scene of master and servant being choked to suffocation, their faces contorted in absolute pain. The scholar ghost turned and fled in panic, with a pack of hideous ghosts growling and threatening to take his life right on his heels. Thinking of the painful loss, he choked up and revealed that his loyal subordinates had fallen into the hands of the Safety Bureau, who intended to offer them as tributes for wealthy noble heirs to sign contracts. The scholar ghost raised his hand to make a solemn vow, proposing that if Lin Mo could rescue his group, he would submit with absolute devotion. Immediately, the scholar ghost's loyalty level surged by 7%, reaching 15%. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo high-fived and agreed to his opponent's passionate request. He patted his chest and confidently declared that the deal was sealed. Lin Mo operated quickly on the system to restore and enhance his new servant's strength, directly spending resources to activate all three of the scholar Ghost's skills in an instant. Instantly, a massive surge of energy coursed through his entire body. The system announced the successful upgrade of the first skill, obtaining level 1 erudition, delivering a fan slash that purges all negative statuses on oneself and enters stealth mode, while increasing movement speed by 30%. This skill could also buff allies to remove negative effects, but without stealth, consuming 30 spiritual energy and having a cooldown of 200 seconds. The second skill was also upgraded to level 1 backstab, allowing instant teleportation behind the enemy, increasing backstab critical damage by 50% for 20 minutes, consuming 50 spiritual energy with a cooldown of 200 seconds. Finally, the third skill was changed to level 1 ghost image, splitting into 2 shadows that charge and attack the target like the real body. Shadow damage could trigger the passive backstab, consuming 60 spiritual energy and requiring 300 seconds of cooldown. Lin Mo was extremely excited about this high-class assassin skill set, silently praising that old man Dai for indeed not deceiving him. The scholar ghost was truly formidable, and in the future, he could completely bypass contract rules to directly attack Ghost Tamers. From behind, the red-clothed female ghost whispered, reminding her husband that the main business was resolved. Lin Mo turned back reflexively, letting out a soft hum. She took the initiative to interlock her 10 fingers with Lin Mo's in an affectionate manner. She suddenly pulled his hand and placed it on her chest, coquettishly asking if he intended to do something naughty with her, making Lin Mo cry out in panic, "Hold on." He embarrassedly pulled his hand back, stammering to dismiss that dark thought, using the excuse that there was still an extremely important matter to discuss. Lin Mo put on a serious face, reporting that the Zhou country military was preparing to target the graveyard, and her forces certainly couldn't hold out. The best plan right now was to quickly find an escape route before they tightened the siege. The red-clothed female ghost asked blankly where they should hide now. The scholar ghost standing behind offered advice, proposing to flee to the half-ghost demon cave, where humans and ghosts lived together, making it a highly logical hiding spot. The red-clothed female ghost whimpered coquettishly, forcing Lin Mo to promise to visit her in the future. He smiled brightly to soothe her, assuring her that in the future he would definitely have things to ask for her help. Hearing this, the red-clothed female ghost became happy again, agreeing that whenever he needed, he should just speak up boldly. That very night, the red-clothed female ghost immediately led all the ghosts in the graveyard to urgently evacuate to the half-ghost demon cave. Watching their figures fade away, Lin Mo sighed in the wilderness, wondering when he would have the chance to meet again. Returning to the apartment building, those spine-chilling sounds began to echo once more. Along the corridor shrouded in the dark night, Lin Mo carefully tiptoed step by step toward the source of the noise. He timidly wondered why, in the middle of the night, such piercing screams were echoing from the balcony, sounding neither like a human nor like a ghost. Lin Mo turned to question the blood-eyed ghost about what was residing in that room. It pondered for a moment and reported back that the place was sealed by a restriction that countered the vision of red-eyed ghosts, so it was completely blind to it. Lin Mo frowned in thought. It seemed the only way left was to project his own soul to scout the situation. He chanted the spell of the first sword scout, separating his soul from his physical body to investigate. Lin Mo's soul gently glided through the dark night, drawing close to the half-closed door. As soon as he peeked inside, Lin Mo was so horrified that his eyes popped out like snails. Terror mixed with shock was clear in his eyes, and he blurted out, wondering what on earth was present before him. Inside was a young man with a face covered in bulging green veins, and his body was covered in bizarre talismans. Even more terrifyingly, the one giggling like mad while performing this ritual was none other than Mu Wanqing, while the young man lay dying on the floor, gasping a plea. He painfully begged to be granted death. But Mu Wanqing excitedly replied in an eerie tone, "Blech, blech, blech. I will absolutely not let them die, but will grant them eternal life." While holding his breath to watch from outside the door, Lin Mo suddenly went weak in the knees when Mu Wanqing abruptly snapped her head around, shouting to ask who was spying. Knowing his presence was exposed, he hurriedly recalled his spell, summoning his soul back to his body. Though his soul had returned to its host, Lin Mo's face still bore the full marks of extreme panic. He was filled with dread, silently praying that he hadn't been caught, unaware that in the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes from a mysterious creature was staring intently at him. Mu Wanqing loomed closer with towering killing intent, asking in a chilly voice if Junior Brother had seen everything. The dark voice startled Lin Mo, causing him to trip and fall flat on the ground, stammering out to call her senior sister. Mu Wanqing narrowed her eyes threateningly, declaring that she would turn him into an immortal too, making Lin Mo panic and beg for mercy. She stuck her long tongue out of her mouth, wriggling closer to her prey. In an instant, that hideous tongue wrapped tightly around Lin Mo's neck, squeezing so hard that he cried out in pain. Mu Wanqing dragged Lin Mo across the floor, laughing savagely because she was about to have a new subject for her eternal life experiment. Lin Mo tried to claw at the doorframe to resist, struggling in despair. His body went numb, his face turned pale as a sheet, and his consciousness began to fade. At the critical moment, the scholar ghost realized his master was in danger and shouted loudly, yelling at Lin Mo to wake up because it was all an illusion. Seeing that Lin Mo was still deeply submerged in the illusion, he had no choice but to swing his staff and deliver a heavy blow to his forehead. Taking the painful blow, Lin Mo woke up in a daze, crying out in pain. Lin Mo curled up against the wall, panting heavily with his mouth open. After feeling like he had just stepped one foot into the grave, he yelled at the red-eyed ghost in shock, asking when he had fallen into the illusion without any warning. The blood-eyed ghost explained helplessly that since their visions were linked, if he was colorblind, it was also bound. The scholar ghost standing beside also sighed deeply, admitting that this illusion was so terrible that it even affected contracted ghosts, and fortunately he was able to use his crowd control removal skill in time. Lin Mo sweated as he deduced that all the horrific scenes just now were fake, a warning trick from his senior sister to caution him not to foolishly stick his nose into her forbidden arts anymore. He scrambled to run for his life, silently apologizing to his master in his heart that his disciple was of meager talent and strength, unable to bear such a momentous affair. Returning to the dark room, Mu Wanqing smirked with great cunning. She looked down at the trembling corpse on the floor, praising that it looked adorable. Right next to the tear-dripping corpse was a phone with a shattered screen. On it, a missing person notice was displayed, announcing that Feng, the son of the 13th floor master of the Qing Feng Lu, had mysteriously gone missing, and anyone providing clues would receive a reward of 5 million. The next morning in the campus of Bai Yang Academy, there was whispering about the hot news on the internet. Kai Ming loudly recounted the story to Lin Mo, gesturing that recently, numerous high-profile figures had suddenly vanished without a trace, forcing the Safety Bureau and the military to set up a special task force to investigate. Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately linked it to Mu Wanqing's dark rituals from last night, wondering if there was a coincidence. Suddenly, a cold hand gently patted his shoulder, making Lin Mo jump in surprise. Mu Wanqing offered a bright, fake smile, whispering near his ear to ask what he was wondering about. Lin Mo backed away in fright, his tongue tied as he called her senior sister. She pretended to doubtfully complain that she had called him repeatedly without an answer, curiously asking what everyone was discussing. Lin Mo hurriedly changed the subject, saying it was just some nonsense news on social media. Fortunately, his phone rang just in time, with the screen displaying the name and ran. Like catching a lifeline, Lin Mo immediately made an excuse to slip away quietly, leaving the space for the other two to chat. On the other end, Anran announced that she had finished investigating the ghosts of Kang Lan as requested, inviting him out to meet and discuss the details. Hearing this, Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. He didn't expect her working speed to be fast as lightning, immediately telling her excitedly to wait a moment, and that he would treat her today. As soon as he arrived at the eatery, Lin Mo panted and apologized for keeping everyone waiting. Anran sat with Wu Kun at the dining table, irritably tapping her watch and scolding him that they had agreed on 6:40, but he was now an hour late. Wu Kun took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire, whispering that there was a grand lingerie model show on the way here. Hearing this, Anran frowned in displeasure, mocking Lin Mo for being late just to stare at girls. The system immediately chimed with a notification congratulating the host for receiving another 40 provocation points. Lin Mo hurriedly explained, making up a lame excuse that he was planning to open a lingerie shop, so he had stopped by to do market research. Anran gave a cold, contemptuous snort, reaching into her backpack to rummage through her things. She tossed a handful of ghost beads onto the table with a clatter, sighing that she had wasted her effort bringing so much loot, not expecting his mind to be completely occupied with things other than cultivation. Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise, praising her for being awesome to steal so much stuff from the safety bureau. Ran lifted her chin proudly, boasting that her Hai Sha gang had now expanded to 15 members, and this intelligence was also gathered by her underlings. Changing the subject, she seriously got down to business, announcing that last week, the Safety Bureau had held an auction for the remnants of the Kanglan Ghost domain. She continued in detail, saying that the group from the 13th floor of the Qing Feng Lu had aggressively swept up 11 evil spirit-level ghosts, including the gambling ghost and the frozen ghost. Ran lowered her voice to whisper a secret, saying it was rumored that as long as one joined that organization, they would be rewarded with an extremely rare contracted ghost. Hearing the name Qing Feng Lu, Lin Mo found it familiar, and Ran then explained that it was the second most notorious assassin organization in the Zhou country, and the 13th floor was specifically tasked with carrying out assassination missions. She spread a few photos on the table and pointed at a figure, revealing that after the general manager Kalian's son, Feng, went missing, he himself had also been taken out. Looking at the photo, Lin Mo immediately recognized Feng's familiar face. He broke into a cold sweat recalling that night's horrific scene, telling himself that this shocking matter caused by his senior sister must absolutely not be leaked. Ran analyzed the situation. Currently, the Qing Feng Lu was like a headless serpent, internally divided into two factions tearing at each other to compete for the seat of power. She showed two more photos, introducing one side as Lu Ju-lun, the number 2 boss, and the other side as Cheng Tianda, the prominent number 3 figure. She summarized the developments. Due to internal conflicts, the ghosts they had just bought had not yet been contracted. Furthermore, Lu Ju-lun had even used his own money to buy a smoke ghost as a birthday gift for his beloved son, Lu Chengcheng. Then Ran pushed forward two more partially covered photos, mysteriously saying that her group had captured something even more interesting. Lin Mo strained his eyes to compare the two photos while listening to Ran's explanation. A shocking truth was exposed. Cheng Tiandu and Lu Ju-lun's wife were having a secret affair. His mouth fell open, unable to believe his eyes, exclaiming what kind of soap opera drama this was. Ran laughed and scoffed, telling Lin Mo to look closely at those kids, noting that they were likely Cheng Tiandu's offspring as they looked exactly like him. Lin Mo slammed his hand on the table to analyze, noting that Lu Ju-lun, who was willing to spend heavily to buy the smoke ghost, certainly did not know he had been cuckolded. Cunning plan formed in his mind. He proposed using an anonymous account to send these intimate photos to Lu Ju-lun. Once the old man learned the truth, he would surely be furious and cancel the birthday gift, and then their side could just bring money to buy back the smoke ghost at a bargain price. The two sitting across clapped enthusiastically upon hearing the plan, repeatedly praising the idea as extremely clever. Action followed words. Wu Kun eagerly got to work, excitedly declaring that he would send Lu Ju-lun a shocking mental gift. That evening, Lin Mo and Ran stationed themselves on the rooftop of the opposite building, intently watching the activity at the De Huang Hotel. Ran, after hanging up a call from Wu Kun, reported the situation, announcing that Lu Ju-lun had just received the message and was rushing to catch them in the act. Looking at Lin Mo, Ran added that they were initially worried he might get lost, so the group had thoughtfully sent him the hotel room number just to be safe. Hearing this, Lin Mo gave a cunning smile, telling her to just wait for the good show. Gazing down at the street, Lin Mo clapped when he saw Lu Ju-lun appear in front of the hotel. As the night enveloped the entire area, Ju-lun stood still in front of the main gate, his eyes scanning around to assess the situation. He bent his knees to gather momentum, swiftly scaling the vertical wall and jumping across the floors like a phantom, leaping straight from the 2nd floor to the 5th. Stopping at the windowsill, the old man stealthily peeked inside, and what caught his eyes was the sight of the lovers passionately entwined. He stared wide-eyed, his gaze radiating intense killing intent as he witnessed the offensive sight. Ju-lun furrowed his brows, his face darkening with extreme rage. As the second in command of the assassin squad and a level 4 Ghost Tamer, how could he swallow this humiliation? Watching from afar, Lin Mo and Ran found it puzzling, wondering why he remained motionless. With his wife having an affair with his enemy, he should have rushed in and sliced off Cheng Tiandu's head. Rubbing his chin in evaluation, he felt it was bizarre that the old man had been lurking there for 3 full minutes. while Enran also suddenly questioned whether this old fellow, Ju Lun, had some sort of weird fetish. Suddenly, he leaped down to the ground, quietly slipping away without a sound. Slipping into a dark corner, the old man pulled out an assassin's mask. Lin Mo was left speechless, wondering how he could just walk away so easily and whether he was even a man at all. But when he saw Ju Lun's next move, he finally realized the old man's true purpose. He carefully put on the mask, covering his face with its dark, hollow eye sockets to disguise himself in preparation for a bloodbath. Ran mumbled under her breath, guessing that he was preparing to purge the adulterous couple, surprised that this assassin had obsessive-compulsive disorder, needing to put on his mask even when catching cheats. His figure flickered in and out of sight before completely dissolving into the silent night. And Ran paced back and forth restlessly, wondering where he had run off to. If he wasn't going to hack those two to pieces, who was he planning to hunt down with his blade to vent his rage? Lin Mo immediately summoned the nightmare ghost, agreeing with her suggestion and deciding to tail him to see what trick he was up to. Carrying both of them on its back, the nightmare ghost silently flew close behind, following every single move of the assassin. Keeping his eyes glued to the target, he praised the old man's agile movement skills, noting that he truly lived up to the reputation of a professional assassin. One man, one ghost, and two tails continued to tail the assassin. Taking a leap, he propelled himself straight onto the second-floor balcony smoothly and without a sound. Lin Mo and Enran stopped to analyze the situation, suspecting that Tian De's wife might be here and that the old man wanted to play a life-for-life game. Enran immediately contacted Wu Kun to find out who the owner of this villa was. Lin Mo frowned, carefully pulling out his phone to record the entire event, planning to capture the evidence regardless of who the victim was, thinking it might come in handy to blackmail Ju Lun later. The phone lens captured the exact moment he drew his gun and aimed it directly at a man in a suit. A sharp bang rang out, and the bullet pierced the victim's throat, causing fresh blood to splatter all over the room, showing absolutely no mercy. At the same time, Enran received a notification and frantically announced that this was the home of Jiang Ping, another powerful deputy director of the Security Bureau. This news made him freeze, exclaiming in disbelief, "What on earth does him being cuckolded have to do with the people of the Security Bureau?" Enran contemplated and analyzed that the relationship between Qing Fenglu and the government had always been perfectly harmonious, so the assassination of Jiang Ping tonight was certainly not an assigned mission, but rather his own rogue action. Seeing the assassin calmly leave the scene, Lin Mo whispered to Enran, predicting that he had no intention of stopping his killing spree tonight, so they had to keep tailing him to see what else he would do. The next unfortunate victims fell one after another under Ju Lun's fatal gun barrel. The death toll lengthened, from the 14th most influential figure of the Security Bureau to the commander of Ghost Tamer Regiment No. 30 and even a lecturer from Zhu Feng University. Once the killing spree was complete, Ju Lun casually peeled off the blood-stained mask and tossed it into a trash can by the road. Shoving both hands into his pockets, he swaggered back to his villa with a relaxed demeanor, acting as if nothing had ever happened. Witnessing his illogical actions, Enran clutched her head and pulled her hair in frustration, complaining that in just one night he had slaughtered 7 innocent people yet completely spared Tian De and his unfaithful wife. She shook her head in dismay, unable to comprehend his way of thinking. Even if he wanted to kill people to decompress, there was no need to target high-ranking officials and invite trouble upon himself, as there was absolutely no benefit in doing so. He quickly dismissed the theory. "Forget it, whoever that old man kills has absolutely nothing to do with us. Let's just go straight to him and seal the deal for the smoke ghost, and that'll be that." The silent night descended, enveloping the luxurious estate of Lu Ju Lun. And Ran, without a moment of hesitation, reached out and firmly pressed the doorbell several times, making it ring loudly. A voice sweet as sugarcane chimed in, accompanied by the voluptuous figure of Zai Mei, the lovely wife of Lu Ju Lun. "Who are you two looking for?" The young duo could only force the friendliest smile possible, and Lin Mo cleared his throat to reply, "Hello, madam, we have some business and wish to pay a visit to Mr. Lu." Catching the cue, Lu Ju Lun's wife didn't even bother to put on airs and invited them inside for tea. With such flirtatious eyes, no wonder cuckolding her husband seemed like second nature. He leaned over to whisper in her ear, "This woman's breathing is very steady, and her expression is as calm as if there hadn't been any argument. Could it be that Lu Julun is still enduring the green hat and playing the fool? Just as the master of the house was strolling down from upstairs, Zai Mei eagerly reported, "Hubby, we have distinguished guests visiting." The couple put on an affectionate show, the wife planting a loud kiss on her husband's cheek to coax him. "My love, you must be exhausted from just returning from your mission. Please get some sleep early after receiving the guests." I got it." Zai Mei turned and walked inside, acting as innocent as a golden deer, singing happily, entirely oblivious to her husband's face, which was turning as dark as the bottom of a pot. Sick of the eyesore of a drama just displayed, Lu Julun rubbed his cheek, disgustedly wiping away the traces of that fake kiss. Lin Mo immediately clapped his hands in enthusiastic applause, giving the middle-aged man across from him a sudden fright, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Skipping any polite pleasantries, he poked fun. "Mr. Lu is indeed a master of endurance. Cuckolded so hard by your wife, yet you still swallow the bitter pill and act as though no split has ever occurred." His facial muscles twitched, and turning his embarrassment into rage, he roared, "Who on earth are you two? How much did you eavesdrop?" He generously put him at ease. "We don't care about your family drama. Our main goal is just to bring the smoke ghost in your possession back home." Lin Mo offered a negotiation, making it clear that money was not an issue. The old man immediately cut him off. "Well, I'm afraid that's impossible. The smoke ghost is the 18th birthday present I reserved for my precious son. You can't just throw money around to get whatever you want." Taking the opportunity to deliver consecutive verbal jabs that almost choked Lu Julun with anger. "Your son? Do you dare to bring out a blood test report to confirm that he's actually of your own blood?" The old man knitted his brows and gritted his teeth, clenching both fists threateningly. "Brat, what kind of sarcastic nonsense are you spouting?" Ding. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 irritation points." Lin Mo gesticulated to advise him, "Your wife is out, so that boy isn't. I don't mean to mock you about raising another man's child. I just want to advise you to turn back before it's too late. If your beloved son doesn't share your lineage, then gifting the smoke ghost to him would be a waste of resources. Wouldn't it be better for both parties to hand it over to us?" His face turning as dark as a storm cloud, he growled each syllable. "Even if I throw the smoke ghost away, don't you dare dream of me handing it over to you." All the bottled-up anger he had held in finally exploded, and the old man bellowed to kick the guests out. "Get the hell off my property this instant." Ding. Congratulations to the host for gathering another 50 irritation points. Lu Julun, without another word, threw a powerful punch straight toward him, but thanks to his sharp eyesight, he neatly dodged the vicious blow. Lin Mo grabbed the old man's wrist, stroking and soothing him. Calm down, calm down. You've already slaughtered 7 people in just one night. Is that still not enough to cool your anger?" Surprised, he blurted out, "How did you know, kid?" Flinging his hand away, he lifted his chin defiantly. "Trying to use cheap tricks to threaten me? That's useless. I disposed of those 7 lives and set up the crime scene flawlessly. Once the security bureau steps in, they will only drag Tianda out to take the fall." And Ran asked coldly, "You took so many lives just to frame Tianda, why not just slice him up and be done with it?" "That's none of your concern. Let me make this loud and clear to your ears. Any threats against me are garbage. Now get the hell out of my sight." Holding all the cards, Lin Mo replied with a smug smirk. "Well, mere words certainly wouldn't hurt a single hair on your head." He pulled out his phone containing the solid evidence and waved it, causing Lu Julun's eyes to widen in disbelief. "What about this toy then? That item is." The footage capturing him, threatening someone with a gun on the upper floor, began to play, the scene vivid and sharp down to every detail. Lu Julun strode over aggressively, tightly clutching Lin Mo's shoulders. The old man flipped his attitude faster than a pancake. "Oh, if you went through the trouble of recording this footage, let's forget about money. I'll gift the smoke ghost to you both for free." Well, if you had been this straightforward from the start, Lu, wouldn't life have been much easier? The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Wiping the smile off his face, he coldly demanded, "Besides the smoke ghost, I also want you to hand over the red and black ghost, the sewer ghost, and the 11 other evil spirits that Feng Lu has acquired." The old man's face darkened seriously. "Brat, are you trying to test my limits? Even if you hand this footage over to the security bureau, they have no basis to convict me. At most, it would only clear Tiandu and ruin my scheme. That alone isn't heavy enough to make me risk giving up the entire batch of auction ghosts to you." Lin Mo was instantly left at a disadvantage. He paused to rack his brain, realizing that clearing Tiande and getting in Lu Julun's way was the only value of this footage at the moment, which was indeed a bit of a bargain price. Thinking quickly on his feet, he rolled his eyes and shifted his strategy. Then let's play it this way. My side will delete the footage, and in exchange, you hand over the smoke ghost to us. Finding it reasonable, he nodded sharply, deal. But if you kids truly want to swallow the entire batch of ghosts that Feng Lu has gathered, you must assist me with a certain mission. The sudden turn of events made him and Ran freeze for 5 seconds, asking in unison, what mission? Lu Julun knitted his brows and ordered, help me extract the 13th floor management token of Kalayan. The scene shifted to the coffin room of the corpse-rearing ghost sect. Lin Mo spoke soothingly, smoke ghost, for now just rest and recuperate here. If you run low on ghost pearls, just give me a shout. Thank you, Master Lin Mo. The scholar ghost clasped his hands in deep respect, bowing in gratitude to Lin Mo, feeling immensely thankful. The system chimed to report, the scholar ghost's loyalty points have reached 50%. On the outside he appeared generous, but inside his mind the abacus was already clicking away. Patience, just wait a few more days until I get the Feng Lu token, then that batch of ghosts will also find their way to me. Once I have won over the heart of the scholar ghost, that whole army of underworld soldiers will obey my every command. This deal is indeed highly profitable. And Ran quietly followed close behind and inquired, I really didn't expect you to agree so easily with that old man Lu Julun. But do you even know where that damn token is hidden? Rubbing his chin, he revealed his move. Glion's precious son is currently residing in Bai Yang. There's a high probability that the clue is hidden on him. What an incredible coincidence. That will save us so much sweat and effort. Lin Mo gathered his energy to recall the scholar ghost into his containment space, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. Now let's speed over to Bai Yang right away. Scholar ghost, return. He shuddered as he recalled the hair-raising scene, and at the prospect of having to sneak into Wan Qing's room filled with coffins, his heart raced and his legs trembled. Along the pitch-black corridor, gusts of cold wind whistled through, making the window curtains flap violently, creating a path leading straight to the gloomy room at the end of the hallway. And Ran was terrified out of her wits, clutching Lin Mo's sleeve tightly, refusing to let go. What on earth is this? This place has an even heavier yin energy than the coffin house. With one eye magically buffed and glowing bright red, he urged her even more hurriedly. While senior sister is still stuck in the lecture hall and hasn't returned to this godforsaken place, we must speed things up. With a sharp slash of his sword, the rusty padlock was sliced in half and fell to the ground with a clatter. Both of them quickly pushed the door open and entered the room, which was emitting a mystical, eerie green light. A terrifying sight for the faint-hearted, as rows of lifeless jiangshi corpses lay stiffly lined up inside glass cabinets. Dear Lord. The duo crept closer to identify the person lying in the coffin. This guy was indeed Feng. With green veins bulging all over the dried-up corpse, they stared wide-eyed and whispered, his chest has stopped breathing, yet his blood vessels are clearly still pulsing. Just as Lin Mo reached out to pry the lid open to test his luck, a voice stopped him. Wait. And Ran, highly alert, quickly stopped him. What if the moment you lift the lid, the corpse explodes? Better safe than sorry, let's put on protective gear first to be absolutely sure. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, quickly calling out the bandage ghost to stand by just in case. If this half-dead fellow tries to play suicide bomber, I have more than enough power to unleash the bandages and lock down the situation. You really are the most careful of friends. Tensing his muscles, he dragged Feng straight out of the glass cabinet. As soon as his head popped out, he instantly transformed into a jiangshi, green veins webbing across his face, his eyes rolling back in a murderous glare. The sudden turn of events startled them both. The jiangshi looked like a rabid dog, growling and drooling, causing Lin Mo to let out a comical ah and jump backward. The corpse sprang up like a coiled spring, spewing a disgusting green slime from the corners of its mouth as webbed veins spread all over its limbs. Sensing that things were turning sour, and Ran said, it looks like this guy is about to throw up his guts. Hurry up and load the bandage ghost. Feng squeezed his own throat with both hands, his mouth gaping wide as he let out a series of mournful roars, only to be instantly bound tight by the bandages. In a panic, his friend kept urging Lin Mo, before he can spit anything out, hurry up and search him. If you don't find anything, shut the coffin lid quickly. The young man suddenly cheered, found it. Holding a piece of iron broken in half, she asked in confusion, how on earth did this token get snapped in two? Using their strength, the bandages shoved the Jiangxi corpse back into the coffin, and Lin Mo immediately ordered the bandage ghost to slam the lid shut. A surge of runic magic suddenly activated, shooting through the Jiangxi's body and suppressing all its struggles, sealing it back into a completely stiff state. Staring at the glowing crimson text covering the glass cabinet, and Ran gasped, "What kind of sorcery are all these talismans and squiggly characters on this box? Maybe it's some sort of dark, forbidden art of senior sister." A horrific sound coming from the glass cabinet at the far corner of the room made their hearts skip a beat, and they instantly whipped their heads around to look. From inside the cabinet, a Jiangxi figure suddenly popped open and sprang up, nearly scaring the young pair out of their wits. She quickly shrank back, hiding behind his shoulder, while Lin Mo stared with wide eyes, breaking out in a cold sweat and stuttering, What is this?" Wan Qing from the dark bottom of the coffin greeted them in an eerie voice. "Good morning, my dear junior classmates." She casually stepped out of the dilapidated coffin. The web of red and blue veins on her skin gradually faded away. Wan Qing casually reminded them, "Next time you want to borrow something, just let me know." After reverting to her beautiful human form, she smiled brightly and added, "There's no need to violently smash my padlock like that." Lin Mo broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "She must have seen all our little tricks just now. But looking at this friendly attitude, she probably won't send us to the afterlife, right?" Scratching his head, he pretended to ask innocently, Senior sister, how did you end up sleeping inside a coffin?" "Oh, I was just repairing some talismans and wanted to get inside to experience it firsthand." Her ghost-like reply sent shivers down the young duo's spines. What kind of hobby is this? Would any normal person actually try this? Lin Mo pulled out the iron piece with a pleasing smile. Senior sister, we've found the token. We still have some loose ends to tie up, so would it be all right if we slip away first?" She grabbed Enran's arm, acting cute. "Oh, don't be in such a hurry. It's rare for Enran to visit my humble abode, why not stay for a cozy meal together?" She quickly made a clever excuse to leave. "Please understand, sister. Lin Mo and I are running out of time to deliver this token, so we'll have to rain-check this meal. We promise to make it up to you twofold next time." Wan Qing unexpectedly let them off easily. "Okay then, next time's my treat." Lin Mo, catching the opportunity, grabbed Enran's hand and pulled her along without looking back. The two ran for their lives, only managing to throw back a quick, polite goodbye just for formality's sake. Escaping to a deserted street, they both screeched to a halt, panting heavily. "My goodness, what kind of dark arts does your senior sister practice? She looks terrifying. Tell me about it. I was just scared she'd lose her temper and throw us both into coffins to mummify us as sacrifices." Drenched in sweat, Enran panted and asked about their next move. "So what now? Are we heading straight to Lu Julun's lair?" Lin Mo gracefully reached out to brush away the sweaty strands of hair on Enran's forehead, his sudden chivalrous act catching her off guard, making her cheeks flush pink. He offered a gentle smile and patted her head, murmuring comforting words that left her slightly dazed. "We've been running around all evening, aren't you starving? Let's fill our stomachs first before planning anything." Suddenly, envious curses echoed from around them. "How infuriating! Those guys with girlfriends should all go to hell." Ding! Congratulations to the host for pocketing 10 breakdown points. Not expecting such a casual, affectionate gesture to earn points, he chuckled inwardly with joy, accidentally unlocking a cheat code and scoring a whole basket of breakdown points. Taking it a step further, he dramatically wrapped his arm tightly around Enran's waist, pulling their bodies close together. As their eyes locked with sparks of affection, his passionate gaze made Enran blush in embarrassment, softly whispering, "Enran." She looked around to avoid his eyes, her voice hesitating and stammering. "Why are you suddenly acting so flirtatious today?" Lin Mo burst into laughter, pointing directly at the single dogs lurking behind them to mock them, making them fume with rage, though they only dared to curse him silently in their minds. He cocked his head proudly and yelled out loud, "I have a girlfriend while you guys are desperately single. Jealous? If you are, come on and fight me." A barrage of verbal stones rained down on him along with the system announcements. "How shameless!" Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 40 breakdown points. "How annoying!" Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 breakdown points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for pocketing 55 breakdown points. "How infuriating! How does an idiot like him even have a girlfriend?" Realizing she was being used as a shield, Enran flared up in rage. She instantly threw a powerful, heavy punch right into his chest, making him cough up a mouthful of bruised blood with a loud grunt. Lin Mo clutched his stomach, rolling in agony on the ground as he endured her barrage of scolding. "You bastard Lin Mo, you narrow-minded straight man." Sitting inside a quiet, deserted eatery, the duo kept their eyes glued to the screen, typing out messages to report their progress. Opening the chat window to send a direct message to Lu Ju-Lun. "Will finding half a piece like this be enough to trade for the Kanglin ghost your side acquired? Keep dreaming, you must assemble both pieces for it to work. Go find the remaining half quickly. So do you have any idea where the other piece is lost?" No clue. Lin Mo discouragedly tossed the talisman onto the table and grumbled, "I give up. Even the veterans of Feng Lu can't trace its whereabouts, so how on earth am I supposed to know where that scrap of iron is drifting at the edge of the world?" He sighed helplessly in response to Enran's bewildered look. "We're stuck, completely at a dead end. By the way, what do you think Lu Ju-Lun's underlying scheme actually is?" His eyes widened as he asserted with certainty, "What other script could there be besides fighting for the throne and vying for the boss's seat?" Devouring a plain bun, he analyzed at length. Manager Lion has already met his maker, so the candidates competing for the top spot are only Lu Ju-Lun and Tianda. If he directly killed Tianda, he would be suspected. But if he plays the framing game, he can use a borrowed knife to smoothly eliminate his rival, clearing his path to promotion. The vigorous vibration of the phone interrupted Enran's realization. So that's the key. Lin Mo pressed the phone to his ear and answered, "Hello, who is this on the line?" A woman's enchanting and sharp voice came through the receiver, calling out, "Hello there, little brother." She cast a sharp, sinister glance into the mirror, calmly finishing applying her dark red lipstick, and slowly ordered, "That token piece you are holding, I want it."